Hello and welcome to the NA-HCS Open Series number 3, day number 2. We're starting our day off today with top 12, and our first game is going to be a good one. It's going to be the rivalry rematch between SSG versus Shopify Rebellion, and right after that, we have an insane game between OpTic and Sentinels as well at 4:15. That'll be the time for the second matchup. How about we bring our co-host today, Tools? I'm your host, Aliak, and this is your co-host, Tools. How you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. A lot of great Halo to play, right? Really excited about our first matchup, that rematch that we've seen time and time again. Can Shopify Rebellion get the revenge on Space Station to start the day off today?
That'll be the question of the day, how this matchup is going to shape up, and also what are we going to see in grand finals today? We have OpTic versus Sentinels. Will OpTic make it to the grand finals? That is the question as well. I know, right? It's
so hard, right? But then you also have to be really conscious of these teams that are on the lower side as well, because they absolutely have the chance to go wild in that elimination run and try to create some sort of upsets. There's some teams that I really want to highlight down there, but there's also some mystery of what's going to happen. I think a couple teams forfeiting, but obviously FaZe made their early exit last week. But over at the bottom in particular, I'm really looking at that complexity bittersweet matchup. Two really good teams, but can complexity sort of replicate that top 4 finish and try to improve this time around?
Yeah, I had a chance to sit down with Ryan Noob not too long ago to talk exactly about Ryan Noob and complexity. I asked him how they got that team formed up. Let's see it.
Ends were, and Complexity reached out to me in the off season, and they talked to me about what their plans were and looking to play or pick up me and whoever we thought was best. Instantly, Jason Descendant was one of my top options, as well as Precision and Huss. Like, they were a duo that we needed 2 slots for Complexity, so it just almost seamlessly fit together. There's some ifs, ands, or buts about whether or not Precision would get some good offer, which, recently he has. But back then, we were super happy to have him on the team, and love everyone on the team right now.
Yeah. So how did it feel to now lose Precision, a player that you had chosen for that team, for this team setup?
Yeah, it's Halo. It's something I've been in the scene for 15 years. Someone leaving my team doesn't sting as much as it used to. We just got to come to expect it and be happy for them, because taking a step to Sentinels is huge for him. So, but we get to pick up Tyler, and as much as there's jokes about us having bad blood, some of it being true, we work well together, inside the game and outside the game. So I can't wait to see what we can put on coming up to this tournament.
Yeah, what was it like, that conversation between you and Spartan, or maybe it was somebody else that had the conversation with him? What was it like reuniting with Spartan?
I don't know exactly how it happened. I would assume that Ashes reached out to him. Shout out to Ashes, our coach. But no, it was. I remember the talking with the team about who we wanted to pick up. It's like, well, Spartan had a really bad event, and we might want to consider other options. And I played an 8 series with Spartan, and I was like, no, we're picking up Spartan. He's ridiculously good. He's exactly what we're looking for. A consummate professional, knows how to be a good teammate inside and outside the game. So we're not going to look much further than him.
I mean, you guys were looking really good. You guys got top 4 in the last Open Series, so congrats on reaching there with this new team setup. I'm assuming, is this the team that's going to be competing in London? Is that what you're saying?
That's currently the plan. You never know with contracts and just general team stuff. You just never know with Halo. So that's the plan currently, but we'll see how it goes. Like, I planned on Precision being on the team, up until the moment he said he's off the team. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, cannot wait to see London. London's around the corner.
It's right around the corner.
It's right around the corner. We have the week number 3 coming up right now. What is the team going to be focusing on? It's just 2 days away. It's Sunday. Yeah,
Sunday and Thursday, which is a little crazy on schedule-wise. But we work on it, so sorry. No, we're just we're looking for practice. I mean, we in these tournaments we always look to show what we've learned and what we like, how good we are. While in scrims we try and focus on getting better every single day. Some days are better than others, but if you've seen, like, for anyone who's seen my streams the past 3 months, like, every day we try and just work hard and figure out what we want to do, and then see what happens in these tournaments. But really our goal is just to get better every day. It's not to win this specific tournament, it's not to win London, it's not to win the next tournament, it's just to be our best versions of ourselves every day.
To be the best versions of themselves every day. And we're going to be rooting for them in the lower bracket as well as the other teams. I can't wait to see what Complexity can do, Tools.
Yeah, it's going to be a real challenge for them down there, right? You have some really good teams going up on that side of the bracket. I will say, I think they prefer to be on that lower side with Cloud9, FaZe, and how hot they've been. I'm sure they'll be happy to meet up with them later on in the bracket, get past Bittersweet, and then, man, that native reversal perfy. I have no idea who's coming out on top of that one, but Complexity, they have a steep road, but I think an achievable goal for them to get far in today's tournament.
And if we look up there, we see a Cloud9 versus FaZe. That's what's going to be happening in the lower bracket. But why don't we take a look at the winner's side? That's what's going to be happening right now. Space Station Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion. The rematch of the rematch of the rematch. I think I counted that right. Here it is. The lobby is almost full. Our first game is about to begin. I feel like these two are just neck and neck. How do you think this is going to go?
I think this is going to be a really, really tough matchup for Shopify Rebellion once again. They've been going blow for blow. It seems as if this game is always, this series has always been going to a game 5. But with how many reps Space Station has against Shopify Rebellion now, with how frustrated they've probably been with going so far in these series with Shopify Rebellion, I imagine these guys have been in the lab. I think for Shopify Rebellion, I think it's important to come out and win either game 1 or game 2. You don't want to go down 0-2 in that series. I think game 3 is usually a guarantee for Shopify Rebellion. That Strongholds, they're such a good team on it. If they can go in 2-1 and lead into that game 4, I think they have a really good shot at taking out this series. Otherwise, I think Space Station, I give them the edge, but either way, I think this thing's going to a game 5.
I agree. I think a game 5 it'll probably be, and I think we're wishing for a game 5 as well. That's what we're hoping for. More Halo action. I don't know, Shopify Rebellion, if they went back to the lab as well, they might know how to beat Space Station Gaming though. They might know exactly what to do. And Space Station Gaming, if they went back to the lab as well, I think it's going to be a game 5 and a really tough matchup for both of them.
Right. I will say, right, with what you're saying, right, both these teams going into the lab and figuring out how to beat each other. Shopify Rebellion's strategy has really been to out Space Station Gaming. Whenever you look at this team and whenever they talk about how they formed this team, the idea that they had in their head was, we want to be a team that's similar to Space Station Gaming, and I think they've accomplished that. They've created this pseudo Space Station Gaming roster that almost plays a step faster, and I don't think Space Station has quite figured out how to deal with that yet, but I think they've been training on it, and that's why I'm excited for today's match, because I think this is going to be the test of whether Space Station has sort of figured out how to counter what is their own strategy going into these games.
This is their third try at facing each other again in a different event, and week number 3. I'm trying to take a look here, Tools, at the scores. Like for Oddball Streets, who had the most wins is what I'm trying to take a look at here.
Well, while you find that, I want to go and give a shout out to the chat for a second, because we've been getting some subbies over here soon. Giving 5 gifted subs. Shout out to Soon. Appreciate you. We also had Versace Pump Fake with the sub, Joshua with the sub, and the Chow Show with the sub. Folks, thank you all for subbing. It does go a very, very long way to helping us do what we do here today and provide all this coverage. Since Halo Infinite, I mean, even before Halo Infinite, since Halo 5 came out, the Pro Series in Halo 5 in 2020, from then to like now, I don't think we've missed a Halo tournament. Like if we've had a chance to broadcast an HCS tournament that wasn't being broadcasted by the official HCS channel, like we've done it. We have been able to be consistent because of the support you guys have been giving in chat. And you know, it's crazy to see what was originally a volunteer bootstrap who wants to make sure that this stuff gets broadcasted turn into what we are today, where we've been able to provide back to the community, where we've been able to hire people. Like today we have multiple observers. Every single match today is going to be observed. That's all thanks to you guys watching the ads, subscribing to the channel, allowing us to get just a little bit more money to go and try to do more and give back to the community with it.
And the reason also Orlando is happening, if you guys didn't know, that's a week away, right, Tools?
Oh, it's so close. I just realized I have to fly out like Tuesday to go to Orlando. So guys, show up. It's gonna be a lot of fun. If you're in the region of the southeastern United States, like I don't think there's any excuse for you not to go. If you ever need a free agent, anything like that, just tweet at us. We'll give you a retweet. We'll try to connect you to some people that are looking for people to play with as well. Some great teams already showing up, and knowing that they're going to compete, would like to see even more join the ranks.
I'm taking a look here at these guys have been scrimming so much. I'm just looking at the data here, and it's just so tied, Tools. All these teams have been scrimming incredible amounts of hours between these events.
Yeah, I mean that's to be expected with these are like the two hottest teams in the HCS right now when it comes to play, and I would expect that to be the case. Like these guys are gonna try to get as much practice with each other in tournament and out of tournament. I think that they might get sick of playing each other. You know what would be really funny is if they play each other so much, and then they don't really even meet up at London. Like I think that will be the
no.
I think they're both gonna go to London, and they're gonna like play like one series at the very end of the tournament. It's gonna be like grand finals, and they finally meet each other. That's how I think it's gonna happen over at London.
I could see that. I could see that happening. Hopefully we do get a LAN rematch though. That would be the best wish. I feel like that would be the thing I would be looking for the most here. For Oddball Streets though, who do you think might have the edge here? Shopify or Space Station Gaming?
I definitely give the edge to Space Station here. I think when you're playing a prolonged game, that's Oddball, where you're talking about 20 to 23 minute game with these two teams. I think that experience just helps tremendously in these long drawn out games. I give the edge to them, but once again, in any game of this series, it's not surprising if either team takes the victory, right? It's just you just give edges to the other team. Like we always talk about that, the strongholds of Shopify Rebellion and how strong they are on it. It's not to say that Space Station can't put the same trap in onto Shopify Rebellion and win a 250 to 20 game on Recharge Strongholds. We know what Legend's been capable of when he was over on that Quadrant roster, when they won 17 Strongholds in a row, and it started with them mastering the Recharge Strongholds map. So you know, all the players here know how to play each game type. It's just some of them are going to execute a little bit more consistently, and it's just who comes out and performs today.
I feel like these two teams are it's just going to be a matchup of this is a new rivalry forming. And let's take a look here at some highlights. Space Station Gaming versus Rebellion.
Oh, this is like, you know, when we went and looked at the grand finals of last week, this is just last week, it was 2 hours and 4 minutes, I believe, of just pure gameplay. These guys playing against each other. That's how long the last grand finals was when these two met, and it's gonna be another slobber knocker here today.
It will be, and the game is about to begin. Space Station Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion. The rivalry rematch is about to begin. We're on top 12s, everybody. Top 12 winner semifinals. How about we throw it to one of my favorite casters, Tony and Active. Take it away.
Which one was her favorite? Was it me or you? She said one of her favorite casters. Which one?
Probably me. Yeah.
Probably you. Yo, what's up, guys? Why not be reckless? AK, why not be casted? I got my man Active with me, and we're gonna start off your day 2. It's championship Thursday, and we're here, baby. Open Series number 3, SSG going up against Shopify Rebellion. Winners bracket semifinals. Who's making it to the top 3? Who's making it to the winners bracket final?
These guys have faced off against each other so many times. This is it's gonna be a situation where it comes down to who plays better. And I know that sounds really simple at the end of the day, but because they've played against each other so many times, they know their tendencies, they know, what plays to make when. It's just gonna be about who executes in a better way, and that's gonna come down to who wins this series. It's gonna be a close one, as it always has been, and it's Rebellion with a bit of a setup here on the C with the ball.
Eco clearing out that seaside subway side, cleared out quick, but Soul Snipe, you know how fast Soul Snipe and Rebellion are. They oftentimes will not wait for each other. They want to put down damage, trust their teammates to come off a spawn, get those cleanups, and hopefully it works out for them. And when they go 3 down, it could be troublesome. Stellar, the final player alive here, plays the ball, still has Camel to work with, and is still putting down some damage despite the missed melee.
Yeah, I like the play ball there in that situation. Obviously getting pushed by 2 players on the stairs. You got to get that ball out towards the bottom mid of the map, make it difficult for the other team to fight for it. Stellar makes a good play with Camo there, but it's going to be Space Station Gaming, who are immediately 3 down, and Stellar being the first one to spawn has to do as much damage as possible into Shopify Rebellion so that he can soften them up a bit and Space Station can push off that damage.
It's an early lead coming out of Shopify Rebellion at the moment, but SSG are trying to navigate their way through the bottom seaside. Stellar goes back out for the reach out despite being one-shot. Ballsy playing. Coming out of Stellar right there. It doesn't work out exactly where they wanted to, but still 3 down goes Shopify Rebellion, bound, forced to back down.
Once again, it's summertime. We see a little bit of a flip-flop going on here, right? One team gets control, the other gets 3 down. Once again, it's Rebellion 3 down. It's back and forth for these 2 rosters. The Slays are definitely in the favor of Space Station just because they end up getting that spot in the back of C and they end up getting the ball control as well. But Suppressed does get away with the Camo. We'll see what kind of play he's able to make with it.
He snatches Camo up and puts down some good damage onto Legend, and eventually they're able to feed off of that. Soul Snipe and Cycle, back-to-back kills, bound, and now the rest of SSG trying to find a way back over toward the seaside, because as of right now, the setup is here for Rebellion. They take the lead.
We'll see how long they can kind of hold this setup, though. It's the spawns that come out on the PD, but look, once again, Space Station Gaming do a little bit of the same. They send 2 players towards that purple side to break the setup here. Rebellion, they're going to have to fight off this purple side push, but it looks like 4 down for SSG. They will fight off that push really clearly, and now they have control and more ball time added up.
And this is where seconds start to turn to minutes. When you have that setup and you go through a round of slays and you continue to punish the opposition from 1 down to 2 down, SSG continue to fall. They continue to get sent back to spawn, and that scoreboard just goes in favor of Rebellion. It's 49-14. Something has to change for SSG.
Yeah, I mean, Rebellion continues to fight off these pushes. Once again, it's 2 down for the side of SSG. Rebellion will get ball time. And they also have that purple side kind of locked down as well, but SSG, like you said, have to find some way in here. Right now, it's mental, being a nuisance on the backside, and when you have a player on the flank like that and you're not really accounting for that player, he can just do so much damage to, once again, soften up the break. But Legend, he's gonna get a triple, suppress the last player alive. SSG has broken the setup.
Big plays come out of Legend right there. Almost gets himself an overkill. Stellar steals that away from us. Stellar, I'm mad at you, but either way, the job gets done for it. Down go Rebellion. SSG back on that ball. Stellar back on that camouflage, and now things starting to go the direction of Space Station Gaming. It was a hot start coming out of Shopify Rebellion, but now you got to get these kills. You got to break the setup of SSG, even though they have Camo, but they answer the call. You get rid of the Camo player first. Soul Snipe putting down some good damage, trades out his life against Legend, but Eco with the shotgun will not be denied.
Really good job by the side of Rebellion to close out that Camo very quickly, but SSG riled together and make sure once again to stop the aggression of Rebellion. Rebellion still in the lead right now, but SSG have have minimized this lead pretty clearly, and they look to take control once again, but it's really up to Bound on this kill. And there it is, the double out of him continues to do damage. Stellar's gonna clean that up, and now SSG have control of Tram, and they also have control of the ball.
What a nasty strafe we saw earlier by Cycle, like using that like jiggle method, but using the wall like as cover. Really tough kill right there. As he jiggle peeks that wall, stays alive for as long as possible, but still SSG continue to find kill after kill as 2 go down for Rebellion, and SSG still have that ball towards that back subway side, but another missed melee out of Stellar.
I mean, even though SSG hasn't, I would say that second camo didn't do a lot with that second camo, they've had control of the majority of the camos in this game, and I think that's kind of what has brought them back in this game. That being said, it's Rebellion with some more ball time, a bit of scrappy ball time, I would say, especially with 2 dead. You see the play ball finally comes through towards the bottom center of the map, and now it's SSG that have found Rebellion 3 down and have found that Tram setup once again.
Space Station Gaming so well prepared, so good at anticipating their opponent's movement. The moment that play ball happens, Bound is right there to intercept it, gets right back to Subway, and as if nothing happened, as if nothing, didn't skip a beat whatsoever. But now, once again, another 3 down for SSG, and Cycle gets the camouflage, ends up crossing the street without looking both ways, but still puts Stellar down right there. Camo is still on the map for Shopify. Rebellion hunted down. 20 seconds needed for Rebellion, but it's SSG with the break so quick.
Yeah, 1 minute and 30 seconds left as well, so that time could potentially play a factor depending on how many slays come out. It's Rebellion that are 2 down right now. Legend understands that, going to be pushing aggressively, but you're pushing against a Bulldog in the hands of Suppress. Suppress grabs the ball as well. That's massive. He throws it out towards his teammates that are on that B side, that B street, and because of that, Rebellion are in a good spot right now to get some slays and maybe a setup. As I say that, they go 3 down momentarily, finally off the spawn, but not slaying SSG like they would have liked in this last part of the game.
Yeah, with the game being so close, you have to execute. And going 3 down is not what you needed, because now you allow SSG to take the lead. Now you put yourself in a must-break situation. Mental and Shopify Rebellion have to bust through the front door, which is exactly what SSG wants, trapping them in, keeping them out with the grenades. But Shopify Rebellion still put them 3 down. Rebellion have the ball.
Yeah, Suppress found a way through the bottom center of the map towards front Tram, and because of that, he's gonna get the kill on the Commando side. 95 seconds and counting. Tony, this might be Rebellion's round number 1, and guess what? It is Rebellion with a quick, I wouldn't say quick, but a round number 1 at that. Great job by them to execute like we talked about.
What a fight that we saw in the final seconds of that game. But Shopify Rebellion, they're ready for a fight. They accepted the challenge. They come out with round number 1, and SSG were a phenomenal oddball team back at Arlington. In fact, only losing 1 game of oddball. Now they find themselves down 0-1 in rounds.
Yeah, I was really impressed, honestly, because you had 2 players from SSG at the top of C stairs, and there was only 1 player on that side that was kind of distracting him. The other player kind of went towards the front of Tram, and again, it's just pulling the resources towards one side, especially if you're pulling multiple resources as 1 player. It just opens up the break to happen, and that's exactly what Rebellion were able to do. That being said, it's going to be SSG with the camo once again, and a little bit of ball time as well.
Long-range shots looking good out of Eco. Had 2 players in front of him towards Subway, but right now just controlling the 50% portion of the map or Space Station Gaming. And Eco still has that camouflage, backs down, shifting the attentions over toward the strong side of the map. Exactly where Shopify Rebellion are pushing from. A quick 3 down, so Cycle forced to back down and wait for spawners, but SSG, no, he's there too. They have all eyes on the map.
Great patience by Eco right there. His ability to make sure to utilize that camo in a big way. His ability to make sure to get those kills and not over-aggress, right? He was on that top tower side. He didn't over-aggress. He got the kills necessary, did the damage necessary, and now SSG are on a 28-1 run with this ball, but it's gonna be Soul Snipe who picks it up and scurries away towards his teammate on the bottom of A.
Great nades come out of Cycle right there. Another double kill out of him. He's been lights out all game long, and continue to put kills on the board. 18 kills right now, 12 assists to go along with it, still putting down damage, and somehow Psycho is still alive. Now what started off as a heavy push now becomes a crazy flank. You pinch the enemy team exactly where you want Psycho. You have no business being this good.
That's when it comes down to tracking players, is players like Cycle, the likes of Bound, the likes of Renegade that you have to watch out for. Those flanks can break a setup so quickly, and that's exactly what Cycle does. But he finds himself as the last player alive on this Rebellion roster. His job right now is to delay as long as possible and get those spawns, which he does. Rebellion spawns on the Red Room side, and now they're going to aggress as fast as possible and try not to allow SSG to feel comfortable on this back A side.
Looks like a 33-26 lead in favor of Space Station Gaming at the moment here, but the way Shopify Rebellion have been playing right now has been lights out, specifically Cycle, but Mental, you know he can throw down as well. A double kill out of him leads to a lead down for Space Station Gaming. Bound still trying to put down damage onto multiple players despite not exactly having the reinforcements that he wants, but he's still alive. He's still putting down damage. Now we're gonna see if his team can feed off of that, and apparently not, because Soul Snipe, he just got yet another double kill.
Yeah, just that's what makes Bound really good though as a player. Soul Snipe with that double is definitely going to soften things up a bit, but what makes Bound so good as a player is his entry damage and his ability to stay alive, like you mentioned, right? He does the damage that he needs to do, circles back around, gets his shields, and is able to push forward once again. But all the while, it's Rebellion on top of things. That double kill that you talked about, let them get the rest of the slays, and now they've gone on a big run here, 64-33.
Shopify Rebellion have a firm grasp on this game, a firm grasp on the lead, but Ego winning an individual pivotal fight over toward the purple side, gets SSG a ball. Not quite having a full setup like they want, but depending on where Rebellion push from, they might be ready for it. Soul Snipe and Bound gonna duke it out. Suppress, I don't know where he just came from, but SSG were not ready for it. Not quite getting the kills that he wants, but can the rest of Rebellion push through it? Mental putting SSG3 down. Now a camouflage waiting. It could be his reward.
It could be the Bulldog in his hands as well, but 70 points to 44. Rebellion have created a lead that's going to be very difficult for SSG to come back from. This might be the kill that opens things up, though. It's Legend pushing in aggressively, gets a double. That's massive out of him. He's got Stellar as well to work with. He's going to be able to stay alive. This could be exactly what SSG needed.
With these teams playing so well together, it comes down to oftentimes an individual play, a counterplay by a singular player. That time we saw Legend making the plays, but we saw Psycho do it earlier. The same for Soul Snipe, and Suppressed almost had a crazy flank. It's just taking these individual plays to make the difference because the teamwork is so good on both sides. As Bound continue to get aggressive. Psycho, one of the hardest kills, man. That strafe is mean. It's almost like he's Goku right now. He just be dodging those bullets. Ultra instinct. I don't know, man.
I really love that. I mean, it's so important to have that type of movement, right? Because that, like you said, it makes you a difficult kill, and again, creates that time for your teammates to push on through. And they got to push quick, Tony, because 78 points and counting here for SSG. You see Rebellion very aggressive towards this break. They do have 2 down on the side of Space Station Gaming. Eco and Stellar are off a spawn. Bound is down to no shields. This could be the opportunity, but again, look how long he stays alive, and he comes back with no shields. A beautiful play by Bound.
Now this time it's Bound not dying, staying alive, milking his life, gets him a kill. You saw that challenge. He was one shot there. Bound making plays and bringing them to Bound Town.
That's what happens. You got to track that player, right? Bound is going to know when you're just giving up on the fight. He's going to know you're going to leave him there and potentially leave him to get cleaned up by your team. But if your team's not quick enough, he will act on weakness, and that's exactly what he does right there. That kill could have won SSG this round, potentially. It's going to take a little bit more work here, but I mean, the fact that that play happened is massive.
Final seconds could be coming in here. Shopify Rebellion do not cut off this angle, and camouflage may help them, but Legend, he's trying to sniff them out, takes down the camoed Mental, but it looks like the ball player ends up going down as well. So 2 members of SSG want to get in there, want to bring back the final few seconds of this ball time, but Shopify Rebellion out-rotating them. It's the ball in back subway. It's Soul Snipe watching the flank play. Two members of SSG are pushing up. Can they get the kills, or will Soul Snipe get the jump on them?
I mean, that kill on the Camel player is massive, because you see right here, it's Rebellion who still are trying to squeak out this win. They're gonna come through though. SSG, they're gonna win the round, and we're going to round number 3.
Look at this. Soul Snipe was sneaky, takes down one, but Legend gets himself a kill, almost takes down Cycle, and just a distraction for the rest of SSG to bust right through the front door.
What a way to start championships Thursday. Goodness me, what a way to start the tournament today. Of course, we're down to the top 12, and these two teams facing off each other so many times. I mean, it's a chess match at this point inside of Halo, and we're seeing that come to fruition. Space Station Gaming not allowing things to get out of hand too badly. They're gonna get the initial lead on this round number 3, but my goodness, the plays we've witnessed today so far, if that's any testament to what today's going to be, I'm excited.
Well, if this really is a chess match, then as of right now, Legend and Cycle must be the queen pieces on the board. They are the most important piece. They are the ones to do the most damage right now. When you look at 31 kills and 18 assists out of Legend, and the same amount of assists out of Cycle with 32 to his name. I'm loving the way both of them are playing at the moment here as we switch gears over towards Stellar, helping Eco with that kill. But still, SSG end up going 3 down, and Stellar's gonna have to play his life.
And play his life he does. Has to play his life is a good way to say it, Tony, because he's got that stalker in his hand, but he does go down. A great job by Rebellion to make sure to take him out. He could have been a very devastating player on the map if he's able to use that stalker and get that damage in, but taking him out is going to be huge for the side of Rebellion. Now it's Cycle pushing off that advantage, utilizing the repulse. A nice little trade by Eco. Eco had a little bit of assistance of his teammate, but Rebellion had brought this game back just a bit. Mental's gonna play that ball off this, the top of A, I believe. So it'll be on the purple side of the map, actually, which will potentially allow SSG to scoop it up.
Legend puts down shots onto 2 different players while staying alive. Stellar comes in with that cleanup, and somehow both Eco and Legend are able to play their life. That's until a stray grenade comes out of nowhere, obliterates the shields of Legend, and Suppress can't find the head of Eco right there. Beautifully played. Eco's still alive. SSG stopping yet another push, but it's not done yet, because Psycho is here, and Psycho has a shotgun.
Space Station Gaming, the difference here is what I talked about at the very beginning. As rudimentary as it sounds, whoever plays better is going to win. It's the side of SSG that look in favor to win right now, just based off of the big plays that are being made, right? Eco right there, a pretty massive play in that 1v1. Legends made massive plays down as well. It's gonna take Rebellion to do a little bit of the same if they want to feel more comfortable in this game number 1. And of course, it was Tools that talked about it. This game number 1 for Rebellion, a must win if they want to get momentum in the series.
I think it's tough because Space Station Gaming are a damn good oddball team, but so far Shopify Rebellion have been playing them tight, and at times even outplaying them. And right now with Shopify Rebellion that have that setup, early damage from Legend sends that nade, and Mental flying back. Soul Snipe somehow wraps back to take down Legend, still alive himself. The nades are coming in, but Soul Snipe have his shields back. He's ready to fight. Dodges yet another one, uses the repulse. He's dodging damage, but he can't quite find Bound. There he is, killing spree out of Soul Snipe. Finally, SSG take him down.
Great job by SSG to do that. It's 3 down for the side of Rebellion. Suppress the last player alive, and again, Stellar with that stalker rifle, gonna drop the ball to his teammate Legend, and now push up on the map. This is what we call about taking space on the map. Has to come back because it's suppressed, and again, it's the little pieces that move. You talk about the chessboard, I gotta bring it up again. The little tiny movements on the map. Look how many resources SSG have had to send towards back A just because of suppressed. They've done a good job of defending here, and they've gotten ball time because of it, but without some beautiful execution by SSG, suppressed could have made some massive impacts in the game.
65-34 lead. SSG have firm control right now, but it's Rebellion that are coming in quick for the break, and just as quick as they came is as quick as they are gone. Back to the black screen for Rebellion. 3 down.
That's a great job once again. Going 3 down there is going to be huge. SSG have gained a lead. that is, I wouldn't say insurmountable just yet, but it's getting to that point. Almost 80 points here for the side of SSG, and of course, this is round number 3, so whoever wins this will win game number 1. And it's, again, Space Station Gaming who will go 3 down. Stellar, as the last player alive, still somehow finds a double kill, and those are the things you need to stop if you're Rebellion.
SSG still have massive lead at the moment. They also have a legend who's just flying in. No regard for human life, no regard for his own life right there. Now the question is going to pay off, because now multiple members of SSG are starting to fall. The God Spawn's coming over towards Cafe, which is great for Space Station. Bound flying right in. Gets himself some good damage onto Psycho, but Psycho still puts him on a stretcher.
You see a lot of people are not falling. Oh my goodness, the massive double there, 3 down for SSG. But Tony, a lot of people are not falling for that repulse anymore, right? Normally you'd see players go for that beatdown, but if you spot the repulse on the wrist, you kind of just go for those shots. You just try to outshoot the enemy. But in this case, it was Bound who wasn't able to get that kill. Whirlwind did a little bit. Cycle gets the kill with that repulse.
Now, what was a massive lead coming out of Space Station, what, 79 to maybe 48? Now it's just about even at the moment here. Rebellion do everything they need to in order to weather the storm. Mental takes down Stellar. Once again, Rebellion is starting to infiltrate. I thought SSG were gonna have easy ball time here, but nothing's easy. Not as long as Rebellion are on the map.
Rebellion are so aggressive, and they're aggressive in such a beautiful way too. They don't allow Stellar to get any sort of cleanup kills. There was 2 no shield players in front of him, and they just once again get Space Station 3 down, and they utilize that to get ball time. Looks like ball is in a neutral spot towards the bottom of A. It's going to take a couple more slays here for either side in order to get that ball time. You see once again SSG momentarily 3 down here. Will Eco stay alive? No, he ends up going down as well. So Rebellion still going to pick up that ball because of that kill on the Eco, and SSG have a long ways to go in order to stop this time.
It was a neutral spot until SSG gets sent spawning all the way across the map. Then at that point, it was Rebellion's ball to grab, and that's exactly what they do. SSG now have to make the longest route, the longest push, and I don't know if there's enough time. It looks like Shopify Rebellion hold on and take game 1.
That was absolutely beautiful right there. I mean, the fact that those breaks consistently worked out for Rebellion towards the end of that game, towards the end of that round number 3, you saw SSG go 3 down time and time again. Rebellion's aggression was just a bit too much. They were able to get the slays that they needed to, and that's what allowed them to win that game number 1. And like I said, Tools is the one that said that Rebellion, if they wanted to win this series, it had to start with the game 1. Can they continue this momentum?
Yeah, I mean, it's the Halo community that thinks that my birthday's every day, but some Shopify Rebellion fan must have made a wish in order to win that one, because again, SSG only dropped 1 game of on-ball at Arlington. Literally only 1 game. It was one of their best game types, and Shopify Rebellion come at them, played them so well, played them tight. Even when they were getting outslayed, it was still great objective efficiency, great job not giving up and going the entire 3 rounds. How many times have we talked about teams that start off hot against SSG, but they overheat, they run out of steam. Eventually SSG in the long run, in the battle of attrition, well, Stellar's built stamina for days, and no, this time it was Shopify Rebellion that challenged them the entire game long, and it's a well-deserved game 1.
I mean, I guess that's just what comes down to these 2 teams facing off against each other so often. You get to a point where, honestly, this is just so much fun to watch. It's fun to watch these 2 teams duke it out, and I guess it comes with just that time against each other. You know, again, the nuances of the other players on the other team, and you know how to kind of counter those, and then it becomes a little bit of a mind game on, you know, do you do the same thing you normally do, or do you change it up? And that just makes for some very interesting and very fun Halo to watch.
Now we go to a game 2. And so far this year, both these teams massively have improved in Slayer. How many times have we talked about SSG, you know, late last season, and they were struggling in the Slayer department. They were perfect across the board when it came to objective, but it was that Slayer they were slacking in. Well, so far recently, they've been a very good Slayer team, and we talked about Shopify Rebellion and only dropping one Slayer themselves back at Arlington, which was crazy. They were the best Slayer team at Arlington statistically. So watching these two teams go at it in game number 2, it's gonna be fun to watch. This series is gonna be fun to watch. God, everything about this tournament's gonna be fun. Don't go anywhere, damn it.
Do not leave your seats. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see Live Fire Slayer, like you said, 2 prominent Slayer teams facing off against each other once again. So many series with these two have gone to a game 5, and it just goes to show stylistically these two teams are on an even playing field. I think stylistically they match up well against each other, and that's what's going to bode well for them coming in the future.
It's SSG. Shopify Rebellion. Game number 2 is about to be on its way, and now the question becomes, can Shopify Rebellion run away with a 2-0 series lead? Because if that's the case, we could see them upset SSG, and I'm going to use the word again. It would not be the first time that we've seen Shopify Rebellion beat this very SSG team. A lot of people right now have Space Station Gaming as the best team in the world. A lot of people do. I've called them that myself, the best team, especially after Arlington. But Shopify Rebellion have continued to test them, and Live Fire will be another one. Tim, why don't you talk to me a bit about the keys to success when going into Live Fire map?
I think it's all about, again, I talk about it so much, but that tower side control, I honestly think it's just very important for each team to get that tower side control, to make sure to get that snipe, and to make sure to do their best to keep that side of the map. It's just a very advantageous side of the map, and if you can kind of control that side and maybe have an anchor on that B side, then it will work out for you. So I think that's kind of the keys for success for me, is like getting that snipe in the hands of potentially Stellar or Soul Snipe on the side of Rebellion, and just who can get that C-side tower control. Yeah,
I feel like even like whether it's professional gameplay or even like our own ranks, like I know I'm like a low Onyx, you're obviously a very high Onyx, either way, like it starts with that C-side control, and we see teams, like if they have the sniper, push up towards mid and spawn trap a player who's just spawning on A corner, or sometimes they'll push up and block that A corner side, and when the enemy team starts spawning green fresh off of a 3 down, and you have C control, you block A, and now you create a pinch from both sides of the map, it's punishing. But I definitely think you're spot on with that, where it starts from that tower side, and then if you're the enemy team that goes 2 or 3 down against either one of these teams, expect to be punished, expect to be cycle. Halo Infinite, it's not a forgiving game. Live Fire, game number 2 about to be coming up here real soon. Oh my, are we looking at a little bit of elimination bracket matches? Oh, the Bittersweet just upset Complexity in a Strongholds? I think we just caught the tail end of what could have been that game number 3 right there, where we just saw Bittersweet coming off with an upset. I thought Complexity may have been able to have an easier road too deep into this tournament throughout that lower side of the bracket, but Bittersweet, they may have taken a 2-1 series lead.
Well, we will see what happens here. I love watching these two teams, Tony. It is, it's always so entertaining, and I'm excited. I hope they do face each other on LAN. I know that was talked about a little bit earlier, but here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's game number 2, Rebellion with the 1-game series lead.
Sniper, the hands of Suppressed. Already having that early camo side control. Body shot looking good. Mental continues to push forward, but ends up being taken out. Suppressed still alive. Well, bit of a curse there, because now Suppressed goes down, and that sniper, it's up for anybody.
That's the sniper we talked about. Camo's gonna be a big factor as well, of course. Look at that. I love that by SSG. They play the screen side. There's assistance for bound towards screens and window. Multiple players watching for that camo. Now Bound has the camo and the sniper. Let's see what he's able to do with it. The shot on the cycle takes him out. Soulsnap takes a body as well. This is what Bound does, baby. 4 dead for Rebellion.
Bound going off and going right to that tower side control. You talked about what you wanted to see out of this team, and that's exactly what SSG are doing at the moment, trapping Rebellion, starting from that C-side control and limiting the options of Rebellion. But Rebellion, they fight right off the spawn. It's SSG that end up going 3 down, and Bound gets taken out, and Eco, he might be hunted down as well.
Yeah, I mean, Rebellion is so aggressive, and again, I don't like, with all the times the Space Station and Rebellion have faced off against each other, I feel like, honestly, watching these teams as much as we have, what I see is Rebellion really good at pace change. And I think it's something that we can pay attention to as this series goes on, and if they play each other again, it's just the pace change that Rebellion's able to have where they can turn it up a notch and just be in your face and be aggressive, and they can just also play very, very slow where you're kind of waiting for them to push and not sure where they're pushing from. So that's something that I want to pay attention to as we watch this series.
Long range shots looking good from Legend. Takes down Soul Snipe. Goes in for the challenge. Portals right out and back to green. And looks like Bound and Cycle gonna trade out their lives. And Legend finds Mental flying at him. What a play by Mental. What a counter by Legend.
He stays alive as well, and he's got the QT to work with. So that QT being on the side of B, again, it allows you to pressure. He's gonna let it dissipate though. No reason to really pressure from that B side with all of SSG on the brute side of the map. And you see Bound with the camo once again. This is going to be huge as well. SSG have had control of these camos, and that's been something that's been very strong for them as these series have gone on. That camo and power up control.
3 down goes Space Station Gaming. Legend does come off a spawn, and he and Eco gonna work right towards the big door side, but watch Eco get shredded. The double bandit, I'm telling you, if you're shooting the same target, they get absolutely melted, obliterated. Legend's still alive right now. Can't say the same for Eco. And another trade.
Yeah, I know there's been talks about the bandit maybe wanting the bandit to get nerfed from the pro community or whatever, but yeah, like I feel like when you have more than one bandit on you, like you said, you get melted, so it's about positioning better. Like who can position better to try and cut off those angles, like right there. Suppress doesn't position perfectly, tries to go for a push on the B that's a bit staggered, and he ends up going down very quickly because of it. And then you see SSG, they just go off of that 1 kill, and they just try to capitalize on it. And they're doing so right now. Legend with the sniper in his hands.
It was a 25-21 lead for Rebellion, but SSG playing damn near perfect in that run, tying things up at least momentarily before Soul Snipe puts some separation, and Legend sneaks his way out of that situation, but into a new one, into a double kill coming out of Suppressed.
This is where Suppressed is strong. I like the live here too by him. Oh, Bound finds a way to get the kill before he ends up dying. Space Station Gaming end up on the higher end of these kills. You can see Cycle going down as well. So they'll end up on the better end of that trade, but still trailing in this game 29-32. And again, that C tower control that I talked about, it's Rebellion holding that right now, and Soul Snipe's the one on top.
Grenade going down, some denial grenade trying to deny access toward the tower side. He gives up that height, takes down 1, not quite 2, and Mental wants to continue to punish and keep SSG on their back foot, but gives up his life in order to do so. Now with Stellar going right in for the chase, Soul Snipe ends up going down, killing spree out of him, but more importantly, staying alive for active camo.
Very important for the side of Rebellion to get this camo. Space Station Gaming have taken the lead 35-33, and they've also got every single camo this game thus far, so this camo very important. We'll see if Rebellion's able to get it. Looks like Suppress is on that side of the map. He does grab the camo, gets the kill on the Bound as well, and now he's got the tower control.
Grab the camo, get some value out of it. So far, been able to take down 2 players now that we've had him on screen, and there's 2 more that are threatening his life on tower. Stellar and Eco, the longtime duo, even camo not enough to take them both down. Legend, melee kill for him, but 3 down for SSG. Make it 4. Shopify Rebellion ain't making it easy.
It's so difficult when you're spotted with camo to stay alive. He was just in such a rough spot there. but it's SSG who still trail by 1 kill. Mental in a beautiful spot on the top center of the map. He does not get that stick, and now he's kind of trapped here. There's a player on key door as well. Like the patience here to wait for that snipe, but he's getting bombarded with nades from every single angle and just using the repulse to make sure that SSG is not on his tail. Finally, he gets taken down, and Legend, the last player alive, has to scurry away due to the damage that Rebellion has caused.
And this is my favorite part of a match. It's just a 2-kill game. This is where the casters start to talk a little faster, start to get a little bit more hype. Suppressed with the sniper. Both teams at their end game, and it's Suppressed. Where's the back down, staying alive onto the tower side, bound, clambers right into a body shot with that sniper. Is gonna be cleaned up quick by Soul Snipe. Another kill by Suppressed, and this was a 2-kill game. Now it's Rebellion that just need 2 more.
Oh my god, like this is insane. Rebellion impressed me every single time. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. A 2-0 series lead for Rebellion in a very convincing way. Like you said, Tony, that game was so close the entire game. And then all of a sudden, Rebellion turn it up a notch. Once again, change the pace of the game, get aggressive, and there you have it, a 50-43 victory.
Man, I got a message for some of you Shopify Rebellion haters out there, and I'm just saying, eat your words. Because there was a lot of people that said it was just a fluke to see Shopify Rebellion making it to a championship Sunday, making it to a top 4. There was a lot of people that said it was a fluke to see them go deep in tournaments, and there were still people who doubted them when they won an open series tournament. All I'm saying is, as of right now, they're up 2-0 against one of, if not the best team in the world in SSG. And it's Shopify Rebellion continues to say, if it's all luck, they want to be lucky every single day.
Well, we swap over here to Complexity versus Bittersweet. A little bit of consistent action for you. Not sure why I said it like that, Tony. Consistent, but here we are. I mean, it's, again, Complexity with Sparty on the roster. A team that's trying to get used to this change, and it's Bittersweet in a series lead, 2-1.
Just one more game needed here for Bittersweet to pull off yet another upset at Complexity roster that had to be destined to make deep runs within this tournament. So far struggling against Bittersweet. We'll have to do it in the game 5. Not sure we'll even get there as 3 down go Complexity, and Bittersweet playing absolutely lights out. Some well-deserved time, about maybe 30% done with this hill, and by the time Complexity get involved with the fight, it may be more.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna hop back into the Rebellion versus Space Station series. If you want to watch that, like LVT has said, we do have observers in every single game, so make sure you go check out
every game.
One of those, I believe every game. I believe we're gonna be watching a lot of games today, Tony. It's gonna be constant action here, as always, in LVT.
Man, sure, yeah, they got Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie stream going on. Whoa, that's, man, LVT Halo continues to impress me time and time again. Just like the Shopify Rebellion roster. Still up 2-0 against SSG, and 1 game away from pulling off the sweep. And if Mr. Soul Sniper is going to be sniping Souls SSG, you will be continuing this tournament down in the lower.
Well, Bound is going to take that away, though. He gets the shock rifle now and see what he can do. Snipe is in his name. We'll see if it's a part of his game here today. A little bit of damage done on the cycle. Gets the trade there, and they'll allow Rebellion with 3 down for SSG to continue to get this time. And the Space Station pushing through. It's a Legend. You expect them to go for C there, Tony, but no, they just push all the way through towards A. Now they have an A-B setup.
We not gonna ignore the fact that that man just needed the crap out of himself. Good God! So he was just starting to cook, and then, you know what happens? The heat too hot. You burn yourself once in a while. Yep. Either way, 34-4 lead in favor of Shopify Rebellion and SSG. No matter how that opportunity is given to them, they have an opportunity to turn this game around to quickly go down for Rebellion. But Suppressed finds the exit route. He stays alive.
Yeah, I mean, Legend was in a spot there where, you know, you don't normally go for that B hill unless you have a couple of players from Rebellion down, but Legend had the grapple. Unfortunately, he misses that grapple, so he's not able to stay alive, but that was his thought process on that hill. It's going to be SSG, though, that take a 2 cap here and start to get some points on the board. Close to tight this Rebellion roster in this game number 3.
A triple cap coming out of Space Station Gaming, and Rebellion started off hot, but they've just lost the lead and don't even have a base at the moment as we are on board now with Legend. A bit of team grenade damage, but there's no way they know he's flanking. There's no way they know he's coming up behind them. Double kill out of Legend. No time to be a triple. Oh my gosh, good damage though. Bounce to get the cleanup. And with that, they hold on to Charlie.
You see how well those two play together? I know you call them LeBound, Tony, but like right there in that situation, it's Legend playing a little bit of peekaboo and Bound's right there trying to get his shields back. And that's what makes them so good. They bait and switch so well together, and they're just allowed to completely manipulate different parts of the map. And they did it there. But as I say that, it's Rebellion now with an AB setup here. Eco's trying to find a hole through that setup, but it's mental and a very important spot in the top of glass.
Ooh. What a shot coming out of Mental. Cross map onto Eco. You know Stellar's coming in quick, and we know it, but Mental doesn't. As he makes his way down long haul, Shopify Rebellion controlling both Alpha and Bravo. This is the setup that they want, but they don't want to see Bound with a double kill. Creating a route for them to push through tower over towards A. Mental gonna try to reposition here, but it looks like Alpha, it may be all SSGs.
Only Stellar, Tony, in that situation. Only Stellar peeks through a shock rifle player on glass, 3 shots him, jumps towards Cat, and just continues to shoot him down. Mental's not able to do anything. And again, SSG off of that control, now have an AC setup, which is, you know, not the best setup in the world, so they'll look to rotate. They've got to get some kills first, suppress the first one.
And some denial grenades go in. He knows Cycle wants to chase that down. Stellar downloading the information of his opponent and trying to play it well, and plays it well enough for Legend and Eco to get the cleanup kills, but it's Rebellion coming off the spawn, and Eco sending them right back to it. Another double on Eco. Suppressed, 3 down.
My goodness gracious. Eco's so impressive, man. I gotta love to see this out of him, right? The IGL of the roster, the one running the playbook, running the show, is still able to slay out like that. You love to see it. 5-9 in this game thus far, but really opening things up for the side of Bound, who's 14-5. A massive game out of Bound so far.
Trip cap for SSG. That lead really is starting to grow. Killing spree out of Bound. 162-79. This was so close in the early game. Not so much now. We talk about Shopify Rebellion being an amazing stronghold scene. The problem is SSG, they ain't too shabby.
You gotta stop Bound here. He's on a little bit of a run. He's not stopping either. Suppressed gets it again. Time and time again. You hate to see that. 2 1v1s in a row. If you're Suppressed, you're hanging your head a bit low there. Because again, Space Station are locked in on this triple cap. They've got you trapped onto C. They've got a pinch as well with Stellar on the long haul side and Bound pushing through with no shield. There's just no stopping this SSG roster right now.
Oh my gosh! The cycle with the strafe around the environment is probably the hardest kill in the lobby right now. It's crazy. His strafe is nasty, but he combines it with the jiggle peek, and right now, the jiggle peek is unstoppable in Halo Infinite. And that's a win there, but that was still fun to watch.
Yeah, Cycle's it's those young players, man. It's crazy. The movement's absolutely insane. But we hop back over to Bittersweet versus Complexity. You talked a little bit and teased a little bit of a game 5 potentially happening between these two. You can see with 26 seconds left, it's gonna be Bittersweet in control of this B-side hill. Descendant's the first one to push in. He goes down. Bittersweet have to get in this hill right now. Jackson's the only player pushed forward here, but he's got a lot of players from Complexity looking at him. He has to stay alive right now.
20 seconds is all they have to try to make a push and finish off this hill right now. And Jackson is in there, and Jackson guarantees it now, tied up at 3 apiece. Time, it's not a factor. This next cap will end this game.
Very impressive by the side of Bittersweet. I love the patience by Jackson, waiting for an opportunity. After 1 kill went down, he knew he was open to get that hill. That's exactly what he does. And like you said, this will obviously, the time on the screen will obviously not matter. And Bittersweet already in control of this next hill, and they had 2 dead for Complexity as well. So they're in a great spot at the moment.
Forget this hill ending this game. This hill can end the series. This hill can end the tournament life of Complexity right now, as Bittersweet are so close to finishing it. One more round of slays is all they need, but Piggy gets roasted. Rhino flies his way in, 360 kickflip, it's not gonna work. 2 quickly go down for Complexity. It might just be a Bittersweet moment. Complexity make it 4, but it ain't enough. Bittersweet upset them.
Oh my word, guys, constant action for you here at LVT. Bittersweet 3-1 versus Complexity. Complexity had a chance to bring it to a game 5, but now we hop over to Space Station versus Rebellion. This is, of course, Space Station's chance to bring this to a game 5 as well. And Mental, he's looking to stop that, but Legend is the one to stop him.
I don't know if my heart can handle all this action active. Oh my God, Bittersweet with the upset. And SSG, we're down 0-2 in the series, but we've seen SSG reverse sweep before. In fact, we've seen SSG reverse sweep Rebellion before, so never count them out. As Suppressed with the shock and Stellar with the shots.
Just want to give you guys an update as well. Native is ended up getting a victory 3-0 versus Reversal Perfy, so that's another thing to think about and look at as well. Trying to update you on all ends of the bracket if we can. 3 down for the side of Rebellion. Soul Snipe, the last player alive. It's Stellar. Look how aggressive Stellar is, trying to stop those spawns from happening. He's on that blue side. Pressure's just enough to stop the spawns, but I believe they end up happening anyway. So Rebellion in a position to try and get Space Station out of this hill. Space Station about to cap.
I see Cycle doing everything he can to stay alive. A couple grenades going down, but there's a lot of time being soaked up by SSG. He was able to buy some time and play his life, but SSG, the real winners in that situation, they're up 1-0.
Enemy team took
It's a big hill for SSG. They do go 4 down though, so this will be a few ticks of hill time for the side of Rebellion. Those nades will also split the spawns potentially here. And that kill is massive as well by Soul Snipe, getting a kill from the hill. Bound is now stuck, and you can see he's gonna slow down just a bit, but it's again Soul Snipe who knows exactly where he is. This is huge out of Rebellion. They're playing this perfectly. 3 down again for SSG.
I say it all the time, in King of the Hill, it is not the end of the world if you go down 1 cap, but it is a problem if you go down 2 in a row, because at some point, you should have gave up on that last hill. You should have had an early setup onto the next one. You should do exactly what Shopify Rebellion do. Take advantage of the advantages that are given to you.
Cycle's such a good player, man. I have to say it, dude. Like, look at, obviously, again, we, as a community, we always look at that stat sheet, you know, kills, deaths, etc. Cycle's just doing so much anchoring on that top snipe area, putting all that damage into any player trying to cross. I mean, that's beautiful, especially transitioning to this hill. Cycle was a big part of why Rebellion is in this new hill.
Yeah, the whole strafing and jiggle P combination, it's just, I'm gonna start working on it myself, man. I need to learn how to play my life like that. Also need to learn how to get somebody off S4 like that, because that's a power position. As of right now, Shopify Rebellion willing to get the trade, to trade out some more time. They started off 0-1, but could be putting 2 in a row.
Does this guy miss as well? Like, obviously you talk about his movement and all of that, but he just hasn't, of course, as I say, he hasn't died in a while. He ends up going down 8-4 already to start this game, but Rebellion, once again, the last 2 hills have had such a massive just lead in these hills, and SSG have not been able to find a way to get through this side of the map. And again, it's Soul Snipe playing his life. Finally, Space Station find a little bit of a hole in the defense, or the defensive side of the hill, and they're gonna go 3. Rebellion's gonna go 3 down because of it. Now SSG have a chance to set up here.
That they do, but with them going 2 down, make it 3. Legends forced to back down, and Rebellion could just steal it away right here, right now. 1 more round of slays, and they're going up 2-1, but they still got to go through Legend and SSG. Couple missed shots may cost him. Still gets the trade right there. Wow. And Psycho drops from the heavens. And,
oh man.
Bound! How did you beat that?
Yeah, Bound heard you talking about Psycho's wiggles, and he's like, I got the wiggles too. It's a wiggle fight out here. Oh man, beautiful, beautiful individual plays out of all these squads, out of all these players. And we're seeing SSG trying to get some hill time here. They need this hill. Obviously, it'll put them in the lead. Stellar, though, a massive nade. That nade's the first kill on the side of Rebellion, and with Mental being no shields, he's gonna get cleaned up too. This could guarantee the hill for the side of SSG, but Bound goes down. So now Rebellion have a chance on the aggression again.
I wonder how many controllers these guys go through. Like, do you just replace your left stick? 'Cause you know their left stick is just destroyed right now. If they play on bumper jumper, they're sliding, clicking it in. Their strafes are so hard. Like, how many controllers do these pros go through?
It's got to be a lot. I remember when I played controller, it's so easy to wear down those thumbsticks. But yeah, that left stick movement's insane out of these guys. I always used to think too, Tony, that the harder you hit the stick, the faster you go. So that's what I used to believe. It's obviously not true. But here we go. We'll see the individual skill continue to flourish. But what counts the most is these setups and how locked in they are. And you can see SSG immediately taking the glass side of the map with spawns being forced onto blue. Oh, and a Hail Mary from Eco. This is SSG's chance to get their second hill in this game.
And the wise words of Tim, the harder you hit the stick, the faster you'll go. So hopefully SSG are going to hit that stick hard because they need to go fast. They need to tie things up into a piece. They need to put themselves in this game. And that's exactly what they're doing. Almost done with this hill right now. About 80% done. And Stellar about 80% done with this camouflage. Still going to get value out of it as he chases down Mental. SSG continue to put points on the board, and that's a tied-up game, ladies and gentlemen. A swing, Hill 5.
I love that by Stellar, too. He gets camo, and as it's running out, like you said, he goes towards the top center of the map to get the top center so that he can create an impact and then is able to be aggressive with his teammates that are coming from Hotel. So just a great overall pinch by the side of SSG. And you can see Rebellion's being very aggressive. This time it ends up working. Two players are no shields, and Legend's getting naded out, so he's not going to be able to... Oh, I spoke too soon. Legend comes up, cleans up one, looking for another, but SSG take control.
There's only a few things guaranteed in life, what death, taxes, and Legend being unpredictable. So if you're 100% sure Legend's going to back down, well, watch the reach out. He's coming right back at you. Tied up at 2 apiece still. It looks like SSG taking a minor lead in this hill, but they also go 3 down, make it 4 in order to do it. Full squad wipe. Rebellion have the setup.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking for, is how they do set up here. Again, the spawns come out onto blue. And you can see those shots influence the spawn onto the Hotel side, so Stellar kind of caught out. Now down to no shields. None of them die on the side of SSG, though, so this is really good by them to make sure to stay alive. As I say that, Legend's the first one to fall, but he gets a trade. His teammate gets a trade onto Cycle. It's not going to be enough, though. Still 2 minutes left, but it's Rebellion who take a lead, 3-2.
One more hill needed here by Shopify Rebellion. And one thing I will say is that how many times we talk about, like, when going into this, like, 5th hill, but them barely being any time whatsoever on the clock, we're seeing the efficiency coming out of SSG and Rebellion right now. They're so fast, so efficient that there's plenty of time on the board for SSG to make a comeback, or for Rebellion to just ice it out right here, because that's 4 down.
Yeah, this camo, again, is making such a big impact. And look at the spawns forced on the loop side. Look at Mental. I like this positioning by him. I thought he was going to overextend all the way. It looks like he does. He delays it a little bit. And that's the timing we always talk about in Halo, right? He could have gone when I thought he was going to go, which was immediately, but he delays it a little bit because he wants to be unpredictable. And with that unpredictable play style, it could be Rebellion taking this game once again and closing the series out, Tony.
Back out of Eco, though. We'll slow them down just a bit. It's not impossible, but certainly not probable. SSG, they need to play clean, damn near perfect Halo right now. And Shopify Rebellion are one of the best at just making the game money, making you work for it. Suppress somehow is still alive. Long rotations out of him. Eventually he's going to be hunted down. 3 down. Go Rebellion. And now it's looking more and more possible. Shopify Rebellion, don't throw this opportunity away.
I love this right here. It's Stellar on the back towards Hotel. It's 2 players from SSG on the bottom center of the map. It's going to make it really tough. But look, they take a top side position. That is beautiful by the side of Rebellion. They break the setup in half, and they take the game potentially, but the pressure comes through.
And there it is. Shopify Rebellion gonna end it there. Wow. SSG, they took over for a bit.
That was so crazy. I love the setup by SSG. They have Stellar, of course, on that Hotel side with the shock, right? Prime position to stop anyone pushing from driveway. Rebellion send another towards bottom center somewhere, but then they send 2 towards the top of snipe, and SSG are not up there. They're not ready for that double push. That was so beautiful. You see right here, it's Soul Snipe on the bottom side. It's Mental on the glass side, and then 2 unexpected players towards the top of Snipe. Instant break. That was just gorgeous. Great job by Rebellion.
And the one thing that really gets me about Shopify Rebellion is they just don't have any fear. Nope. Like the fact that SSG took over right there, had a great setup, and things were looking good. Shopify Rebellion had to execute there. They had to lift up the top snipe, and they couldn't really be patient. They couldn't just, take the long range damage. They had to put down that damage and fly at SSG, and most lesser skilled players are going to get put down when SSG have you in must fly mode. But it's Rebellion that have that skill, have that no fear, and just have that dog mentality to simply go at them, fly at them, and get the job done. Well played by Shopify Rebellion, and they're going to the winners bracket finals.
Love to see, of course, the stats here. Suppress 21 and 17. You got Soul Snipe with 14 assists as well. This squad is they're so well meshed. I just feel like this squad works perfectly. There was something seen in these guys, and it's just really working out. They look really good, Tony.
Well, guys, SSG played well. Rebellion just played better toward that end game. I'm going to send it over to the desk and break down what just happened.
You know what, Tools? Maybe you don't know everything. You said SSG had the upper edge there, and look at what happened.
Well,
Shopify Rebellion had the edge this time.
I will say, I put a caveat. I said if Shopify Rebellion's going to do it, so they have to win game 1 or game 2. Well, they ended up winning both game 1 and game 2. So I feel like I can stand on my business over there. I think Rebellion's a very good team right now, and I honestly am putting them in the conversation as top 2 in the world right now. The only question is how do they match up against some of the other teams that we really haven't seen them play against, because they've just been playing at Shopify Rebellion so much.
Yeah, this winners bracket is looking a little bit different than the last 2 weeks we've had of the open series. We now have OpTic on the winners side of the bracket, and they will be facing off against Sentinels. So the question is, with Shopify Rebellion, assuming that OpTic does continue to dominate that winners side of the bracket like they usually do, will they be able to take down OpTic as they have dominated SSG this time around?
Well, OpTic's been on a bit of a hot streak on the scrims, especially when you look at the scrim against FaZe. Was it yesterday or just a few days ago? They won 12-1 on the scrim against FaZe. Now the question is that more OpTic gaming just getting back to their old ways, dominating the way that they were before, or is FaZe slipping? Is sort of the question. But so far, I think OpTic looking to be in a really strong position here. On the other side, Sentinels, a team that's been going to game 5s and clutching them up. And I think they've been living and dying on their Slayers thus far. Those game 2s and games 5 so important for those boys over there on Sentinels. And you can see FaZe having their own match in the elimination side after being taken down in that game 5 against Sentinels just on Sunday. They've been going up against Cloud9 in our elimination round 7.
Yeah, incredible matchup. Important also matchup for FaZe here. They did not want to go down early. Cloud9 here with, we were talking last time about Suspector being like a really good pickup here for this, for Cloud9. I mean, he's not picked up, right? It's just for an arrangement right now for this open series. But can you tell me a little bit about Suspector?
Suspector, I think, is one of these up and coming players that definitely is going to break the mold come London. I feel like there's always been a lot of hype behind him, but the results haven't been there. This Cloud9 roster, something just feels a little bit different in the air. I'm a believer. I'm 100% in. I think these guys are gonna turn some heads over across the pond.
All right, well, let's see if Tony and Active are believers of the Cloud9 squad, or if they're biased towards FaZe. I don't know. Let's see. Let's hear it, guys.
I want to make it very clear. There's never been a caster that's been biased. Not B-U-Y-E-S-T. I don't know what what she's talking about. I don't know what she's talking about.
I've never been biased in my life, but FaZe, my goodness, they look so good right now. 91 points and counting here for them. Of course, in round number 1 of this oddball game in this series, FaZe versus Cloud9. FaZe, Tony, I wouldn't say that they've been playing their absolute best. Okay, I think you would agree. As the open series have gone on, I feel like it's not 100% out of FaZe, and I'm looking to see that in this open series. I'm looking to see a little bit of something different.
I need to do something.
I mean, yeah, I've I do videos about different things that happen with HCS, and I'm asked constantly how I feel about FaZe, and I tell you guys, I think they're still one of the best teams in the world, but they're just not as dominant as they were late last year, and that's okay. Like, first of all, we wanted things to be a lot more competitive, so it's still FaZe. Like, you don't want to run into them in elimination bracket round 7. Trust me, Cloud9 will tell you that. But I will say that I don't know if, like, they, if teams are fearing FaZe right now the same way that they did late last year. That could change throughout the middle or end of this year.
Yeah, and again, we're all talking about online, but even at Arlington, I feel like, we didn't see the best out of them. 100% agree. We'll see how that kind of pans out here. Of course, like you just said, Tony, it's elimination round number 7. The winner of this series right here will go on to play SSG in elimination round number 8, of course. So we'll see who comes out on top of that. FaZe already with a 1-round lead.
Tusk, not able to stay alive there. Frosty knows that there's players that are pushing up quick towards driveway, but still ends up getting the kill some way, somehow. Don't know how Frosty is alive, but FaZe, they survive, and they're continuing to thrive. Royal 2 flies in there. Never seen him move that fast before, as he gets himself a kill, gets some damage, make it 2, but eventually goes down.
Yeah, nice reversal there by Roll 2, but like you said, eventually goes down. It's gonna be 3 down for FaZe momentarily. Starting to come off spawn now as Frosty does come up, and the rest of the squad comes up as well. Camo coming up in 4 seconds. These next couple kills, as always, when Camo's coming up, very, very important. Septify is the first point of contact here. Takes a lot of damage, but he gets kind of left alone, and Tusk is gonna end up cleaning up that Camo, is gonna end up picking it up. So if he can live here and potentially stop this rotation, this could be big for Cloud9.
And last thing FaZe want to do is allow Camouflage to just roam around undetected. Now that they have the information, Frosty is willing to trade, but apparently Tusk isn't. Survives just long enough, but eventually 4 down go FaZe, and this should be some good ball time for Cloud9.
Yeah, they get that tram set up that we know so well, but it's going to be one player from FaZe going and pushing up. That's going to be Snakebite. He doesn't get too much damage, so Renegade not as comfortable to push on in. Ends up pushing in anyway and gets taken out immediately after. So a couple of staggered pushes here by FaZe, something we're not used to really seeing. And because of that, Cloud9 have a setup on tram still.
Ready for the 2 run here for Cloud9 as we take a look at our featured match of the lobby, just still being formulated. So I want to stay on board with FaZe and Cloud9 going at it, at least for now. FaZe up 1-0 in rounds at the moment, but Cloud9 with the advantage, and they're playing lights out here in round 2 as multiple go down for FaZe, and Cloud9 should be right back on that ball.
Yeah, Tusk, this is so good by Tusk being on this PD side. It pulls a couple of players from FaZe back towards the A side of the map, and because of that, Sab's just able to sit here for free, understands the angle as well, not allowing himself to be seen by Snakepipe, but oh no, it's Royal 2 who gets a back smack onto a player, I believe that was Sab, and because of that, FaZe could take this and run with it, but it's gonna be 2 down for FaZe once again. So Septify grabs ball, goes towards Tram, and now they've got more ball time to work with.
Septify not able to play that ball outside, and Renegade still inside the base, and now we have some reinforcements. But Cloud9 weather the storm. They are the storm. 58-2 run as they clear out Subway, and this is about to be a dominant performance here.
That was absolutely beautiful right there. I mean, I absolutely love this, right? A dominant round 1 from FaZe, and now Cloud9 answering back. We'll see if they can stop this push coming in from FaZe. You see Renegade's on that C stairs side. They get 2. Renegade decides to go back for Bulldog, trusts his teammates to get the cleanup kills here left on the side of Tram, and wants to go for a type of flank here. You see him on that A side going towards B. This is what Renegade does so well. His flank potential, you have to keep track of him on the map. If you don't, he's gonna do things like he's doing right now. You see in the kill feed, lots of slays coming out for him as Septify tries to stay alive.
No try, just do right now. Septify is still alive on the back Subway side, but not sure that's going to matter too much because Royal 2 and FaZe, they're more worried about keeping this neon, keeping this purple side control and clearing out PD, which FaZe do masterfully. Eventually, that is a 4 down. Septify the staggered spawner, but this is the FaZe that we expected to see.
Yeah, and it all started with Renegade, right? He left that player at the C side, trusted his teammates, grabbed the Bulldog, and went all the way around towards A, and was able to pinch all of Cloud9 on that B side. He's been alive ever since with that Bulldog in his hands, so just doing a lot of damage, still maintains his life. Going up for more. You can see the switch here onto him. He's actually playing insane right now, and I think that's a little bit of a testament of why FaZe is starting to look really good. It's just Renegade popping off 17-11 in this game thus far.
But a 73-43 lead still in favor of Cloud9 at the moment, so FaZe is going to need a lot more of that out of Renegade and the rest of the crew to slay out. And right now, Tuster the one that's on the hunt, but runs into 2 different players of FaZe. Maybe thought it was a 1v1. You lost that battle. You also lost the battle for camouflage. Cloud9, you're about close to losing the war because FaZe is about to take the lead.
Yeah, you talk about FaZe, they're just on this momentum swing right now, and the camo, just being able to live here, so big by FaZe. We'll see if Sab can do anything about it. The Bulldog, he has control of that now. They did spot out the camo player with the stalker rifle. That's a big kill on the Renegade right there. That could open things up for Cloud9.
Stalker still in the hands of Spectre. Does a great job of chasing away Royal 2, and now it's Cloud9 back on that ball. Less than a minute on the clock. So I feel like all of the advantage in favor of Cloud9. I would feel confident if it wasn't the FaZe clan, the world champions on the other end, that are starting to push, doing the damage. Luckily, Tusk drops that shroud, should be able to buy some extra time there, but all members of FaZe get the kills they're looking for. That ball barely played, it goes nowhere. Snake bites on it.
Yeah, they got the first couple of kills too on the Cloud9, so this is just really good by the side of FaZe here. Septify is going to try and go for some damage that was left over. He ends up living as well, forcing the rotation here too, so a great job by Septify in that situation. He played his life really well there. Got a lot of value out of his life. And like we talked about, there's 30 seconds left. 86 points for Cloud9. FaZe still have a lot of work to do, but they are up 1 round.
Yeah, that ball sitting over towards the spikes and having players onto B railing. It's a nice head glitch. It's a great place to bait the ball, and the final seconds are coming down. FaZe are going to have to make some kind of play, and now you have Septify set up with the Bulldog as well. Here's the play. Renegade makes it through, but doesn't end up going down. Cross-map shots aren't going to take him out, but Sab on the flank will force him down to bottom mid. 1 second left. And it ain't enough. Cloud9 bringing us to a swing round 3.
Well, here we go. Yeah, I mean, it's just a lot of pressure coming from that top ledge there. Lots of shots being fired down. They're really not able to do too much. That is FaZe. So Cloud9, take advantage of that. We will keep you informed in this game here, as you can see in the picture-in-picture. Looking to get into our featured match, OpTic Gaming versus Sentinels. But this one will continue. as FaZe looked to try and close this out. A very dominant round 1 from FaZe. Even Cloud9 started dominant in round number 2, but it was you know, FaZe ended up bringing it pretty close towards the later half of that game. And again, it's been the Renegade show for me. If he can you know, go on these routes that we're used to seeing him go on, I truly think that FaZe are the most comfortable in that scenario. He's having a solid game here. We'll see if he can close out in round number 3.
I don't think I've ever seen Renegade have this much ball time. Renegade right now, the ball carry. Meanwhile, Snakebite, lots of times unselfishly will take that role. He's the one with camouflage. His role is to slay. His role is to pull that 50% portion. Nobody can pass from Cloud9, not as long as FaZe defenses are up the way they are at the moment here at 37-1 run as the stick ends up sending Septify right back to the black screen. Another push though. Cloud9 are still sending bodies and Tusk gets the kill. 3 down go FaZe.
Big kill by Tusk and an unexpected couple of missed shots by Rural too, but still, like you said, FaZe have the ball. They have control. The ball will be played. It's Renegade with the Bulldog. Controlling power weapons so well is what I think he's so strong at, right? Obviously, a player who will flank really well and get behind your team really well, but also controlling those power weapons, something that he's so good at too. We'll keep you informed on that round number 3 in game 1 of that series, but we hop in to OpTic Gaming versus Sentinels.
This is a matchup we saw a lot back in season 2, and I'm not gonna lie, kind of missed it a bit here in these open series tournaments. Now Sentinels rocking a bit of a new look. He got Precision coming in, and he's been so damn good for the team. A lot of players, a lot of spectators, you know, question the drop of Sparty, but it's just one thing I didn't question was the pickup of Precision. He's amazing.
Yeah, I love it. I've heard whispers of you know, a potential young Shotzi, which is kind of a tall order, but you know, we're starting to see that kind of play style, the individual play style out of Precision. I think I agree with you. I think he's been a good change to this roster. I think he's performing really well and kind of filling the shoes and more so, even more. Like he's just playing a role that really works for Sentinels here.
Great nade, great kill come out of Lethal right there. Still has that camouflage to work with, and I'm not sure if OpTic even have an idea of where he's coming from right now, and that's the scariest thing about a camouflage player. One, and you have no idea where they can strike, but he's gonna be the one to steal away ball. Their focus less on killing OpTic. If you want the subway side, you can have it, says Sentinels.
They'll give up the subway side, but look how quick OpTic are to push towards this side of the map. They get 3 down as well. That's all 4 down for the side of Sentinels. Precision, the last player alive, has to go back towards his team, wait for them to spawn up, and then can push. But Formal's not going to allow that to happen. A great job by Formal to kind of stagger this spawner right here in Precision. If he can get the kill onto him, it'll really lead into great things here for OpTic Gaming. And you can see that first kill goes through. 3 down again for Sentinels. 23-6 lead in favor of OpTic Gaming, and that's going to be a lot more time now that they've gotten around the slays. But a huge kill coming out of Lethal and camouflage. I don't think it's been burnt yet. Dead Zone flies in there. That should net them the camo, you would think, but I don't know. I don't think it was burnt. I'm pretty sure it's still there. It might just be. That's where that scan comes into play. Formal, a little wiggle there, ends up cleaning up the kill. A nade flies towards him, cleans him up. That's going to be Lethal inside of PD. And again, it's OpTic Gaming. Really good at finding this last player, making sure this last player dies staggeredly as well. So all of Sentinels will spawn, but they still have to wait for Lethal to come off a spawn. Right now, OpTic Gaming have the numbers.
And still have the lead right now, OpTic Gaming. Formal working with Trippy toward the purple side, anticipating the push, but it's Sentinels that have the numbers advantage. Full squad wipe, 4 down, OpTic Gaming.
Beautiful squad wipe there from Sentinels. That's exactly what they needed. You don't want to let this lead get out of hand here. And a beautiful rotation opens up for a setup here on the tram side. I love Precision's play right here. A lot of confidence coming out of him. Creates space on the B side. Ends up taking a lot of damage here, but he's got his player inside of Arcade that can potentially clean up those kills. We'll see if that actually happens. Formal playing the solo role here. Solo pushing a lane onto purple, gets a kill.
And Formal did a great job playing the angles Nobody can get an angle on him because he's sitting on the low ground, and now the reinforcements are in. Was a good play ball coming out of Sentinels there. Almost makes the play to bring it right back over towards Subway, but Trippy gets shredded. Dead Zone now has to wrap back towards the play, gets a kill onto Precision along the way, but ends up being taken out as Sentinels once again put OpTic 3 down.
Yeah, this is great slaying out of Sentinels, and those constant 3 downs for the side of OpTic allow Sentinels to finally take the lead here in round number 1. Camo up once again on the bottom center of the map. Precision in a position to maybe grab that, but instead he ends up going down, and 3 down for Sentinels now. So OpTic Gaming answering back just a bit. They're gonna pick up the next camo.
43-35 lead. Sentinels have clawed their way back into the game, but OpTic once again put some distance between them and the scoreboard. We see Lucid somehow alive over towards ATM, gathering information with the pings, putting down damage. Dead Zone watching his duos back. Gets the initial kill. Trippy should be able to clean that up. No, Trippy is the black screen, and so does Dead Zone. Break by Sentinels.
Yeah, Dead Zone trying to do a little too much right there. Wasn't really on the same page as his teammate pushing in, and they weren't really focusing the same targets, and because of that, Sentinels are able to pick them apart one by one. A great job by Sentinels in that regard. 3 down for OpTic Gaming once again. And as you see, when there's 3 down for OpTic Gaming, it's just math that Sentinels will continue to get time, and they take the lead in round number 1.
Oh, no wonder why I'm not good this game. I thought it was my shot and my terrible awareness, but it's the math that's getting me. It's definitely the math that's getting me, but Formal great with the calculations as he counters that Subway side push and makes his way toward the low ground, puts down damage onto everybody. Great kill by Boo Boo Doo Boom. I think OpTic are still coming. OpTic still have a chance to break the setup.
Yeah, OpTic smell blood in the water. When they get 2 dead like this, look at this, and they catch the ball as well. Great job by Lucid. That ball going towards the bottom of C stairs, it just creates so much more time that OpTic need to leave Tram, get the ball. So catching that ball is bigger than you think. Lucid does just that. They're gonna have a little bit of a setup here on the Tram side. Like I said, when they smell blood in the water, when they get that first kill, you see the aggression start to come through here for OpTic. They're really good at capitalizing on numbers in a big way.
Another camouflage coming up here. And OpTic do have that ball towards Subway. They also have Lucid baiting out Camo, but Falcon, it forces him back, and you would think that'd be easy access for Sentinels to grab a hold of Camo, but it hasn't happened yet. Maybe they were waiting for the Shroud. Now Sentinels have advantages, they have resources. OpTic may have the ball, but you know Sentinels are coming.
Shout out to our observer right there. You see Sentinels get that Camo. And a big job by them to push Lucid back, because he was the one that was going to put down the damage to stop that Camo from happening. Sentinels picking this Camo up could potentially guarantee in this round. Just a couple of kills need to come out. Look at this. Beautiful job by Boo Boo. A great bait right there with Camo, still doing damage. That's 2 members of the side of OpTic Gaming that are down. 1 player in Falcon goes down, though. He was the guy with the ball in his hand, so that's going to take some time off the clock that he could have gotten, and gives OpTic Gaming a potential chance to bring this back. But Sentinels go 3 down. The last player alive is Boo Boo with the ball.
Yeah, that was way too quick for 3 down. OpTic just absolutely steamroll right through the defenses of Sentinels, and I'm afraid now would look like could have been maybe an easy win for Sentinels. They just would have stayed alive, held on. It may just be an opportunity for OpTic to steal it away. The last couple seconds are in, and that is unfortunate.
It definitely is unfortunate. It's one play like that that just throws everything off. Falcated dying with the ball on Commando side. I'm not sure how he died. Maybe to some nades, maybe something like that. But it takes five seconds or so off the time that Sentinels could have gotten there. And OpTic make a break, and they end up clutching up round number 1. That's going to give them a lot of momentum here going into round number 2.
Dubu right onto that Bulldog, and you know, if no time to really hang your head low at this point, you got to go right back in it. You still got 1 more round ahead of you, and if you play your cards right, maybe another round for Sentinels. So Boo with the shotgun. Dead Zone ends up being spotted. No damage done for Boo Boo Doo Boo, and no time wasted. Hopping right on that ball. Love that.
Yeah, I love the objective efficiency there, but I also love the fact that until Precision just died, Sentinels stayed all alive while doing lots of damage, while getting 2 down for OpTic Gaming. They're able to stay alive. No one goes down. But now they're forced to rotate. You can see the pressure from OpTic coming through very quickly here from the B side. Lethal's not ready for it. Stalker comes through. That's an assist. Falcated and Lethal both fall. Trippy repulsing as well, trying to stay alive here. And it's going to be OpTic Gaming in dead zone fighting from this PD side. He's all alone. It's up to him to try and get a kill. He doesn't get a trade. Precision lives. That's a big live by Precision.
Even the Marty Dom grenade not able to take down Precision. Surprised he's still alive right now, but another obstacle for OpTic to overcome on their way to getting the ball out of Sentinel's hands. 3 down goes Sentinels. The final player is going to be Lethal. OpTic so quick to take him out, and so quick for dead zone to put in the first few seconds for OpTic Gaming.
Now I'm looking to see how Sentinels break this setup right here that OpTic have stamped in. They've got 2 players on the back side of A and the top of A. They've got the ball player obviously inside of PD. But Trippy ends up going down. A little bit of a trade comes out from Falcated. Oh, this is great by Precision. Great positioning here by him. He's going to break the setup in half. A great job by Sentinels right there. That was such a clean break. They killed Trippy and burned the camo as well. Sentinels with massive plays to give them a huge lead, 55-16.
Yeah, I feel like it was the best Trippy could do right there. Like, you know, they were 3 down, so at least he got the camo burn. But like you said, Precision and Sentinels, they're playing that so well. But now, not much time being gathered by that one. It's still a 63-20 lead, but OpTic right off of spawn, making Sentinels work for it, and now they're the ones with the ball. And it feels like just seconds ago we were talking about Sentinels off of their break.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Sentinels have done a really good job of making these breaks happen. And they can continuously do so. You see 2 down for the side of OpTic Gaming. Lucid, though, a couple of kills out of him. A lot of confidence out of him on that triple as well onto Lethal. Lethal does not go down. And Sentinels are still in the lead, but oh my gosh, Lucid finding every single opportunity to clean up these kills, positioning perfectly, getting the cleanup kills, and then getting ball time as well.
Does have Trippy with him over toward B railing side, but looks like they just found out that Falcated is pushing them, forcing them down to the bottom side of the map right now. And Precision's already in Subway. OpTic thought they had the safety of Subway to play through, but Precision is here, and that's a cutoff angle and a play ball. Precision and Sentinels playing that so well, but they still went 3 down. Precision gets a kill. He's still alive. He's chasing down a weak Formal, and Formal trades out.
Yeah, trade out from Formal there is exactly what you want. I mean, Precision is trying to do as much as he can as the last player alive, so getting that trade evens things up a bit and allows OpTic Gaming to get some ball time. By some, I mean 2 points of ball time as that ball is played towards the bottom center of the map.
Still a 63-49 lead for Sentinels. OpTic may be up 1-0 in rounds at the moment, but it's Sentinels that have been in a bit of control here on streets in second round, but some shots out of Trippy. He's gonna chase this all the way down, get sent back courtesy of the repulse. Falcated making plays, and Precision comes up right behind him in dead zone. He may have to play this ball. Sentinels are coming sooner rather than later.
I love this by Lethal. You see him on the purple side of the map. I was thinking that OpTic Gaming were going to get spawns on that purple side, but Lethal coming from that A side and being very quick to do so allowed Sentinels to get some ball time once again and just not allow OpTic to be comfortable at all. Sentinels have done this all game long, and although they are down 1 round in this game, they look good to winning this round and bringing us to a round 3. A couple more slays is all they'll need. 77 points and counting here.
3 down, go OpTic once again, a full squad wipe, and now it's Sentinels right back on that ball, and 10 seconds off a respawn, another 10 to make it across the map. OpTic are running out of time. Tick-tock.
Goes the clock. 10 seconds left here. Dead zone. He's the only player really in position. Has to get the kill onto Lethal. He does just that. Now the rest of OpTic Gaming are here. And with 7 points being all that Sentinels need, OpTic have to play perfect at this point in this game. They obviously have a little bit of, they have a round to work with. But still, I'm sure they would like to end this here right now.
Green wall's been built outside the subway, and now it's a defensive OpTic Gaming that Sentinels have to get through. But like a red wrecking ball comes Sentinels, and even Trippy's not enough to take down the weakened Falcated. Sentinels will be tying up the game.
That was beautiful by Falcated. That's one of those low percentage kills you don't expect players to get. Falcated actually makes it happen, clutches up the round, and now we go to a round 3. Like you said, Sentinels, a little bit of confidence going into this round number 3. Let's see what they can make of it.
Falcated, he was the man of the hour, the man of that last couple of seconds over the last round. Now he's the one that's by himself. All of his teammates end up going down, and Falcated now waiting for spawners.
Yeah, Sentinels going 3 down that quickly is a statement by OpTic, especially off the break here. They're looking to take advantage of everything they can. Formal winning a massive fight as well. Lucid does fall. Dead zone, though, not missing a shot. OpTic look very dominant here at the beginning of this round number 3. 20 points already. And they continue to get these slays onto Sentinels, which, again, just allows them to continue to clock up this time. They've got every lane watched right now. Formal does go down, though, so this is the push Sentinels needs to break here.
I will say, I'm looking at the stat screen as we down go OpTic and Sentinels do get the break, and I'm impressed with Formal stat line. 37 and 27 right now, and a large reason why OpTic do have that 32-8 lead. I would say a large reason has to be Formal. You know, Formal maybe didn't have the hottest of Arlington events, but now looking more determined than ever to have OpTic come out with the win. If Formal continues to play like this, OpTic are dangerous.
Yeah, I love Formal as a player, honestly. He's got that championship mentality. You know you're going to get the best out of him every event he goes to. Obviously, he's human, so some events will be worse than others, but you know that he'll always come back swinging. You can always expect that he's going to put in extra work, especially with the performance at Arlington that maybe he wasn't very happy with. Regardless, OpTic Gaming looking to make a statement here in this HCS Open number 3. Dead zones, first point of contact. He's behind the entirety of Sentinels, and he finds a kill on the Falcated here. That's massive for the side of OpTic Gaming. 2 down for Sen.
50-20 lead. OpTic have their work done, but camouflage will not be done. Not burnt, sitting middle of the map right now. Every slay inches either one of these teams closer and closer to maybe grabbing hold of this camo. Lucid using it as bait. OpTic continue to put points on the board. Baited out is this camo. Lucid is pegging it, but I'm not sure OpTic even want to grab it. It seems to be cursed, and they're doing fine without it.
They don't need it, but Lucid's going to put that crossfire in to potentially go for it. 71 points now for the side of OpTic Gaming. Power weapons in their hands as well. You can see Formal, like you said, 39 kills. Also 53 seconds of ball time. He's burning the Bulldog ammo, which is interesting here. I like that, actually. He burns the Bulldog ammo because Sentinels have the camo, and they could make a break with this camo, but now they have no more Bulldog to work with. A big play there by Lucid.
I thought he was being attacked by Ghost. I'm not gonna lie. I'm very happy that you broke that down for me. I had assumed that he was being attacked by Ghost.
Scary Ghost. Sentinels on the verge of potentially losing this game number 1. We'll finally have a bit of a setup here. OpTic Gaming honestly look really good. They're capitalizing on damage really well. They're pushing as a squad. They're making sure to at least get trades where they can. You can see 3 down for the side of Sentinels. Precision, the last player alive. They've got to spot him out, but he's doing a great job being a nuisance here. Look how long he's able to live. He gets the assassination onto Trippy as well, and now he's got the ball to work with. That's a massive blunder.
OpTic Gaming now going to try to pick up where they left off and try to make something happen out of this push. Luckily, Lucid takes down Falcated, so maybe even playing ground for now, but they gotta push fast. They have to force out these spawns. Otherwise, Sentinels will be right back in the fight still. 88-56 lead. Don't give Sentinels any room to breathe. And that stick just barely misses.
Yeah, they finally kill Precision here. That being said, they're on 94 points and counting. Don't think Sentinels have any chance of getting in. They've got to get through Dead Zone. They've got to get through everybody. OpTic Gaming will win game number 1. Formal dropping a 40 bomb in this game number 1. That's a way to make a statement.
And that statement is saying that Formal's back. If you ain't H4F, you better get with it. Because Formal is here, and Sentinels found out the hard way. Game number 1 going towards OpTic Gaming, and game 2 may be the same. Meanwhile, we're going to hop on board back with our FaZe versus Cloud9. It's a 1-0 lead in favor of FaZe at the moment, down to the end game. Just a 1 kill difference between Cloud9 and FaZe.
I'm definitely H4F, Tony. I'm happy for Formal. Always. I'm just a great competitor, but like you said, we hop over to Cloud9 versus FaZe, 45-45. Game number 2, FaZe looking to have a nice 2-0 series lead here. And they've got the tools in the tool belt to do so. The snipe in the hands of FaZe. Cloud9 playing slow here. The pace has changed.
5 more kills needed for both of these teams here as Frosty navigating the green side, keeping Cloud9 back towards A. But look at this rotation coming out of Cloud9. Looks like they no longer want that A side control. FaZe may have figured this out because they're sending their resources towards C, but a flank from Suspector. Snakebite ends up going down. Septified, that nade not going exactly where he wanted to go. The one-shot Renegade will survive, and Frosty ends it.
There you go. A 2-0 lead there for FaZe. We'll see if they're able to close out and create a sweep against Cloud9 there. Cloud9 looking really good, but we swap over to OpTic once again versus Sentinels. OpTic obviously taking a 1-0 series lead so far, and we hop into Live Fire Slayer. We'll see who's able to take control here. Formal not slowing down whatsoever, Tony. Already 2-0 in this game. Had a 40 bomb in game number 1. He's not stopping anytime soon.
Already has the sniper, might as well give him the camouflage, spoon feed it to him. 6-2 run coming out of Formal and OpTic, and Trippy and Dead Zone doing a great job of covering the weak camouflage player.
Yeah, I like this angle by him too. You see, kind of backs up, but he's not just going to back up and run away. He still takes the angle on the bottom of tower. Again, 1 pick is big, but it looks like we may have lost him. I'm not sure if that's an observer glitch. No, we will have a maybe a bit of a restart. Tony, there's like a cool little feature now where you can start a game back, right? For a situation like this where it was 9-2, you can start a game back and set the score before you start the game. It's kind of crazy. I don't know if they'll use that here, but we'll let you guys know.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. I didn't know if it was already implemented here, but it'll be interesting, excuse me, if it is, and we get to see that put into effect here. This might be the first time that I'm seeing it for sure, and maybe that's been being used in tournament play.
I love new features. But yeah, so I don't know, after he died, he respawned, he had no HUD. Yeah, that's rough. Tony, could you win a game without a HUD?
I could beat you in a 1v1 15-0 without a HUD.
Sorry. There was a clown that walked by my room. I was laughing at the clown. But anyway, I honestly, I'm gonna be honest. OpTic Gaming looked really good in round number 2. In the last round of the game, they looked really good, and that's what you like to see. I think they looked like on the same page. It's a different type of energy when you see Formal, on fire in a flow state. Just seeing him fire in all cylinders. It's great to see in terms of OpTic Gaming when they're playing like that. I feel like they're unstoppable. I feel like we don't see that all the time just yet. Obviously, with a new member on the squad in Dead Zone. But we see moments of it, and I think if they can find that consistency and play like that most of the time, I think that they will definitely be winning some events this year.
Well, we're taking a look at the lower bracket. We saw what really is on the line. Obviously 2 teams up 2-0 with the series, and again, this is the elimination bracket. This is the lower bracket, so it's do or die for for all 4 of these teams, including the 2 that we're seeing right now in FaZe and Cloud9.
And that's why FaZe are coming out swinging here. They don't want to go down this early. They want to prove everyone wrong. There's been a lot of doubt with FaZe lately. I think they're still capable. I think they're still a dominant roster. I just think I'm not sure. I just think we're not seeing what they're capable of just yet. We're not seeing 100% of what they're capable of. Maybe that changes here on Thursday. Again, it's Empyrean CTF. This is still one of my favorite game types, and it's probably because, I'm old and I like the pit, but really excited to see how this Bulldog comes into play for Royal 2 here. If he can hold this sword side, we know it can be a big thing for FaZe, but he gets taken out. Look how important that sword side control is, Tony. They immediately go after it, and now they've got a sniper and a Bulldog to work with.
I don't even think you're old. I feel like
I'm old.
I think a better way to put it is your kids are getting old. They're getting older, you know?
I'm old. I'm very old. My bones hurt.
Your grandkids are getting older, you know? Like, you're not old, Tim, you know? Just everybody
Thanks,
else
Tony.
around you is getting older.
Oh, man. My bones are definitely starting to hurt. But, you know, Tusk's bones aren't hurting just yet. This guy has impressed me a ton. You know, I feel like he's one of those players where, you know, he's never like that star player where he's in the limelight, like, let's say, like a Renegade or a Frosty or like a Bound. But he's a player who kind of does it all, right? His damage output is huge. And it allows his team to potentially get control of parts of the map that you wouldn't necessarily get control of. That being said, it's going to be FaZe with the first cap potentially of the game. No one's there to stop Renegade. And then we'll do a little bit of a hot swap over to OpTic Gaming versus Sentinels.
An early lead here coming for Sentinels. As Camouflage is coming up, this is a very important fight here in the game, and it looks like Falcon will be flanked. OpTic attacking from both sides, clearing that out. Camouflage should be theirs.
Now it looks like it's a full re, or that feature is not implemented yet, but it looks like it might be a full re. It was really early in the game, so I think even like putting that score on the scoreboard would be just awkward because of, you know, power-ups and all that stuff. So a full re that early in the game is what most pros, I would assume, would say yes to. 5-6, Sentinels take a little bit of a lead here early on, and this is exactly what they're looking for to tie the series up.
Yeah, I feel like if a player didn't have a HUD in the beginning of the game, I think it's safe to say that they were at a bit of a disadvantage. And, you know, just to make things fair, a nice full re isn't the end of the world. So we're going to go by that. That's what we're thinking we're going by here. Meanwhile, Formal, what a flank. Sentinels not ready for that one. The Insta-Splode is going to continue to keep Sentinels back. And now a new angle, a cutoff coming in for OpTic Gaming. Precision. You end up just got shredded.
There's so many mind games in Halo Infinite. Of course, you have the positional mind game. There's like so many mechanical mind games. But then you have that mind game like Formal's playing where you just show confidence even when you're no shields like that in situations like that. Because the Bandit is in play now, you can peek those angles and get so much information, and just the outplayability is there. I love to see that out of Formal. Definitely a great head on his shoulders in terms of competitive gaming. Gotta think you're the best, like we always say, in order to be the best. And OpTic Gaming looking to showcase that right now with a 2-kill lead.
Oh, feels like Lethal gonna be spotted. You got to deal with both Lucid and Trippy flying at you. Lucid awarded the kill for that one. An active camouflage coming up in just 20 seconds. It would be advantageous for both of these teams to maybe slow it down, play their life, maybe force a bit of a stalemate right now, or OpTic can catch you off guard, make you pay. They ain't just gonna fight for the camouflage. They're looking to win the fight for it.
Yeah, I love that. They go a bit too aggressive though, and they end up winning or losing their fight. So even though they create space on that camo side, it's going to be a camo now in the hands of Precision. So all that work, Sentinels still come on top of the camo. A great job by them to prevent that push from getting out of hand, because like you said, OpTic were very aggressive there.
3-kill lead still for OpTic Gaming, but Precision having the ultimate resource in his hand. Little quick assist coming out there. Meanwhile, 3 members of OpTic Gaming eagle-eyeing that sniper, making sure that nobody gets it, even a camouflage player. But the moment they look away is the moment Precision strikes 2 body shots with the S7. One gets cleaned up, and Trippy, you're gonna get sent to the black screen as well.
Oh my gosh, you'll love to see this. Like, this is, oh my goodness gracious, this guy is insane. They finally take him out. If you're questioning the pickup of Precision by Sentinels, you shouldn't question it any longer. This player is at this level right now and still so much growing to do, which is very scary for the side of any team looking to go up against Sentinels here. But they still trail by 2 kills, it looks like. They do get 3 down for OpTic Gaming, so an opportunity to tie the game up here if they can kill this player on the top center of the map.
Yeah, we saw an impressive little bounce back coming out of Precision right there. He started the game 1 kill, 1 assist, and 6 deaths. Really not a good stat line. He ended up going up to about 5. At one point, it was 5 and 7 with 3 assists, and now he's kind of back in the game here. So great job to keep his mental intact and make sure that you don't let things get out of hand. You don't want to be the reason why your team is lagging behind in the scoreboard. And the Slayer, meanwhile, Falcated right now, 11 kills to his name, 2 shots in the sniper. Looking for a new target. Dead Zone barely avoids a shot. So does Trippy, and Falcated goes down.
Yeah, I just want to touch on your point there about Precision. Like, I think even as a young player, that mental can be shaken pretty easily. But the fact that he's got a good head on his shoulders is just good signs out of him, right? Because the minute you start going negative, like you said, you start to think you're bringing your team down, and then it spirals out of control if you don't stop it. So this game's all about confidence. We know Precision definitely has a lot of that. A 4-kill lead here for OpTic Gaming. 11 and 6 for Trippy. Dead Zone continuing to do lots of damage as well, and OpTic Gaming has control of the camo side of the map.
Yeah, speaking of newer pickups, Dead Zone, good damage coming out of him. Dade's going down here, forcing Falcated back, and a Hail Mary out of Dead Zone right there. Patrick Mahomes-like, as Trippy gets away with camouflage. And OpTic hold on to a 3-kill lead. We have another battle. Lethal having no idea where Trippy's coming from, but a big kill out of Precision. Big kills out of Sentinels.
Sentinels are getting the big kills, but OpTic doing a great job once again at going 1-for-1 with those kills. They still have that 6-kill lead. So we talk about this often. It's about the clean kills that they get right here. Look at Lucid making himself so difficult to kill. That one won't be clean because Lethal ends up falling. So it's just back and forth trades in favor of OpTic Gaming at this point in time.
Dead Zone down to 1 shot, but still confident. As he knows it's no longer a 1v1, now a 2v1. Bait and switch works out. Formal takes down Boo Boo Doo has the QT to work with. We saw a fastball being pitched. They don't call it Precision for nothing. And Lucid with an MVP-like snipe.
You love to see fastballs in the feed. For those of you guys that don't know what a fastball is, it looks like they did play differential, Tony, I believe. So there you go. OpTic Gaming. There it is. The fastballs are great, though, Tony. Love to see those.
See, I don't think they're great. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna say that.
Why not?
I'm gonna say that if a player's one shot absolute to the point where you just breathe on him the wrong way, he dies, shoot him. Like I'm saying, like, unless your gun is out of ammo, why are you throwing a grenade at a player who is absolute one shot? Like, I'm sorry. I think fastballs are a fun metal. I don't think they're a good metal. I think I don't. I'm sorry.
I love fun medals, though. You gotta love them. But yeah, I 100% agree with you. It could be a situation where, like, the player was hiding behind a pillar and somehow the nade, I don't know. You know what I mean? You don't expect these guys to throw nades at one-shot players, but I 100% see what you're saying. As you can see, take a look at the bracket here. What do you see on the screen, Tony? The elimination bracket. We got Space Station and FaZe. At some point, we're going to be able to see. I mean, that's going to be a tough one for FaZe, I think.
I mean, it's gonna be a tough one for both of them. I think these two teams matched up earlier. Matched up last week earlier than expected as well. Now it's happening again, and it's crazy. It really is to see a matchup that oftentimes people will think that's gonna be like a winners bracket finals matchup.
Yeah.
And to see them that low in the lower bracket, it's interesting.
To say the least. 3 down for OpTic Gaming. Sentinels, wow, I'm impressed. Sentinels take immediate control off that 3 down. They have a triple cap for a couple of seconds here. A little bit of a lead. OpTic don't let it get out of hand, which, you know, you'd normally expect them not to let it get out of hand. As I say that, they still have not cap C. Boo trying to utilize that little pad on that C side. If you shoot the pad with a shock rifle, it does AoE damage for those of you guys that are new to the game, and you can pretty much do damage to everyone inside the hills. So Boo doing the best, doing his best, I'm sorry, to try and remove those players from that seaside hill. Regardless, Sentinels rotate, get a couple of kills, and now they're going for a triple cap once again.
We need to stop babying the people at home, okay? You got no faith.
Listen, man, there might be new players.
You got no faith in. I have faith in our chat. I know ain't none of them news. They already knew that. Nobody needs you to come in here and mansplain it and active explain it to us. We know what the shock does.
If you're new, type 1. We'll see what happens, Tony. I might be right. Regardless, though, shout out to all the new players. Halo's a great game. You should play it. 65 points for Sentinels here. Love to see this out of them. OpTic Gaming looking to potentially answer back here, though. They have to get something, and it looks like they're going for B. They'll start to put some points on the board now.
It was a 0-69 deficit that OpTic were in. Nice. But now, double cap out of them. First points on the board and looking to catch up right now because Sentinels have a nice little advantage on them, and Boo has a nice angle onto multiple members of OpTic Gaming. Does damage but can't quite get the kill, and I don't think anybody from Sentinels are able to clean that up.
Yeah, Sentinels go 3 down. The last player is going to be Precision on the bottom of C stairs, which is not the place you want to be, especially when OpTic have locked in that triple cap. But OpTic get off of that A side, which allows Sentinels to spawn there and also allows Lethal to get a double kill on the bottom center of the map. So he'll get C, and this will be Sentinels in control once again.
Enemy team score.
Sentinels with the double cap, both Alpha and Charlie glowing red, but Trippy is able to take down Precision, and now it's Lethal looking to find a new angle. Finds Formal on his way towards Bravo, then wraps right back. You know Formal's watching the dead screen. He's calling him out, but Lethal doesn't care. Lethal is back.
That was massive by Lethal, and you normally tell people, you know, don't jump in Halo Infinite. The strafe is so fast and so strong, but Lethal enters the fight jumping, so it throws Dead Zone off a little bit and then just strafes his way to victory. And now it's Sentinels in control once again of B and C, and Falcated looking to extend that as he pressures with his teammate onto A.
Shock in the hands of Falcated. We down go OpTic, and Falcated right back to the gold side. Triple cap out of Sentinels. It's a 116 to 51 lead here, active.
This is good. You see this right here. It was Falcated on the bat ledge, right? He's blocking the spawns from happening onto the pipe side. But Lucid understands how important it is to get that player off the bat ledge, so he pushes in. He ends up getting that kill. It's OpTic Gaming now. If they can get C, they'll have control of those 2 points. But once again, Sentinels very quick off of their spawn to make sure to solidify these 2 points in A and C.
Backsmat to clear out tower. That's going to be Boo. Finds himself in the middle of 2 OpTic players and somehow lives to tell the tale. More importantly, OpTic and them going 3 down. Sentinels hop right back on B. That's another trip cap.
That zone's on that long haul side, so he'll get some back hydro spawns for the side of OpTic. You can see Formal and the rest of OpTic on C, so they will get that C side hill control. But again, it's OpTic Gaming constantly playing off of their back foot, constantly playing when they're down in caps, and this lead has grown insurmountably. 179 to 53 so far for Sentinels.
It really feels like OpTic needs to start playing their game, because as of right now, they've been playing on Sentinels watch, on Sentinels timing. 179 to 60 run. And we once again see Precision and Sentinels hop right back on their dead zone right before the cap happens. Trades out his life. Luckily, Falcated was there for the cleanup.
Yeah, I like the damage Falcated's doing as well. You know that OpTic Gaming have a long road to get to A, so Falcated doing this damage is going to still allow him to do that damage and also get his shields back. But don't challenge Dead Zone. Dead Zone winning that mini mental game that we talked about earlier. Showcasing confidence. He's not going to back down from a fight. He just won a massive fight because now he can push towards A. But look at Sentinels, the counter push towards A. They get back in, they clear it out, and now they're going for B as well.
Sentinels know exactly what OpTic want to do. They are meeting them at the punch, and they are winning these fights. And now it's Sentinels that are on their end game, and OpTic that find themselves way too far behind. We've seen some crazy comebacks here in Strongholds, but will this be one of them? Not the way Sentinels are playing.
No, Sentinels are just capitalizing, right? You saw it right there in Dead Zone, how fast Falcated was. to get down on those gold stairs and make sure to clean up Dead Zone, who intelligently rotated towards the batteries as well because he knew that that was clear. Falcated still gets that kill, but 4 down for the side of Sentinels. OpTic Gaming are going to get a camo out of this, and they're going to reset C, and they're going to get B. So they have a camo and a triple cap locked in.
That's a lot of resources. A lot going on for OpTic Gaming at the moment here. Lethal, he thinks he's making something happen. It ain't. 2 members of OpTic Gaming swarm on him as OpTic continue to score. Bravo and Charlie in the hands of OG. Trippy with that camo and shot combination. The rest of OpTic now collapsing onto Sentinels. 3 down they go. OpTic could come back.
Yeah, again, there's that shot to the pad there on the C side from Trippy. And that will be an assist for him off the damage that he caused. OpTic are in position to make this comeback here. And honestly, it's been the individual fights that have been won. That slide was disgusting. Ew. Falcated making a huge play right there to get that win on the pipe side. And because he gets that win, OpTic are 2 down. And Dead Zone has to fight off his back foot. All of Sentinels are around him.
233 to 104 lead in favor of Sentinels, but OpTic Gaming continue. They continue to put points on the board as finally Sentinels are able to weather the storm. It was a lot of points being accumulated here from OpTic Gaming, but Sentinels have found a way to slow down, found a way to reset. They grab a hold of Charlie, but OpTic are right back on it. Lucid and OpTic gonna finish off Charlie. Multiple go down for OpTic Gaming, and Sentinels are about to have a Alpha and Bravo setup.
Tony, this is where things get a little bit stressful if you're Sentinels. You only need 10 points, make it 9, 8, 7. I'm not gonna count down, but OpTic Gaming have just been on the pressure this entire time. Finally, you get 3 down, which should solidify this game, and it does. Sentinels are gonna take a game off of OpTic. It will not be a sweep. We're at 2-1.
Ew! As Sentinels, they take game number 3, and what do we say? Every reverse sweep, it starts with that game 3 win. OpTic Gaming started off hot in that 2-0. But when you think about it, if you're gonna take a game 3 and you're really gonna believe in yourself that you can voice that game 5 and then take the series and reverse sweep, you don't need just a win. You need a dominant performance. You need what Sentinels just did.
Yeah, and I don't like to give you credit often, Tony, but I'll do it this time. You said it best, right? They weathered the storm. OpTic were very aggressive. They started to get on a little bit of a run. They started to force those triple caps, pushing off advantages really well. And Sentinels take a breath. They reset mid-game. That's all that's necessary for them to come through. You can see the perfect coming out from Falcated. Nice shot. Gets some damage on a Trippy as well. That AoE damage so strong. But like you said, Sentinels needed that win, but they needed it in a big way, and they got it.
And I feel like that's the problem with a lot of teams that you know play like ranked matchmaking like that. As soon as you go deep down, you put the enemy like deep down in the hole, and they start to come back at you. They never reset. They never wait for their teammates to come off a spawn. Just play for that one kill. Just reset. Allow the enemy team to do what they do. You still have the lead, and sometimes teams run away with it. But not teams like Sentinels that are so well coordinated, that are so ready for the fight. They know that at any point in time, all they need is that teamwork. All they need is each other, and patience is what won that game for Sentinels, or at least what closed it out.
Yeah, I honestly, with this precision pickup, I was a fan of it, but I was unsure how long it would take them to kind of gel together. And it just looks like it's been kind of instantaneous. They've been really good. They look comfortable playing as a roster. I love the respect that we hear in all those interviews. And my goodness, the movement in this game is just getting crazier and crazier. I don't know how these players hit these shots. OpTic Gaming in control here. Lucid in a great position with a shock on the top side.
We're down to 1 shot now, forced to give up that top side position and retreat to an angle that Dead Zone can watch his back. But now with full shields and thriving, can't quite connect onto Boo Boo Doo, and the more time he takes, the more time for Sentinels to come out, or hits the perfect shots onto Boo Boo Doo, and OpTic Gaming still have the lead as far as Hill for Hill 1.
I love how he did that right there. Just something small to point out, right? He's no shields in the open a little bit, so he hits the one shot to descope the enemy player, which allows him to get out and play his life. And now he's still being a nuisance on the top of this this tower and top of this nest. And honestly, he's a big factor of why OpTic Gaming are so far in the lead in this first hill.
Loses right down to one shot, but still taking right back to that S4 control. Both members of OpTic Gaming are hitting the black screen, so now it's Lucid that's by himself, and Lucid that is hunted down. Sentinel with their first bit of progression toward this hill, looking to make a comeback.
Yeah, a good job by them to immediately go for Lucid on the top of Nest. A very important kill to get, and they got it pretty quickly. Comeback could come through here for the side of Sentinels. And with these 3 down for the side of OpTic, it's a good time for that to happen. Keeps Trippy down to no shields. Boo Boo gets his shields back as well. And now Trippy cleaned up. Great play by Boo Boo there.
Enemy about to staying alive right now. As Falcon is starting to push up forward down, go OpTic Gaming. Sentinels should be able to close this out, but they should also have camo, and they should also be able to push the next hill as well. Sentinels about to run away with it.
Yeah, Sentinels, I don't know. They flipped the switch or something. Like, that was beautiful out of them. They're able to get 4 down 2 times in a row, and with 2 4 downs, they're able to get the entirety of that first hill. 3 down, though, for Sentinels. OpTic Gaming answer back pretty quickly here. Precision, I would assume, wants to go for that shock rifle, but it would take him really far out of the play, so I'm not sure he's going to be able to do that. He gets taken out.
1-0 lead still in favor of Sentinels at the moment here. Meanwhile, that shock is up. And OpTic have a setup locked in at the moment here. It's Lethal that's playing forward. Lucid that's stuck towards Loop finds a way out of there. Majin Boo Boo's up high, putting damage down, but Deadzone refuses to go down himself. Takes the low ground forcibly to stay alive, but OpTic Gaming still have numbers.
My question is, what happens with this shock rifle, right? You play for it, you go all the way back for it. You got to make it work for you. You got to get some kills out of it. You got to get some value out of it. You gave up a lot of hill time to grab this shock rifle, and it's definitely being put to work right now. Precision, 2 kills, make it 3. 3 down for OpTic Gaming.
Double kill.
4 down, squad wiped, and you know, you want to give everybody full credit for that, but God bless, Precision is good.
That he is. Falcated gets the camo as well. Sentinels in the driver's seat right now. Oh, Falcated not aware of the player that gets behind him. And look again how quick OpTic are with 2 down for the side of Sentinels to push up. Boo Boo's in the back lines though, is able to take out 1. And again, when you take out 1 player, when you're down in numbers and you take out that 1 player that's on that aggressive push, you just stop the push from happening in its tracks. And Sentinels are so good at that. They do that here. Trippy though comes in swinging. He's gonna get a couple. That's 3 down for Sentinels.
3 down goes Sentinel. The final player is gonna be Precision, but you can't do much by yourself. OpTic gonna tie things up.
Great job by OpTic right there to hold strong, even though Boo Boo was on the back lines, putting that damage in. They get some really intelligent angles, able to isolate a couple of players from Sentinels, get the rest of that hill. And again, it was Trippy for me. 2 kills and an assist for him as well. Really turned up at towards the very end of that hill. And again, look at this. I love this by Lucid, I'm sorry, right? He goes in, puts a ton of damage in, and now Deadzone able to come in and clean it up while 1 player gets that hill time. Just, again, beautiful job by OpTic to take advantage of the damage being done.
Still tied up in one of these at the moment here as OpTic Gaming. What, about 40% done with this hill right now? A pivotal fight being won. Lethal Precision gonna push up towards the snipe side. That is Majin Boo Boo that comes in, takes down Deadzone. Trippy cleans him up. Now it's 2 members of Sentinels that still are trying to grind forward, and Trippy's out of ammo. Someone get him a commando.
Goodness me, the damage output from both teams is massive here. But OpTic obviously coming out on top of it. Great stick there by Trippy to at least trade. Camo coming up. OpTic almost done with this hill. It's an OpTic camo, and that's exactly what they need to close out this hill number 3 and potentially set up for the next one as well.
So close right now, OpTic Gaming, but It's not done just yet. Denzel with the cleanup. 3 down goes Sentinels. And now it's OpTic right back on that hill. They should be going up 2-1 here.
Yeah, this camo's huge. He's not gonna have a lot of camo to work with, so he won't be able to get control. Actually, yeah, he's going for immediate control of this tower side hill. They don't finish it. Look at this. OpTic do this so often. They're trying to get kills. Sentinels might make them pay, though. Sentinels take out 3 of OpTic Gaming. They finished the hill, but they were trying to delay that hill to potentially get control of this next one, and they weren't able to get there in time, and Sentinels just do a great job of getting the slays they needed.
Yeah, Sentinels have the angles on the map that lead to a 3 down for OpTic Gaming. That was so well played, and points being gathered up here by Sentinels. OpTic momentarily took the lead, but looks like Sentinels might just tie it up just as quick as they had it. Falcated with the shots. Trippy still pushing him out. Falcated still alive, but OpTic Gaming still pushing forward.
Falcated with that thrust really made the difference in this play. I mean, his ability to put down that damage and cut the angle 2 times in a row is what is going to allow Sentinels to get this hill. That damage output for this entire Sentinels roster is so strong, and you can see OpTic Gaming, they're going to punt this hill and set up for the next one.
Tied up at 2 apiece. Plenty of time on the board here, at least for this next hill. OpTic are set up. Sentinels now the ones not having their setup tested, but now they're going to have to force the break. And Precision, he's under Lucid. He somehow hears him, somehow detects him. Killing spree out of Precision. Still going to put forward. 3 down, go OpTic Gaming, and Precision rips apart yet another one. Sentinels break it down.
This is absolutely incredible. When you make a name like Precision, you better be answering to that name. You better be good at hitting shots. And this man, as cocky as he is to make that his name, has come through time and time again. The precise shots out of him are insane. The fights he's winning are massive. Precision, showcasing he's one of the best in the world.
Now we got Lucid, who's also one of the best, but can't stay alive. Falcated awarded the kill for that one. Formal replaces him, and the same result for him. Sentinels so close to closing out this hill. Only 2 members of OpTic can put down damage as the squad spawners are coming in. OpTic have another chance at life, maybe. They gotta get their shots down range. Trippy and Formal pushing up, but they're both stuck towards the poster side. Lucid is forced back. Trippy goes in and try to make a play, but he goes down, and so does Lucid. 3 down, go OpTic Gaming. 3 caps for Sentinels.
Oh my goodness, Sentinels are they're just playing on a different level right now. This is just great to see. The teamwork, the angles they're taking to assist each other in these pushes is massive. Formal though answers back, gets the triple kill. Overkill stolen away. Find that man. But a beautiful job by OpTic Gaming. When all things look pretty bad for them, when Sentinels gathered the momentum, they steal it away right away.
I told you this before in your stream, and I'm going to tell you now. You can't find people for taking multi-kill. I told you can't do it.
Oh,
we
okay.
talked about this. Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, my bad.
3-2 lead still in favor of Sentinels at the moment, but OpTic down low. OpTic are the ones who gather so much time on this hill, but they end up getting sent right back to the black screen. 52 seconds on the clock. Sentinels could play time. They will play camo.
Camo's going to allow them to play time, but they got to be careful against this OpTic Gaming roster. This is a risk in my opinion. You're playing time here against OpTic Gaming. You're really risking a lot. It's a risk that's working out because of this cam on the top center of the map. He's got every angle to work with up here, and he's doing a great job of just looking around. There's a lot of split spawns happening. They stay out of this hill though, and he's immediately onto a player on the bottom center. That's going to be a big kill onto Trippy, but OpTic Gaming still can get control here. They've got 2 down. Make that 3. One player does spawn on Sentinels, but OpTic doing a good job of being scrappy. They've only got 18 seconds to work with though.
Time not on the side of OpTic Gaming. OpTic needs to dive in, and they've just gone 3 down, leaving Trippy by himself. Sentinels force him out. He's out of the play. There's only 4 seconds left. Back-to-back kills here for OpTic, but somebody has to step in the hill.
Oh no. There it is. I mean, that is absolutely insane to me, right? you can't step in the hill if you're OpTic Gaming because Sentinels are just everywhere on the map. Boo Boo taking that top center control with Camo on top of the box right there, it's just huge. And guess what, Tony? Guess what? We're going to a game 5, baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a game number 5, OpTic versus Sentinels. Here in your winners bracket semifinals, only one team can be guaranteed top 3. Only one team can be one series away from making it to the grand finals. Only one team will advance forward here. Will it be OpTic or will it be Sentinels?
This is the play for me. I mean, you have to think about how much damage he's doing up here, right? That first kill is huge, but not only is he giving information, but he's just capitalizing on just where the spawns are happening. Lucid does a great job of just playing slow right there on the bottom of tower, but on the bottom of nest. But still, like, he does a great job of being just a turret on that top center side. He doesn't do a ton of damage, but he gets 2 kills that allow them to continue to play for time. I said it was confident and risky to play for time here, but when you're Sentinels, you don't ever look at OpTic Gaming as Goliath. You just take them out with a slingshot. You know, that's just how it has to happen, and that's what Sentinels does.
Yeah, I feel like there's nothing crazy fancy happening here out of Sentinels, you know? They're just playing good fundamentals. Grab Camo, bring it to a centralized location. There's a minute on the clock. Okay, well, it's easier to slay out than to have one player essentially out of the play or being used as bait in that hill. Like, I feel like there's nothing really fancy happening here, just good fundamentals, and that's how Sentinels break it down every time.
I 100% agree. OpTic Gaming using a bit of fundamentals though. A 5-0 lead. Finally, Lucid ends up falling. Now, Lethal being on this PD side is going to be a thorn in the side of OpTic. They want to make sure to take him out, but he's still alive this entire time. Falcated now taking control towards this PD side, and now you see Sentinels all on the A side of the map. Lucid pushed up pretty far here. If they can take him out, it'll be big for the side of Sentinels, but look how good he is at having that game sense, understanding he cannot die right there. He ends up falling a little bit late, but still great game sense by Lucid to try and play his life.
So far, 1-kill game at the moment here. Dead zone pushed up, and looks like Sentinels recognize he's by himself. So quick to recognize that, take advantage of it. So Sentinels tie things up really well. Lethal continuing to push forward. Trippy ends up hitting the black screen, and Lucid gets cleaned up. Now it's Sentinels with their first lead of the game. And look at how they retreat right back. Look how they slow things down right away.
They just always seem to have angles for each other. This is what I'm noticing out of Sentinels. And like you talked about fundamental Halo, that's what it is. Especially in Slayer, is just having angles, controlling as much of the map as you can. OpTic, though, showcasing they can do a little bit of the same. Camo coming up in 5 seconds. So those 2 kills, those 2 players down for Sentinels, is going to allow OpTic to push up on the map a little bit.
2-kill game at the moment here. OpTic do have control, but another kill for Sentinels. Lucid gets his shields back. Wants to find what's the next target going to be, but nobody weak for the cleanup just yet. There we go, find one. Still 3 down. We're OpTic Gaming, so Lucid at a bit of a disadvantage and still stays alive.
Yeah, I like that. He didn't peek on the side of Laundry because he knew that they were down there, and he saw the nade, so he had info on that as well, but still playing his life pretty well here. It's going to be OpTic Gaming in control of the Bulldog and the lead by 1.
No sticky action. Couple nades now for precision toward the PD side. I believe he did connect onto a player, but Dead Zone comes in out of nowhere with that Bulldog. Double kill out of Dead Zone. Formal still pushed up. And one more player over toward the A side, just being a thorn in the side. Who is it? Oh, of course, it's Majin Boo Boo.
Great job by him to stay alive as long as possible there. Dead Zone, though. Repulse, not used defensively, but used offensively, which you love to see. It allowed him and Formal to push up here. They've cleared out 2. And now you see Trippy pushing from the Laundry side, pushing from Tires. Dead Zone pushing as well. A killing spree here for Dead Zone. OpTic in full control. This could get out of hand quick. Sentinels need to reset.
We're grinding forward here, but he can. another player being caught out by themselves. It's really only so much you can do alone. Try to take space, but ends up not working out for him. Lucid does end up hitting the black screen, but look how fast Dead Zone and the rest of OpTic are to swarm on that. Cleanups are in. Camouflage coming up. Next few slays so important, trying to create an angle, an opening for an active camo.
Yeah, Sentinels need this camo to bring this game back. It was Formal who got the last one. They ended up killing him and burning it, but they need this next one if they want any chance of not letting this get out of hand. It's 30-21 now. These leads are very difficult to get out of. It takes a big camo play. It takes a big swing of clean kills and control. And in a Slayer game with top teams versus each other, it's very tough to make that happen.
It is a double-digit lead, or now a 9-kill lead. I'm a liar. Just about a double-digit lead at the moment here. OpTic have so much control, and like I said, Sentinels gonna have a tough time trying to dig their way out of it. As Boobadooboo finds entrance toward the subway side, no trippies, one shot, the nades go down, and so do 3 members of OpTic Gaming and Lucid. Despite being one shot, ends up getting the kill with the shot. He couldn't tell if that was body disrespect or him just wasting the ammo because he knew he was gonna go down.
2 birds with 1 stone, Tony. A little bit of both right there. 10-kill lead. Lucid showing some confidence, also having a great game. Everyone on OpTic having a phenomenal game. You love to see that. This 10-kill lead, like I said, it's gonna be tough. OpTic Gaming also with the lead slow down the game, which is even worse if you're Sentinels, because it means you have to make the move here, which puts you at a disadvantage. So we'll see how Sentinels handle this, but OpTic, they're gonna play the time. They don't really care. They're up by 10. There's not much you can do if you're Sentinels unless you push.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about Sentinels always having each other's backs, always having angles on each other, and that's because they're a very good defensive team, a very good front-running team. But when they're down from behind like this and plays have to be made, I don't know. It's going to be tough, especially with this level of a deficit. Now it's 40 kills here for OpTic Gaming. Now they lead less than 10. Camouflage is up. There's no way the Sentinels can allow OpTic to get away with it.
Yeah, if OpTic get this camo, it's over. I mean, it's already pretty much, I wouldn't say over, but it's going to be tough. If OpTic end up getting this camo as well, Sentinels have a lot of work on their hands. Trippy does sweep it up. If he can stay alive here, no. Great job by Precision. A big kill right there. 3 down for OpTic Gaming. A triple kill for Precision. Is Sentinels going to bring this back?
Not completely out of it just yet, but still find himself quite in a deficit at the moment here. You know the PD side is not completely cleared out. It's a Lucid doing everything he can to stay alive. A killing spree out of Precision before he's caught out towards bottom mid. Now Boobadooboo is the black screen as well, and that's back-to-back kills come out of OpTic Gaming. The dream is about to be ripped.
Yeah, it's tough. When you're down by this much, like, you can't make any mistakes. OpTic Gaming are just able to push in aggressively, go for the trades, and that's all they need to do, and that's all they do. OpTic Gaming win the series 3-2.
I was trying to find a pun for doo-doo and boo-boo.
Oh.
I couldn't find it.
Oh no, I did say doo-doo, didn't I?
You did. And in an end game call too. Like that is. We're gonna have some film review on this one. OpTic Gaming Game 5 win. They're advancing forward into the winners bracket finals. Meanwhile, Sentinels getting knocked down into the elimination bracket. Their tournament lives aren't over just yet, but it's going to be a harder journey for them to try to make it to yet another grand finals.
We'll see if they're able to do it. OpTic look pretty good here. They're able to take down Sentinels, and honestly, they're looking for them. A little bit shaky as the series went on there, but they close it out when it matters the most. They don't allow the reverse sweep to happen, so we'll see OpTic a little bit later. I believe we're going to throw it to the desk, and we'll see what Aliak and Tools think about this series.
OpTic back on winners bracket. I bet the OpTic fans are happy to see them on the winners side, and it looks like they're going to be going up against Shopify really soon. But We got another game that we actually no. Let's talk about this game, Jules. Let's talk about this game. Sentinels. I think they looked incredible against OpTic. I think they were really great at taking advantages of when OpTic did do some blunders in the oddball. OpTic ended up winning that first match anyway, but Sentinels is looking good with precision.
Yeah, I mean, Sentinels look great. Honestly, it's a little bit of a flip of the script of what I think most expected from that series. Sentinels has been a predominantly strong Slayer team throughout their online competitions these last few weeks. They lose both the Slayers, so only winning objectives throughout the game. Whereas OpTic, who, if you recall back to Arlington when they played that best of 7 against Space Station Gaming in grand finals, they won. They only won one. They lost all of the Slayers, right? So it's almost like a reverse of what we've seen in the past. Feels like OpTic may be working a little bit on their Slayers, very consistent and thorough wins over there, while the other teams, might be focusing a little bit more on how to get those objective games done. I will say, really impressed with Sentinels in Game 3 and Game 4, but I think OpTic cleared on that Slayer by a hefty margin, which made the big difference at the end of the day.
Agree. Let's see if Shopify Rebellion can also. Shopify Rebellion has been on a great run so far, and now I think this is the first time that we see them maybe facing off against. Not maybe. This is happening. They will be facing off against OpTic in the winners finals. But let's talk a little bit about what's happening in the lower bracket. We have a Space Station Gaming versus FaZe Clan a little bit earlier than expected. These two are going to face off in elimination quarters. Space Station Gaming versus FaZe Clan. How are you feeling about this one?
It's honestly going to be a massive battle, right? I have no idea who's going to be coming out on top. Although, if we're going to look at what the results have been online competition throughout these last few weeks, Space Station should 3-0, but it's FaZe. And at the end of the day, FaZe is FaZe. You can never count them out. They're always going to be a strong team. You have 4 of the best players to ever play Halo that have been assembled to that roster. So I expect it to be a battle. But if you're going to go off recency, if you're going to go off what we've seen in the last couple weeks, it should be a fairly easy Space Station series.
Yeah, I feel like it's important to maybe talk about FaZe and what seems to be a downtrend here on the online series, at least on the lower bracket again, and in danger of being eliminated early once again. And this time they're playing with Frosty on this week 3. What do you think is happening on the FaZe side?
FaZe, I honestly think it's hard to be consistently good for long periods of times. Like, you're gonna have slump periods. The thing was with FaZe, right, is they so often bounce back. They'll find their way back. We're talking about Snakebite, Royal 2. These guys have been around for a very long time. I don't expect them to stay down, especially when it comes to LAN. It wouldn't surprise me if FaZe plays horribly online for the next until basically London, and then go to LAN and figure it out during the Friday section, and maybe have a couple of rough games and pools, but be well ready for the bracket section when it comes to HCS London.
LAN will be definitely exciting. I think what is exciting for me, at least on the online series, is what an opportunity for these new team setups to get ready, practice, and face off against these top teams. And not just that, but also send them to lower brackets. I think we have some really new team setups that have been on the uptrend here on the online series. Like, for example, Shopify Rebellion, again on the winners finals. And I feel like I wonder if this is a symptom of something evolving in the Halo scene, in the competitive scene. Are we getting into a possible future roster mania coming through?
Yeah, there is like a little bit of a roster mania going on. You can tell by the little FFs that you see at the beginning of this elimination bracket. Those FFs standing for forfeit of their game. Proton Gaming has been scrimming with Collect, and it seems like this might be confirming that move of Collect possibly going over there and still deciding. Well, they might have to decide on a new 4th as Manny enters into the market, or maybe they look around to someone with some more pro points, like a player like Monster, perhaps.
I'd love to talk about, you said lower bracket, Native versus Sentinels, another matchup that's going to be happening in elimination quarters. Native has been playing really well. Have we seen them face off against Sentinels, and what do you think we're going to be watching between these two?
To be honest, we haven't seen Native play against just about anyone in this section of the online series, because they've never gotten past top 12. It seems like this is a huge accomplishment for them, not only breaking that top 12 curse, but doing it in 3-0 fashion, right? 2 3-0s in a row against a Bittersweet that just came off a 3-1 against Complexity. So really happy that Native's playing well. It feels like it's been a while since we've seen that. I hope that they can continue on that trend. Sentinels, though, that might just be another level for them to take down. They looked really good against OpTic Gaming. I think this is gonna be a really tough challenge.
Yeah, I think it will be indeed. But again, it's an online tournament. I think this is the perfect place to be able to grow, practice. I mean, this is what Native Gaming said when we talked with them a little bit a while ago, when they said that they wanted to get practice in. It's going to take them some time to get back on it, and that's what we're seeing them. We're seeing that growth. They're breaking that top 8, like you mentioned, and it's really good to see them succeed in this lower bracket right now.
Yeah, this I'm really excited about this series. In particular, I'm looking at game 4, Aliek. That interference strongholds is really exciting to me, right? The first time that we're really going to see top teams go at it on strongholds, and I guarantee we're going to see these teams go at it. I think there's no chance in hell this doesn't go to at least a game 4 or game 5. Interference strongholds between OpTic and Shopify Rebellion. That's going to be must-watch TV.
This is gonna be, I think this is the one I've been waiting for, actually. I wanted to see something new. We saw a lot of Space Station versus Shopify Rebellion, and now we get something new this week, number 3, OpTic versus Shopify Rebellion. I'm happy to see OpTic on kind of like back where we're used to seeing them. It feels kind of comfortable seeing them there, and give the challenge to Shopify Rebellion. I cannot wait to see if Shopify Rebellion can continue to, I don't want to say dominate because the games have been so close between Space Station Gaming, but really step it up and see if they can be one of the top 3 teams again.
Well, it feels like we're almost seeing is the Shopify Rebellion really good just against Space Station, or are they really good against the top teams in the game? I think is the question that we're looking for. Obviously, teams with certain play styles are going to play better than other teams, and so far we've seen Shopify Rebellion kind of beat Space Station Gaming at their own game. OpTic Gaming, a very different roster when it comes to its composition of how it's built. Really excited to see the battle of the long range turrets, right? Can Shopify Rebellion overcome Formal? Formal is just this player on the map. When he gets in his power position, he just has a shot that doesn't miss, and it's so hard to break players like that. So often what you'll see from Shopify Rebellion is instead of trying to take down them in that positional game, they'll try to take them down with speed instead. Get fast, get forward, get behind these players, quick flanking maneuvers and well coordinated pushes. That's the Shopify Rebellion that I expect we'll see in this series. I think priority for them is really going to be accounting for Formal, not letting him get comfortable on his spots of the map, and then obviously sandbox control is always going to be important. Lucid's fantastic with every weapon in the sandbox. I think it's really been a nerf to OpTic Gaming this last year with the sandbox being reduced a little bit more and more. Shopify Rebellion just need to make sure those heat waves, the shock rifles, none of the little goodies on the map head over to OpTic Gaming's hands.
I feel like we are going to be getting, if we do get a game 4, we will be getting that interference map. Interference? I said that? Is that what it's called? Interference, right? Yes. Interference map. This is the first time that we see it in the HCS. We saw it on Sunday. This would be our first time on today's broadcast. I'm interested to see how these teams are going to play. We have some Halo 5 veterans also in the OpTic side. So I cannot wait to see how these guys are gonna face off against Shopify Rebellion. I know a lot of them were really excited about interference being there. It's just gonna be great to see something new for us to watch.
Yeah, I honestly, that's what we've needed in these tournaments, right? It feels like we've seen the same bracket play out. OpTic Gaming obviously being here and getting back to their old ways, I think has changed that. And that's what I'm excited for, right? Seeing new opportunities for teams to play against each other on these tournament stages is always exciting. I'm really excited to see OpTic Gaming back at full form. You know, I was a big fan of the pickup of what was once formerly known as Penguin, now Dead Zone, for this OpTic gaming roster. And you know, I'm not necessarily jealous of the position that he's put in, right? Whenever you come in and you find yourself in a roster spot with OpTic Gaming, you're the one player they added. You have a lot of pressure. A lot of people are going to expect you to be the difference maker. So if you don't play well, or if you're not even the top player of the game, I feel like a lot of blame gets shifted onto you. I'd like to see him sort of break the hate that can come from being that new player on the roster, and have him play extremely well this game. Huge fan of Dead Zone, everything that he's been doing. I feel like this is the journey. This is where the true journey to his stardom is going to start, is by making big wins in these big tournaments.
Agreed. I feel like once we get into LAN, that's when we're going to be seeing some exciting things happen. We are on an online tournament, and like you said before, LAN is going to be different. What do you expect from this London event coming in just what, a month?
Honestly, it's I felt like I knew what we should be expecting after Arlington, and then that's been completely changed by this online series. Like, who would have thought that Shopify Rebellion would be as strong as they've been these last few weeks, and they look as if a top 2 team when you take these last couple online results and look at them. Who would have thought that FaZe would have fallen so far in the standings in people's minds because of their last couple results and the struggles that they've been having on LAN. There seems to be more and more teams that are making their way into that sort of top 3 conversation, and London's going to be the spot where they can sort of confirm whether they're going to be in that top 3. And we haven't even talked about, you know, the 2 European teams that everyone expects to have big performances playing it on their home turf.
Yeah, it's gonna be cool to see the fans rooting for their being able to be there. I've seen so much excitement from the EU scene having a Halo event on in Europe, in London. Finally, after how many years? I think the last one was in Halo 5. It was years ago. The last time there was a LAN, I believe.
Yeah, in London, 2017, maybe 2018. It's been an extremely long time since they've been back overseas, and I expect that crowd to be massive. We see that they had to reopen tickets, right? Find more space to bring in more people, and those tickets selling out as fast as they have. Makes me just really excited for the future of European Halo. I know that at some points it probably felt a little bit dark to them with Navi leaving and things kind of being up in the air, but I think right now there's been sort of a resurgence over in Europe when it comes to Halo, and I think that's largely thanks to Europa Halo doing that Blackpool event, and then keeping that momentum forward with those teams getting so good, right? That foe with Wutem was always a fun storyline, and now being able to go over to Europe and watch the top teams compete at London and give something for those European fans, I think it is truly something that's good for the Halo scene.
I'm excited to also see Quadrant. I was a huge fan of, not biased, but I was excited. I was really excited to. I really enjoyed Quadrant at Worlds as well. Their gameplay was incredible to watch, and I just can't wait to see them do the same in London as well. What are we taking a look at here?
So this is the match between FaZe and Space Station, but our observer. The observer has a little glitch right now, as you can see. So, you know, sometimes new updates come out, new glitches. We'll get it figured out. But that being said, this is an overtime game right now. We know that it's an overtime, and it looks like the flag is out for Space Station's running this flag right now. So I think Space Station might just about get this thing. Oh, here it is. Yeah, Space Station has the flag out.
Almost there.
It's like do we know the armor colors, the armors of these players? There we go. I mean, it's right there. Boom.
There it is.
Let's see, that's game. Yeah, that is. Space Station takes game 1. Wow. Okay, so somehow, you know what? I'm gonna say good job, team, for us not seeing any, like, having no information at all, no HUD, no nothing, for us to figure out who was in overtime and to getting the right players on. That's an accomplishment. Shout out to the team.
Shout out to the observers also for giving us the highlight colors. Sorry, am I spoiling the how we guessed it? How you guessed it?
No, I mean, we got there, right? The colors were right. It's just I'm more surprised that we were able to figure out that it was in overtime, 4-3.
Yeah.
I guess getting that extra time goes in. Let's see who slayed out over here. Stellar with 30. Royalty, that's close. I will say that's very promising for FaZe. Even though they lost that game, the fact that they're playing them that close and it's not just SSG running away with it, I think is really promising to FaZe, showing that they may be getting over that hump right now.
Yeah, I don't think they want to be eliminated. Nobody wants to be eliminated right now, especially not against Space Station Gaming so early. I think FaZe would definitely want to move on and maybe get a match against Shopify Rebellion if they make it to winners finals. I like seeing these teams succeed, and FaZe, they're looking to prove that they're not on a downtrend. That you know, it's just an online event, and they're gonna beat FaZe. Space Station Gaming in this case.
Well, we're looking for Trippy. If anyone's seen Trippy, if you can check to your left, check to your right, make sure that there's no Tripster sitting around. Get him to the stage as fast as possible. That being said, I did put up a poll in the chat, or I should say a prediction. Plenty of time to get your money in, but I'd love to see what the general feeling is from the audience, folks. Get your bets in. Rebellion on 1, OpTic for 2.
There you go, guys. Take a look on that poll. Let's take a look at the Space Station Gaming versus FaZe Clan game that is going on right now. Why don't we go ahead and let Active and Tony take it away.
1-0 lead in favor of Space Station Gaming at the moment here, and it's FaZe starting off hot. 6-0 start coming out of FaZe. They're playing angry.
Yeah, it's a lot of questions for FaZe. Like Tools had said, you know, I agree with him in the fact that, you know, we'll probably see them show up on LAN. It's just that on these online tournaments, and even at Arlington a little bit, probably not the performance they would have wanted. They're starting off really strong here, though. That game number 1 goes to overtime against an SSG that won the last Open here online. And of course, in this Slayer game, they're starting with the lead as well, 8-2 so far.
Royal 2 chasing away Legend away from the needle side, forcing him down low in the Mangler pit. Meanwhile, Frosty clears out Elevator 4, quickly going down for Space Station Gaming. Where has this FaZe been?
Yeah, I think they've woken up, Tony, and what a time to do it, especially right before London. A lot of work goes in, and it could have been just a situation where just teams are getting very close, and all these team changes change the style of these teams. Now, I feel like, especially with SSG, Legend being on the roster now, they play a lot more aggressive, a lot more free around the map. FaZe has done their studying. Let's see if that studying has come to pay off. They've got a 13-5 lead, but finally SSG look to take a little bit of control, and a great time to do so with that camo coming up.
Woo! What a shot coming out of Legend from across the map onto the spawning players. That's going to disrupt the push coming out of FaZe. Meanwhile, 2 members break through long haul, and not sure exactly what happened to Camo. I'm assuming FaZe got it?
I believe so. They did spawn on the A side, though. SSG were in prime position on the C plat. It could have been burnt potentially, because we don't see it as we're cycling through the players. So it could have been a burnt camo, but regardless, it's 17-11. FaZe still have the lead. A double setup on the tower here, and that's basically trying to stop this push coming in from the catwalk side. Renegade's gonna get a little bit of damage. This should be enough for the cleanup to happen. Royal 2 not able to clean up that kill. So the Space Station players on that A side stay alive. FaZe have to kill them, though, and they know that, so they're gonna push it aggressively here.
2 members of FaZe get right through tower, but somehow SSG find the exit, wrap out and through tower themselves, and SSG are still alive. Can't say the same for FaZe to be down.
There it is. Again, those are the little mini games that happen in the game of Halo Infinite, right? You sense the pressure coming in towards the elevator. You know you're in a disadvantageous position, so you reroute towards the tower side, and then you win the fight. But still, FaZe come through. They got a couple of trades. Bound and Eco are going to hit the death screen, and FaZe still lead 21-15.
It's a 6-kill advantage at the moment as we switch gears over towards Stellar. Long range shots with the Commando. Maybe just the distraction that's needed for Bound to go through. Snake bites over towards the half wall. He's giving off the information that FaZe are coming right in. It doesn't matter though. SSG clear out gold, multiple going down, but so does Bound. 25 kills for FaZe, halfway done.
Yeah, FaZe come out of the top end of those kills, and they also get a little bit of damage on the spawners on A. Not only that damage, but they also have the information of the spawns on A. There are split spawns on to C though. You see Renegade kind of caught out there because of those split spawns, and with those split spawns, they also have the C plat control. And with this camo being up, this is another prime position here for SSG to get the camo, and they do. Bound has it in his hands.
Legend trades out there.
Stellar, sorry.
Stellar is the one to steal away that camouflage. With Legend trading out, allows Stellar to play freely through there. And more importantly, stay alive with camo. But Snakebite with this shock, forcibly down to the low ground. He's hunted down and Bound awarded the kill. Multiple with the black screen here. That should be shock in the hands of Space Station Gaming. A 6-kill game still, as Frosty trying to figure out what his next game plan is going to be.
Yeah, FaZe holding on and consistently getting these trades, but I feel like SSG, even though they're down in this game, at this point in the game at least, they're in control. I feel like the momentum is on their side. Bound having the shock rifle definitely puts things into SSG's control. That shock rifle immediately removed, and that's what you got to do. You got to take out the threat, and that's what FaZe does. They continue to pressure. The double kill, almost a triple for Renegade all by himself. He ends up falling, but it allows Snakebite to push on through with the damaged Stellar, and he picks him up.
Yeah, definitely gotta give Renegade credit for that one. I mean, nasty double kill, almost gets the triple, and look how FaZe plays so quickly through that, end up putting Space Station Gaming multiple down and just kind of take back that control. It was SSG that was slowly starting to get into rhythm, and that play right there might have just done it.
3 down for the side of FaZe. Frosty, the last player alive. He ends up staying alive too, which is big. Gets his teammate to spawn. Camo coming up again in 10 seconds. You see FaZe kind of rotating towards that way. Frosty on that back Hydro side. They have to take out Bound, who's going to be a problem as well. It looks like we will keep you guys updated as we move over to OpTic Gaming versus Rebellion. This is our featured match.
You're probably thinking to yourself, SSG and FaZe, how is that not the winners bracket finals? Ladies and gentlemen, they're down in the lower bracket. Like I said, we'll keep you updated, but it's OpTic and Shopify Rebellion that are going at it right now to find out who is making it to the grand finals. And Trippy, big game Trip, is able to hunt them down, get the kill, get out alive, and now the rest of OpTic slowly starting to approach the base and the flag of Shopify Rebellion.
Now they need a couple kills before they can do so, and because Dead Zone and Form will go down, it's up to Trippy to try and do all he can. There is 3 down for the side of Rebellion, which allows Lucid to be on the top center of the map, but he's got to wait for the spawns before they can push on through, and it looks like they will take a fridge route as Rebellion flips the other side of the map and goes towards the car side.
See Trippy make his way towards utility side. Having no idea he's there is suppressed. That's an easy kill come out of Trippy, barely taking any damage whatsoever. And he's just, look at the nuisance that he's being. I don't know how Psycho ended up alive in that situation, but what a play, what a run by Trippy. Not enough to be down, go OpTic.
I like Dead Zone's play right here, though. You can see he's in the back of Rebellion's base, and he's just peppering. Yes, he does go down, but players on Rebellion being this weak right now could allow OpTic to stop this flag run, and it would be because of Dead Zone on the back of Rebellion's flag. This is really big, but Trippy's got to get there quick. The last player alive is the one running it. It's up to Trippy to stop this flag cap, and he cannot. Soul Snipe puts it in, and now the counter cap ensues.
Soul Snipe too quick with it, and that's the first cap in favor of Shopify Rebellion as Overshield comes out, and the counter cap potential is over on the 50% portion of the map. It looks like Shopify playing for the return drop from the heavens for the Achilles spine.
Beautiful, absolutely huge by the side of Rebellion here. Can they capitalize on this, though, is the question. A little bit aggressive there. We see back to this FaZe versus Space Station game, tied at 46, 47 now. Space Station take the lead.
Just one kill between the two. And it's bound with the latest camo grab that we have seen activated this late of a game of this magnitude right now. Finds the backside of his former duo. Excellent shots. Maybe the headshot didn't connect, but his teammates got his back. It's all good. 49-49. Still having the camo at the moment. Bound, the most important player on the map. He's choosing to go through bad ledge. He's not slowing down whatsoever, but... Wait, who died?
I didn't see, but FaZe take it. FaZe take it in game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we're red zone right now, which means don't get out of your chair or else you're gonna miss lots of action. We hop back to OpTic Gaming versus Rebellion here. It's tied at 1. Dead Zone pulling another flag towards the bottom of car. He makes it past the 50% portion of the map, and Formal's gonna do his best to get these slays on his side potentially. Lots of damage comes out. You talked about Formal's shot earlier, Tony. He's cooking.
He really is, and OpTic put in their second flag cap. It was Rebellion that capped the first, but back-to-back caps coming out of OpTic Gaming, and Formal H4F.
Oh my gosh, that was insane. That is a really advantageous spawn for the side of Rebellion, but somehow Soul Snipe ends up going down, and Formal comes through with another cap for OpTic Gaming. Guess what? They're not stopping. 3-1. They continue to want to pull this flag, but Soul Snipe picks up the overshield. Ladies and gentlemen, wake up. Halo's starting to cook.
It's a 2-cap game, and OpTic have all the advantage in the world, but Soul Snipe does have that overshield, and we know how fast he is with those flag runs. We saw him sneak away one. We see him put damage, but even the overshield isn't enough to keep him alive.
OpTic Gaming are doing so well at just making sure to keep the pressure on Rebellion. This is something Rebellion is really good at when we see them play, but OpTic constantly in their base, constantly making them turn around. Now it's 3 down for the side of Rebellion. Trippy throws the flag towards the bottom center, which means he can't run it. That's going to be one player having to leave that top center control. That could be a bit of a blunder right now, but we'll see how OpTic handle it.
Uzi can't quite get the insta-explode to connect, but still gets the kill onto one, and almost one shot turns it into a double kill. Dead Zone stopped right in his tracks, right before that flag gets forcibly in, but right off of spawn, OpTic making a 4-1 game. Shopify Rebellion start the push. It's relayed back by Suppressed. A one-shot Trippy isn't able to exactly find the angle, and now over toward the bottom car side. How was Shopify able to advance it this far? 3 down they go, but still one step behind, just stops it. It's a stop right there. Flag is out. Another return happens. Shopify Rebellion don't get the cap. Now OpTic look to counter for the last time here in this game.
And OpTic weren't sweating on that counter cap, right? That counter cap did come out, and they stop it, which is actually nuts, but they weren't sweating at all. They have a 4-1 lead thus far in this game. So the work they're doing right now is just overtime. There's still 6 minutes left, though. The OpTic only need 1 cap, but Rebellion have a chance to bring this back. Another overshield could do it, and Soul Snipe, he's gonna get a double kill to guarantee himself that OS.
This is now the second OS in a row here for Shopify Rebellion, specifically Soul Snipe. The last time it didn't exactly go the way he wanted, and 1 kill, maybe 2. With that, multiple going down for OpTic Gaming, but no flag pulled just yet. 4 down. Now that flag has to move.
Yeah, 4 down. Soul Snipe decides to take the bottom center route, which is gonna go come back to bite him. It's Dead Zone who gets a P1 spawn due to the overextenders, and he's gonna be able to stay alive here in this situation. Lots of damage does go out. Lots of damage goes into him. And it's Rebellion continuing to slay. This flag is not returned. Lucid's gonna try and hop it, but 3 down. He's the last player alive. As the last player alive, he gets the return. Dead Zone gets a spawn inside of their flag. I think OpTic is safe for now.
This must be so unfortunate here for Shopify Rebellion. There's lots of moments that seemingly are going your way, and somehow you think you should have 2, if not 3 caps right now. It's OpTic Gaming's objective defense that has been a thorn in your side. That and the fact that Trippy's stat line is looking ridiculous at 19 and 10, 6 assists to go along with the Shopify Rebellion. Really struggling against OpTic Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, I really question the run there from Soulsnipe, and of course I'm sitting here. I'm not a professional player in any regard whatsoever, but you know, not running it towards the utility side and center, you end up allowing that spawn to happen on P1, and like all the momentum that Rebellion built up to potentially bring this game back was just squashed in that moment. Can they get that momentum back? Can they swing the pendulum into their side? I'm not sure. OpTic Gaming look real strong with 4 minutes left.
You just need one more cap. You know, the one good thing for Shopify Rebellion is that OpTic have been so great so fast that at least there's 4 minutes for you to work with to try to tie things up. But you're still dealing with a very tough OpTic here on Aquarius. As Lucid comes in out of nowhere with the triple. Don't you dare get that overkill or overshield. Lucid now, double shields to work with. Rebellion just run.
Yeah, that's all you can do at this point in time. And you can see the route he takes, right? With OS, he plays really smart. Yes, he does have extra shields to work with, but he's not going to charge in for a beatdown. He's going to make sure to stay alive here on this side. He's going to make sure to be able to put in this damage. Not a lot of value comes out of this OS just yet, though. I'm not sure if he'll be able to get any. Bottom center, a very lucrative place to be, but also very risky. But the assistance comes through from his team, and 2 go down for Rebellion.
4-1 leads over OpTic Gaming. Excellent shots by Lucid as he plays his life. Meanwhile, 4-1 in dead zone, wreaking havoc right now. On the opposite side of things, Lucid may just take this opportunity to get some free shots off, but he's spotted. And now backing down. Still a fight. Still a war for any semblance of map control here. Lucid does come back in order to provide a little bit of extra pressure coming in. 2 down go OpTic, but the same for Rebellion. Mental evens it out, or at least gives them the advantage almost. Takes down for him.
You're starting to see a little bit of energy coming out of Rebellion, but still it's just a really tall mountain to climb here if they want to bring this game back. This being the first game of the series, it's very important to start off strong. And OpTic has just been in your base non-stop. You saw the very beginning half of this game constantly in Rebellion's base, and they're continuing to do just that. Finally, Formal's taken out. So with this kill, it might be an opening, but 3 go down for Rebellion once again, and OpTic have top control.
Dead's going to use that top control to stay alive. His teammates are able to clean up that kill and wants to get aggressive despite being one shot, ends up being taken out. Looks like the same will happen to Lucid, but all that a distraction to allow Formal to get away with the overshield. Formal backs down just momentarily. Teammates coming off a spawn, but you know he wants to get aggressive with the OS.
Yeah, the one thing that happened with that one cap from Rebellion was the OS that they had in the hands, I believe it was Soulsnipe, but OpTic have gotten the last 2 overshields. And when you're leading 4-1 with 1 minute and 30 seconds left, OS gives you a tiny bit of a chance to get 3 caps in 1 minute and 20 seconds. But at this point in time, OpTic are just holding down the gas pedal, not letting go of the pressure, and Rebellion have no answer for it.
Yeah, I mean, even with that, I mean, yes, theoretically, 1.5 minutes is good enough to get 3 caps, but not against OpTic. Now when they're playing like this, Formal could fumble 20 more times and OpTic are gonna win it no matter what. 5-1, OpTic take game 1.
It's kind of interesting, right? We talk about SSG, we talk about Rebellion. You know, obviously the winners of the previous 2 opens, but no one's talking about OpTic. But OpTic are like, hey, time to talk about us. We haven't gone anywhere. And they're making things happen already here on this championship Thursday. A great start to that game, a very convincing win, 5-1.
Yeah, we know. I mean, they were the team that made it to the grand finals. They were that other team besides SSG that were playing the grand finals, and it feels like they've been a little quiet from Arlington to now. But now we're seeing them back in the winners finals, up 1-0 right now. A very good chance to make it to the grand finals, and now we are talking about OpTic Gaming once again. But there are 2 teams that we've always considered in the big 3, or 2 war teams. That's SSG and FaZe. They're going at it right here, right now. SSG at their end game at the moment here. Multiple hits the black screen. Stellar hits the no scope. Just barely misses out on the other, but the last 5 seconds is Eco and Legend just rotating away from the rest of FaZe.
Yeah, there you go. SSG take the first round. And, you know, with this series being tied up, we'll see if FaZe can answer back. from the stronger side. Actually, I pretty much consider the tower the stronger side in terms of spawns right off the bat here, but FaZe ended up getting the A side spawn. We'll see if they're able to capitalize on some kills here. It looks like Renegade's gonna fall. Immediately, 3 go down for FaZe. SSG starting off strong.
Also, we're snuck away with that sniper so quick. So multiple going down for FaZe. Stellar saying, we don't want just sniper. We don't want just camo. Give us the QT as well. Quantum translocator in the hands of Stellar, but it looks like your sniper player ends up going down. It's gonna be bound. And the rest of FaZe now pushing forward, pushing out. Stellar bounces right back in. Ping pong and back and forward. Eco still alive, and SSG are still scoring.
Yeah, SSG have 20 points to 0 of FaZe, but one thing I want to talk about with the QT is we're starting to see it utilized in the correct way. Obviously, it takes a little bit of time when an equipment comes into a game. It's been in the game for a while now, but I think Live Fire is the first map that really puts it to work, and we're starting to see these professional players utilize it in the way that they use it off of cooldown, and you can really mix up a game if you play it like we just saw Stellar play that QT. And that's why it's important to control all the resources on the map. That being said, FaZe, they control the ball resource and they take the lead 22-20.
I'm gonna lie, I swear I thought Eco was about to dive in for the ball right into the water right there. It looked, he tapped straight for his way out of that one, but Legend also right on the ball. The moment you go 3 down, the moment SSG are gonna make you pay, and it even carries over for them to grab a hold of that ball. Early ball time in for SSG. They do have a double-digit lead at the moment, and Eco with the reversey perfy.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because right now, or unfortunate for FaZe, that is, it's because every chance they get, they come off a spawn. Snakebite was the first one to peek on the big door. He takes a ton of damage, and then it's another player on the cut side. He takes a ton of damage. One by one, FaZe is going down, and it's just SSG's damage output right now that is just really tough to deal with. They've got this setup locked in. They've got a player anchoring on B. FaZe just don't have anywhere to go.
We saw a lot of players using that jiggle peek strafe against Bound, but now we're seeing him use it over toward the green side, and man's still alive, at least for now. That's until World 2 has something to say about that. Tower side control still for SSG. It looks like FaZe have great positioning for the camo, or had.
FaZe have a lot of work to do is what they have. SSG just got 75 points to FaZe's 22. It was a close game, or a close round, I should say. It's now way in favor of SSG with that tower side setup. FaZe have to do something, and they have to do it quick. The Slays, not really that much different, right? Maybe by a couple of kills, but SSG, they just look objective, efficient. We'll see if Royal 2 can maybe do something with this camo.
Oh, an early ball setup and camouflage. FaZe are loving that, but Bound still spots out Royal 2. Royal 2 was trying to use the ball carrier as bait, but Bound and SSG, they're on it.
SSG playing it slow, not making any sort of mistakes, especially when it comes to picking up this ball. They have a 2-kill advantage here. They get the spawns on the camo side, and Bound does know that. So you'll see the rotation towards the window. Frosty, though, stops him in his tracks. Gets the kill on the ball carrier, and now has a sniper to work with as well. This will be big for the side of FaZe if Frosty can hit some shots right now.
Legend is able to take down Renegade. Down to 1 shot. Both he and Eco need to get their shields back, but that's a lot of time that FaZe are now putting on the board as Snakebite moonwalks his way back towards green, and SSG mount a push through mid. Through the sandbags they go. Legend allowing Eco to be that shield. Looking for the bait and switch, but Bound already gets the double kill before he even gets involved. Bound doesn't need any help apparently, and SSG may just be taking 2 in a row.
Yeah, SSG really impressed me at how fast they are to react to these rotations. They didn't allow that ball to go any further past key door. They stop it in its tracks. Eco's gonna fall right now, which is 2 down for SSG. It's still an opportunity for FaZe. A couple more kills have to happen, and Bound making that difficult as Snakebite has to rotate towards his team spawning on B.
Setup being formulated here by FaZe. Just 1 more break needed for SSG, and you have to imagine they'll be able to close out this round. Still, FaZe do have an advantage, and we'll keep you guys updated on that one as finally game number 2 is ready. OpTic up 1-0.
OpTic up 1-0, and they're up 4-1 in game number 2. They look really good, I'm gonna be honest. Yes, they did play second at Arlington, but in the online events, that first one, they weren't there. The second one, not as good as we thought they could have done. Now we're in number 3, and they're looking solid here. The Cycle has something to say about it. The shock rifle in his hands. Control of that Snipe 2 side of the map. Completely given up, though. And now OpTic Gaming in control once again.
Yeah, an 8-3 start coming out of OpTic Gaming. Shopify Rebellion consistently talk about how good they are in the Slayers. Now they got to prove it against OpTic Gaming, a team that they haven't matched up against, maybe at least not in a long time. We see Lucid and Formal working together. A bit of ammo left in this shock at the moment, but 2 go down for OpTic. Formal wants to stay alive, or will he make a play with Dead Zone?
Dead Zone's gonna call 2 players here. Oh my gosh. Again, Soul Snipe comes from behind. That great kill by Formal, though. Being pinched by multiple areas. He's gonna go down there. So him taking out 1 player is all he can do. And sometimes you gotta take what you can get. The shock rifle will run out. OpTic Gaming will continue to maintain this lead, 13-10.
3 kills between the 2, and Dead Zone taking the low ground route. It's right behind Shopify Rebellion, the same strat that Rebellion used against OpTic. Now it's Dead Zone and OpTic using against them. Still 3 kills between them. Camouflage coming up. Nays down to the low ground, and we see that FaZe did take that round, so that means a round number 3 in oddball between SSG and FaZe.
I didn't expect that. When we switched off that game and we came back to our featured match, I thought FaZe were gonna end up losing that one, but somehow they take that second round. Hopping back to OpTic versus Rebellion, though. OpTic still have this lead here. And we talk about how important it is to minimize the lead as fast as you can in a Slayer. You don't want things to get out of hand. Rebellion are keeping it pretty close, though. It's going to be difficult when you have a Trippy with a camo. We'll see what Trippy can do with that camo. He's got a lot of vision on a lot of players here. Information at least comes out of this camo, and it ends up going out, but he at least gets 1 kill from it and some info. He'll get 2. Beautiful job by Trippy, 23-14.
No longer having the camo to work with, but still alive, and looks like he has his eyes set on that shock. Meanwhile, Rebellion have their eyes set on trying to break out of the blue spawns, but they are caught. Now, stuck through blue, stuck through flowers. OpTic have an angle on both sides right now. Shopify Rebellion, limited options except to fight your way off of your spawn. If you want to get out, you have to earn it. And they've gone through Lucid. They've now gone through Formal. Dead Zone. Good shots out of him.
Yeah, I don't know how he survived right there. He pulled out the commando.
Enemy halfway to
Rapid fire worked out. Dead Zone's gonna get flanked, though. A great job by Cycle here. This is what we know Cycle to do, is just be a nuisance. Put that damage out. Look at him. He just keeps, like, he switches targets, right? Lucid's not in his line of sight. Switches targets to another person or a player. Switches targets to another player. And just the output is honestly one of his strengths, I think, as a player. It's being showcased here. Formal, though. Nice shot by him. Still a 8 kill lead here for the side of OpTic Gaming.
Just about double digits at the moment as another camouflage is coming up. Looks like Shopify Rebellion really want to focus on grabbing this one. They don't want to allow OpTic any more advantage on the map. 3 down go OpTic, the 4th one falls. Cycle was down to 1 shot. May have saw the light right there, but his teammates have his back.
Yeah, that's something that Rebellion do so well, is having each other's back. Cycle's having a little bit of a slow game here. That damage output is happening, but he's 3 and 6 with 4 assists. He has camo. He can open things up. Oh no, doesn't get in range of the back smack. Because of that, OpTic have his location. He has to try and play his life as best as possible, take unorthodox routes, and that's exactly what he does. He ends up getting 2 kills here, but look at the score at the bottom center of your screen. 31-28. Rebellion had brought this back, and it's Cycle's doing work with the camo.
Cycle does end up going down. Trippy comes up just to take him out. Meanwhile, the positioning here for Shopify Rebellion. Multiple angles onto OpTic Gaming, and now it's Mental that could have an unforeseen flank. 2 go down. The 3rd one's 1 shot. Oh, God, Lucid, would you die? There we go. Mental gets the kill. You know he was frustrated with that one, but what a nade to take him down. Back to 3 kills.
Yeah, OpTic holding on to this lead by the skin of their teeth here. It's Rebellion who are turning up the pressure just a bit, being aggressive. the play style we know that they're comfortable playing. OpTic are going to answer back with some aggression of themselves, but look at this. What I'm talking about right there, the triple push onto that backside of the base. And again, this is the pressure that OpTic have a problem with. It's brought Rebellion in the lead now, 39-37.
OpTic are the ones who having a little bit of a tough time closing out against Shopify Rebellion. You allow Rebellion right back into this game. You now have allowed them to take the lead, and with Shock and Camo coming up, that's all they need in order to end it right here, right now. OpTic, you better make something happen, but who's watching Soul Snipe? 3 go down.
Aggression is king when it comes to this Rebellion roster. I just said they can change the pace at any moment, and they do so right now. OpTic do not expect them to play this fast, but look how they swarm in Wolfpack through the map. What was a 10-kill lead for OpTic Gaming has completely flipped on its head. 47-37 Rebellion lead.
Reversal.
Just 2 more kills needed. You finally take down Mental, but you have to trade out your life to do it. And so much we talk about the rest of the members of Shopify Rebellion, and too many times does Mental go untalked about. Does he go unnoticed at times for the most experienced player on that roster when it comes to esports? He had one hell of a game, but now to FaZe and SSG. 80 seconds in counting for SSG. We've seen them have a large lead against FaZe around the same exact kill mark or same exact score mark in that previous round, and FaZe came back in order to win it. Now it's Renegade with the flank. Renegade with the double.
Double kill.
3 end up going down for SSG, and FaZe just might pull another one where the sun don't shine.
I love this out of Frosty as well. 33, 21 assists. Look at Snakebite's ball time, 27 and 27. 140 seconds of ball time almost. FaZe take the lead, but a lot of work still to be done. 3 down for the side of FaZe. Frosty, the last player alive. They're gonna look for him. And with that knowledge that he's on the C side, they know where the spawns are happening as well. One last push for FaZe here.
SSG, all they gotta do is hold FaZe out for just 5 more seconds, but Raw 2 is here. Raw 2 is here. 3 down goes Space Station Gaming, and FaZe might have just stolen away the flank for the 36 kills. Renegade, the demon, strikes again, and it looks like FaZe just might steal this one away.
It looks like you're absolutely right, and they will. They will take the lead in the series 2-1. You gotta watch the lanes. You gotta watch every lane on that map. Merle 2 finds an opening on the bottom center in the rat tunnel where the rats belong. And FaZe go up in the series, but we swap over now to OpTic Gaming versus Rebellion once again at the start of game number 3. We're on board with Trippy.
We saw the screen glow red at the end of an oddball match. Over towards the winner's side, and the 2-1 in favor of FaZe. But we see it again as Rebellion taking on OpTic Gaming. You see OpTic going multiple down. Shopify never waste time hopping on that ball. They are so efficient.
Time to shut cycle down. They do it. He was 5-1 to start this game. We've seen him on a heater before. The impact he can have on a game. Trippy looking to have his own type of game though, as they push through the pipe side. It's aggression from OpTic to answer back on Rebellion's constant aggression in the 2 games in this series. OpTic look to take control of the pipe side. They've got to fend off the pressure coming from A.
It's a 10-0 lead in favor of Shopify Rebellion at the moment, but obviously 10 points really not much, especially when OpTic are right back on that ball, but a missed shot with that shock. And 2 going down for OpTic Gaming now. 3. Formal does fight his way out. He's out, he's still alive, but Rebellion still had the ball.
The fact they didn't chase him there though is because of the spawns coming out on that C side. Because of that, Formal does stay alive, but they finally end up taking him out. 3 down for the side of Rebellion though, so for Formal's 1 life, they take out 3, suppress the last player alive. OpTic will have control once again of the pipe side of the map, and you see Trippy overextending, right? He's gonna get the cross so that when they come from long haul side, He can shoot the players pushing on the glass, but look how much of a nuisance Formal's being on that long haul, right? He's been alive this entire time. Finally, they take him out. So now Trippy's got to be ready for the push.
It looks like Denzel's going to replace him in that exact same setup, but Cycle ends up over towards Whirlpool. OpTic not ready for it. Trippy, don't know how he's alive at the moment here, but he's going to grab a hold of that ball, now rotating it through the top side of glass right now, as OpTic Gaming getting so much time that they don't deserve.
Yeah, this rotation's beautiful, though. You have Trippy with a shock rifle. The spawns come out onto A, though, which kind of leaves Trippy on an island by himself. He ends up falling because of that, and so does Dead Zone. So Rebellion finding an opening to strike. And they strike hard and fast. And they'll take some ball time towards the back of Hydro.
They'll also take the lead with that active. Shopify Rebellion, a full rotation with this ball. Pretty sure this was at long haul at some point. Now it's found its way over toward the A side right now for Shopify Rebellion, who've just gone 3 down. Lucid and Trippy set up here. Formal is down on the low side. This might be a full setup locked in, but Formal hits the black screen.
Formal dying first. I would expect Rebellion to be a bit faster, though. They're not really aggressing. There's a player down from the side of Rebellion, so maybe waiting for that spawner to come up. Lucid finds a way out here. He also finds a player isolated, not able to clean up the kill. 2 down for the side of Rebellion, 3 down for the side of Rebellion, 2 down for OpTic. So Rebellion with the numbers advantage right now. Formal! Wow, the patience on that shot. Beautiful job. Waiting for the head to come back down off the ceiling to clean up that kill. And OpTic 60-36 have a big time lead.
63-36 at the moment here, and nades are going down. Got a one-shot player in front of you, but he has the help he's looking for. Formal does a great job of playing his life despite being in the 1v2, but he goes down. Rebellion still trying to push forward here, but Dead Zone gets some easy free back shots on the way to making it through long haul. Trippy force the play ball, and now with Shopify Rebellion to get the break, but they don't get any time. Oh, never mind. They run the ball too.
Cycle has the ball. Having a really good game again. He's continued on that solid start he had. 11-7 so far. Now getting some ball time, doing it all. They're anticipating the push from A. You see OpTic only sending 2 on that side, though. So you got to know that the other 2 are flanking towards the backside. Looks like they are on that C-long side control. They force the spawns onto A once again. It's up to Dead Zone. This is a big kill for him, but he knows the spawns are coming out. So you see him backing up there, and you see Lucid maintaining the control of that oddball. 10 points left for OpTic.
It's a last-ditch effort that's needed for Shopify Rebellion. OpTic in full defensive mode. Nobody in position just yet, and it looks like OpTic gonna hold on for round 1.
OpTic looking good. Really interesting to see. You see, on the side of OpTic, it's, beautiful by them to showcase that they can hang with the side of Rebellion, at least since, how dominant these online qualifiers have been. And then FaZe on the other end against Space Station. It's the two monsters, and these online competitions are being contested, and we love to see that. We love to see this balanced competition. Back to the side of OpTic Gaming versus Rebellion. It's OpTic, of course, with a 1-round lead.
Does have that shock to work with, but gets caught hopping around toward that gold door, taken now by Trippy from across the map. Cycle with a double kill off screen, though. Still alive, despite the nades flying at him. Now's working a 1-2 combo with his teammate through the gold side. Lucid and Trippy still waiting on the top side of the map, getting their shields back. An important 2v2 fight, but one that Lucid and OpTic never lose.
Beautiful. Oh my gosh, Lucid with the triple. Dead Zone's gonna have an opportunity to clean up this kill as well. Oh my goodness, Mental making it difficult though. No shields, or 1 shot left in shields, still contesting and putting out damage. And it's Rebellion's aggression that has been so good for them as these series have gone on. This is something that I think is one of their strengths. The question is, can OpTic find an answer to when that aggression turns up to a level 10?
Easy shots coming in from Formal right there. C-side just about cleared out, but you still see Shopify Rebellion funneling from the A side through the tower side, sending body after body. OpTic have to slay them out multiple times in order to secure ball time, and the reset ends up going down.
That reset is huge, especially with how much work Rebellion have done to pressure that side of the map. OpTic just flip it on its head. They take it back towards the C side as well, and a lot of damage with 2 down for Rebellion going into the other members that are alive is gonna allow OpTic to continue to have this control. And with Camo coming up as well, and spawns being forced onto A, OpTic are in just full control right now. Just complete presence of every angle of the map.
Shopify Rebellion, they gotta find a way to break through the defenses of OpTic Gaming. OpTic Gaming are locked right now. Lucid drops down to the low ground. Ooh, Cycle, you better watch out, Lucid. He has the shots. Dead Zone still alive, gonna pass that ball over toward Lucid. He has camo. He wants to get value out of it. There you go.
50 points and counting here for OpTic Gaming. It just seems like Rebellion are still playing that aggressive playstyle, but OpTic are just ready for it. They're picking them apart one by one. 2 go down for Rebellion. All 4 dead for Rebellion as OpTic continue to get ball time. No points for Rebellion in round number 2.
If your defense is strong enough, you can weather the storm. You can handle the ultra-aggressive playstyle that Shopify Rebellion are known so well for, especially here on Recharge. 75-0 run. This is a blowout that we are seeing at the moment as OpTic put on a clinic of defensive Halo here on Recharge.
It's gonna be really difficult to hold Rebellion to 0 points, but OpTic, you know they're gonna try. They've got to get rid of this guy though. The wiggles on this man, just incredible. Having a really solid game, 18 and 16. Mental trying to get 1 point of ball time. Doesn't play the ball either, it looks like. They don't want him to get 1 point at all. They're playing for them getting 0 points here. What is going on, Tony?
Formal with the simple kill, but somehow the ball gets played out, and what you think will be a few seconds for Shopify Rebellion is nothing. It's Trippy hopping right on it, but he's one shot, he's taken out. Formal with this camouflage. Should be an easy kill with easy deny of access for the player going through goal, but doesn't know it. Ball is out in the middle. 3 players are stuck over toward the tower side. Meanwhile, this ball is here on gold, and I don't think it's going anywhere.
All Rebellion are happy they got the first couple of points on the board. I'm sure they'd like to be in a much better position right now, but OpTic have made it nearly impossible. Oh my gosh. Cycle again with the wiggles. 91-4. OpTic. They knew we didn't talk about them too much, but they're showcasing. They're still here.
Tommy freaking Wilson with that kill. No business getting that kill, but Shopify Rebellion still have 2 members toward the back gold side. So we're seeing some points on the board, and you know it looks bleak for Shopify Rebellion, but it ain't over until it's over. Less than 2 minutes on the clock, and clock will be stopped as long as either one of these teams have that ball in hand, suppressed with the shock. Both members of OpTic are now starting to get closer and closer, and that's Trippy with the kill. Ball's played over toward the mid, but he has grapple. He can steal it right back.
I just gotta point out, look at the difference in assists in this game. It's 45 for the side of OpTic Gaming. Rebellion, not a lot of assists on their end. Only 2 players in double digits. Just going to showcase OpTic's teamwork here, especially on a map like Recharge. 30 points is what Rebellion have, but I think that's all they'll get, Tony.
The only thing that can match Active's math right there is the play from OpTic in that oddball. Good math, by the way. 2-1 lead. After a 2-0 finish, OpTic Gaming take the lead. Oh, hold on. We might be in the final seconds here. SSG just took A and C.
Wait, we might be going to a game 5 here. We are. Tony, what is going on? This is too much for me to handle.
If you can't handle the heat, get out of the streets. Get out. Get out of the kitchen. because we got a game 5 over in the lower bracket, and we got some amazing action happening here in the winners bracket finals. Don't slow down on me, old man. I need you to keep up.
I'm here. I've got an energy drink. I'll probably die by the age of 50, but that's okay. Here we are. My goodness gracious. Some incredible gameplay everywhere we look. OpTic Gaming dominant in that oddball game. My goodness, it's great to see them once again in the winners finals making a statement.
Got another matchup here for you. Don't forget our featured matchup, OpTic versus Shopify Rebellion. And we want to take a little old school on you. We'll take it back to Halo 5, where I first got my start cast. I think, Tim, around the same time as you as well, you know. And we're going to take you back to that Halo 5 remake. We going to Interference.
Great remake on this map. And I don't know if we're going to utilize it today, Tony. But we got something that some of the people might not have seen. Never mind, ladies and gentlemen. We get to see the map, though. We had an interview last week as well. We got to talk to, I believe it was Astro. And I love the passion. And something he talked about is 200 hours on this map. That is a lot of dedication. Some of our forgers so talented. But here we go. It's OpTic Gaming in the lead, 2-1. Rebellion looking to bring us to a game 5 here in the winners finals.
Trippy pushes forward, grabs a hold of that thrust, almost uses to get a kill onto Cycle, but Shopify Rebellion cleared that out, and now they're taking Alpha and Charlie right now. Carbine spots should be coming up here for OpTic Gaming as we see another battle happening. As quick as they spawn, OpTic are quick to push, but they're getting sent right back to the black screen.
Yeah, I think, Rebellion obviously talk about their aggression pretty often. I think that's one of the things that they're really strong in is being aggressive. But it's one thing to be aggressive and just hold forward. It's another thing to have the chemistry that Rebellion have when they're aggressive. And I think this map kind of goes in their favor, I should say. So we'll see if they can utilize that here. OpTic Gaming coming off a very dominant oddball game. They get Rebellion 3 down. Rebellion answer back. Mental, that's a trade out of him. He's going to try and get A now. Trippy going to contest, but he does get A. And that'll be points for Rebellion.
Mental really was the MVP of that Slayer with the skill jump over toward the tower side. Mental's going to have to have another MVP-like performance here against OpTic Gaming. They are very, very good at strongholds. And they want to see this game 5. Shots coming out from Mental. Trippy goes down, killing spree out of him, and a one-shot formal, just part of the double. And he getting a little overzealous. He's trying to shoot everybody.
That's what he does. Formal the turret, and the UAV, of course, with his communication. Two of his strong points. Rebellion, OS coming up very shortly here. These couple of kills, very important. It's Cycle who's trying to prevent that OS from being picked up, and I believe Mental is the one to pick it up. If they get the kill on the Formal, they'll have control of the map here. Lucid as well, down to no shields.
There's now 2 over shields in a row coming in for Shopify Rebellion. No wonder why they just entered another trip cap as Suppress finds someone over toward the sewer side. A 2v2 situation, but one that Shopify Rebellion are still scoring on. We see Rebellion trying to force their way through Engine 2. Dead Zone and Trippy, they're going to try to work on C, but Shopify Rebellion have every other position on the map.
Yeah, OpTic are fighting just a really tough battle right now. Rebellion are just really quick to take beautiful angles here. It's going to be 3 down for Rebellion, though. A 1v1 on this side of the map. It's up to Formal to contest, but Soul Snipe with a beautiful shot and a nade, I believe it was, cleans him up. And it'll be Rebellion with a 92-18 lead.
So much experience here on the map. I've casted almost every single one of these players on Halo 5 on the rig, maybe except for Form. I don't even know if you even played Halo 5. 102-18 lead. Rebellion still have control, and Lucid knocking Suppressed lights out right there. Well-placed grenades. Denying access from Long Haul. It's OpTic Gaming that take over Alpha and Bravo.
Yeah, those are the types of kills you need if you're OpTic Gaming to bring this game back. Rebellion have mounted a pretty solid lead here. B, though, Nest being taken. Trippy gonna try and do all he can to damage Suppressed out of this hill. Suppressed doing a great job using that wall to stay alive, and he continues to play his life. This is huge by Suppressed. If he can get a trade, it would be massive, but Trippy ends up coming out on top of that one. They'll trade for red.
111 to 30 lead. Still OpTic have it. And it looks like Rebellion might have to swap out and work for Alpha, but Lucid not only gets the kill, but gets overshield as well. Alpha's reset. They have Bravo already. That's a play by Lucid.
Yeah, great plays like that. Talked about it a minute ago. OpTic Gaming need these. Lucid on a bit of a tear right now. You can say he's in a flow state. The double kill comes out. They're going for C as well. They're going for the jugular, Tony. Lucid's unstoppable right now. A triple cap locked in for OpTic.
It's flowing like liquid, man. He's just moving through them. He's silky smooth with it. He is definitely in his flow state right now. 14-7. Not done just yet. BR is out to finish off the headshot, and he's having one hell of a game.
Someone kill this man in game. I mean, this is nuts. He's just non-stop. The pressure he's able to put on. I love the BR as well. I talk about how important it is to couple that with the Bandit for that long range. That sight line right there showcases that on the top of tower all the way to Nest. And they're not allowing any sort of Rebellion, any sort of member of Rebellion to get any type of control here. OpTic Gaming have brought a deficit of potentially 70 points, and now they're looking to take the lead.
Just about there, and now adding insult to injury. They say, we're not happy with just 2. We're going after Bravo. We're going after the trip cap as well. Shopify Rebellion dropped down, which is the second too late. They may have Charlie, but you know it takes 2 to tango. Alpha and Bravo still in the hands of OpTic Gaming. A one-shot Lucid doing everything he can to stay alive, and even while running away, still gets kills. Who can stop this man?
Has he, like, when's the last time he died? 16-7 is nuts. He has been a big part of why this is happening. Another shout out to our observer, Nighty. Absolutely beautiful. He cannot stop the caster's curse, though. Nighty, I love you, but you can't stop the curse from happening. It's just inevitable. 3 down, go Rebellion. OpTic Gaming 137 to 120. They get 3 down once again for Rebellion, so they're going to look to take control as they force the spawns on the back of A.
I feel like we call it an observer's curse. Like, I feel like we're just talking about what we see on the screen. It's the observer's the one that put it on the screen. So why are we blaming casters for the curse? If anything, it's the observers.
You're right.
But it's another conversation. 139 to 125. OpTic have stolen the lead and haven't looked back since. In fact, Formal did have the overshield, but he's stuck. That's a big play coming out of Shopify Rebellion. One that they have to play through. They need to slow down OpTic Gaming because this momentum may just be too much.
Oh, as you can see in our picture-in-picture, I believe it looks like, if my eyes don't deceive me, it's SSG winning that game. Wow. So SSG, that was massive. 50 to 32 in a game 5. SSG come out on top. My goodness gracious. So SSG continuing on this story that we've seen time and time again in these opens. But back we go to OpTic Gaming versus Rebellion. Our winners bracket finals. On board with Dead Zone, and Rebellion looking at a triple cap right now, but Dead Zone stops the C cap.
166 to 131 lead in favor of OpTic Gaming, and Dead Zone now is the one popping off here. Trippy's gonna be able to take away Bravo, and looks like Alpha's gonna be grabbed as well. Another trip cap happening for OpTic Gaming. Shopify Rebellion, known for their aggressive play style, known for how often they play the trip cap. It's OpTic turning things around right on them.
You can't play aggressive when losing 21-10. You just can't. The guy's just not missing. And he, of course, as I talk about him, Tony, he goes down in the kill feed. But regardless, OpTic Gaming just look really solid right now. Trippy having a game as well, putting some shots down. OS coming up really shortly. If Rebellion wants any chance of taking control of this map, you're gonna have to go for this overshield. Soul Snipe with the double might make that happen.
You know, it reminds me of some wise words that Mickwin once said to me, and it's hard to be objective efficient when you're dead. So it's like, it doesn't matter how good your objective efficiency is, if the other team is slaying out, you're gonna have a tough time every single time. Multiple going down though for OpTic. Rebellion now showing some life here. A triple cap of their own, and they can get right back in it.
I believe Soul Snipe, like a little bit earlier in the game, was double-digit negative, and now he's 19 and 18. So gotta love to see a player like him pick it up. We know what he's capable of. Picking it up towards the very end of this game is exactly what Rebellion needs. And like you said, you can't get objective efficient if you're dead. So Rebellion putting some slays on the board is what the doctor ordered.
213 to 168, still in favor of OpTic Gaming, but once again, Shopify Rebellion have the numbers that they're looking for. And Soulstime with the curve slide right back into the action, despite being at a numbers disadvantage. OpTic still and away with Alpha, but looks like Rebellion swapping for Bravo. OpTic now have their eyes set on Charlie. They're trying to fully rotate on him, and once again, OpTic have a double cap.
There is no setup here. This plays exactly like the rig used to play. It's just full rotational gameplay, non-stop rotations. And right now, OpTic are on top of those rotations. Lutz is staying alive in the long haul side. Down to no shield, still able to play his life. This is the blunder that I'm talking about. The fact that he's able to live that long is not good for the side of Rebellion. Because he survives and he's still alive, they're gonna be able to get A. 28 and 15 is Lucid.
Trippy with some well-placed grenades. Don't know how Suppress survives that. And now it's a very dangerous game of Ring Around the Rosie. And Trippy takes down Suppress. Half the team down, half the job done. Overshield in their sights, and if OpTic get Overshield, Rebellion are going to continue to have a tough time. But Lucid down to one shot. He's kind of stuck over towards Nest. He's taken out. 3 down, go OpTic Gaming. Formal still ends up with the Overshield, and he gets it off.
Wow, a great job by Formal right there. He's going to take a lot of damage, ends up getting a kill. He's stuck inside the sewers, but the damage that he does here is good. Even if he goes down, that kill will be cleaned up. As you see, it is. And that'll be 3 down for Rebellion. A chance for OpTic to close this out, and I believe they will. OpTic Gaming 3-1 versus Rebellion in your winners finals.
It's been since Arlington that we've seen OpTic Gaming back in the grand finals. And now we have them again, this time through the winners bracket. Right now, OpTic Gaming are the favorites to win the tournament. No matter who they face right now, they'll have to make it through the lower bracket. They'll have to win 2 best-of-5 series against OpTic Gaming. As of right now, OpTic Gaming are the favorites to win this tournament.
They look so different than they did in all the previous opens. Obviously, the first one they weren't participating, but I mean, even the last open, they look so good. I don't know what's gotten into them, but this is a perfect time for this all to happen. Maybe sometimes you hit those roadblocks, sometimes you hit those walls you got to break through. That's just kind of how it works when you're playing from the top. And it looks like OpTic get broken through those walls, and they're looking dominant and ready for London.
Killing spree.
All right, guys. Well, I believe that's actually it for me and you, Active. Actually, we're going to take a little bit of a break. I know we're going to be watching the rest of this tournament because there ain't nothing else to watch right now. I promise you. We're going to be watching this tournament. I got to see how it ends. But any final words for the people at home before we go?
Just a shout out to the chat. You guys have been awesome today for the most part. And yeah, I mean, shout out to you, Tony. It's always a pleasure casting with you. And can't wait to see the rest of the tournament today.
It was a pleasure to be able to call the action for you guys, and now we get to sit back at the best seat in the house and watch it all go down as OpTic back in the grand finals. Let's send it over to Ali and Garrett.
OpTic back in the grand finals it is. I feel like it's starting to everything feel a little bit more normal, kind of like what we're used to, but I was having so much fun seeing different teams on the winners side. Happy for OpTic though, and an incredible performance from Shopify Rebellion there.
It's a bit of, I want to say it's an upset because green wall, baby, like they look really good. It's like that's the OpTic that we sort of expected to see in previous bouts. Now I think that they look really strong. I think this is their tournament, right? Like you have that advantage. The question is really at this point is who comes in from the elimination side, right? Right now we have Sentinels and Native going at it. We saw SSG APG were able to beat FaZe in that game 5, and we might just have another game 5. And I have to say, it's interference. What is it? Thursday? Interference Thursday, because we are seeing interference game after interference game, and we've seen that has been quite competitive thus far.
I wonder who out of these two teams has the most veterans here. Like, who are like the Halo 5 players? I wonder if that gives these players the edge. Have they had enough time to really play in these matches, in this map?
Okay, so like, right, like we can talk about that, right? Precision, not really a Halo 5 kid. Never put that much time into it. I don't think he played any Halo 5, right? So he's learning the map for the first time. Boo Boo, Doo Lethal, Falcated, plenty of Halo 5 experience. Obviously, Lethal winning just about every Grand Finals championship there was in Halo 5. Always in every Grand Finals in Halo 5's history. On the other side, right, APG had a very up and down career in Halo 5. He was rising star, and then unfortunately got in a pretty bad car accident that left him concussed, and it really I felt like shortened his Halo 5 career for that little stint. Like, I really like want to have that alternate timeline. If APG didn't get in that car accident, what could have happened, because he was so good. But then he eventually regained that 2018, got a lot of top 3 placings. Gilkey was always he's like an up and comer in that time, like battling up and down. Had like top 12, top 16, top 8 placings. Barcode never went pro, but boy oh boy was he making life hell on those on the matchmaking servers for lots of players over there. And obviously Mikwood, I mean, has multiple lands underneath his belt. Halo 5 as a champion, and just a phenomenal player. Obviously knows what he's going to be doing on this map.
Well, you know what? I got somebody who's really excited to continue talking with you about interference and this matchup, Sentinels versus Native Gaming. Let's go ahead and bring up Eli.
Yo, what's going on, guys? Could not be more excited to get into this one. Joining you guys on Championship Sunday. I guess for now I'm gonna be casting with Tools. My duo
let's
is.
Go.
I guess
my duo. Let's go, my new duo. I've been waiting for this day.
Yeah, sorry, Mac, you just got fired, and GG's go next. But yeah, me and Tools might talk about this one. I mean, I'm kind of glad because you're the H5 kid anyway, so you actually know what you're talking about with this map, whereas like Mikowski and I honestly could not have any less of a clue.
Well, one thing about this map that's been really different, that I'm not sure how it's going to play out in Halo Infinite, is in Halo 5 you are able to shoot down that platform that Overshield had on top of it, and you see so often a lot of the fights on this map are going to revolve around that Overshield platform. That difference between Halo 5 and Halo Infinite, I think, is going to be that main difference in flow on this map. Really curious how it plays out, but so far we see one of these players playing out of the map because he is gone 3v4 right now for Sentinels, and they have to be a little frustrated, right, Eli? I mean, up 150 to 65 when this game ends.
Yeah, maybe we get to see the new feature where they can manually choose the score. I thought there was a time earlier that they should have done that, right?
And they didn't do it. Like, are we crazy? Like, they add all these cool features for us to use and we don't use them? Come on. I will say, King of the Hill, I was trying to test some stuff out with it, that new rejoin feature or whatever.
Yeah.
When you're playing King of the Hill, it doesn't make the hill that should be rotated. So let's say you're on the third hill, like you're up 2-0. It doesn't start the game on the third hill. It still starts it on the first hill. And,
interesting.
I don't know. That's like, how do you feel about that?
I mean, I think it would reset in case.
be a lesson to you, Garrett. Anytime you try to take my duo, Eli the Ninja, away from me, I'm gonna tear down the whole internet. That's how much we love Eli and how much we love Halo. We're jumping onto a game in progress here. We got Sentinels versus Native Gaming. Sentinels having a great tournament. Native Gaming having maybe even in a better day two, sweeping through up until this point. They've obviously lost a couple in this series, but Eli, set the stage for this match in progress that we'll be joining in.
I mean, I'm setting the stage for you wearing those glasses, dog. I hope you're going to have less faded takes because you're looking at least 50 IQ points higher right now because that is unbelievable. I didn't even know you own those. What the heck? Anyways, we're hopping right back in here after apparently all of Texas internet went down. Precision disconnects. I disconnected. Mikowski disconnected. Brandon disconnected. Someone's hacking Texas right now, but thankfully it was only for 30 seconds. We're back, guys. We appreciate your patience. And yeah, we got a brand new map in mode. We had the chance to play this earlier today in matchmaking together. What do you feel like, you know, before I break it down, what do you feel like you learned maybe during the session that we played this?
Well, despite some of the jumps getting patched out, there's still a lot of opportunity to move freely and creatively on this map. So if you get a chance, run through it just in a custom game, and especially this area over here, the Tower 1, Tower 2. There are some sneaky, cheeky ways to move around the map as Native Gaming start to make their moves. Recaps, it looks like, to start things off. 15 and rolling.
Yeah, I have to agree the tower side's really important, right? It kind of is able to protect both the A hold and the C hold, also influences those spawns over to the open yard area. And if players are spawning out in the open, it is so easy to just get melted no matter which way you try to go. You try to get into B, you're going to get melted. You try to run into the basement, you're probably melted as well. But one thing I notice a lot about this game type is it's just very easy to predict spawns because the map is essentially just one big square. If you control 3/4 of the square, they're going to spawn in the other quarter of the square. So pretty easy to control. I think that one of the strongest setups is going to be B and C. If you let the other team spawn in bunker, they kind of are trapped in a little box and you can throw grenades at it. So I expect that to be a common strategy here among the pros.
We're playing a little bit of Halo origami here. Take that red or blue X, fold the paper in half, and that's 9 times out of 10, Eli, where you got your spawn. So let's see how easily these players are able to pick up on a new map. And I say new that way because it's the rig from Halo 5, but like you and I, we played more of the classic Halo, so this is an opportunity for us to get some first-hand, eyes-on experience with the new map interference. And for now, speaking of new, Sentinels need a new strategy. They have not been able to put 1 point on the board. A and B going to flip back into Native Gaming's favor. So while we did see a little bit of red trickling on the scoreboard, it's not going to last. It's not going to earn Sentinels a single point. Can Native Gaming, off of their great day 2 here, force a game 5?
Native finally finding their footing. They looked a little bit shaky in some of these online tournaments with these different rosters they've been going through. Gilkey added to the squad. They were getting similar placings than they were with Collect. People are starting to wonder, are these guys the real deal or not? But today, absolutely showing up. The huge lead right now against Sentinels, but I tell you what, this one can definitely flip either way. If Sentinels can get control of 3/4 of the map, like I talked about, they're going to start predicting spawns, and they could potentially put Native in the blender for an extended amount of time.
Very curious off of that point, Eli, to see how snowbally this map is, and I think this might be a good example of it. Potentially right here, we see 90 seconds, minute and a half of time accrued for Native Gaming. Can Sentinels answer right back for now? A trickling into favor of Native Gaming as the score will stop at a standstill for now. Barcode stopping Lethal in his tracks at the Whitehall as he backs up to the bunker, potentially forcing some new spawns here. McWin down to 1 HP, but he's got help. Oh, he's got the pinch though. Sentinels in a good position to pinch on this gameplay, but McWin and his teammate are going to do a great job to stay alive here. There's Boo Boo Doo Boo now. He says, I still have your back, still has sights on those players for Native Gaming, and what a great job there from Boo Boo Doo Boo, disengaging and re-engaging at just the right time.
I tell you what, man, Boo Boo Doo Boo feels like he's right at home on this map. I can recall many montages with Boo Boo getting insane clips on the rig back in Halo 5. I know he understands it very well, and love his positioning there. He's kind of holding that anchor point at what people are calling carbine, despite there not being a carbine in this game. It's just an old call out from the last game. But when he holds that position, he can easily protect both B and C. He's got even eyes through that basement window to see if players are rotating out of A as well. So So from that position,
Wow.
although it's a bit vulnerable, can see quite a bit of the map.
Oh, we asked you earlier, Eli, how much is this match or map potential to swing as Barcode looks to swing together a triple kill as he does just that, gets back up to the high ground. 1v1 with a one shot, gets the kill, but no overkill medal on your screen. Nonetheless, Native Gaming will take the team wipe. And as we were mentioning before, that great play there from Barcode. It looks like this one does have the potential to snowball, if you will, as Native Gaming are able to get 89. Then Sentinels do that to match it, do a little bit better here. And this is a great time for Native Gaming to get back into the scoring themselves and answer back to a 115 seconds of uncontested time here for Sentinels. But Native Gaming have A and B.
Just goes to show you how much an individual play can make an impact on the game. One triple kill from Barcode gives entire map control to Native. They're able to hold A and B, force Sentinels out of their comfort zone, spawning on that C side. And every time that Sentinels go to cap something, Native are just going to look to cap the other point. As I say that, though, Falcated with a massive kill here to stop the C cap, which means Sentinels will continue to score.
Not sure if we're playing with the score differential here. I believe it was Sentinels who were up by 100. It was a 100-point differential last we looked. So curious to see as we get closer and closer to the 150s what that differential looks like. We'll keep you guys posted on that. For now, Lethal pushes onto the snipe side of the map, takes down his opponent. 3 down for Native Gaming. And with 3 red letters, A, B, and C on your screen, Sentinels could take full control and sprint to the finish.
This is going to be so important for Native to get control right now. They do have 2 dead, and Lethal and Precision are kind of trapped here at top engine. They're going to try to contest Gilkey, and that's a huge kill. That Stronghold had almost completed, but they get the kill at the last second. Lethal also almost falls off the map. I've done that many times on this map already. It's very easy if you're not used to playing on this one, but Lethal finds his footing, stays on the map. He's going to be able to continue to output damage. Boo Boo's in the perfect position to stop this rotation to B and also help his teammates get the overshield. And it looks like they did meet that score differential threshold. Sentinels are going to take the series.
Not without a little bit of growth, it looks like, from Native Gaming. They've been slippery here in the moments between Arlington and London, but today was a great sign for them. I think despite bowing out here in the tournament to Sentinels, that's nothing to feel bad about. They got all the way to the elimination quarterfinals and were one win away, one match away from potentially forcing a game 5 and taking on Space Station in the elimination semis, where we'll pick up next. So GG's to Native Gaming, but for now, Sentinels will move on. Precision fitting into that roster like a glove.
Yeah, props to Native Gaming. They finish, top 6 this week. This is the best that they've looked in the offseason so far, definitely since they made the team change with Gilkey. It's no surprise to me that they finish this high because I know how talented all these players are. It's just a matter of showing up on the day that matters most. Impressive 3-0 sweeps over both Reversal Perfy and Bittersweet to get here, by the way, and also put up a good fight against Sentinels. There was many points in that game that it felt like Native could have potentially ran away with it, even starting with that 80-point lead in the first section of the reset. Ultimately, though, Sentinels just a little bit too strong. It feels like Sentinels may be proving that they deserved that top 4 recognition, and they look to secure that, but I mean, it's got to be a top 5 at this point, in my opinion.
Yeah, Sentinels, the team that was in the conversation for top 4. For now, we're going to send the conversation back to the host desk with Ali and Tools. Take it away.
We've made it to the elimination semifinals. Congrats to Sentinels on their continuing moving forward, and also to Native Gaming for breaking their top 8 curse, as you called it. Now
a top 12 curse. Let's not give them too much credit. It was definitely a top 12 curse because it was definitely a rough stint for them, but they look so much better this week. And oftentimes it's just time in with a player, right? Like they just need a couple weeks with Gilkey, get themselves adjusted. I think this is the Native Gaming that a lot of people expected ever since that roster's been announced.
Yeah, they're moving on. Hopefully the curse is broken forever, and we'll see them do an amazing showing in the LAN and the qualifiers. And Sentinels now facing off against Space Station Gaming. That will be on our next game. But while they get ready, let's see it. Here it is. Here's the bracket. Space Station Gaming versus Sentinels. Elimination semifinals. We're almost there, guys. We're almost at the grand finals. While we wait for these teams to get ready, why don't we play some Guess That Halo Pro?
Oh my god, it's like a cyclops.
This is a curveball. This is a curveball here. Is that a hat? All right, everybody. Here's what you got to do. You look at the blurred image of a Halo Pro, and you kind of just type in who you think that is.
Muggsy
See if
was
you win.
instant APG.
Muggsy.
Sarah said Kratos. Some Jimbos, a little Shrek. I do get Shrek vibes. It does look like Shrek. I'm gonna lock in Shrek for sure. Little Jimbos, some more APGs, some formals.
I'm trying to guess the hand sign. Like, is that like a closed hand or like a, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, are they
like shaking
holding
his hand at
something?
the world, like
You know.
All right, you know what?
Let's see, Renegade.
My glasses are a little blurry. You know
You
what
wanna
I'm saying?
you wanna wipe them up a little bit?
Yeah, let's wipe off the glasses.
Here, take this. Here, just. All right, is that better?
Nah, it's still blurry. Oh. there we go. There we go. Oh,
Wait,
okay, I
hold
know
on a
what
minute.
this is. Oh, this is so
Is that?
easy.
Is that? Wait, I'm between APG and Dead Zone, and I know it's like two completely different, shapes, but like, man, I think
Nah, there's
it's
something that gives it away.
yeah. I'm feeling. I think it's APG. What is chat saying? Oh yeah, APG.
Yeah, I'm
okay,
seeing
okay.
a lot of APGs.
A lot of
Easy.
APGs. All right, let's see if chat guessed it.
Yeah.
APG it is.
Glasses
Good
make
job,
it too
guys.
easy. You just, the sunglasses.
Was it the glasses?
Classic APG.
See, I didn't see glasses. I saw hair. I saw like, oh, maybe it's a cap with like some hair on the like pointing out. All right, let's see who the next one is.
Ooh,
Oh.
okay.
Oh,
Oh, I think
Okay.
I think I got a good guess. Let's see what people are saying in the chat.
okay. They're saying boo boo.
APG. This is you, APG.
Wait, who got boo boo?
No, I'm just
Eli said boo
kidding.
boo.
A lot of boo. Wow, a surprising amount of boo boos. Holy.
That's a lot of boo boos. Pistola.
Dude, what gives it
Pistola
away for
boo-boo.
boo boo? Like,
I
is
don't know.
it the like the top of the head, like the ears, maybe? Like, because
Are
I'm
you
feeling
saying-
boo boo as well.
Are
but
you
it's like,
saying that this is boo boo?
Well, I'm saying that like I get strong boo boo vibes from it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Okay.
Because that's my gut reaction. Was like, oh, I think it's boo boo right away.
Well, I think chat is decided, and they're decided that this is boo boo doo boo. I think
do
we should
do we
see.
even clear it up? That's my question. It's like the chat's so confident.
Put on some glasses. There you go.
Yeah, I mean,
See a little bit more. Yeah.
is there anyone
this
else
is-
that it could be? Is the question.
Somebody said falcated, a lethal. Wait, now we're getting some lethals.
Some lethals. I mean, people.
Maniac?
Guys, lethal looks very different than this.
We got a Walshy. We got a Walshy in the
Walshy?
chat too.
Yeah, you guys are truly finding a way to fumble this one.
Eli
Alright.
said boo boo making a crazy face. All right, let's see. They're decided it's boo boo. Let's see if it's boo boo doo boo. It's boo boo doo boo. I feel like they've seen this one before.
So scary. It's just like
I know, like, what is he trying to like choke someone? Like, is that what he's doing, or he's doing like a Super Saiyan type?
What,
Kamehameha.
What is it? Boo is Boo Boo
What
in
is
chat? Boo Boo, can you explain
Boo
what
Boo.
you're doing?
What were you going for here? Were you like trying to DBZ? Kamehameha someone? He's using the Force.
I wish you'd look at me
And
that way.
Chiba. Oh, wow.
Let's go
okay.
next. Let's go next.
Let's go ahead. Yeah. Who's the next one? No, I think they want us to stare at Boo Boo Doo Boo a little longer. There you go. Okay, we got.
Okay. Ooh, I don't think people are gonna get this one.
Do you know this one already?
I think I know
God.
this one.
Okay, let's see. Hand in front of their face. They're like doing like
A lot
a
of
salute,
lethals,
kind
a
of.
lot of lethals, a lot of lucids.
Lucid. We got a little bit of a square hair shape at the top, but I don't know if it's the blur that's throwing us off here.
Yeah, I mean I think a lot of lucids, probably from the hair, right? Because it does
The
feel
tall
like he's
hair.
got the poofy top, tall hair that everyone's sort of jealous
The
of.
sexy hair. That's what Kitsuna said in chat. He was like, it's not just hair, it's sexy hair. All right.
A few bounds as well. Let's
Bound?
clear it up a little bit.
Ooh, it is tall hair. It is.
That's
There's
definitely
volume
not
in there.
lucid hair though.
There's voluminous hair there. So they got that right. Can anybody guess it? Okay, definitely not lucid. Frosty.
I'm seeing a lot of suppressed. in the
Briscoe
chat.
said suppressed.
Right, a
Suppressed
lot
or
of
Frosty.
suppressed.
Suppressed or Frosty? All right, so it's like a 50-50 here in the chat between Snipe Drone.
Snipe drone. That's embarrassing. I'm just gonna say it right now. All right, let's reveal
All right, let's
this
clear
one.
it up.
I tricked you all, bro.
Ah, it's Diagram. That was a curveball right there. I mean, they got it right? Technically, no.
Diagram was so much different than suppress. Come on.
But I mean, okay, sure. Oh, all right. Okay. All right, everybody. Our next matchup is about to begin. Space Station Gaming versus Sentinels on the Elimination Finals. Or is it semifinals? All right, let's go ahead and get the casters ready and this game about to begin.
All right, Eli, here we go. The stage is set. The glasses are on. My intelligence just raised 50 points. No faded takes here today, but plenty of fun. What should we expect as we get into this next series between Sentinels and SSG?
I mean, we've got the current juggernauts, in my opinion, SSG. These guys have been winning all but one tournament in recent memory. So we got them going up against Sentinels, who are already on an uptick and seem to be on even more of an uptick after adding precision. But it's Stellar right now with the shock rifle, and we know what this man can do with it.
Especially when he's got the kit, but Stellar gets taken down. What a huge play there. Precision. Cross map from the flowers. Make sure he's dead in the dirt. Not a chance in hell that he's going to have a slay potential, a killing spree, maybe even a killing frenzy potential there when Stellar gets hold of the camo and the snipe. Watch out, but Sentinels don't have to watch out for it at all, as Sentinels are able to build on this lead at about the quarter mark. SSG on the board, but it's been Sentinels who win the opening break. Boo Boo Doo Boo now with the shock in his hand.
I think this is a really interesting matchup because Space Station, in my eyes, is a team that wins mostly by just running teams over and outgunning them. Yes, they team shoot very well and play situations well, but it's generally their speed and firepower that wins them games, whereas Sentinels, kind of a trappy team. I feel like they're the type of team that can kind of lure you in and think that maybe you're safer than you actually are, and then really utilize that team shot and just shut people down just using good foundational fundamental Halo. But I don't know. It's hard to say how this does Space Station's aggression get Sentinels out of their comfort zone, or does Sentinels use their aggression against them?
Oh, there's a little bit of that answer in the form of a triple potential over. No, Falcade going to back down, but I agree entirely. You've got an unapologetically aggressive squad in Space Station Gaming. Sentinel's a little bit more methodical, especially when you think of Boo Boo Doo Boo, one of the most unorthodox players in the league. Lethal, probably one of the most heady veterans in the league. Always seems to put himself in the right time, right place. As Sentinels have themselves the right strategy off the rip. It's 1-0.
Very impressive first hill from Sentinels. That's a hard hill to completely dominate, by the way. I mean, it's so exposed. You've got to hold the entire map to do so, especially against the likes of Space Station. So very hot start from Sentinels, but Space Station make a phenomenal push. They're going to break all the way into the setup, and now they can hold pretty strong here. Sentinels cannot die early during this push as Lethal does go down. Not only that, but Bound gets the camo, and we might see just as fast of a second hill as we saw from the first one, but Space Station looked to tie it up.
SSG, after losing that first hill, get the early rotation and seemingly all points on hill number 2 as Bound sets up for these spawners on the cafe side. Just come on through, boys. I got plenty of positioning and awareness and angles to take it down as he drops down, and I don't know if that was the right play. Nonetheless, SSG are able to tie things up. Bound goes down, Boo Boo Doo Boo goes down. It's a 3v3 on hill number 3.
This next fight going to be so important. Whoever ultimately gets this hill is going to obviously break the tie in this game, but some early momentum for a very important series. This new shock rifle being up is interesting. No member of Space Station on it, and somehow Lethal survives without the trade there. Lethal must have only landed 2 shots before the melee. Who other than Boo Boo Doo Boo should we expect to grab that shock? He's on it. He does trade out with Stellar. Bound gets another kill, and looks like Space Station may be able to secure this shock. Only one last player on Sentinels that can defend it, and Eco's going to take him out. Looks like the rest of the spawners did spawn on the tram side though, so maybe Space Station just using the shock as bait for now. They say let's just wait until we can absolutely grab it before we do so.
I was thinking the same thing. Eco earlier looking like a skipped rock with that grenade, and then he skipped over the shock rifle as bait. Now after earning the double kill, he earns the time and space to pick up that shock. A full stack of electricity in it. Can he electrify this SSG team? to the lead. 2-1 now, looking for it as they've got all the time on this next hill. Sentinels outside of hill number 1, Eli, haven't really had any level of contention on the next hill, but that could change as Boo Boo Doo has camo and shock in his hands. And the numbers advantage as well. Now a 2v2, but Boo Boo Doo looking to push through.
Look at Bound. He actually got out of the hill and somehow finds 2 kills while the rest of his team is dead. That is so massive for Space Station, for Bound to make a play like that, especially with a lurking camo shock rifle Boo Boo Doo. I mean, how better could you possibly keep your team in the mix? Ultimately, Sentinels do take him down and another couple of players, but plays like that can definitely buy the time that Space Station needs to close this one out.
Look at the bar on Space Station's hill. You can hardly even see any room to fill in. It's almost like they don't even need any more time, but they do. They got to get 1 foot in the hill, and they'll take a 2-1 lead. But for now, Boo Boo Doo on a killing spree with that shock. There's a few left in it. Takes Stellar down to low HP. Eco 1v2 for the double. No, Eco takes him down. What a massive win there for Eco. That wins the hill as well. SSG go up 2-1.
SSG looking so strong ever since that first hill. Sentinels need to find some of that magic they had early on. It just seemed like they were controlling so much of the map that SSG had nowhere to go. That team shot was on, but ever since then, Space Station kind of picking them apart one by one, making them lose numbers. Don't let them get into their comfort zone, like I said. And this next hill, as much time burns off the clock, is all good for Space Station. If Sentinels want to stay alive in this game, this hill is an absolute must get.
There's no question. This is a must-win hill for Sentinels. You cannot allow SSG-1 to take 3 hills in a row. Eli, it's hard enough at King of the Hill at this level of competition to win 2 in a row, but like you said, with that regulation clock dwindling down, Sentinels seemingly won't have enough time if it's to be a 3-1 game. Instead, 3 go down for SSG, and Sentinels take advantage of their opportunity to strike in the hill and now have the camo as well. This is looking like a good setup for a potential tie.
Look at the way Boo Boo plays this. So he procs the camo, saw that the shock rifle was missing from its spawn, so looks for that player, shoots Legend a couple times, gives him the respect to immediately back down. I think if he stayed up there, Legend would have definitely ripped his head off, but just excellent awareness, and kind of goes to show that having respect for your opponents is important. You know, you can't just assume you can run through them like a freight train, especially a team like Space Station. You got to understand, if that guy's holding a shock, he's probably going to kill me, so I'm not going to expose myself for very long.
Speaking of exposing himself for just a little bit longer than usual, it's Boo Boo Doo there, but with the use of the thrust is able to get away, and Sentinels get their tie. Instead of a runaway train for Space Station, we have a 2-all game with 2 minutes left.
The survivability from Boo Boo earns him the killing spree. He's 18-7 right now, by the way. We've been so high on Precision joining this roster and talk about what a great slayer he is, but Boo Boo, when needed to, he can absolutely slay out, especially on this map. And look at that Stellar. He sees his teammate extended on the ledge and knows that the spawn must be on loop. So he was basically pre-aiming that spawn point. And look at this. He's going to get 2 and just completely shut down the map. Love this positioning from Space Station. I don't think Sentinels have anywhere to go.
Stellar looking like he's in an octagon lobby with that reticle lined up before the opponent ever even spawns into the match. Doesn't land the shot, but follows up with 2 clean ones after for the double. Now with 1 left in the shot, misses that, but earns the sticky trade, and that's massive. That makes it a little bit less disadvantageous for SSG. Had he not gotten that trade, Sentinels have all control of the map. Nonetheless, they're able to utilize their +1 net advantage to gain possession of this hill over on the shock.
So impressive from Space Station. This is the hill. Once again, Sentinels in a must-get situation. I mean, this is must-get for both teams. We're tied up, but Space Station already have a significant amount of this hill, but look at this. Legend's last player alive. He's still getting kills on Sentinels. Sentinels will control the map for now. Stellar spawns across in the blue sides, and he's going to run for this camo. Ultimately does grab it and stays alive with it. This could be the difference maker. What is he going to do with it here?
Could this camo be the catalyst to a Game 1 victory here in your Elimination semifinals? Elimination, your tournament life on the line. Stellar on the high rope, pushes on past the hill, extends out that line of scrimmage to take down the opposition as 3 go down for Sentinels. And this, Eli, could give SSG the edge they need, but with a minute and a half, this is going to be so intriguing as it relates to the strategy. I don't know if you can just play for slays here. I think with a minute and a half, SSG is so efficient on this previous score that they might just need 1 more.
Yeah, but keep in mind, this is the bottom middle hill. This is the one that Sentinels got right off the rip with firm map control. Didn't seem like they were even contested. As I say that, though, they do all go down. Now they're spawning on the tram side, and it's Space Station that have control of the map. Sentinels have to be very careful here. If they start dying one by one, they're really going to burn time off that clock. It looks like for now, Space Station have decided to play time. Perhaps just understanding the situation. The other team's trapped in tram. There's only so many ways that they could get to this hill. Might as well play time and just play gatekeeper to it.
Yeah, a little bit of that famous L setup for SSG, hoping to hand Sentinels their first L in game one. As 50 seconds go left on the clock, and Legend gets pushed up on the high side of Snipe and drops that power weapon into the hands of Sentinels. Precision in the hill, looking to stay alive down to low HP. He drips and drops as 2 are down for Sentinels, only 1 for SSG, and it looks like that strategy is going to stick, Eli. They're clearly playing to milk the clock.
I don't love the positioning from Lethal and Falcated. They're both trapped in the dip and market area. Easy for Space Station to just push from both sides, flush them out. Then they immediately block the spawns on this half of the map, and this looks like it could be all she wrote for Sentinels. Space Station's map positioning is just too powerful.
Yeah, and it's all bait at this point. SSG are gonna like a lobby, hotel lobby doorman opening the door. They're gonna say, "Come on through." The door's wide open. That's all bait for now. 2 in the hill for Sentinels. Interesting strategy here. Eco's gonna be pushed off for at least 6 seconds as he's gone down to no HP, no shields. Halfway to a miraculous comeback are Sentinels. And with that sticky landing on Pound, they might just do it.
So smart for Space Station to rotate to the outside. They said, we've got time. These guys need 40 seconds of hill time. We can just go around to the outside. That stick from Precision bought them so much more time, but it's ultimately not going to be enough. 4 dead. And before they even respawn, this game's going to be over.
Eli, what an incredible game one. But it would be fair to say that was the most incredible match of the day or of the week. It feels like so many of these matches are separated by such a small margin, and it's not just amongst the big 3 anymore. Let's be real. The big 3, at least as it relates to online between Arlington and London, haven't been the big 3. Somebody in the big 3 is always placed within the top 6. FaZe do that this weekend, doubling back quite literally from 3 to 6. So is this just a matter of online, it's not a big deal, Halo, or is there something to be said about what we're seeing, that level of play increasing and that gap getting so tight?
No, I mean, we've been saying it since even the offseason began, ever since the Bandit Rifle came out. And I think even if we stayed in the BR meta, you know, a lot of these teams are just getting better and better and better. And right now it's as close as it's ever been. That's why we're seeing more upsets than we've ever seen. There's so many more teams are capable of winning. And I think that we're in for exciting Halo throughout the entire year. Right now, Space Station just seemed to have that clutch gene, though. It just seems like they're the team that ends up clutching it more often than the other teams. Despite all these other teams putting up a great fight so far in these tournaments, they've been the ones clutching up. But as I say that, they're the team, they're in loser's bracket. We got OpTic, who just won the winner's bracket. OpTic looking better than ever in the offseason. And they look to be a completely evolved and changed team as well. So, I mean, these Titans are starting to clash, and it's really hard to predict how they're going to fall.
All right, plenty of bodies falling in this game. 2 Slayer on live fire, where the objective is to just stay alive, to take out the opposition. Sniper going to be a priority top mid. You got that camo peeking out from the small door there. Beautiful third-person POVs. Wonderful production value as we take a look at some of the important sandbox utilities to control on live fire. As we kick things off, hopping on board here with an incredible player here in Falcated. When's Falcated going to get his due? I don't know if people regard him as highly as I think he is within the HCS.
I have to agree with you. We were having a conversation about it earlier. It's like, why do people not talk about Falcated more? It's insane. You look at their scrim scores, and man is frequently popping off. Most kills, most damage at a very high frequency. Ever since Precision joined the team, though, he's been the top dog in damage. But even then, like, Falcade is still out damaging him as well in a lot of scrims. So it's kind of time to put respect on Falcated's name and really give this man props for what he's capable of.
We go down. It looked like Precision could have made out with a sniper camo combination. It's been so difficult to control. We saw Stellar in game 1 have slight control of that combination. He went down shortly after, and now Precision doing the same here as he gets back off the respawn screen. Good shots into the back of Eco. But with the bait and switch, Legend takes him down. And if that doesn't exemplify the incredible teamwork, you can hang your teammate out on a high wire and you will still find a way to not only keep them alive, but take down the other squad. SSG with the miraculous bait and switch there. Great shots, especially so from Legend with the snipe. And he's continuing on with the body headshot cleanup. Quickscope doesn't land on the green side of the map. But for now, Legend gonna hide in the vent, sensing that push there from Lethal. You can see him. He goes to the right side of the ventilation to keep him off his screen, to keep that push from coming forward. And now Legend has a full bit of shields to work with because of that fantastic positioning. Now gives up his back. He can't be perfect, right? An A- instead of an A+ for Legend there, as SSG take a 2-kill lead.
To the untrained eye, that just looked like, you know, a guy playing the video game. But if you really pay attention to the way he's moving on the map, he's setting up the plays for himself in advance. When they previously got 3 dead, he instantly pushed to the opposite side of the map from his team to force Sentinels to spawn on the training side. He knows that after they spawn there's only so many places they can go. He prepares to play against all of those routes, does so flawlessly with his team, and that's what makes him such a dangerous player. He is playing chess while some of these other players are playing checkers.
Season 3, Eli, it's the best years of Halo. Every single Halo Season 3 has been the best because the storylines have matured, the rivalries have thickened, and here in this one, everyone's played against each other or teamed with each other at some point, so everybody's very intimate with their information and knowledge of each other. Here you got Bound taking on his former Season 1 teammates in Falcon and Boo. Always interesting to point out the rivalries as Bound takes down Precision, takes on the camo, puts it in his suit, and this has been an impressive hold the line game, it looks like, here for SSG, as they've not built up a big lead, but they've clutched onto the 2-kill lead that they've had throughout. But Bound with the camo, it's like camo's not even camo anymore, but still, despite losing camo, SSG hold on to that 2-kill lead.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it felt like they had the exact position of Bound that whole time, just a non-stop barrage of grenades. Feels like me when I pick up camo. Can you guys just all see camo now? Like, you guys all eating your carrots, like breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Like, you guys got that 20-0 vision. Like, I swear, man, I'll pick up camo, and within 2 seconds, I'm dead. It doesn't matter every single time. I don't know what to do, man. Am I even invisible?
It feels like the QT in Season 2 was sort of the power weapon or power up that didn't really feel like it. Now it's Camo who's taking the place of QT. QT, a wonderful piece of equipment to own as it's here on the map. It looks like actually SSG might have had a chance to grab it there. It was up behind Eco, but he's got more important things to do. He's wants to take control of this space through top mid as we have a tie game at the halfway mark. Now 25-24. Excuse me, 25 all. What do you know, Eli? These teams are so dang close.
It just comes down to hitting your shots, kid. You just gotta win your fights. It's insane. These teams are so close. They're all so talented that's why we see these games that are tied all the way into the end game, won by a single kill so frequently. So who's gonna ice up this time? Like I said, Space Station so far throughout the tournaments ice up in the games that matter most more often, it seems, but you can never count a team like Sentinels out of any series.
The margin of error is so minimal, and these matches continue to be so close. Now, starting off in the 30s when players officially start, it's Sentinels now with that 1 kill advantage. Previously, SSG held on to 2, but it doesn't feel like much when these two teams are so close. Back and forth we go. Each team going into the 30s trading leads and trading slays. But for now, there we go. Just as I say that, it's Space Station who go 3 down, but can Boo Boo Doo hold the line? Yes, he does! Boo Boo Doo takes down Stellar in what looked like could have been a chance for SSG to roll or potentially gain back some map control. Boo Boo Doo clutches up, and now we see the biggest lead of the match. Just 3.
I don't know if that was more Boo Boo clutching up or Stellar losing the 1v1 against his ammo count, but it's Legend with the triple kill. Can he turn it into more? Looks like he will. No, it gets stolen by Stellar. Doesn't care, though. This guy, all he cares about is winning the game. And look at this. Every time they have several dead, he always extends, blocks a specific spawn. After they've spawned up, now he's like, okay, I can move now. And then he just goes and collapses perfectly. The rest of his team are there a bit earlier than him. And I think he's now predicting the next spawn, checking to see if somebody spawns in A. He's going to show up a little bit late to the party, but just in time to clean up the situation. And now, ultimately, Space Station, throughout all the chaos, maintain now a 1-kill lead.
Sentinels took the 1-kill lead into the 30s. Now it's SSG taking a 1-kill lead into the 40s, as neither team has really been able to find that much of a lead, a multi-possession lead, a 5-kill lead feels unfathomable here in a lobby that's so close. Legend now with that QT, 3 members on the green side for SSG as they get a player down in the feed. That's precision, and that's going to give them back that 2-kill lead they've held on for most of the match. But no, just like that, 2 go down, now 3 as we're tied 43 all. This match is unbelievable. Legend's got to be careful though. He's the last player alive. If he gets into danger, he'll QT out. Oh, but with those spawns on camo, his safety is in numbers as he regroups.
I think at this point, he maybe is a little bit worried that his portal's been there so long. Maybe a member of Sentinels might be camping it, or just decides it's more important that he stays on this side of the map. I think it's probably the latter. Ubu, though, has the sniper, and this is going to be so massive. Whoever gets more snipes with this gun is going to come out ahead. He gets the perfect shots on bound, but in a kind of awkward manner, moving forward with the sniper. Looks like his teammate Precision was able to pick it up off of his body, and now they have a 2-kill lead.
Precision hasn't had the game we're used to seeing here. Only 5 kills, but he could clutch up here in the end game and get a couple for Sentinels to tie up the series at 1. I believe that Mind the Gap was a little elongated. 48-49. Sentinels have a 1-kill lead. Eco pushing up. He's got Legend on the sandbox there, potentially helping out. 49 all. The flank is coming through on Lethal. And Lethal gets the slay! The flank was in, and Lethal clutches up for the 50th kill. We're tied 1 all.
Unbelievable stuff in the end game there. I think that the player that Precision repulsed in the air, I think so he's holding upward. Yeah, that it didn't send him at the right angle for him to actually fall off the map. Which player is this? Which player was that?
He had to have.
It is Stellar. Okay, Stellar does die.
Okay.
But I think that one of Precision's teammates might have shot him in midair here.
Yes.
Which gives him the kill. So he got his kill yoinked essentially right here. Yeah, Falcated shot him. Maybe just a insurance, fire. Make sure that if he does stay on the map, he's weak at the very least. Can't blame him for that. But that kill gets yoinked from the Mind the Gap. And then right here, Lethal.
Wow.
It's like a frame difference. Like play that in slow-mo, like frame by frame here, because if this grenade blows up, look at this. Legend is 1 shot. So is Lethal. But I think Lethal jumps and hits the headshot on Legend right before dying, like literally frames before dying, gets the kill on Legend.
I'm honestly surprised we didn't see a 50-50 tie. I paused for a split millisecond. So many things happening in real time, and as we do see the Mind the Gap ultimately go through, we didn't see the medal, but that doesn't mean that it didn't happen. And my goodness, I stand by that. I'm shocked we didn't see a 50-50 tie there. We've seen that a few times in the HGS. Looked like we could have there, but Lethal stuck to his guns, stuck to the flank, and it was a solo flank. There was nobody else with him on that dummy push, so pushing in all of his chips to the middle of the table. Lethal goes all in and ties up the series at 1. Wow.
I feel like I've seen Sentinels win more 50-49s than any other team. They did it against FaZe when Falcated and Renegade stuck each other in the end game when it was like 48-49 and Lethal got another kill at the same time. That's how Sentinels won that one. They won that 50-49 against OpTic on Aquarius. I mean, these guys just like living on the edge, man.
And unbelievable. We've seen already a couple of 50-49 matches. I mean, wow, we are very fortunate as Halo fans to be tuning in. What a time to be alive in HCS Season 3. Historically, always been the best year of Halo. As now we got a Game 3 here. Space Station and Sentinels tied at 1. Argyle CTF to determine who takes the lead going into Game 4.
This is going to be dominated by the snipers. Precision playing pretty aggressive with this sniper, I guess, because his team got a few kills, but you got to be careful, man. If Stellar's still on the map, he is a threat, but they do take him down. And look at the confidence Precision is playing with. He does not care how exposed he is on the map. He's just hunting for Legend, takes him down. Now going to reposition, knows the next set of spawners are coming off spawn. Looks like maybe a grapple was utilized there to move that flag a little bit faster. Precision going to just play bottom center of the map to play bodyguard for the flag carrier. And this could be an early cap for Sentinels, but it's not all the way in. Boo does die, and the flag's in a precarious position. So you're going to see Sentinels try to slay out here before they go for another touch.
Space Station and Stellar able to stop that flag run in the courtyard, and I agree. I thought that was potentially going to be another one of those speed run scores. SSG previously in recent weeks rewriting the book on Argyle, winning a match against Bittersweet in a minute and a half. Not just scoring in a minute and a half, Eli, as you recall, 3-0 in a minute and a half. So both of these two teams know how to play fast. But for now, that one gets shut down. Sentinels go 3 down. So looks like for now, SSG losing 2 as well. Not going to regain map control, but at least gaining the advantage on the 50-yard line. Can they push on through?
Eco with the sniper in the vent. This position's so important. Stellar's getting a snipe in the kill feed as well. So 2 snipers in the hands of Space Station. This is usually the recipe for a very fast flag run. I would expect Eco to run this flag towards Legend. Not only because Legend's blocking the spawns, but if he dies, Legend is usually the fastest flag runner known to mankind, so he could potentially pick it up. But no, Legend dies playing bodyguard. Eco's still running that flag, and Stellar's job is to just hold these guys in place while that cap goes in.
Stellar planting the QT in the ventilation system gives him the freedom to drop down, take on that 1v1 against Lethal, and then get right back up to the high ground. And here he is back at the computers. Oh, put the Slippy, but gotta give credit to Falcated. That QT use did not foil him at all. He read it like a book, but despite that, SSG go up 1-0.
So important to be aware of your opponent's options. I think Falcated saw the portal in the background of the fight, saw that his opponent was glowing with that quantum effect, knows that it's likely that he pushes that button, and it looked like he was ready to pre-aim it. That's just a level of prediction that you have to be ready for against the best players in the world. You know that they're going to pull out all the stops. You got to be ready for it.
Bound in what could be a 1v2. That's a trade win there for Bound. Yes, it does engage in a 1v2, but I think without the numbers advantage to make it a 1-1 tie there, a big win there for Bound as the trades trickle on through. 3v3 for now. Stellar, the Season 2 MVP. Most people's pick for top sniper in the HCS, has it at the top of the map. 8 shots left to work with, but for now, playing patiently, letting these players fall into his scope. It's Precision who could be there next, and now with that right arm, that's all you can see. That's all you need to see if you're Stellar. Has his sights set on the Precision. Actually predicts his movement down to the mid of the map. Now, Stellar just looking to stay alive. It's very important that he does not die with so many shots in snipe. You cannot give this to a member of Sentinels.
Oh.
But he does? No, but there it is. What a great trade again for SSG. Not only finding that 1-1, but finding the snipe as well, making sure that doesn't change possessions. 3 go down for Sentinels, and it could be 4, but for now, Eco, with numbers advantage, is going to play for the high ground.
So smart for Eco to retreat here. They've already got the lead. There's no reason to be hyper aggressive. Maybe if the score was dwindling down, he'd go for more plays, but as long as he holds on to the snipe at his side of the map, he can stop Sentinels from getting through. But look at that, the melee to the instant portal. Teammates right there to finish the kill. Also gets a body shot on Lethal, which gets cleaned up. And Space Station look to maintain mid-map positioning if it's not for Falcated pushing up and applying that pressure.
Stellar shots onto Falcated. This is the farthest it looks like Sentinels have been able to break through outside of that one hole they had at the very beginning of the match. But with Falcated going down and so much space between him and number 2 on the map, if you will, pushed up, that's going to reset things here and make it another fight for the mid-map.
Stellar predicting that his opponents are likely in the vent, as they often are. Throw some good grenades into there. He's correct, but this player dodges the grenade. Boo Boo just kind of playing defense. Both teams playing patiently through this engagement. Looks like 3 go dead on each side. No, 2 alive still for Space Station, and they're still in the other base. They look to pull this despite not having many members on their side. It's still a good time to pull it, but look at this. I think Falcated gets that halfway across the map spawn,
Double kill.
and they're ready for it. They instantly shut him down. Eco's got the triple kill with some beautiful shots, and if they can just shut down Precision, this could be a flag cap.
The long range, not an issue for Eco. The D-scope, not an issue for Eco as he earns the triple kill with the snipe DMR combination, and now he just holds his ground at the ventilation system. This looks like it could set up for a potential 2-0 lead here. Oh my God, 2 kills in quick succession. Boo Doo takes his face, but what a play there from Eco. That gives SSG the edge, but then they go 3 down. Sentinels have mitigated that incredible play, and now you see Boo trying to make a hero play and stop this from going in, but it will not. Eco's triple, followed up by the double, is enough to make it a 2-0 lead. SSG have it.
This whole time they knew Stellar was lurking with a sniper under their base. They do a good job to hunt him down. If they forget about him and push forward, he would have certainly caused havoc, but Boo Boo does a good job trying to mitigate the damage. Ultimately, SSG just got it too far early, so all he had to do is slide in, and Boo Boo's got a nice headshot here, but 2 of his teammates go down, and he's going to have to get more snipes than that if his team's going to get any type of control here.
2-0 lead on Aquarius with 5.5 minutes left, doable. But a 2-0 lead on Argyle with 5.5 left feels almost insurmountable here for Sentinels. They're going to need in the next minute and a half a chance to get on the board, give themselves a seeing is believing moment. Haven't scored just yet in this one, and it's so important here for Booba to stay alive. He does just that. SSG go 4 down, and here is Sentinel's opportunity after the team wipe. Can Booba snipe a few of these players off spawn with only 1 shot left, misses it on Stellar, and might just go down. What a shame it would be for Sentinels to take down 4 for SSG and have nothing to show for it.
Problem was they just weren't close enough to the flag when they got 4 dead. So by the time that Lethal gets to their base, he's not. Oh wow, Legend with a rare misgrab decides to actually reassess the situation. But yeah, without a grapple in hand or any means to get to that flag quickly, Sentinels kind of lose their opportunity for that flag cap. And you're exactly right, it is a bit unfortunate for them. And now they've got to defend their own base.
Say what, 2 minutes needed, cautiously, conservatively for 2 runs here. So we're getting down to what feels like the final 20 seconds that Sentinels need to strike. But Eco with the defensive shots takes down 1, maybe 2 with the trade sticky. We see Eco, I feel like, more often than not land that trade sticky. But for now, Sentinels are able to keep some numbers advantage on that side of the map. Bound. Watch. Oh, I almost shot you in the head, dude. My bad. That's his
I think he
teammate.
got spooked by his teammate.
I think he did, absolutely. You could almost read it in the body language, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably because he sits 2 inches from his freaking monitor, so anything that happens on the screen is probably jump scaring the guy. I mean, it feels like something actually jumped into your face when someone portals like that, but regardless, he's still controlling the map handily. Stellar with another sniper. That's not what you want to see. I'm having flashbacks to that SSG Invitational Grand Finals. This is a rematch of that. And I remember Stellar hitting the most insane snipes we had ever seen at the time on this very game type against Sentinels. So will we see some more of that here?
Another member for Sentinels gets into the back of SSG's base, Eli, and there's Booba in addition to Falcated, but it's never been 3. It's never been 2 or more. It's always only been 1 straggler, another flanker, but they've never had the numbers or the presence on SSG's side of the map to even make it feel dangerous. Even as I'm calling this as it happens, it doesn't really feel like Sentinels are in a spot to really do much with that flag, and no, they are not. Stellar with the free re, 3 minutes left.
Here we go. I mean, at this point, if you're Stellar, you're just like, man, if I just get a couple of kills, like, I'll slow them down enough to keep them from pushing into our base. Actually misses 2, but makes the 3rd one count. Precision, though, says, okay, I don't mind that. I'll get a double. I'll get 1 bullet of snipe to work with. And this is definitely not over yet, as Precision looks to make a montage of his own here.
Yeah, we said 2 minutes per run conservatively. You could make it happen in a minute, especially with use of that grapple hook. So with 2.5 left on the clock, Sentinels are still alive, but for how much longer? Eco now pushing on through the ventilator system, has Legend. Not close enough to group up. He's gonna have to fight this solo. He takes down Booba in what could be a match closing moment. Now offense is the best form of defense. You see SSG, they're moving towards that flag number 3. You'd think maybe they were the ones that needed the next score, but no, it's SSG utilizing offense to keep Sentinels on their heels.
Kind of wanted to stay on Legend for that one. I want to see how he chose to run that flag. He already got it pretty far there. Now he actually drops it to fight. This is so smart, and such an important thing to know in Halo is if you're the flag runner, you've got to be able to just sense when you can't just run it all the way. If you think you're going to die, you should maybe just drop the flag and fight so you can help your team win that fight. Legend's going to get it all the way into the base. Great grenade from Boo, but it's not going to be enough. Space Station right there ready to punch it in. They said they want a 3-0. They don't want time to expire.
That is a statement-making game 3. A game 3 where traditionally when tied 1-1, the winner of that game 3 is an 80% chance to win the series. And I feel like with how emphatically SSG won that Argyle, they got to be going into game 4 with a whole lot of confidence. What stuck out to you the most in that game 3? Was it SSG's ability to hold the line, SSG's ability to use offense as a form of defense? It felt like SSG, you could probably write a whole list of pros and cons, and it'd be all pros.
I think you said it exactly right. I mean, it just felt like everything they did was at least marginally better than what Sentinels was doing every step of the way. We saw some good plays from Sentinels like this, but they never really amounted to much, right? Like the few times that Sentinels did get several dead, they were never in a good position to get a flag run that could possibly even get it halfway across the map. Whereas when SSG are getting slays, they're already in position to pull the flag. So maybe just the nature of how willing they are to play in your face. That just means once they get 3 dead, they're ready to run your flag.
Yeah, I think that was it was GG's go next. Looking back at this with context, when Sentinels were able to take down all 4 for SSG, and then you look across the map, and it only got them barely a win on the mid-map control, right? They weren't even able to really get a pull or make it dangerous, and none of their pulls. It's not to say they weren't able to get into the base. They had what, 2-3 runs at least. None of them felt dangerous, as SSG proved why once again. One of the best CTF squads in the HCS. I think Shopify Rebellion recently, they had come on strong in CTF, actually taking down SSG twice on Pit CTF, where we've seen SSG rewrite the rules in the speedrun world record rankings. As we run along here to game number 4, SSG in a closeout match. This is when you could argue they're at their best.
Recharge is a scary map to play against Space Station. I mean, these guys are so good at just patrolling the outskirts of the map in duos. They work so well together. They don't miss their shots very frequently. Plus, they got that shock rifle to work with. So if you can see one of these guys get their hands on it, best believe it's going to put a hurting on Sentinels. But same goes for Sentinels. If Boo Boo or Precision can get a hold of that shock, they could absolutely turn this game around.
Eco running through to the long haul, but Boo Boo with the centering takes his base easily, and you got to watch out running around a corner at head level. Most of these pros with that perfect reticle discipline, they'll take your face, as does Boo Boo Doo. Now looking to get aggressive with it and potentially stop what looks like a rotation opportunity. Bound with it at the 50-yard line of recharge, and with Boo Boo Doo set up on gold, Bound says we'll take it to C, but oh my god, Precision somehow lands a back smack. Intriguing positioning here for Sentinels. It looked like SSG were set up for the rotation, but now Boo Boo says nah, we're gonna take that instead, and it looks like we'll take C. Boo Boo gonna set up defensively with that shock and probably call in his teammate here on the long haul. Probably wants him to rotate here, but this is probably making SSG think they might work it back to gold, and it's good to make SSG think a little bit, whereas they didn't really have to do much of that in game 3.
I think you're exactly right. And look at the plays from Boo Boo using the Shroud to protect himself after getting a headshot. Teammate is still getting that ball time back. See, but the crazy sticky grenade coming in from Bound, and he's just going to hold forward and try to shut this one all the way down, and might be rewarded with that shock rifle. At least one member of Space Station probably going to pick it up. Legend, though, gonna immediately cross. I like this play. So they're trying to get to gold before the rest of Sentinel spawns, so that Sentinels do not get those gold spawns and have an easy time contesting it. So one of the things that makes SSG so good is how fast they move. When they have 2 or 3 dead on the map, they're gonna force that spawn where they want it.
Bound with a well-timed reset play ball. Wanted to get it to the back of gold and hold strong, but instead makes the smart play to reset that on-ball. Legend pushes down to camo, but no, that's not going to get burned. It's going to stay down in the camo pit, and just like we saw previously when SSG loses snipe, Eco's there to pick it up. The same is there for camo as well, and what a great job by SSG. Wow, Eco holds on to it bravely, and probably so. Eli thinking, even if I die, Stellar can pick it up, right? And I think that's been so impressive for SSG. Their power weapon control, even when they lose it, they still have it.
Exactly right. You got to have that bodyguard that hangs out with the shock or sniper player or rocket player. Somebody that's there to pick it up in case that player trades out or needs your help to finish off a headshot. And Space Station done a phenomenal job of that. I feel like they're just so good at flowing in like the buddy system. They really just exemplify the buddy system. They've always got a teammate with them when they have the opportunity and help each other out to the maximum.
Legend and Bound, we see them as a potential duo forming. Bound lives with Legend now, so a lot like Lethal and, or excuse me, Allocated and Boo Boo Doo. Those are 2 roommates, so how interesting. Again, there's so much history and so much great context here in Halo. You got 2 roommates on each side, so everybody knows each other and you could argue knows the opposition. It's a double up lead though for Sentinels, as their life is on the line, hanging in the balance here in the elimination semis. But Legend takes it once again, but Lethal does a good job to clean up. Now I'm really curious to see if SSG can continue to make sure that they regain control of that power weapon. For now, the 1v1 Eco, and it looks like Falcon, the only players alive. Falcon going to play for the oddball time and bait in Eco and take him down. What a massive play there from Falcon. That holds the line and holds the advantage, it looks like, for Sentinels, and now they're going to rotate from gold to the lockdown location of A elevator. Falcon, what a play.
Falcated just had Eco's number twice in a row. Eco could not land the melee on the gold stairs. Valkyrie gets his shields back in a spot where he should have been almost certainly dead.
Wow.
And then in the very next play also kills Eco again, but plays from Legend and Bound are kind of equalizing the situation despite maybe Eco tripping up in a couple of fights. It doesn't matter if your teammates Bound and Legend are making up the difference in their fights.
Man, you start hyping up one player and then the next pops off even more. Unbelievable. 16, or is that 18? 18, I believe, to 37, as Sentinels have retained that 20-second or so lead. And with a minute and a half, Eli, I don't think we're going to see this get to 100 points on the board. Now the strategy could just be to milk the clock. But for now, Sentinels going to rotate that oddball to the back of C. And while doing so, milk a little bit more time off the clock. So they're getting the best of both worlds. 3 go down for SSG. Last player alive is Stellar. And he might just go down as well, looking to maybe earn some A spawns close by for his teammates. Yes, he does over the right shoulder. You can see him glance over, but the grenade, geometrical, picks around the corner, takes him down. And that's not going to allow SSG, because of that slay, onto Eco. That's not going to allow them to have the numbers they need to break on through. 3 go down once again. Sentinels with 2 down, but with their hands on the oddball, could just close things out maybe, actually, right here.
Sentinels looking so strong on this C side. That was just kill after kill after kill going in favors of Sentinels. So much oddball getting racked up here. They're not really feeling the need to play it just yet. Maybe now is the time. Yes, Boo is going to toss it off the map, understanding that this is the best push Space Station have put in yet, but not before getting an over 50-point lead. Legend is there on the reset, but Sentinels are there to slow him down.
Heady pickup from Legend, but you have to wonder what he can do with it, as Sentinels have the positioning actually on the A and gold side. Legend stays alive though. My God, how did Legend stay alive on the other side? Gets the grenade kill. Bound trades out with Lethal, and SSG have a chance. Down by 50 seconds though, and less than 50 seconds left. This is where you start to see teams really play to milk and manipulate the clock. Let's see what Sentinel's strategy is here.
Only 38 seconds to go, but I think we saw a little bit of what Bound was talking about. By the way, Bound with the triple kill. Gonna get the overkill. Oh my God, gets the extermination exactly when his team needs it. They should be able to set up in A, and Sentinels have to figure out a way to break the setup.
Bound keeps SSG in it. Talk about a hero moment there for Bound. But will it come through with a round 1 victory here? Double up our Sentinels on the lead, even despite that extermination from Bound, and Bound gets exterminated shortly after. You can see that rotation going through from Eco. But now is Sentinel's opportunity to bait things in, like that rotation, bait SSG in to desperately grab this oddball, as they're the ones who need the time on the clock. 43-70 with 15 to go.
Bound filling his team with adrenaline in an instant, and it's all washed out only moments later from a perfect push from Sentinels. Not over yet though. We got 3 dead for Sentinels, 2 alive still. For Space Station, they're able to keep this ball alive, but it's 4 seconds on the clock. It's got to be another perfect push from Sentinels, but will Space Station be more ready this time?
4 seconds left and 4 down for Sentinels. Now all 4 back up off the spawn, and this is looking deadly and dangerous now. SSG could steal round number 1 if Sentinels can't break through. It's a 3v3. Legend and Booba go down as the oddball is still in the hands of Stellar. It really makes it more of a 2v3. Bound trades out, and that could be massive. 3 go down. It's a 1v1. Stellar with the oddball. And can he stay alive and hold on to it all the while? No, he goes down. Huge play from the young gun, the newcomer for Sentinels. The newcomer for Sentinels. Precision ices up in the end game. What a round. I thought Bound with that trade could have opened up a miraculous comeback, but you can see here Stellar with low shields, forced into going for the oddball. Precision read it like a book as Sentinels take a 1-0 lead.
That's so sick from Precision. He said, I know you have to drop the ball to kill me, so I'm just going to waste your 4 seconds of time that you have. Like, if he just chows any sooner in that fight and dies, Stellar can freely pick up the ball, but he's like, just by staying alive for an extra couple seconds, he forced Sentinels to win that round. Such a heads-up play from Precision.
Wow, what an electric round. What looked like Sentinels running away with it was actually a highly contested finish, as Eco, contesting the bat ledge, takes down 2, looking to make his way for that shock. Almost looked like he wanted to grapple it. Yes, with a grapple on him, he would absolutely try to grapple that oddball back up to gold, but instead, his consolation prize is a shock rifle and a couple more slays.
He's going to need to get into better positioning, though. Yes, he kind of caught himself out in the open. Bandit's a little bit too strong to be in anywhere on the map like that. Going to easily get 5-shot by some of the best players in the world. Legend with a huge piv against Boo. It just feels like Legend somehow wins a lot of fights that almost no other player would have won finds a way to win them. And I think he's been an absolute difference maker for this squad. Right now, he's going to find another piv over here. Can he win this one too?
Like both the players are going to wisely disengage. You can see Legend, he's calling for his teammate support. I don't think Precision has that. The Precision takes on the 1v1, knowing he has to take down Legend, sensing maybe that member for SSG flanking him, but Legend ends up winning it outright nonetheless. But Precision does enough there to earn the elongated assist. I would have believed an assist popped up on his screen there. Great job there by Precision to draw in so much attention from SSG. This is going to allow Sentinels to make out with the oddball.
Look at the positioning too. Precision in that trippy corner. Stellar knows he's there though. He's going to slide out, get the kill. So smart from Stellar. Got to make sure that that player does not get away with their shields. Now, oddball player forced to play it out. Stellar going to get the trade, but could have also caught the ball and maybe killed him with it. But no, probably had to land the DMR shots. And this has just gone back and forth. It's so hard to even say at any given point in time who really has map control.
It's unbelievable how close these teams are. Virtually tied now they are, but it's SSG with a rolling 19, now stopped. 19 to 18 as round 1 was close. Round 2 was looking even closer because it was at this point in the match in round 1, Eli, where Sentinels started to kind of make moves and find some separation in the scoring. Could this be their moment to strike once again? It looks like it's their moment to potentially rotate. You can see that oddball go out to the overpass. Are they working towards the rotation to C? For now, it looks like SSG are shutting it down.
Boo-Boo with the shock rifles is what you like to see if you're a Sentinels fan. I feel like he's had it probably 3 times in every match that we've seen that includes a shock rifle. He has to be the best player in the world at picking up the shock rifle, because I'd never see another player hold it more than Boo-Boo Doo-Boo, and that's so important on all the maps that feature this gun.
30 and rolling now to 19. Sentinels are starting to find that separation that feels eerily similar to round number 1, and if this continues on, you're staring at a game 5 in your elimination semis, elimination finals appearance on the line, as Lethal has that shock rifle with a full magazine left to work with. And with this lead, he's not forced to go straight for the oddball. Legend and Stellar combined for a double kill, and Lethal wisely, again, this is a representation not only of that 2 kills in the feed for SSG, but with this lead, however narrowly, Lethal has a little bit more freedom to play with, which is why you saw him drop the oddball. But look at that, SSG pick it right back up. Now they've got a heady rotation working.
I think the thought process from Lethal is like, just put the ball somewhere where they'll go for that instead of himself, and he gets his teammates back by spawning them long haul and then comes back to respond afterwards. But it's just bound and Falcated on the map. Falcated not in any position to make a difference on this play, but another spawner on Sentinels already in the mix. These guys are so fast that when they come off spawn, if they know there's any active damage on the map, they are instantly back in the fight. You see some huge damage coming in from Falcated, and that's going to open the door for the rest of Sentinels to come pouring in.
Falcated pushing through as the assist comes through, and Sentinels are going to have that lockdown location with 3 down for SSG. They're going to find more separation in the scoring. SSG actually got it close to within a handful of seconds, but now Boo-Boo Doo-Boo with it in his hands and a lockdown setup on the gold side. Lockdown with the camo is Precision. This could be Sentinels' chance to close the door on a game 4 and send us to a game 5.
Camo dissipates. Precision's in a precarious position, has to die. Eco pushing in, Legend doing so from the other side, and can Sentinels hold the line? They do. They get 2 dead. One of the only remaining members of Space Station just spawned as well. Stellar, kind of the last player from the prior play. He's doing a good job. He does get a kill, and now he's going to hold down the space in the gold side to deny that rotation option from Sentinels, but they said, okay, we'll just rotate a tower instead. At the same time, though, Space Station gets several dead. Last player alive again is Stellar, and Precision looks to force the play ball.
And all Stellar can do here is reset the oddball back to the plant, as Precision does end up taking down Stellar. So Stellar with the early oddball reset could have had a chance to take down Precision, but Precision gets the better of him. 69 to 39 here, as Sentinels have a 30-second lead with less than 90 seconds left.
Can you enunciate the number 69 any clearer? I mean, there was no confusion about what number you said in that moment.
I'd like to make sure that the Halo community knows exactly where we are in the match.
Nice.
Very nice. 69 to 39 here. A 30-second lead holds strong for Sentinels as 2 go down on their side. Only 1 for SSG, so this could be their moment to strike. You can see Bound taking an emphasis onto Lethal as he aggressively pushes him on out. Looks like a little mini reset there for Space Station, but this might actually be a rotation instead with them down by 30. They're the ones who need the oddball in their hands. 2 down, 3 down for Sentinels, and with all 4 alive for SSG, they can take it wherever they want. Their choice is going to be gold, and you can especially see so with Stellar setting up on the A side. More so than having that lockdown location, Eli, it's blocking the spawns that matter most. But there you see some fortunate spawns on the gold side. Split 2-2 or Sentinels on each side of the map.
Did you see what Stellar? Did you see what Stellar did there? He actually just completely cleared every single rat spot in A just to make sure there's no Master Splinter hanging out around here, because he knows that that's the play. If Sentinels did have one straggler alive, that their best play is to just rat it out in A. But he's make sure to shut that option down, and now they're looking to come back. They're about to take the lead.
Bound with the extermination, Stellar the exterminator, and that could spell trouble. That could spell comeback for SSG. As now you look at the score, they're the ones who are up in this match, but only by 3 seconds. Sentinels have the oddball in their hands, but just for 1 second. 73-70 with 25 seconds left. Precision drops a chase grenade at his feet. Now chases after his opposition. Eco takes him down, and this could be it for Sentinels. They could have just won the game right here. Shutting the door is Precision. He iced up in round number 1, and he's doing the same in round number 2. 74-73. Sentinel strategy here is to slay out. You won't see them grab the oddball again, if not only to rotate the oddball towards C, but that's not even going to be a part of their conversation. They just need to slay out. 3, 2, 1, and a 1 second victory is enough. Sentinels take it 2-0 and send us to a game 5.
How many game 5s are we going to get, Hunter? These teams are insane. I feel like it's just more and more game 5s as time goes on. And wow, did Precision really just lead the charge at the end there? He got, what, 5 or 6 kills in a row, seemingly by himself. I mean, almost every player he was looking at was already weak, so obviously not by himself, but putting up
34
massive,
slays Eli in a 2-round oddball.
Look at this. First kills Legend. Thought that was a frag grenade. That's okay. I do that all the time too. Then he drops on Eco, who's unsuspecting, gets the back smack. Sees the next player, shoots him through the staircase, finishes that kill. Sees Stellar, says, no, you're not coming in. Here's a one shot at Needler, kills that player. Stellar has repositioned. Precision still aware of his location, has nowhere to go. I mean, this man's just a one-man wrecking crew right now. I mean, the teamwork out of Sentinels when they are firing on all cylinders is absolutely insane.
You think active feels like Precision was in flow state there, Eli? Because my gosh, and Precision, it's like just to show that round 1 wasn't a fluke. I'll ice up in both rounds 1 and 2 against, right now, as far as land consideration is concerned, the best team in the world. Precision, man. I can't believe he's just now getting his flowers. Eli, it was a year ago when he was a top 16, top 12 player. We were saying, hey, Precision is up next. You and I had eyes on Precision this whole time, and so glad he's having his opportunity to shine here on the biggest stage. Game 5 now coming up onto the fast track, no less. And I guess you could argue, you could give a 51%, 49 edge to SSG because they like to play so fast. We talked about the dichotomy of these two teams to start the series. SSG unapologetically aggressive, Sentinels a little bit more methodical, and especially this opening break plays to the team that's more aggressive. Normally that's SSG. Who's going to win OS?
Boobadooboo with his signature opening strat on Aquarius. He just sits in the fridge and gets nades down. They get 4 dead. That means they're going to also have that overshield. Might even have enough time to wait to proc it. Not sure who has it. Looks like Precision got the thrust, and yes, does look like Valkated pushing in through the courtyard. I think he was the OS. No, Boobadooboo with the OS, and he's still got half of it to work with, so they're going to look to continue to roll.
I love Sentinel's decision here to roll, to compound that snowball down the hill and build on it. You've got to step on the neck of SSG. You cannot let them get back in this one. So while it's a 3-kill lead, almost a potential to open it up here, Sentinels cannot slow down. I love that play with the OS. But Boobadooboo doesn't really find much value out of it. Only 1 kill on the other side. It's Eco. Needs no overshield for a potential overkill. If not for Sentinels not showing face and giving him an opportunity to do so, he probably would have had it, and now has the lead, 9-8.
So incredible for Space Station to somehow flip that situation on its head after going 4 down. Sentinels have OS, they have thrust, they have heat wave, but Space Station come off their back foot with a vengeance and tie it up 8-all. And it's all off the backs of that triple kill from Eco. And now they just look to steadily move across the map, but it's now Sentinels playing off their back foot in a major way. They're going to get 3 dead, trade out 2 for now, but they do earn that 1 kill lead.
Big. Sentinels as a team had that 5-kill sprint to start, and Eco answers back with a killing spree after going down twice to start the match. So a big regain from one of the oldest players in the HCS, now hopping on board here with Stellar as he rotates through the back of Yellow. Has an opportunity to shoot a couple players in the back. So he takes his pick and earns the assist. 2 down on each side. Eli, this is rounding out exactly how Game 2 went. And as you guys remember, Game 2, 50-49 with a potential 50-50 electric finish. It feels like we're getting a little bit of that here.
Game 2 ended and fell in Sentinel's favor by sheer frames. You could probably count less than, I don't know, 5 frames between the difference in those last 2 slays. And this is pacing in that way, but I tell you what, this one can find some separation. One team can get a couple overshields. And right now, Sentinels win this situation in a big way. They get 3 dead without losing a single player. They're now up by 1 possession, an entire squad wipe.
I don't think in Game 2, referencing back to that, I don't think we ever saw a 4-kill lead for either team. So this one feels huge for Sentinels, but it's only 4 in the grand scheme of things. Bound looking to dwindle that lead down as he earns the perfect 5. Sprints on through, and he's got 3 teammates there next to him, or 3 in total next to him, Eli. And even despite taking shots previously, he says, I'll lead the charge. I'll G-slide out of here. You said earlier, Bound's the only player that can play like Bound, and I think that was a great example of it right there. Once again, dropping and just taking on all prisoners, all fighters. Anyone who wants to go with Bound, he'll take it.
Taking no prisoners, absolutely. He said, you're just going to go to the death screen. I'll see you later, buddy. And he just has, I feel like the only button he has is go. Like, he doesn't have a stop button, but I do think he has been evolving as a player, and he has been slowing down a little bit more, and that's why maybe part of Space Station's success as of late is Bound's maturation as a player. But he's still got that dog in him. He's still going to hold forward in every opportunity he gets. He just maybe is a little bit more wise about the times that he should slow down.
There he is, continuing on with the aggression, and despite being 1 HP, he still slides on through, takes the fight to his opponent. As 3 are down on each side of the map, it's a 3-kill game as we start to approach the 30s when things start for real. 25 now to 27. Sentinels are holding on, clinging on to a narrow lead. This moment is massive. You want to take that edge into the 30s, pick up that overshield down at P1, and it looks like it's going to go to SSG.
All members of Space Station ensuring that Bound got away with this OS. They were all there ready to protect him just in case any lurkers were nearby, but the combo comes out, takes Bound's overshield out in an instant, and it's tied 28 all. Neither team has the OS anymore.
You might have thought a sniper got put on Aquarius with that instantaneous 0.0 TTK, but it was the combo, the new combo that takes down the Rookie of the Year from Season 1. Bound, though, flying above the rest of competition as the first to reach double digits, 10-3 and 8 here as we got ourselves a close one heading into the 30s, 32 to 31. Just one kill separates these two teams. Are we due for another insane finish?
And neither team is really slowing down. Sentinels get another 3 dead. They lose 1 in the process, but with them playing at this pace, will we even see that 6-minute overshield? I mean, I think it's bound to slow down at some point, but if Sentinels continue to roll, will they have any reason to slow down? I don't know. They're going to actually now retreat and rotate back through this court side. Precision's going to take high ground once again. Now they've got the pinch on Bound. Bound should have nowhere to go if there's another member of Sentinels nearby. But no, Stellar has his back and takes down Precision, and now this could go either way, Hunter.
It's only a 2-kill, now 3-kill lead for Sentinels, Eli, but it feels like this bodes very well in the sense that at this moment in Game 2, Precision only had 4 slays, now sitting at 13. Also 9 assists, the most in the lobby. Unbelievable performance from Precision, and he could be the reason why Sentinels send SSG packing. And now we see the biggest lead come out of nowhere, and that's what I was feeling. Precision with a huge game. Now Sentinels with a huge lead. They're looking to shut the door.
They slowed down to make sure they got this OS. There's so much presence from Sentinels here, but they're going to take their time. Bound just trying to make it impossible for anyone to grab it. Look at the positioning from Space Station. They're on both car bridges. They have line of sight. They're triangulating the OS. There's no way that a member of Sentinels can grab it, but I think Sentinels are aware of it. They said that's bait. Let's not go for it.
Yep. And that's when you afford yourself.
But Stellar goes in and he grabs it and he's able to proc it. And he's got the plasma pistol in his back pocket, but look at the grenades he's melted instantly.
You're wondering there if Sentinel's getting too cute, trying to bait in every 3 players staring right at the overshield with no desire to go for it, but the strategy pans out. 41-47 out of nowhere, Eli. It's a multi-possession 6-kill lead for Sentinels. They could trade out to the finish line and have themselves what feels like a block building moment for their organization, taking down an SSG that swept them at SLC last year. As Sentinels gotta hold the line though, 43-48, and SSG bring it back.
Can't play too scared here. I've seen too many teams play scared with the lead and somehow throw this away, but I think Sentinels know exactly what to do with the lead. He sticks his teammate so he could kamikaze. Wait, no, he got the betrayal
Because of that,
kill.
it didn't count, right?
I thought that he actually got the betrayal because no damage was done.
Oh my God, that's the biggest brain play ever. If SSG win this shit, 45-49, unbelievable. If he meant to do that, we just witnessed the smartest Halo play in history. Let's see how it pans out. More team grenades going through. What is happening? Sentinels are gonna take it. Unbelievable. A little bit of a slapstick, silly finish, but Sentinels serious in their gameplay, serious in the Slayers. Win both of them and take down SSG in a game 5 and move on to your lower finals to face off against Shopify Rebellion. What a series.
I cannot wait to see that replay. I think he sticks his teammate, and I'm thinking that's the game-winning kill because they've got 49, right? So here we go. Yeah, so he sticks Precision, and they get the 50th kill, but at the same time, Boo Boo kills Precision, so they also lose the 50th point before they get it. So now they still have to get one more kill. I think if Bound does any damage to Precision right there, then they would have won the game in that moment. Yeah, so that would have actually ended the game, but because there was no damage done to Precision, it counts as a betrayal and subtracts the point.
Oh man,
what a crazy way for that to end.
All hypotheticals at the end of the day, something very interesting to break down. Can't wait to hear the thoughts from our broadcast desk as we send it back to Ali and Tools.
Space Station Gaming is out. FaZe is out. Who's left? We have Sentinels moving up to face off Shopify Rebellion, and I don't believe we've seen these two face off each other in the series yet.
Not that I can recall, Ray. I'm very excited to see this, but I want to go to that replay of the stick one more time because I have a little hypothetical question that I want to put out to chat,
okay.
Right? Because I noticed some specific things, especially with the kill feed in particular. Obviously, we heard Eli and Mikowski, talking about whether the damage will come down, but I'm very curious about, is there any way where this becomes a 50th kill, right? Like, you see how the stick damage, like what determines which kill comes first? You know what I'm saying, Aliyah?
Let's watch it.
Because it happens at the same time. I was like looking at this kill feed and I'm like, the kill feed doesn't, like, you'd expect the kill feed to go down and then up. But I was like, if Bound dies first from the nade,
I'm trying to see who dies first here.
he's punching him.
So
what you're
saying,
Boo Boo gets the kill on Bound first in the kill. I feel like it should have went 50 and then end the game, but
and
then go down to 49. You know what I'm saying?
The 49. Yeah, that makes sense. I wonder if the double death registered before the Boo Boo kill. I don't know. What does chat think? Let's see. Lethal says they just died at the same time because he stuck Precision and they didn't shoot him.
Wow. Well, sad stuff either way, but Sentinels gets the job done. I say that people's elbow was coming for him. Boo doo. That was Sentinels game all the way through until the at that end game, but it was just a little fun situation. You know, we love to have fun on the broadcast, right?
Yeah, that was incredible. It's incredible to watch, and I think look, chat's having fun. Chat's having fun over there too. Look at this. Space Station Gaming top 4. Shopify Rebellion versus Sentinels. Our elimination finals are being set up. Now, we haven't seen these two face each other before, we don't believe. Shopify Rebellion has had an incredible run in all of our series, and on our number 3 here today, it's the first time that we see them on elimination finals, coming from the bottom, try to get to those grand finals. And Sentinels, We got Sentinels over here who've been working their way up after picking up Precision. This could go either way.
Yeah, it's like I feel like Sentinels just has that that air around them where they are gonna push you to a game 5, right? If it's ever gonna be close, they're gonna push you to a game 5, and it's a question of whether they win the Slayer or not in game 5. I'm a Sentinels fanboy right now. I want to see the Sentinels OpTic rematch. That being said, you know, Shopify Rebellion, it's gonna be an extremely hard match, but they just got done taking down Space Station with extremely close games as well. And right now it feels like Sentinels just has that ice factor. They're able to ice up in these important moments and clutch in that oddball game, right? Two rounds that went right down to that last second. They clutched both of them. The Slayer clutch it in the end of the day. Big uptrend for Sentinels right now. I wanna keep living it, you know. One more round for them, please. Get through Shopify Rebellion.
So please win those Slayers is what you're saying. Win the
Slayer's going to be really important here because Shopify Rebellion's a damn good objective team, and it's really scary starting off this series and seeing that Strongholds as game number 1.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen Shopify Rebellion dominate that recharge Strongholds many times against SSG, but I will say I was looking at the tournament stats, and Space Station Gaming had won a lot more of these Stronghold recharges against Shopify Rebellion, so this could also go towards Sentinels.
Yeah, I mean, Sentinels obviously is proficient at Strongholds as well. When we think about the Arlington or that Arlington split online, I should say, it was always a case of Sentinels finding these like 250 O's on Solitude. Obviously Solitude not on the rotation anymore, but Sentinels definitely knows how to get themselves in a trip cap and how to keep that pressure on.
They win the objectives. They just need Precision to just do what he just did in the last few games. Just pop off. I still have that memory of that oddball of him just doing incredible slays at the end of that oddball match. It was like that 1 second win. It was incredible. So I think Precision has been an incredible pickup, and we're definitely going to see these slays here in our next matchup. Guys, you are watching the HCS Open Series, week number 3, day number 2, and we are in the elimination finals. OpTic finds themselves in grand finals, waiting for what's going to happen between these two. Let's take a look at that bracket. There they are. Finally in grand finals.
I'm so excited to see OpTic go up against either of these teams. I think, man, it's like in my heart, I want Sentinels to win, which is like my very biased heart. You know, I love the players over on Shopify Rebellion. I just want to see something a little bit new. But on the other hand, I really want to see the rematch, right? Like, can Shopify Rebellion kind of figure out what went wrong in that winners finals and work their way back there? Because it was only the Slayer that went to their hands. You can see the objectives were very much getting outpaced. OpTic Gaming was just head and shoulders above in those objectives.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be a Shopify Rebellion, like you said, figuring out how to defeat OpTic, and it would be an exciting rematch to see. We've seen Shopify Rebellion come back. We've seen them do that to SSG. Can they do that to OpTic in grand finals if they're able to defeat Sentinels? Though, if they're able to defeat Sentinels, would we be able to see them ice up and you know, get that comeback?
I'm just like looking at this on paper once again, and I'm just thinking about where this series is gonna end up, and I think this one's gonna play really well to a game 5. I think it's really gonna come down to the 2 sniper maps, Livefire and Empyrean for Sentinels. If they can get their sniper hot, if they can get that sniper into the hands of someone like Precision or Mental, Precision for the side of Sentinels, or potentially a Mental or a Soul Snipe on the side of Shopify Rebellion, I think they're going to be the ones that dictate the paces of this game. For Sentinels, I really want to see Precision pop off. This is the moments that you brought in a new blood for, right? This is why you change up the structure. You get someone new on the sticks that you think can give you an extra little bit of life, and that's what we've seen from Precision. Like, he feels very confident to run across on this map, to be aggressive, to make the play, and that's what I love. Is Sentinels, they feel 100% committed to whatever play that their teammate makes. There is no second guessing. They don't seem to have that any frustration or slip in the play. They're always ready to help each other and to keep playing fast.
Speaking of teamwork. I feel like Shopify Rebellion has gelled so well together, and that is why they're winning so many games. And we have some really confident players in there too. I feel like Suppress is one of the first ones that pops into my mind when I think of really confident players in that team, and who also is incredible at a sniper as well. But Recharge does not have a sniper, it does have a shock rifle. We'll just have to see if who's going to be the better sniper here, who's going to be the better objective player here.
Well, I'll say we talk about sniper rifle players, and then I feel like there's a whole other category, right? I don't consider the shock rifle to be the same as the sniper rifle player. The sniper rifle player, that's a lot of flicking. It's a lot of making sure that you just get that reticle on your opponent. You can drag it, you can do whatever you need to do. So players that have those high sensitivities that can flick left and right, they see a lot of success with it. But that shock rifle, it's about players who have really steady aim and really good pre-aiming mechanics, where they keep that reticle at head level, they keep it steady, they're ready for those challenges. And that's why I think players like Boo Boo Doo in particular are really, really good with that weapon. Would love to see a little bit of a Boo Boo Doo montage in this game 1.
That's what we need, Tools. I was just saying it on the back end. We need more montages. What happened to montages, Tools? We need to get
we got two casters that have plenty of montages between them. I think it's low-key their fault, Aliak.
Okay.
They should have been responsible for keeping the scene alive. You know what I'm saying? The montages were going great, and then we see these guys, they take a little bit of a break and the montages go away. You gotta all those montage people gotta hold the other montages responsible. I mean, what pro players are doing montages right now? It's just like Frosty. Has there been another pro player montage in the last 5 years?
I haven't seen one.
I would say Frosty's is the GOAT, though. Shout out to Hastings. I believe he is the editor for that montage. The Frosty tournament only clips montage. Best montage of all time, in my opinion.
I want chat to tell me what's their favorite montage. Is there a montage that you guys had or have had on repeat over and over on YouTube? What's the first one that comes to mind? For me, it's the straight ripping one. The straight ripping one. If you guys know which one, the old school straight ripping one.
Old school straight. I think that's a great one because it's like everyone on the team, right? So it's like you're able to see it, and it's like it switches between everyone. It tells a good story. Honestly, I'm a big fan of the Frosty one. I think Spartan had a great one, but if we're gonna go old school, you got to give me that Walshy. Give me that old school Walsh.
Let's see what they're saying. Oh, they agree with me. They agree with me. It's a good one. It's such a good one. I feel like I have to go back and watch some of the newer montages as well. You know what? I think it's time to create some new montages here because the game is about to begin. Our elimination finals are ready to go. All right, Eli Makowski, let's hear it.
I feel personally called out by Tools for that. Eli, I think it's time we join forces and make a dual-tage. We might just see some dual-tage dueling moments here as we got Shopify Rebellion versus Sentinels. Eli, nobody in the big three outside of OpTic in the grand finals who await the winner of this match. Oh, the changing of the guard continues on.
Game's getting insane, but yeah, man, I've got probably 2 whole folders worth of clips that I don't know what to do with. So if you're an editor in chat and you want to see make a montage, hit me up. I'm down. But looks like we're gonna get a reset in this one, and you're exactly right. Only one of the big 3 currently left in this tournament. Shopify and Sentinels both stepping up in big ways as of late. Rebellion really making waves. Sentinels just refusing to let up, and I cannot wait to see how these games play out.
It's called teamwork, Hachi. Called teamwork, Hachi. Oh, man, I'm just reminiscing on those moments. I think at the time, I think the Ogre Twins actually made that first montage as a way to troll me because I remember asking Walshy and the Ogre Twins at the time, I said, you guys got to start making montages. You guys are way better than me. Why don't you guys put together some clips? And the Ogre Twins famously told me, Mikowski, montages are for noobs, pros win tournaments. So yeah, the Ogre Twins, you know, they ended up making a great montage actually out of that, even though it was kind of like a troll towards the montage scene. And then shortly after that is when Walshy got together with the editor, Peridius, legendary goated editor, and made a for real montage from that crew of old Team 3D, I want to say. So a little bit of montage history for all the old heads in the chat to reminisce on, and all the newcomers to enjoy as well.
What was that?
So newcomers plus new member is newcomers. Yep. It's not a new fruit or vegetable that I invented on the spot. It's just I had two thoughts in my head and they both came out at the same time. As we await.
I thought you were about to make me a new alcoholic beverage and put a new vegetable in it. The newcomer. I needed. It sounded refreshing. I don't know. I was excited for it.
Yeah, I saw. What do you guys like on your vegetables? What's the best sauce? If you were to have a cucumber in front of you and you were to slice it up, put it in a bowl, would you go with ranch, Italian dressing? What would you go with, Eli? What's your dressing of choice?
I mean, with like a veggie tray, it's probably ranch. I'm gonna be honest. I mean,
Okay.
it goes well with a lot of things. Maybe that's my southern side coming out. Love me some ranch.
All right, plenty of dressing on this one as we've got all 8 back in the lobby, and cannot wait for this lower final elimination on the line. And these are 2 teams, Eli. It's so intriguing to me because in the offseason, everybody had Complexity, Sentinels, and Rebellion as the 3 teams most likely to break into the Big 3. You want to do that? You want to set yourself up for that? Win this series.
This is for a lot of points. I mean, the seeding is mostly determined already. You know, the top 6 from Arlington will still be your top 6 in the next tournament, but these offseason, you know, it makes a difference between 5th and 6th. It can make a difference in future tournaments as well, but I think more than anything, it's just a confidence builder. It's good practice for London. It's not that far away now, guys. It's at the end of this month. I cannot wait for that, but right now, all these teams just trying to figure things out, figure each other out before they get to land.
As we start things off here, a little mixy. Both teams vying for what looks like a flip, actually. A going into favor of Sentinel, C going into favor of Rebellion, and Eli, I think, to set the stage one further as we kick things off, suppressed with the easy backsmack there. Rebellion, their spot at London is secured. Sentinels is not. I think because of that, it sets even more emphasis and urgency on this Sentinels roster to earn more of those points. So if you don't get first or second this weekend in the major qualifier, you can survive off a point. Sentinels, they don't want to do that, though. They want to go into the major qualifier rolling as a champ, saying we can take 1-2 this weekend as well and finally secure that spot that I thought Sentinels should have always had. And for now, though, it's Cycle on the other side of Rebellion with the shock, and he's already taken faces.
If I'm not mistaken, there will be a major qualifier tournament before London, which I think first and second place should be granted pool play spots, and then after that, it's usually the first few in total points. Yeah, next 2 in total points that get the other pool play spots, and the rest
That's
will have
Saturday
to play
and
through
Sunday,
open
Eli.
bracket.
So the marathon continues on. We got another back-to-back weeks where 3 out of 4 days are filled with competitive Halo. We saw Rebellion and SSG play 30 matches between the 2 of each other, and might see another new rivalry forming between these 2 budding rosters. A Cycle rotates with that shock rifle from gold all the way over to the tower side now. Might be setting up for a C hold, or maybe even just defensively holding C. For now, they hold the split control of A and C, and that strategy is playing out to their favor. They got a minute head start plus on the Sentinels team.
This is one of Shopify's best game types without a doubt. In the last 2 Open Series, they beat SSG 250-30 and 250-20 respectively in the last 2. Today, though, they did lose to Space Station in this game type for the first time, but I mean, Space Station just kind of got in control and held on to it. But I feel like when Rebellion get the lead, they will not relinquish it. Sentinels are going to have a hard time getting out of this one.
2 down for Sentinels, only 1 for Rebellion. This should allow them to continue scoring, and that A capture point gets reset quickly by Suppressed. He throws out a sticky chase grenade, recognizing no opponents, looks low instead, but it's mental on the C side of the map, looking to hold strong on that. Looks like for me, Eli, Rebellion, they're not content with AC flip split control. They want all 3, and they get all 3. What a start to the elimination finals for Rebellion. 100 points enrolling with 100% map control.
I'm happy that Nighty Night is taking a look at Cycle here. I think Cycle might be the best player in the world at this game type specifically. Misses the melee though, of course, caster curse him in that moment, but just looking at the stats, he has dominated in every category on this game type in every single one of Rebellion's games, besides the one that they finally lost today to SSG. But Cycle is just, I don't know, he's a mastermind. He must understand the spawns very well. I saw a scrim, I think there was a scrim actually between these two teams, Rebellion versus Sentinels, where they won 250 to 20 and Cycle went 20-2 with 10 assists. Like, that's just insane.
Unbelievable. And it looks like here you got Rebellion rewriting the rule book. AB, traditionally the hold you want on recharge. Let that team spawn at the back of C all day and work their way through what feels like 2, maybe 3 at most decisions as to which direction to push out on. But Rebellion are holding strong on the split spawns of A and C, and they're giving Sentinels gold control, and they're spawning back gold like you would normally see back C.
Finally, Sentinels look to be in a decent position, but you see Soul Snipe popping up with a kill in the kill feed. That is not good news for Sentinels. That means the rest of Rebellion will be pushing. Falcated knows this though. He's going to try to defend the stronghold, but takes some heavy damage across the map. Looks like he has a call out of suppressed location, so he's going to sit here and wait. For now, his entire goal is to just protect A, but can Suppress win this 1v1?
Suppressed has had a huge game, and with the help of Mental, takes down Falcated. Look at Suppressed. He's got a killing frenzy worth of kill death spread on him, 13, 5, and 2. And as I glance at the other side for Sentinels, it's really only Falcated and now Precision who have gotten off the floor. Boo and Lethal lagging behind a little bit in the Slay category, and they got to get going here soon. Rebellion are already into the 200s with control of A and B, and this would be the time right here to take down Mental. They do just that. Sentinels could absolutely regain right here. It's a game of runs and strongholds, and it looks like Sentinels could just get right back in it.
I think you missed it, but Lethal got an overkill. Saw it in the kill feed. We didn't get to see his first-person POV of it, but getting 4 dead for Rebellion is going to be huge for Sentinels to finally get some map positioning, but he's already under fire from Soul Snipe. Soul Snipe seemingly just holding forward, does not care at all that the man just got an overkill, says you can go back to the death screen and think about what you've done for a minute. Suppress comes in, gets the melee, and now they're just trying to open map space so they can ultimately capture B and get right back into scoring position.
All right, we are calling for Lethal and Boo to get going, and just as I say that, Lethal gets the overkill to get Sentinels back in this one, but on the gold side of the map, it's Cycle with a double kill and a potential to put 2 cap points on the board for Rebellion, but A is filtering in favor of Sentinels, but that's not for long as Boo goes down. AB in control of Rebellion as they take a massive lead into the 200s, looking to win a quick game number 1.
Camo's coming up right now. Looks like Sentinels need to secure a couple of kills if they're going to get that as well. Right now, it looks like bait, though. They do ultimately grab it, but can Boo survive for long? No, he's going to get 1 kill and trade out, but the kill's not going to mean much if they can't trade this as well, and that trade's going to guarantee Rebellion earn some more points. Not only that, but Soul Snipe is also rotating to capture C and also force this split spawn. He's letting players spawn both long haul and in tower, it looked like, actually. I think tower and long haul, so players spawning on both sides of Soul Snipe in that moment. But that's just because Rebellion have so much of the map that the game doesn't have many options to spawn them.
Yeah, I almost wonder, is that part of it? Because again, Rebellion are playing this unorthodoxly. This is usually a map where you see the AB control, but with control of A and C, you almost spawn into a split pinch potential here for Rebellion, and as long as you have your timing and your communication on point, maybe this works out in your favor, Eli. Maybe we're seeing the new optimal strategy here as Rebellion have utilized that AC controlled to absolutely dominate Sentinels here, looking to just barely, narrowly 200-point club.
I don't know if it's even intentional, like they are specifically going for AC. They're just playing the situation properly. Like, if it looks like your opposition is spawning in gold, you can hold AC and prevent them from getting out, but if the pressure then rotates into A, I think Rebellion are fine to rotate into B instead next, and that's exactly what we see here. As A flips, Cycle gets into B, and they're gonna just find another way to score points, and that's what makes them so efficient. They can play any configuration of the zones, and they can do so very effectively. That's what makes them so dangerous at that game type.
My goodness, as quickly as Tools descends from platinum to gold lobbies after his performances, we see an epic performance there from Shopify Rebellion. 250 to 51. We're going to give him the 200-point club. Nonetheless, I know it's a 199-point club, but my God, Shopify Rebellion absolutely come out strong. And that's important because Sentinels previously taking down that #1 ranked SSG roster, you probably would have given them the edge as it relates to momentum, but Shopify Rebellion shut that down immediately and claim game 1 in a 1-0 lead.
The good news for Fools is that, or Tool, sorry, is that he's got a lot of high tier Halo to study here and
Fools.
maybe find his way back into Plat. But for now, we're going to watch some of the best players in the world instead. And if Shopify can keep this up and keep this momentum up, especially like they have in Slayers throughout the weekend, or throughout the week rather, they could make this a quick one.
22, 6, and 6. Suppressed was a massive reason. And you're right, Eli. Yeah, you brought up that conversation. Is AC now like is this a new strategy forming? And you said, no, I don't know. This could just be Shopify taking what Sentinels has given them, and most specifically Suppressed cycling around the map like his duo Cycle's namesake. And it was Suppressed really who I saw on B, on A, on C. He had no rhyme or reason to his game, and there's some level of rhyme or reason and some level of strategy that Rebellion are deploying here, and maybe that's part of what makes them so strong is they got us on our toes, and we're the ones who are supposed to be breaking it down here. So Rebellion putting new strategies out here and new heights being reached from players like Suppressed. We always talk about the MVP, right? There's an MVP of Season 1, 2, or who's going to be the MVP of Season 3. I want to know who's going to be the most improved player of Season 3. I think that's just as intriguing, maybe a little bit less than the MVP award, but I'd like to see that in Halo. It's a common thing in sports like the NBA. The most improved player is so important, and my most improved player from Season 1 to Season 2 was Suppressed. And I don't know if you could give him the award back-to-back seasons. He might be in contention for it again because he's still finding new heights to his game. Hell of a game 1 for Suppressed there, as he's a big reason why Shopify have the edge as we go to a game 2 on Streets.
Suppress easily one of the straightest shooters in the game. I mean, his shot is so steady. If his screen is like ASMR, man. Just if you've had the chance to watch Suppress play, watch him play the game. The guy rarely misses a shot. He is constantly applying pressure. He is confident that he can win every fight, which used to be to his detriment. I think that maybe he overextended in the past because he was so confident, and he still maintains that confidence, but it's more of a controlled confidence to where he's doing it surrounded by people that are, you know, supporting him and making sure that he survives in the engagement. That's part of it, but he's also knowing when to slow down in certain moments.
Boo showing off a little bit of his opening break strategy as he earns the repulse, quickly gets up to the trash can, but goes down shortly after, but not before taking down 2, but 3 go down for Sentinels. So Rebellion take the narrow edge here off the opening start as Suppressed looks to clean up on more damage. Stay alive here on the cafe side as we'll see all C-Tram spawns here for Sentinels. Rebellion with the early lead, 5-2.
I see that Nighty Night agrees with me that this man's screen is ASMR. He said, you know what? Yeah, let's watch some Suppressed. And as we see, man has not yet died. 2 kills and an assist. He's going to get another in a spot where I feel like that could have easily traded out, and he's going to escape with his life. Plays the timing here, but the ever-powerful shotgun, the equalizer, is going to shut him down. Ultimately, Boo Boo on the other side, by the way, 4-1. Probably mostly thanks to that use of the shotgun.
Now we saw Shopify looking so strong against, I believe it was OpTic, in those Slayers. Shopify 7-1 at HCS Arlington in those Slayers. So if there's a game to steal for Sentinels, not only facing a 1-0 deficit, but especially so considering how good Rebellion are at Slayers, this is the game to take. But Rebellion aren't going to make it easy. 12-10 now as they carry a 2-kill lead. 2v2 across the map here as Boo Boo faces some pressure from Suppressed, but at low HP, I think he feels he has less shields than Suppressed. But Suppressed takes the fight to him, it looks like, or was that Soulstone maybe from the tires? No, it's Suppressed carrying on through. Boo Boo oh, back against the wall, wins the one outright instead, but shortly goes down after the mental. What an interesting sequence there between Suppressed and Boo Boo.
Maybe Suppress has a little mental block against Boo Boo. I feel like he's super confident to win that against anybody else, but these two have a lot of history, play together all the time. And look at that huge double kill coming out. And this one's gone back and forth seemingly, but it's Rebellion with a 4-kill lead. This new camo's up. Soul Snipe's got the shotgun. You have to wonder if he wants to pair the camo with it, but no, he just wants to hold forward and apply pressure to the spawners and also press his Y button at least 57 times before he turns the next corner.
not only that, but you can see Soul Snipe looking left and right with the quickness. He's looking to get into the action. He's looking to hold forward and take the fight to Sentinel. So often in Slayers, it's better to be proactive than reactive, as Precision looking a little reactive here on the trash side of the map, letting the opposition come to him. But it looks like he's allowed 2 to sneak through, and they don't have his back, but 1 does with the use of the Stalker Rifle. Great pickup on Precision, but despite 3 players now knowing where he is, he still gets the double. Precision, he's going to need a big game number 2 here if Sentinels are to tie the series.
That was a huge clean 4 dead. That means Sentinels also had the opportunity to force this PD spawn, and guess what? They're going to collapse on it with the quickness, with the shoddy kill into repulsor play, sick triple, even the melee. This is a montage kid, man.
Oh, that was a montage
otherwise.
moment.
Yeah,
look at that.
When you melee the air for style points after the triple, like, come on, bro.
Swap. The melee into the swap. It looks like a new animation just got invented by the 343 devs, but that's just Precision getting tricky with it. Now repulses up to the sky. 180, almost like a reverse ninja with a shotgun. We're seeing things we've never seen before as Precision is putting on a montage. We just said he needs to have a big game if Sentinels are to tie up this series. And now not only is he having a big game, but Sentinels have a big lead, up by 6.
This guy is unbelievable. Another human highlight reel. You know what Boo Boo Doo said about him? He said he reminds me of Shotzi. Can you think of like a better, I guess, like comparison? I mean, I have to agree, man. His movement is insane. He doesn't miss any shots. And the guy is just always in the mix, so confident in making massive plays time and time again.
Can we get all in one on the line for a montage right here? My God, we're seeing one in real time. Sentinels, Rebellion delivering in the elimination finals. So much on the line. The points and the positioning for London, especially so. Sentinels clinging to that 6-kill lead as you see the score continue on. But Rebellion are keeping it close. Still at that 6-kill mark, despite, again, the fact that 4 or 5 slays went down in the moment I said that. And Sentinels are holding the line. If Rebellion are to break through, I think it's on maybe Cycle to have himself a game and mirror and match the other young gun on Sentinels. Precision hop on board here with Suppressed. He goes down at the back of A, and numbers are going to dwindle. This is deja vu. This is getting a little out of control here, and Sentinels rolled previously on the PD. They do again with another team wipe, and now it's a 10-kill lead. Out of nowhere, Sentinels are dominating.
They are playing their advantage state so well. You notice how as soon as they get 4 dead, they spread out. They create a U shape across the map, force the spawns, and then immediately collapse in on it. They're able to get more and more of a lead as time goes on. This is just snowballing out of control. Now an 11-kill lead. Mental with a great defensive effort, but he's quickly traded out. And if you're on Rebellion, you feel like you kind of need to slow down, but you also can't afford to slow down because Sentinels is running into your face over and over. I don't think Sentinels will give Rebellion even an avenue to potentially come back in this one.
Yeah, live fire might provide the opportunity and space to slow down, but not on streets, not on a fast track like this, where Rebellion are just taking all the L's. Sentinels taking it to him. Boo Boo Doo Boo, he says, I can land another multi as well. How many multi-kill madness are we going to witness here for Sentinels as they have absolutely steamrolled a Rebellion roster that up to this point was the best Team Slayer team in the league. Not saying they lost that claim to that title just because of this one match, but I don't know, man. Sentinels are making you think differently after this performance from Precision and Boo Boo Doo Boo. Have yourself a game 2. We're gonna have to wait for that 50th and final kill, but this one is all but over.
All it's gonna take is one trade. Not even gonna have to be a trade. Falcated just gets a clean one, and what a bounce back game. That's so important right now. After losing that first game by a massive margin, to have the wherewithal, have the confidence to say, you know what, they got it. They got map control and they just put us in the blender. Let's just do that to them on streets, and they do exactly that.
Yeah, I mean, as strong as Rebellion looked in game 1, Sentinels answered back in game 2, and that's especially impressive. We brought this up during the match, but that's especially impressive when you consider just how good Rebellion are on Slayers. They had previously, I think in that game 2 against OpTic, I could be wrong, but 150 to 40 in the Slayer on streets, I believe it was. So, my goodness, this was incredible. And here's some of that montage replay from Precision.
Shotgun switches weapons to the bandit, predicts the grenade comes in, repulses it back in his face. That's a clean squad wipe. and then he decides to go for the fake out play. This player rounds the corner, knows that he's weak, but he doesn't see anything. That's because Precision's 50 feet above his head and drops the bomb on him. Insane stuff. They're just styling on him at that point.
Yeah, usually you talk about, you know, wanting to break out of jail, right? That was the MO for Rebellion. They could not break out of jail. They were continuously stuck at the back of PD, like they worked there or something. I mean, that was unbelievable. Their ability, Sentinels, to force those spawns and absolutely dominate them off that location was quite impressive, as Sentinels take game 2 handily. And it's like we said, game 1 easily won by Rebellion, game 2 easily won by Sentinels. Which way is this one gonna go? King of the Hill live fire up next.
This is a hard one to predict. I think both these teams love this game type. We're gonna see this one more time here. The shoddy melee switches to the bandit, kills Soul Snipe, then repulses Soul Snipe's grenade into Cycle. So that's it was like a forced team nade. He said, "Oh, you thought that was on me? Nah, I'm gonna kill your buddy with it." That's just disgusting.
And if you thought the triple was nice, this plays even better here. Holding the PD door, holding off the push here from Rebellion. They ultimately decide to push through, but God, Precision with a mouthful to Cycle's face. And I don't usually say it, a shotgun kill was impressive, Eli, but that was probably one of the most impressive shotgun kills we've seen yet in the HCS.
That's just knowing your opponent, because he got meleeed, right? So he knows that Shopify are calling out Precision's one shot at caution. So he's predicting that another member of Shopify is going to quickly round the corner. So he preemptively repulses up. Also knows there's more there because of callouts, also the grenade context. You know, there's a lot of reasons to know there's more players there, but to just pick the perfect option to stay alive and just get another kill and do so in emphatic fashion, I mean, that's knowing your opponent.
Here we go. And just like the previous series we witnessed in the elimination semifinals, game 3 going to give an 80% edge to the winner. A Diet game 5 is on your way, but have a little bit of a reset first. I imagine all of these players want to make sure that their latency is optimal, that their PCs are working just fine. Might have just seen a player reset or lag out. Not sure exactly which occurred, but nonetheless, a little bit of ice out, right? A little bit of delay. And I don't know, does this stop any momentum? I don't think so, because Shopify had it in game 1, Sentinels have it in game 2. I think this is a full-on reset, no pun intended, for game 3.
Definitely an important one. I mean, so many series have gone to game 5. It feels like we should just expect it at this point. There's no such
Look
thing
at
as
Lethal. You're my favorite triplet. Is he trying to like butter up
the other two at least, but still favorite? So that, what a troll, man. It's just
tied.
Like he could have just said nothing at all and it would have had the same meaning. Like, come on, bro. Like, such a troll.
Is it safe to say now that maybe Lethal is biased?
No, because he's literally, like, he could have said no words and it would have had the same meaning as the words that he just said.
Wow, that's too big brain for me. We're gonna get right back to yeah, that's deep rope. As DJ Lethal, man, always I loved his streams, man. Such a dry, witty sense of humor. Great guy to watch on stream. I'd say go follow him on Twitch, even though I haven't seen him stream in a long time. I'd still drop him a follow. As we hop on board here with the man himself, drops back to the respawn screen, and that's why Suppressed is his favorite of the triplets, earning the double kill off the start, and the map control edge for Rebellion.
Opening break, always so important on this game type. You either opt for early hill time or play for the sandbox. If you can get both, that is a massive recipe for success. Boobadooboo is going to have the snipe, but choose to use the bandit for now. The active damage. No sense in risking a difficult shot with the sniper when you can just clean it up with the bandit. And looks like he predicted that player, but maybe the timing of his prediction a little bit off. Snipe goes wide and he's going to have to retreat.
A lot of time already accumulated on the board, which means not a lot of time off the clock in regulation. Only 3 seconds as both of these two teams vying for ultimate hill and map control. It's Boobadooboo, though, who has 7 shots in that S7 in the hill. That's a confident position to hold yourself on the map, and you can always drop off into the drink. And I love this play here from Boobadooboo. Do not allow Rebellion to not only take the map control, but set up with the snipe on the nest. Heads up play there from Boobadooboo as we're tied on hill number 1.
He's also just a few inches from hitting that no-scope before falling into the drink, so kind of a risk-reward situation. took the chance to maybe make the situation even better, but ultimately not going to be enough. Looks like Rebellion should take this handily. Sentinels are already fighting for tower control.
And they're already facing a 1-0 deficit. Rebellion take a 1-0 lead. 2 go down for Sentinels, and that's going to allow Rebellion to win the rotation to the next hill. So difficult to do in King of the Hill, but Rebellion have done just that, as they seem to have gained back some of that momentum in the series. Previously, Sentinels dominating in Game 2, but we're seeing more of that traditional Rebellion OBJ efficiency, led by their coach, Best Man, doing a hell of a job here, getting right back on their steez with a great performance in these OBJs, looking to go up 2-0.
Shopify looked very good in this game type in the last tournament as well. If you'll recall correctly, they ended up 2-1 and then played the clock. I mean, granted, first couple of hills took a lot longer than these two look to take. Rebellion, if they close out these first 2 hills as quickly as it looks like they might, then I would expect this one not to go to time. Look at this. They're just dancing around grenades, getting more and more time. Soul Snipe, though, I think last player on this side going to just try to fight his way through. If they can win this fight, they can more comfortably back up and get back into the hill. Actually has a teammate in the hill, and now he's going to rotate backwards to make sure he can help him. Cycle finishes that, and that's going to be 2 hills early. Not much time burned off the clock at all.
30 seconds is all it took in regulation for Rebellion to go up 2-0 on Sentinels, and now the Mojo Sentinels we're feeling just got shut down. Rebellion take full control of this map, but I always say, fortunately, unfortunately for the team that's taking the L right now, that Sentinels, Rebellion have been very efficient, so they've left plenty of time left on the clock. It's a big lead, but it's an early lead at that, so Sentinels still have the time to come back.
Wow, precision hitting. It was a body shot, but there was like just a handful of pixels available to land that one, so that's going to slow Mental down at least a little bit. Probably going to die here, though. Spinning in circles pretty close to landing the 360 no-scope there. This guy must play on pretty high sensitivity and somehow staying alive for now, but as the rest of his team die around him, he can't feel very comfortable staying here.
Precision, the last Spartan standing. Great game mode, I hope, comes back in Halo at some point. Pushes on through, holds the line, stays alive, and look at this! He's gonna get a no-scope, and he's not gonna allow Rebellion to get into the hill despite wiping everybody on Sentinels. I mean, that is impressive precision. But that last Spartan standing play gets the no-scope and allows his crew to come back and regain control of the hill. That is unbelievable, Eli. Rebellion with a team wipe and no points to show for it. Sentinels are right back in this one.
Falcated made a great play there as well. So when Precision loses the sniper, Falcated just holds forward, gets in Soul Snipe's face, which is a little bit risky. Sometimes you just get your face ripped off by the no-scope, but the pressure was just too strong, able to shut him down, and that's going to earn them the next hill when they needed it most. And did he shoot him?
Denied access.
Wait, his dead body is where the portal was, though. It's like he killed him in the same frame. He killed him the same frame as the portal activated. That was insane.
Yeah, we need a new denied access medal from 343 with Jeff Steitzer yelling that out loud, because that was sick. Portal access denied. But Mental, like you said, his green X still goes back to B. Curious how that works in the spawn mathematical equation. Nonetheless, it's Soul Snipe with the Pew Pew, the triple kill after pugilistically taking down the third. 3 go down for Sentinels. Boo Boo Doo Boo now in his best last Spartan standing attempt. Starts to get some damage down, probably get some garage door spawns. No, look at that. Everybody spawning on the dummy side. That's because I believe that's Mental push through into green, block those spawns, and that is really exemplifies how heady Shopify is. Blocking that squad spawn was huge, and it might just give Rebellion back that 2-hill lead.
I think that's a major cornerstone of all these pro team strategies, is to manipulate the spawns in your favor. You want to control space on both sides of the hill. If the other team has to spawn on the opposite side of the map, you give them the longest route to get to the hill. It means you're going to get more and more time. Shopify only need 1 second, so Sentinels, this does not look good for them, but they do currently have control. The problem is all it takes is 1 slay of the hill player and 1 person of Rebellion to be in the hill to finish this one. Sentinels are going to do their best, but no, just like that, Soul Snipe's going to come in, steal the point. They take a 3-1 lead with still 3 minutes on the clock to work with.
Yeah, so still that's in conversation we brought up earlier. Rebellion playing so damn well and so efficient that they've actually left Sentinels plenty of time to come back in this one. Can't get in your head on this, and as you know, in hockey, the most dangerous lead is a 2-goal lead. That's what we see here. So for Rebellion, they've got to continue through. There's no question about what their strategy is. They're not playing for time. They're playing for more time on that hill. But for now, it's Sentinels winning the next rotation and putting some points on the board.
Precision holding the tower, knows he's an important player to keep alive. Rebellion know he's an important player to kill. They do exactly that. They're going to shut down this C side, and Boo Boo's in the hill by himself with the sniper rifle. Going to try to hit the no-scope. Hits a body. Looked like he maybe thought he had a repulsor, but I don't know if he actually did or not.
He did have one. He did have one.
Okay, so he looked at the floor, but sensitivity a little too slow to actually get some value out of it. And now Rebellion back in firm control.
Woo! Soul Snipe in firm
Okay.
control of the S7.
Snipe.
Firm control of top mid map control as he takes the face of Boo Boo Doo, who had previously dropped the snipe. Now more bodies dropping as Soul Snipe earns the 360 double. Trying to do his best montage impersonation like we saw earlier from Precision. Soul Snipe just wiped the floor. And he did it all at the top mid location. No question as to where he is. Soul Snipe, one of the best flanker position players in the HCS. No question, he's holding down top mid and doing it so well enough to earn the win. And my God, that was one of the most impressive plays in a series full of them from Soul Snipe.
Someone check him PC. That is not normally. I mean, did you see the reaction time on that, man? He quick scoped the first guy, and then as the sniper is unscoping, sees the plasma and repulses it out. I mean, somebody's got to do a reaction time test on this guy.
About to say, can we just go right back to that replay? And Louis
Yeah,
reads my mind. Look at that quick scope.
Snipe.
But look at the reaction time right here. Sees that player. This player just appears on the screen.
Snipe.
He hit that body shot too, or did he not? I don't think he did. Excuse me. I thought I heard a hit marker.
But I mean, he's just like, nah, you guys can't kill me. He's reacting.
My hill. This is my
He's
map.
clearly being fed good information from his team as well. I mean, you gotta tip the rest of the squad as well. But for him to just react to every piece of this equation, step by step. Also, the reload is instant. Make sure, and then he also hits the YY here to avoid the long reload. So if you just reload with an empty clip, there's an extra piece of the animation, adds like 15% time to the reload, by the way, guys, if you didn't know that. But he hits the YY to skip the animation and instantly rescope the next guy, repulses his grenade back at him, and homie's looking like Thanos in that hill.
Yeah, you might not think much of, weapons like the Disruptor in Halo Infinite, but pick it up just to give yourself the opportunity to YY like Eli so eloquently broke down there, as Soul Snipe secures the top mid hill in game number 3 for Shopify. So Eli, where the hell does this series go? We've seen immaculate OBJ efficiency from Rebellion. Unlike in game 1 going into game 2, Sentinels aren't going to have a Slayer to play, which again feels a little odd in the sense that Rebellion on the other side, the best Slayer team in HCS. We're heading to Empyrean CTF for game number 4, and I think we're going to know within the first 60 seconds because of how quickly the pace of OBJ play has gone for Shopify. They had that 100+ second to 0 lead in that game 1. They had a full control of the live fire king of the hill here with a 2-0 lead, and they held on to that throughout. I think we might know pretty soon which direction this one's going to go. Sentinels with their back against the wall, their life on the line, their appearance in London on the line as well, because of these two teams, they're the ones who have not confirmed yet that they'll be in London via HCS pool play. A lot on the line here. A big match here for Sentinels. They need this win.
I think this opening break is going to be very consequential. I mean, there's so many weapons on this map. The team, if one team can get the rockets, the OS, and both snipers, as can happen frequently, sometimes just winning that side. If you win the fight on the snipe side and they don't send many numbers on that side, you usually have both snipes and an overshield. And if you had both snipes and an overshield, you're probably going on a spree, especially with how predictable the spawns are on this game type. So this opening sequence is going to be extremely important.
Allocated, his directive is to grab overshield, cycle, plays for the reset. As we'll re-rack here. So excited to get ahead of myself. I was like casting a game that wasn't even happening.
Can't blame you. I mean, we're excited about this one. We played this map on the main stage 2009, I guess.
2009
at the time, yeah.
I'll never forget my first moment as a Halo pro, where I guess my first adrenaline, like, I don't know, it was really bizarre to me. On Pit CTF, I scored the flag to go up 1-0, I think over Ambush and Gunshots team at the time, and the whole main stage erupt cheering, and I was just like, wait, what the hell? I just did the easiest thing in Halo. I just walked into the capture point and people are losing their mind. They're going nuts. It freaked me out a little bit. It almost took me off of my game. And I bring that up because, Eli, it's kind of important to talk about stuff like that. Granted, these players don't have that moment here, playing from the comfort of their apartments and homes, but it just goes to show on land, yes, LAND, the nerves, the emotions, the energy, it really is an entirely different game, which is why I think when we have conversations with the big three, SSG, OpTic, and FaZe, they all tell us the same thing. There's not going to be a big three outside of us until these teams do it on LAN. And while I do think online performance matters, I do think scrims matter. I see what they're saying when they talk about that, because it's just a whole nother ball game. I would have never felt that feeling in my tummy at home at the apartment, right? But on LAN, you absolutely feel it. There's no question.
There's definitely a surge of adrenaline if you hit like just a snipe headshot. I mean, let's be honest, Halo fans are pretty easily impressed. You get a average snipe headshot, and you're gonna hear a "oh" from the crowd, and it just kind of jazzes you up a little bit. You know, it just makes you want to hit another shot and hear what they do next time. So yeah, totally different environment. I cannot wait for London and Atlanta. Where are the dates? Please give us the dates for Atlanta. But whenever that does happen, it's just so electrifying in the venue, just hearing every single snipe shot get reacted to, and just seeing all the fans show their support for their teams.
We do have dates for LVT Orlando. Command Orlando in chat. Come see us on land, on the main stage. Eli and I will be there, not only casting, but competing, as we officially have our game number 4 live and in action as Precision takes the snipe, takes it to the top tower. Playing a little bit of defense here off the rip. Suppressed is already into Sentinel's base. He's got the rockets.
This is scary sight. He is holding forward with the sniper rifle in the other team's base. Mental has the other sniper. I don't know how he got to that side with a sniper, but like I said, this opening break's so important. They've gone in this direction. Soul Snipe has a sniper, and he's spawn killing. This is gonna be a cap.
This is why I said in the first 60 seconds, we're going to know where this game goes. Now, it doesn't mean Rebellion are going to just run away with this game and win it, but I'm seeing the exact same thing we saw in games 1 and 3. Rebellion absolutely jumped out on top. Their opening break stretch in these OBJs are just too much for Sentinels. However, again, it is early, but my God, Soul Snipe with the Slay, it might just go back to back. Suppressed Snipes lethal in the face. Suppressed with immaculate control of the power weapons here. Did it with the rockets to earn score number 1. Could have done it there with the snipe to earn number 2, but this is going to give now Sentinels in Precision some hope.
It's the last 4 bullets of snipe on the map. The other sniper has run out of ammo. If Precision can put these to work, it can potentially flip the situation in Sentinel's favor. Soul Snipe's going to burn the last 2 bullets. Now it's just a fair game with bandits, shotgun, and plasma pistol for a while until the next item spawn. Both teams going to fight for mid-map for now.
Rebellion's pace is relentless. You do not see them content with their 1-0 lead. They continue to put their foot on the gas, and I love that strategy, right? There's so much time left in the game. You got to continue to score. 1 is likely not going to be enough in any of these HCS high-level matches on CTF, as we see Rebellion looking for more, but 2 go down, 2 on each side. It's cycled in the potential 1v1 here with Boo-Boo-Doo. Boo-Boo-Doo with a tricky use of the repulsor. Where the hell is Boo-Boo-Doo on the map? Oh my God, finds his way to the overshield. Chase grenade goes out, and that's why Boo-Boo-Doo, one of my favorite players in the HCS, one of the most unorthodox players at that.
I think I've only seen a couple players even go for that route, but he picks it at the perfect time. He's almost certainly dead if he doesn't do exactly what he did. But the shotgun does kill that player, but the repulse, that overshield should still be down there.
It is.
Both teams will know it as well. They're going to play for rockets for now, but I would expect another fight to break out over by the overshield. No, it looks like Sentinels were able to grab it. It's going to ultimately be depleted and suppressed. Burns both the rockets and the OS, but once again, these items have been burned so quickly, they're not going to be a consequence.
Suppressed with the rockets in his hands, he says, oh, I thought this was the snipe, as he absolutely destroys that overshield in possession of Sentinels. What looks like a potential comeback condition for them gets shut down immediately by Suppressed. And here's the rich get richer. Rebellion with another snipe, and it looks like maybe even 2 to work with. Sentinels have to stop the bleeding, or they could be facing a 2-0 deficit early.
Oh my God, the confidence on this man to just lift. Like, they know you're there, bro. Like, you don't care.
God.
He's like, I'm just gonna hit the no scope. So, man, you can tell the confidence that Shopify is playing with. He does get taken down. Boo-Boo, you know he's gonna go for that sniper. Cycle gets the quick scope, but not the headshot. So Boo-Boo's gonna stay alive for now, and they're still contesting the sniper in the courtyard.
Relentless aggressiveness from Rebellion, and that has been the strategy. But there you go. 3 go down. Bubu now with a snipe in his hands and 6 shots to work with. A little bit of snipe spawn control potentially here on the snipe side as he hits the long range no scope onto Mental. But with that grenade hanging on his face, he's going to have to back up here to the backside of Sword. Drops down now. And all the while, despite Bubu having the snipe control, Rebellion are going to continue to push on through. They're going to make it difficult for Bubu to hit these no-scopes by putting pressure in his face. Can he stay alive and hit another one of those miraculous no-scopes? No, Suppress says, I'll take that.
It's just how Rebellion plays, man. They just hold forward. They are relentless. If they can just hold forward and win at least half their fights, you never have a chance to get out of your base. Just feels like they're always contesting everything on the map. You have to earn every bit of space against this team, and right now they've been pinning Sentinels in their base. Sentinels haven't really had any opportunities to even get on Rebellion's side of the map.
Oh, that's big, though. Cycle goes down, and he goes down with the shotgun, so Bubu is going to pick it up and take down Soul Snipe easily because of it. Oh, my God, if Soul Snipe hit that shot. He does not, and with 2 seconds left until power up and power weapons emerge on the map, Bubu going to have 4 shots left, it looks like, in that Bulldog, and a full OS to work with.
This gun is getting talked about quite a bit among the pros recently. Does the shotgun belong in the game? We're not sure. They might decide. The answer is no. We'll have to wait and see. Bubu said no GAs for now. I'm going to make the most out of it. He's going to hold down this entire side of the map essentially by himself. Get some callouts about Suppress being weak top tower. And if they can shut down a couple of kills here, the next set of spawners should spawn courtyard, and that flag could potentially go through.
Double in the feed for Sentinels as the remaining 2 members of Rebellion are stuck at Snipe Tower, but Cycle finds a way to trade, and that is huge defensively. But if Falcated can get this through the long haul, we could just see a 1-1 game, and that is so impressive because it really feels like, based on the eye test, Eli, feels like it's been all Rebellion.
It really has. I mean, I love that play from Rebellion. They understood the situation. It was a 2v4. Their flag is being threatened. They both position themselves top tower where they are not visible to Bubu on Sword. They then team shoot the flag guy and shut him down, and they're going to get the return. What a massive defensive effort out of Rebellion. I feel like most other teams would have went down another cap there.
Sentinels off spawn, though, do earn a 3 down, and that's going to give them back the 50-yard line because of the fact that they got reset. Had to earn that team wipe on their side of the map. Now Bubu looking to push on through to Rebellion side. You got 2 in the Mauler, Suppressed at the flag, and Soul Snipe back to the respawn screen. And with that red X in the feed, the green light means go. Bubu pushing on through, takes down 1, 2, but 2 are down for Sentinels. This is going to be very difficult now for them to get that flag out, if not for Bubu landing a spawn snipe. But Soul Snipe has already worked his way back into the flag. Defensive measure is on for Rebellion, and they're playing it efficiently well.
Soul Snipe also spawned top tower. That can happen if you're maybe have a line of sight on the courtyard. Not sure if that was an error by Sentinels for him to spawn there or just a good spawn for Suppressed, but he's going to make the most out of it. Instantly rotates back through the base. He's going to continue to apply pressure. Gets a very good trade there, and Rebellion still playing defense, but every single time they're really just burning all of Sentinel's resources. At this point, it's going to be even harder for Sentinels to get out of the base.
This is multiple instances, Eli, where Rebellion have only had 2 alive on the side. Or excuse me, Sentinels have only had 2 alive on the side of Rebellion. And I really feel like you need 3 to feel like you have it confidently, as Rebellion have regained control of the map, control of the power weapons, and the numbers advantage, as 3 members of Sentinels have gone down within the last 10 seconds. Only Cycle goes down for Rebellion, and Soul Snipe looks to put to use this one final round.
I'm still so impressed by Rebellion. They weathered the storm. Sentinels was applying so much pressure in their base, and they just patiently wait and continue to fight. And now they're in Sentinels base. The Sentinels have to clear their own side before they can start to cross again. They do a good job of that so far, but guess what? Cycle is here, and he's doing his best Gandalf impression. You shall not pass through the sword side of the map as long as I'm here.
Cycle. He's too young to be a wizard, though, Eli. But I don't know. Maybe a young wizard at that. Maybe a young Gandalf in the making as Cycle. We've seen him make plenty of wizard plays. A la Ola. Love you, Ola. You're doing well, brother. Cycle on the sword side with a couple of great shots. Long range at that. Takes Falcated down to 1 HP. And again, Eli, here it is. Hard to run a flag with 2 members alive. Sentinels, despite having a flag out, this is not going to result in anything. This is getting reset.
mean, what do you do if you're Sentinels? It seems like every time you have the advantage, Rebellion, they're so good at like turtling in their base and just baiting the angle that Sentinels wants to push in through. Like they're just predicting what Sentinels want to do and shutting it down every single time. As we see Cycle with another double kill, that means Sentinels once again will not have enough pressure. Falcon is going to have to retreat. Lethal was left all alone on the side of Rebellion. He gets taken down, and this just looks so difficult to get past.
End game. Less than 3 minutes to go. Boo Dubu on the banana peel. Peels the wig of Suppress and takes him down. Now is an opportunity to land that on no scope on a mental, but gets taken down shortly after. And Eli, every single time you start to feel like, okay, here we go. Sentinels are starting to roll. They're just rolling back to the respawn screen. Here it is once again. You really think that snipe from Boo Boo was the opening break Sentinels needed to get a little mojo, get a little juice. But they got none of it. 2 minutes left, and my God, it has been all Rebellion. I'm surprised the score doesn't necessarily reflect that with a 2-0 type of lead. Nonetheless, Rebellion in full control. What can Sentinels do off their back spawn once again? Back to the respawn screen goes Lethal, and his teammate goes back to 1 HP. That's going to send him out of the action for at least 6 seconds, and they're split pushing here. Only one member on the platform for Rebellion. You got Lethal on the other side of Snipe. Sentinels just does not have the numbers. You're starting to already see that desperation reek.
Not sure what the plan was from Boo Boo there. I guess he wanted to maybe try to get behind enemy lines unseen, but he does it right through the center, and Sentinels had the rockets. They were able to get that, but Rebellion just sat back and waited. I don't think any rockets were fired. There should still be 2 rockets in that, and even though Sentinels got the rockets off the rip, it's Rebellion that have them now instead after a 6 snipe.
Man, it was suppressed earlier with seemingly full rocket control. Soul Snipe so wise there, does not take the collateral damage to send him back to the respawn screen and back to his flag spawn. Instead, goes for the melee, cleans up with the EMR. Now with that distance between him and the opposition, fires the rocket. The process being played is meticulous, flawless even, as Rebellion look to take on OpTic in your grand finals.
Man, the melee animation for the rocket, so disrespectful. He just hits him with the left hook. I mean, I do kind of miss the old one from Halo 2 where you just roll the rocket over your shoulder and just smack him on top of the head with it. I mean, that one felt even more disrespectful, but
jump
either
up for
way,
the insta.
yeah, because the fall damage in Halo 2, man, totally different system there. But Rebellion look to close the door on this one. They cap again while we're rambling about old games because we're old guys, but yeah, I don't think there's any way Sentinels come back in this one, and they're gonna end their tournament in 3rd place. An impressive showing from Sentinels, but Rebellion make their way back to grand finals for a 3rd week in a row.
Reminiscing about the glory days of Halo 2 as Rebellion win Game 4 2-0 over Sentinels. They never got anything going in any of the OBJs, and again, that's for me why I set the stage, Eli, at the start of Game 4 is as we're going to know which direction this going in the first minute of the match, regardless of whether or not Rebellion or Sentinels score, just based on the eye test. And it was all Shopify Rebellion. We even surmised that it felt like a 2-0 lead for them. Well, that's the finish they earn as Rebellion get back to the grand finals to take on OpTic.
So impressed with both of these teams. Such phenomenal Halo played across the board. Round of applause for everybody. Let's go ahead and throw it back to the desk before we hop into those grand finals.
Well, they said it. Shopify Rebellion moves forward. Sentinels, great run from them. But again, what do you think they needed to do in order to secure that win?
I mean, for Sentinels, it was definitely important for them to get themselves an objective win. It just seemed like a little bit too much for them. When you look at that series layout, the objectives seem to be pretty heavily favored towards Shopify Rebellion in each game. I will say, though, Sentinels, if they can get you to a Game 5, they're deadly. It really feels like what it is. The key winning point for Sentinels is at this moment. It's about getting them to those Slayers. But you can see the objectives just way too far out of reach right now for Sentinels. And I think that's more of a case of Shopify Rebellion playing really great objective. When we go back to Shopify Rebellion's performances earlier in the tournament, let's see, they're playing really well on those objectives. It's just not quite there in the Slayers today for them.
And this is something that they are aware of. I mean, if we remember and talk about that interview that we had with them, we did bring up the how good they were at Slayer. And you said it, Game 5 would be the deadliest the deadliest moment here for Shopify Rebellion. What do you think makes Sentinels such a good Slayer team? Or what could they do to also be like objective? Good at objective.
It's so interesting, right? Because it's like, what is making Sentinels that good? I just think like they just have a clutch factor in these games where they get the important swings at the end of the games. As long as they can keep the Slayer close until the end, it seems as if they'll be the ones that pull away. We saw it in the objective earlier when they played up against those teams in the elimination bracket, where they seem to ice up at the end of those games. I think it just kind of transfers more towards the Slayers for them. They are a really deadly Slayer team. The only time we saw them lose, I think, a Slayer today was that OpTic Gaming series in that game 5.
And did you notice any differences between these two teams when it came to Slayer?
I just feel like Sentinels feels a little bit more comfortable. I think it's really the precision difference. Precision was extremely fast in those Slayers, and I think Rebellion, I think this was a great series for them because they kind of got that feeling out of their system, right? They lost that Slayer, they won heavily, right, on the objectives. They kind of get a learning moment in those Slayers, kind of get themselves up to speed and be ready to take on this OpTic Gaming squad once again. This is where Slayer is going to be really important for Rebellion. OpTic Gaming is a really well-rounded team that's very efficient at those objectives. If Rebellion's going to win this series, they need to start winning these Slayers. And that's usually not a problem for them, but today it just seems to be out of their grasp.
Yeah, I will say though, I was looking at the previous matchup, and the game that they did win was actually a Slayer on Solitude versus OpTic Gaming. It was a 50-40 Slayer, so they can do it. It's just they're playing against a team that they haven't matched up before here on the Open Series, and they lost all the objectives. Actually, I'm seeing here
It's crazy to look at this because it's almost like the complete reverse of Shopify Rebellion's performance against Sentinels, right? When you put those side by side, it's like the way that OpTic beat Shopify is almost the same exact way that Shopify beat Sentinels.
Yeah, it's incredible difference. How this is why Halo is so cool. You might feel like you're looking at the same game over and over, but these teams play so differently. And we can see it here with Shopify Rebellion. They've been so consistent against Space Station Gaming, but then when facing off against OpTic Gaming, we saw a completely different team. Although I will say they did held on their end. They did. They did incredible, but this is a new team that they're having to learn how to deal with.
Yeah, and that's I think the big key right here is that they don't have as many reps against OpTic Gaming as they do against some of these other teams, and in tournament play nonetheless, it's going to be a lot harder for them. I think they can be, if they can be consistent in their Slayers and win these Slayers, for them it's just about stealing an objective game, right? So win your Slayers. Win game 2, win game 5, find one objective in each best of 5 that you can steal away, and I think that's going to be their path to victory.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. We have the grand final. Everybody, if you're just here and you don't know what's going on, let me help you. We are in the grand finals. OpTic Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion. It is the rematch of the day today. We are in the HCS Open Series week number 3. We're just days away from the qualifier as well, from Road to London. A lot of these teams have qualified already in pools, and it's just exciting to see. It's kind of like a sneak peek, right, of what we might be able to get in London, just less than a month away. We're watching an online tournament, but the land is going to be different. I can't wait to see what Shopify Rebellion is going to be able to do, and hopefully they do get to face off against Space Station Gaming in land. But for now, they have to get through OpTic Gaming to get a second win on our Open Series online.
And then looking at this best of 5, I'm very curious about this game number 3. I think that's going to be Shopify Rebellion's chance in this series to take the objective. I like to see them play really strong on game 3, win that game 2, win that game 3, get themselves up 2-1 in the series. I think they're going to be in a pretty fantastic spot from there. I think that's the vision that they're probably looking at right here in this best of 5. Obviously, you want to try to win every game. I just think that's what's going to lend towards them. I will say though, OpTic, it's not going to be easy against them on Forbidden. In my opinion, OpTic Gaming, the best Forbidden Flag team in the game. I think Shopify Rebellion, with what I've seen them perform on Forbidden Flag against like teams like Space Station Gaming. That's why I think that they can come out and disrupt what OpTic Gaming has been able to do on that map. I think that speed might give them a little bit of a problem.
No, as you say that, I can quickly and immediately recall just Trippy flying through that bottom mid, flying through with the flag, and I've seen that just a few times already. I 100% agree. I think that might be the game that Shopify Rebellion might need to work at. We will have to see when the time comes. Is there anything from between these two teams that you feel like? Let me restructure that question. What from OpTic Gaming do you think Shopify Rebellion needs to shut down in order to win this series?
Team play. You got to make these guys make individual plays. OpTic Gaming is usually so strong at their communication and having each other's help. That's because they have fantastic glue players with Dead Zone and Trippy that are always there following up on damage and helping their team forward. If you're able to make them play isolated and individual Halo, where you force them to win in those one-on-one fights, I think that's where Shopify Rebellion has an edge, and I think it might be a little bit bigger of an edge that most people would expect. Right? When we talk about the best players in the game, oftentimes Lucid and Form are going to come into those conversations, but I think they get a large boost from the team play that they have as a unit. Shopify Rebellion, when you talk about dogs, right? People that are just going to be attack dogs in the 1v1s. That's where you get a player like Cycle, a player like Soul Snipe, a player like Suppress. Like, they fly at you, right? They want to take the one-on-ones. I'd like to see them try to make this a little mixy, make them get off kilter.
I will say, I feel like OpTic was a little, if you guys recall that Slayer match against OpTic, I feel like OpTic was almost maybe shocked at how aggressive Shopify Rebellion was in that Slayer, and it seemed like they weren't ready to answer that in that moment, and then it just became too late. So I wonder if now they're gonna be able to take a step back and begin to maybe respect Shopify Rebellion as, you know, a potential top three team. I wonder how this is gonna shape up, and if they're gonna, you know, take that aggressiveness and be ready for that aggressiveness that Shopify Rebellion can have.
Right. Aggressiveness, though, is always a dual-edged sword when it comes to Halo, right? It has this chance of just absolutely chopping off a limb of your opponent and quickly putting away a game, but it also has a chance where you miss. You might be able to nick yourself in the foot on the way back, right? So many times when you're playing at that high speed and you're not able to get to control the game and control the map, things can spiral out of control quickly. I think that's what we saw in the first series between OpTic and Shopify Rebellion. The objectives weren't close, and I think it's because oftentimes there was just that Shopify Rebellion was playing into the game plan of OpTic, was allowing them to get those numbers early on, right? They get that first pick, and then for them, they simplify the game state. Once the game state's simplified, no one's going to beat OpTic. They're just too clean at the game.
Well, you know what? I think it's time to get our eyeglasses out, because it's time to play some Who's That Halo Pro, and let's see if you guys can see this one.
Okay, dude, I have no idea.
I actually have no idea either.
Dude, it's like, what? Is that like a hoodie that they're wearing?
What happened here? It has to be, right? What else could it be?
Yeah, maybe it's like a hoodie, but like the hood,
like a giant.
Maybe the hood is down, or maybe it's a turtleneck. Anyone in the scene wear a turtleneck?
A giant? That's a giant turtleneck. Is it maybe like a puffer jacket? Okay, they're saying eco.
Dude, I don't think anyone has that much swag in Halo. I've not seen anyone wear a puffer jacket in Halo.
I don't know. We could be throwing them a curveball. They don't know it. Eco. They're saying eco.
I've seen a lot of ecos.
Oh, they're saying it's tools.
I don't think so.
No way. No way they guessed it.
I'm trying to get myself. I'm trying to get myself good enough at the game where they have to take professional photos of me at these events, though.
Like they're saying it's tools. I think I outed the I said it too early. Let's you know what? Maybe it's not tools. Let's unblur it a little bit.
Someone said collect, and then collect said you dead ass, bro.
They're saying, okay, tools' ears aren't that low. Wait, I'm
that low ears.
Oh
I'm
my
self-conscious about my ears.
Hold up. Is that
my ears like in the right spot? Diagrams like
I've never looked at your ears. I actually didn't know that you wore eyeglasses, not gonna lie. It took me like somebody pointed it out.
This is
I'm like, wait, you wear eyeglasses? I had no
That's crazy.
idea. There's, Eco with
lot
a
of
hoodie. I see some tools still.
An ace in there. Low ears. Oh my god. All right, let's see who's getting roasted for the low ears.
It's
His ears are fine.
Eco.
His ears are in the perfect spot, guys. I don't know what you're talking about. That's perfectly fine.
Why are people looking at where people's ears are? What's wrong
Either
with
way,
you?
a lot of people got it right. A lot of people got you.
Yeah, you guys guessed. I was trying I was trying to mix it up a little bit, but I wasn't convincing enough. I think I convinced a few people. All right, let's see who's the next player. Who's that? Hey, oh, you know what? Actually, it's time to get the grand finals ready. The game is about to begin. We're gonna get a rematch between OpTic and Shopify Rebellion. Who will be the winner of the week 3 of the HCS Open Series? We're about to find out. Eli and Mikowski, take it away.
All right, Eli, here we go. Your grand finals are set. 2 green walls. OpTic with the deeper foundation. Shopify Rebellion with a fresher coat of paint. Which of the 2 green walls will still be left standing after these 2 teams duke it out once again? There's no telling where this one goes, but I'm going to ask you anyways. What should we expect?
My goodness, that was so poetic with the green walls. I just visually saw them facing one another, and one's painted with Shopify, one with OpTic. But man, I'll tell you what, I looked at the stats for these game types because I was curious. OpTic have never lost Forbidden CTF in tournament. Granted, it's not been in tournament for very long, and they're also 33-4 in Forbidden CTF in scrims, which is just unbelievable. This game type, they're also undefeated this year in tournament. But I tell you what, when it comes to Rebellion, these guys kind of hit a new stride, it seems like, a few weeks ago, and have been a completely different team. So some of this, historical stats, maybe you can throw them out the door because they might not matter anymore. Rebellion has just become a new beast, but the stats do favor OpTic Gaming.
Yeah, this is new history being written here as Rebellion. They've taken on plenty of SSG, but OpTic and FaZe haven't seen Rebellion this deep in a tournament just yet. Can Rebellion do it against 2 out of the 3 big 3? That's the question, as these 2 teams are tied here early going. Cycle with the headshot. Reversal. Lucid now in low ground. Doesn't really have much options to work with. It should give Rebellion a little bit more time on the board. An easy body shot onto dead zone for Cycle. And this is setting up Rebellion for the first cap of the game.
Very curious to see how OpTic chooses to play this. They do have a nice spread between both the C side and A side of the map, which favors a good pinch opportunity, but they are spread out enough that Rebellion could potentially pick them off here. SoulSnipe just cuts right into the tower and gets all the way behind the push before it even starts. Love these kind of plays out of SoulSnipe. It's going to disrupt what OpTic want to go for. They probably wanted to meticulously set up the push, and SoulSnipe just completely disrupted it.
And that's exactly what you got to do if you're Rebellion. Coming from the lower bracket finals, you've been playing Halo all this time. Tournament Halo, no less. You got to swing first on OpTic Gaming, who have been sitting on their hands, maybe playing some Octagon or matchmaking at best. And that's exactly what we see here from Rebellion, but it's OpTic on the reset, rotating, getting the most time on the board here in hill number 2, but it's still early. Formal. Man, what a legend. A Mount Rushmore of gaming, if you will. But he goes down. And for now, Rebellion are going to regain the hill after an early rotation from OpTic. Their chance to get some time on the board. Rebellion could steal the lead on hill number 2.
Rebellion looking very good, applying all the pressure they need to keep OpTic on their toes. OpTic unable to get comfortable enough to set foot in this hill. Cycle just existing back silo, waiting for his team to show up. And I love the patient play here. He knows there's a player in the hill right next to him. No sense in fighting that guy when you can help your team win the fight above. They come back and take care of dead zone afterwards, and Shopify are playing this one by the book.
OpTic have the lead for now, but that could change quickly as Cycle in the back of the hill gives himself quick access to get out of the hill, regain shields. Love that play there from Cycle, but he goes down. Formal had the flank. Formal had the back smack, but SoulSnipe gets him instead. 3v3 for now, and Lucid could potentially bring OpTic back with this shock, but he doesn't have the numbers. All 4 up for Rebellion. 2 down for OpTic Gaming. Lucid's going to have to really think about how he wants to play this, as the time is now to push on through. 2v2, Lucid. Shroud screen out, so he shoots the plot in the middle to potentially get some electricity on the backside of the hill, but SoulSnipe's far enough away to avoid it. Eventually goes down, though, to Lucid, and Lucid can find a double here. He does not, but Formal cleans up. Has the shock now. Formal has the double, and potentially a triple if that player looks to drop from C, but no, for now, they're going to regain. OpTic potentially stealing hill number 2. Look how close it is. They push through, does Rebellion. They have their move, they make it, but Formal gets 1, doesn't get 2. Cycle gets a double, Cycle gets potentially a triple, and Rebellion are gonna steal it. What looked like a tied game here in your Game 1 Grand Finals goes to Rebellion 2-0.
That just shows how important it is to be so fast off your spawn. That's something that you just cannot do unless you move as fast as the members of Rebellion. OpTic had that one in the bag, but the spawners just come flying in and just force their way through. 2-0 lead early on against OpTic, who, like I said before, is currently undefeated in tournament this year in this game type.
OpTic have that winner's token in their back pocket, but they got to get as warmed up as they looked in that winter final. Otherwise, Rebellion are going to steamroll through Game 1, just like they did previously in the Elimination Finals. Rebellion are rolling with all of the momentum, seemingly all of the scoring. OpTic with a centimeter of it on hill number 3, and Rebellion are already sprinting towards the halfway mark on hill number 3. This could get out of control quickly, especially if Mental can lock down A, but he doesn't find the slay on Trippy. 3 go down for Rebellion, and I love this play from Mental here on the half wall. Stays alive, tries to get out of dodge, but here we go. That opens up the door for OpTic. Staggered spawns now for Rebellion, potentially even split now as Lucid puts the pressure on the long haul spawns and takes down Suppressed. And this will absolutely roll here for OpTic Gaming. Split and staggered spawns for Rebellion. What can OpTic do with it?
Love that L-shaped formation that they just created on the map there, forcing Rebellion to spawn at C, but tell you what, Rebellion's been in this situation before. They know how to push out of C, but it doesn't matter if Dead Zone's going to hit shots like that. Had to land those shots to make sure he shuts down Dead Zone. Now the rest of Rebellion are going to have an even harder time pushing in. OpTic are going to take their time. They don't feel the need to set foot in the hill immediately. They get a little bit more control, but Suppress is already back off spawn, and he gets a kill in the hill. Now Formal's going to have to play defense with this shock rifle.
Tied on this hill, but not in this match. Formal needs to do what he looked to do on that second hill. Lock it down as OpTic need to gain this hill to not let this one get out of control with less than 3 minutes left. He cannot afford to go down. 3-0 to Rebellion. Formal knows the sense of urgency is in his hands with the shot.
Wow, once again, they get the kill, and they get another. What? They actually stopped it. OpTic only need a second, though, so it's probably going to go to Trippy. No!
Oh!
Another last second stop. What in the world are we watching?
I have never seen icier King of the Hill and Hill performances than from Rebellion. OpTic still with a chance off spawn, but they're desperating! And they get it! 1-2, unbelievable. What looked like could have been a 3-0 game is now 1-2. Every time you think the score's gonna go one way, it goes the other.
So insane. I mean, Rebellion, to just give themselves a chance to steal that one is absolutely massive, but OpTic ice up this time to keep it within 1 is massive. Going down 3-0 in King, you might as well just GG go next. That clock will play so hard against you, but just a 1-2 deficit. Definitely very easy to come back on. All they're going to have to do is lock down this side of the map. Trippy finds himself in a precarious position, though, and it has to retreat to bottom center. A couple kills go in favor of Rebellion. They've got the hill time. Now they just look to set up.
This is the moment in the match where the coaching becomes so critical. OpTic Gaming and Lunchbox, Rebellion and Best Man, 2 legends in Halo, leading their teams here into another grand finals. Lucid now looking to lead OpTic through the C Hall, potentially flanking through with a pinch from Formal, but the Shroud screen goes through for Rebellion, and Formal says, I'm not going to push through, I'm just going to nade it. With that hill icon purple, he knows they're in it, and now dropping down to the White Hall. Formal with the big brain, double kill, gets OpTic back in it, and Formal's only +2, but it feels like he's the MVP right now for OpTic.
Not only that, but he dodges the grenade perfectly, gets all of his shields back. That means he can confidently come in here to help the fight. He's rewarded with another shock rifle, and he's been hitting some big shots with it. Here's the call out from his teammate, and man, Formal, when this guy seems like he's having fun with the game, he is unbelievable, man. I feel like he wasn't even playing his best, you know, toward the end of last season, but now it just feels like he is trying to make a name as one of the best in the game again.
And we said Formal only +2, and it feels like more than that, like he's the MVP for OpTic. That's because nobody else glanced at the scoreboard. Nobody else is positive for OpTic. So Formal icing up OpTic with the OBJ efficiency to keep things close. But look at the scoreboard. Rebellion are already about to retain that 2-hill lead they claimed earlier. Lucid needs to stay alive with the shock, but he drops it, and it falls into the drink. So that's not going to give it to Formal. Looking to maybe compound on Camo and Shock. Instead, Formal only with the Camo to work with. His location's been revealed as he's in the hill. You're going to start seeing some shots go through. Just guesswork here to potentially cue where Formal is. No more Camo to work with. And now Formal waiting for his teammates underneath below before getting back into this hill. 2 are down. It's only Formal and Lucid. This is going to be a tough 2v2 tango dance. But Lucid, he's the one MVP. That's quite a guy to take into that duo gunfight. Mental locking down the hill. And he's not even going to get a chance, is Lucid and Formal, to break through. Rebellion do instead with a 3-1 lead.
You just see the formation that Rebellion set up around that hill. It doesn't matter where OpTic approach from. They're just getting shot so quickly they have to back up. It buys enough time and space for Rebellion to easily finish that hill. And now it's a 2-hill lead with only 1:15 on the clock. And the hill's bottom middle, and the next one goes to Battery. So I do think Rebellion choose to play time in this moment.
Yes.
It's going to make it very difficult for OpTic to do anything about it.
I would be shocked, Eli, if we saw any purple light up in that hill. The only purple we'll see on this hill is if Mental's chasing out a one-shot Formal or Dead Zone. Dead Zone and Formal both go down. 2 go down for OpTic, only 1 for Rebellion, and every single passing Slay could pass us onto a game 2 with Rebellion up 1-0, looking to reset the bracket.
Just 40 seconds of baiting the hill. OpTic have no option but to push directly in. Look at this play from Mental. I've been seeing Rebellion make these plays quite a bit where they're just sitting in a spot they know that OpTic have to pass in front of. We saw Cycle do it on the pit bottom runway, just predicting exactly what route their opponent takes to catch their opponent looking the wrong way. Easy kill. And when you're playing time, every single kill like that is just even closer to that finish line.
Oh, Mental spinning quickly with that high sensitivity. Not able to clear OpTic out of the hill as Formal. Ice is up once again. We've seen Formal make some clutch plays, but it looks like in game 1, Eli, it's not going to be enough. Rebellion carry the same level of OBJ efficiency we saw against Sentinels and others in the HCS against OpTic, one of those big 3 teams. So I cannot stress enough how impressive this is for Rebellion. They go 3 down, and even if they give this hill to OpTic, though, 2-3 with 15 seconds left, ideally for them, I just don't know if there's enough time.
Interesting to see what Rebellion decides to do here. If they just get control of pipes, they can kind of put OpTic in checkmate. They just want to guarantee that even if OpTic does cap this one, that they don't have a chance at all to cap the next. But the way OpTic are playing this, they're trying to get the hill and have control of batteries. This is so smart. This is exactly what they have to do to win it. They're going to also stack the hill to give them an even better chance to cap this. Dead Zone gets the clutch kill, but the last player of Rebellion going to shut it down, and that is going to be game 1 in favor of Rebellion.
Rebellion dominate in OBJ and dominate in the slaying category as well. Plus 15. I did quick math at the end, so that might not be exactly accurate, but plus 15 it looked like were Rebellion. So not only did they frag out in OBJ efficiency, they slayed out as well. I think, again, Formal was the only member of OpTic that was positive throughout most of the match, and I look at the finish, he was. And you need more than just Formal if you're going to beat Rebellion, even if you are OpTic Gaming.
Right, I mean, Formal was the guy in the right spot to finish most of the kills, but I do think the rest of OpTic are playing well. They're team shooting together. It's just the pressure and coordination from Rebellion, plus, you know, some of these heads-up plays to just kind of hide around a corner and wait for your opponent to walk by. Some call it cheesy, but, you know, if you want to win, you probably got to use some cheesy tactics to win tournaments. It's just how it is, unfortunately, but, I mean, very impressive play from Shopify. They certainly know how to win games.
Incredible moment right there where it looked like Formal had locked down a 1-1 match, and then Cycle finds the flank and then picks up the shock, earns a couple more slays. I am so impressed with, I believe, the second youngest player in the HCS in Cycle. Woodham, another one across the pond who catches my eyes as an incredible up-and-coming player in the HCS. And here we go, Eli. Game number 2. Was game number 1 a reflection of OpTic coming in cold, or was Rebellion for real? Can they do it again and go up 2-0?
I think it's a little faded to say Cycle's up and coming. I mean, he's here. He has arrived. I mean, he's already won one of these online tournaments. Granted, it's, you know, it's online, but they also got 4th at the first land. I mean, there were no slouches there either. But it just seems like they've leveled up since Arlington even further. And maybe we'll make some waves in London, but Aqua Slayer can go either way. I really do feel like the team that just gets more overshields, frequently the team that wins. So you got to have a good P-side setup. You've got to protect each other. in those 10 seconds before the OS spawns, keep each other alive. And look at this, Rebellion. This is their strategy. They say, okay, OpTic is likely to push into the base. We know that this is one of the common avenues that they're going to take to approach us. Let's just kill them on their way in and then push out. But maybe got a little impatient, didn't stick to the strategy, decided to push forward, and ultimately were punished for that.
Yeah, it looked like Rebellion were drawing OpTic in, but instead chased a little bit. Don't chase cut, as Ninja once famously said. 10-7, 10-8 now, as OpTic Gaming have seen their first lead of the series, still early after a electric game 1 from Rebellion. OpTic, though, in game 2 have a 3-kill lead.
30 seconds to the next OS. Team that wins this fight gonna be usually the team that can get it. Still a lot of action to be played in the next 30 seconds, though. That is a long time in Halo, so a couple sequences here to play for. Formal gonna find his way bottom middle, wins a nice fight with thruster, with the use of the thruster. Now it's just 10 seconds for OS, and everyone wants to stay alive.
Trippy, could be a great time for a big game. Trippy, it's a big start for him. 4-1-1 in a 1v1 down low bottom mid against Cycle. Actually get some help there from Soul Snipe to clean up on 1, make it 2 for the double, and now he's got the heat wave to work with. A full litany of that electricity in his back pocket, and he's already putting it to good use. Take down Lucid, and I saw that glancing overshield on the side for Mental. Going to be enough to take down 1. All of the sandbox previously in control of Rebellion, and that's going to bring him right back in it, down 2.
Lucid actually made a huge play there, finding a double kill while Mental gets the OS across the map. That's going to make it a lot easier for the rest of his team to just single out the OS player. Guarantee he doesn't get much value. We see the late jump tech coming out from Mental as well. That's a common movement tactic. A lot of pros are starting to add to their game. Make it fake as if they're going to fall off a ledge, but then jump during the extra window of time you have to still jump while falling. Definitely annoying to play against. Can make it difficult to land that headshot, and I think that's why we see a lot more players utilizing it.
Yeah, especially so if you're able to break that aim assist. Looking up, known to be slow in Halo, so break that aim assist, you make the player glance up a little bit. They're usually heading back to the respawn screen. 24-22 now as we approach the halfway mark in this match. Cycle staying alive. Soul Snipe goes down, though, and OpTic Gaming off of that opening break slay could roll on numbers, but Mental cleans up on Trippy. Cycle still has the heat wave, pushing up on Lucid, and if Lucid had chased, he would have gotten stuck. Instead, he plays it perfectly, stays alive, and gives OpTic the lead, 27-25.
OpTic playing this so well. They did not even get the last OS, but still maintain their lead. Rebellion have kept it close, though. And look at this. They are firmly shutting down this P-side tower. If they can maintain control of this side of the map, they should have a much easier time getting that OS in the next 15 seconds. They've got to hold on to it for a while, though. And I like this from Trippy. Extend to the opposite side. You can't just all be at the P side. You need some complementary angles and sight lines. You'd like to have players in the base. As we see Dead Zone with a massive triple at the perfect time. Lucid's going to get that OS, unless Soul Snipe can take him down, but massive. That triple kill is worth more than a triple kill because it gets the OS and leads to this situation where OpTic are now rolling, and I don't think Rebellion can come back from this one.
Trippy gets the trade, Dead Zone gets the triple kill, and OpTic Gaming have a 10, now 11 kill lead, and I'm having deja vu, Eli, just like what we saw in the Elimination Finals against Sentinels. Rebellion had the OBJ efficiency, steamrolled almost in both of those game 1s, and then in game 2, they got dominated, 10+ kill leads for Sentinels, and now OpTic Gaming looking at a potential 1-1 tie. And again, this is big for OpTic Gaming. They're back on the board most likely. They look warmed up again, a little cold coming off their hands, not playing in that previous round, as Lucid earns the slay. 44-30. This is all but over unless Rebellion can put together a historical comeback.
Yeah, I don't think it's even possible, to be honest. OpTic just too smart. I feel like they're one of the best teams when it comes to being in the lead in situations like this. They know how to maintain the lead. Formal said, yeah, you guys want to camp around corners? I can do that too. So he's just going to chill here and wait to just guarantee they get closer to that finish line.
He called for a big game from Big Game Trippy, and he's delivered for OpTic Nation. 16-4-9, a +7 disparity, and that's almost half of what the disparity looks like. Almost 16 slays could be the end result here between these two teams, and it might just be Lucid with the bodyguard medal, looking strong and holding the line for OpTic Gaming, getting them back in this series. Rebellion was trying to steamroll for that bracket reset, go up 2-0, but now OpTic Gaming tied at 1, going into one of their best game types, Forbidden CTF.
I feel like with this series layout, Shopify really needed to win that one. OpTic are looking very good right now. I feel like they're in flow state. They know how to win. Yes, Shopify had a great game one, but the rest of the series layout, I mean, like I said, OpTic are that team when it comes to Forbidden CTF. It's one of their winningest game types altogether as a team throughout scrims and tournament gameplay. I think they have maybe a more advanced understanding of the spawn system than some of the other teams. I see them frequently blocking the pistol spawn. You know how sometimes you can spawn basically on the other team side of the map? I'll see them purposefully block those spawns before they run the flag to just guarantee that there's not a single player to stop them. I've seen them do a lot of heads up things on this map, and I've also seen Formal hit some of the most insane snipes that we've ever seen on this map. So we'll have to see. Shopify have a tall task ahead of them here.
Yeah, the next two maps line up for OpTic Gaming's prowess with the sniper rifle in their hand. Eli, what happened to Shopify Rebellion? It'd be one thing to lose this, maybe 50 to 42 even, but 50 to 34, multiple 50-30 games for Rebellion, that question's going to have to wait for a later day. But where has that HCS Arlington Slayer gone for Rebellion for now? The overshield is gone out of the hands of OpTic Gaming and into the hands of Rebellion. That Cycle with it. What a great sticky grenade. Two of them to mitigate that overshield. Cycle stole it, but Dead Zone steals his soul instead. But Rebellion have a flag out. What a mixy opening start. Only 30 seconds in, and we're already seeing a flagpole.
People had questions about Dead Zone, but I think they're being answered. Man went 13 and 8 last game, had plenty of assists. Not only that, but he starts out double sticking OS. That's such a massive shutdown at the beginning of this map. If a team can get away with OS and multiple snipers, it's the fast track for a fast flag cap. So Dead Zone with the play of the game so far. And if he had a second sticky grenade there, we might have just seen a double insta-explode right there.
Impressive moment there previously from Lucid to make sure that he angled himself to where I believe the snipe went off the map. It did. He had 4 shots left, so a full magazine left to work with. That could have given Rebellion 2 snipes, I think, actually. So heads up play there from Lucid. It's not always the slay. It's not always the montage moment. Sometimes it's just, well, not even staying alive there, but making sure you throw off some of that extra sandbox utility as Lucid looks to push on through the top side of mid. Now setting his sights to the right, has a sniper below him, and you know Lucid wants it back.
Doesn't want it so bad that he's going to give up his positioning, though. Love this. He's just too smart. He knows if he drops there, he's often going to die. Problem is, he takes a route that he doesn't expect Rebellion to have multiple opponents ready for him. But I do like that decision. He did not want to chase that kill. He's seen the way that Rebellion have been playing, kind of trappy against them, and doesn't want to give him opportunity to get trapped.
Dead Zone is heating up. Dead Zone is 7-1-2, a +5 disparity, and Dead Zone was brought in, Eli, to play that comp role for APG as the OBJ mastermind. Dead Zone doing much more than that, looking a little bit like Legend, doing both the objective and the slaying for this OpTic Gaming roster, and guys like Lucid probably love to see that as we hop on board here with the man himself, pinging the backside of the flag. You got 2 players in front of him, 1 behind him, and now the fight is on. The flank is on, but Lucid picks up on it in a 1v1 with Cycle, but Cycle wins it instead. Some shaky shots there. Nonetheless, though, both go back to the respawn screen, but it's OpTic with the edge. Dead Zone a little ahead of the process there, it looked like, potentially. Flew in for the flag, and can't imagine what this would look like had Dead Zone stayed alive, and Trippy has the flag out. Formal on the snipe bridge has the shots, and just to descope would potentially be enough here, but he lands the 5 perfect shots instead. Grenade doesn't do as much damage as I thought it might have. Gonna have a little bit of meat left on the bone on Cycle to take him down. Formal playing his process, prioritizing opponents perfectly, getting those descope shots onto Suppress, giving him something else to think about other than stopping this flag, and it looks like OpTic take a 1-0 lead.
That was so impressive from Formal. Hits the perfect while jiggle peeking at that distance with the Bandit. Not easy to do. Try it, guys. Put a bot that's standing still somewhere and try to jiggle peek for a perfect, and I guarantee you it's hard for at least half of you guys in chat right now. But regardless, Trippy, he's gonna have this sniper here, trying to play defense now. After they capped that, they did burn a lot of resources, was able to give Rebellion a lot of space to work with, and Trippy, smart, he's gonna sit back and not give the sniper away.
8:25 left on the clock, and OpTic have that 1-0 lead. Important, especially when you consider how hot of a start Rebellion have gotten off to in the previous finals of Elimination and Grand. In those objective game modes, they've previously taken a lead, I believe, in every single one of the OBJs. So now OpTic has their chance in a 1-0 lead, and this changes the complexion of how you play this. You don't feel like you have to stress and press for things like the OS. You can sort of bait the opposition in. Trippy playing at his paces, gets one slay, then the assist, picks up 3 more shots in that S7. He's going to need to use all 3 if he wants to take down that overshield, but does a good job to make sure that Suppress doesn't really have much left to work with. That S7 has been depleted, and so too has the OS.
Definitely well played from Trippy. Left Suppressed with very little resources and options for survival. And now Rebellion try to push out this snipe side. I think it's very important on this map to maintain control of your snipe side of the map. If the other team just has free access to it, they're going to make your life hell. And I think Rebellion understanding that, trying to play defense to it. They're often spawning on the other side by the flag and just rotating all the way through the back of the base. I wish Tools in his plat lobbies could figure that out, but he's probably just holding forward and dying instantly top mid like most of my matchmaking teammates.
Oh, we love you, fools. I mean, Tools, as we hop on board here with Dead Zone. Bot Cycle trying to get away through the rat tunnel, but he exterminates him instead with the mousetrap. Dead Zone now heads back to the respawn screen himself. Soul Snipe, though, had enough damage on his suit to go down to 1 HP. Might keep him out of the gunfight and leave Suppressed to earn it outright himself. He does. Here's Formal on the snipe bridge, whether it's on the offensive on Rebellion side or on his own. He's hitting his shots, but he goes down shortly after, and it's 99 roulette. Every POV he switches to goes down shortly after. Soul Snipe might just be the same, but he's earned the double kill. The first string of continuous slays go in favor of Rebellion, and that should earn him a pull.
No, but OpTic, they rotate through the back of the base like I advised. They're going to throw some grenades from the back. It's going to give them enough space to also push through their side of top center. Soul Snipe's still here, but all of OpTic are just surrounding him. We're starting to see why OpTic are so good at this game type. It seems like in situations that most teams might turtle up, they're finding a way out of their base to get these ever so important angles. Not only that, but they're now going to be awarded with this overshield, and they might get at least their snipe, maybe even 2 snipes here.
OpTic played so well off their back foot there. It really felt like Rebellion had their best string of gameplay. String of slays, they did. We saw the double from Soul Snipe. Now it's Lucid looking to double up on the lead. That OS, a little bit left in it. He's actually not going to take a run out into the open. He's going to take it around the backside, which is going to preserve just a little bit of that overshield. Curious to see if he continues on with it or hands it off to a teammate. No. He continues on. Formal continues doing what Formal does best. It's the headshot with the snipe. He's got to play right behind him. He's got to turn around 180, and he does that, but it might be too late. It is. OpTic Gaming have gone up 2-0 in this match, and with 5 minutes left, Rebellion got to pick things up.
They are so proficient at falling off the map. I mean, playing this map, as Dead Zone's going to burn the sniper into the wall with frustration as he falls off the map. I mean, don't laugh at him too hard, chat. You know you guys have all fallen off this map before. I mean, I do it at least once a game. Very easy to just miss your footing. But hey, maybe he did it to burn the sniper. Who knows?
But I thought maybe saw 3 or 4 shots left in the snipe, so who knows? Dead Zone might have been trying to mitigate that, and oh my god, it's not going to be even a conversation point at this point. 3 shots left in that snipe that fell off the map. 3-0 win for OpTic Gaming on Forbidden CTF, and now Shopify Rebellion have their back against the wall. And this is a point we make all the time, Eli, with the big 3, OpTic, FaZe, and SSG. They are so difficult to beat in closeout games. This is a closeout game on the offensive side for OpTic, needing 1 more to win this tournament entirely. OpTic Gaming, this would be their first tournament win between HCS Arlington and HCS London. This is the best we've seen them yet look online, as OpTic need 1 more game, but it's going to be an oddball, so they're going to have to go the distance nonetheless.
This has historically been another one of OpTic's great game types, but I do think Shopify are quite good at this one as well. Live fire ball. But you make a good point. I mean, there's something to be said about closing tournaments. Sometimes you've got to lose a lot of tournaments before you learn how to close them. OpTic have closed so many tournaments. They just continually win them. Now, granted, Shopify did win one of the last 2 tournaments, and they kind of learned both how to lose one and how to win one in grand finals. So they've got the ice, but I think OpTic just have a little bit more experience, and if Rebellion are going to win this one, they're going to have to pull out everything they got.
Space Station Gaming have reset the bracket against Shopify Rebellion in back-to-back weeks. Now it's on Shopify Rebellion to do one better against OpTic Gaming. Can they reset the bracket? Starts with a Game 4 win here on Livefire.
Until wisely uses the bandit before grabbing the sniper. Doesn't want to be stuck in that pickup animation. wants to have immediate DPS with the bandit. It's going to be rewarded with the snipe, but only one member of OpTic dead means he's got to play pretty defensive with it. Finds a nice headshot on one opponent, almost lines up the second, but I think OpTic should get that first camo.
That almost lined up for a collateral too. You had Trippy right behind him. I don't know if the 50 cal has enough penetration to find the face of Trippy from that deep. My God, what a shot from Mental. And this is the Mental we need to see. We saw Mental so often in Season 2 on Empyrean specifically with that snipe pop off, but now it's going to fall back into the hands of Formal. Who do you know? Another great sniper in the HCS. You could argue one of the best, if not the best. Stellar probably another guy that comes to mind, but for now it's Formal with the snipe, ideally set up at the snipe tower. Anybody who pushes through to the 8 bags might just get it to the face. One does, that's suppressed. A soul snipe, he's gonna think twice about peeking through after Formal takes his teammate's head. Oh, he still finds the angle. Body shot no less, onto Cycle and Formal. One of the reasons why, one of the best snipers to do it in any game.
I mean, you're just talking about, he could be one of the best just players to shoot a gun in any game, right? It doesn't even matter what the gun is, bro. Like, his aim is insane. He's gonna hit those shots more often than not, especially when it's for a tournament. Like, I think that, you know, when everything's on the line, that's when he's gonna hit even more shots.
Absolutely. Closeout game potential here for OpTic Gaming, and this is when they lean forward and put the other team to bed. That's Rebellion. They need to come up off the ground, off of a 2-1 deficit, 28-13 deficit here to start off round 1. As 2 go down for OpTic Gaming. Formal gonna take his paces. Lucid, oh, a couple missed shots with that sidekick. Has no sidekick help there. The 2 previous players have gone down. And Formal, he's gonna go down as well. Perfect shot straight out with Cycle, but this is gonna give Rebellion a likely lead in this round 1.
Rebellion need this. Mental just constantly getting hit by grenades. Doesn't even have a chance to get his shields back just yet. Finally does have them back. Tries to watch suppress back, but wisely decides that he's just going to rack up a little bit more oddball time. Has a teammate with him that shuts that down. That's Cycle. Cycle gets a big kill on Lucid, and now Rebellion actually have a chance to get some significant oddball time. It's going to take a good push from OpTic here to break this.
Great job by Mental here, setting up on the high side of green. He's going to avoid those fragmentation grenades, but not the spiker variety. Wow. He gets stuck. Formal lands the sticky. Oh, and if he had landed those shots on a Stole Snipe for the double, that would have been incredible. And unbelievably enough, the oddball doesn't get reset. I thought for sure it would have. And with 3 going down for OpTic, that's going to actually give Rebellion a chance to double up on this lead. They have suppressed with a no-scope. Trippy goes down, and Rebellion rotate this oddball to Nest, still giving themselves an opportunity to reset. Play the ball! Formal gets reset via the no-scope. Suppress lands 2! Earns a full kit to work with as well. 4 shots. He's no-scoping everybody. Trippy gets it as well. But Trippy, after only taking a no-scope to the body, where's the headshot? Suppress was hitting so many. I mean, my God, you start to get used to it and expect it. But now, Trippy and OpTic Gaming have the snipe, but Rebellion have out of nowhere a big lead.
Off the backs of some insane gameplay from Suppress. This man's already got 13 kills. Feel like the game barely started. How does he find 13 kills? But he is absolutely on fire right now. OpTic do finally have a hold though, so this is a different position that Rebellion has not faced yet this game. How are they going to play out of this position? I like what OpTic's doing. They're taking space both at the C tower and the sandbags, forcing the spawn onto the B side of the map. They're going to then collapse on it, and Rebellion, their only escape route is through bottom middle, but they get 3 dead. Dead Zone, last player alive for OpTic, and Suppress going to just try to get this oddball away, but Dead Zone with the sidekick going to turn 1.5 before being taken down.
OpTic earned the early lead, and then Rebellion doubled up on it. Now, after a few points from OpTic Gaming, 30 seconds separate these 2 teams, and there's still plenty of time left in regulation. Lucid goes down, but not going to be much time left in this round if Dead Zone can't find a way to break through. And as the last Spartan standing, he's getting forced a little bit into this gunfight, and that's not the numbers advantage you want. Fighting a 1v3, I don't care how good you are, that's going to be near impossible to win. As 3 members go down, 4 for OpTic Gaming. Rebellion come back to take round 1.
I said they're going to have to bring everything they've got to win this one, and guess what? They are playing with fire right now. OpTic cannot get complacent. Just because you're up in the series does not mean it's over. It's not going to be a cakewalk. Rebellion making every single play have to be earned. This opening break going to be very interesting. I like that Cycle, only player on this left side. He's mostly just gathering information for the rest of Rebellion. on wow, you repulse up and you just get met with 2 fists from 2 different players. That's gotta hurt.
Kill.
That's like
And
in
now
a
it's-
Hollywood movie, right? Like, never go to the vents. Even like the blind fire is enough to usually take you down and take you out. That's a little bit of what we saw there as OpTic stuff the vents, send Rebellion back to the respawn screen, but Rebellion are able to get a little bit of time, only 4 seconds. But after going 3-4 down, OpTic should be able to regain control of this map and this oddball. You assume the lead, but first they're playing for the sandbox. Formal wants the camo combined with the snipe. Seeing how good he is when he's visible on the map. But oh, the flank comes through. Suppress finds the flank. Suppress finds 2. Stays alive all while doing so. Unbelievable play from Suppress. And how many times have we said that?
Enemy has the ball.
I think he might have got a split spawn. Maybe OpTic not blocking that back A spawn or for a brief moment in time opened it up so that Suppress could spawn there. Suppress then gets the most out of it. So yes, you could argue maybe some luck involved, but how many players get the maximum value out of a lucky situation? That is the mark of a true champion. When you get a break, you've got to make the most out of it.
They always say you create your own luck, so maybe a little bit of that there with Suppress. Whether or not it was a lucky spawn, like you said, Eli, he still made the most out of it, striking at the opportune time. 3 go down for Rebellion. That's going to allow Trippy and this OpTic Gaming squad to rotate the oddball to the backside of Snipe Tower, but with all 4 spawning up for Rebellion, 1 at least at the back of OpTic through the mud. That's going to make them have to play for Slays instead of oddball time. Rebellion have made it so tricky for OpTic to get on the board, and that's a big reason why. Suppressed takes another face. 3 go down for OpTic Gaming, and Rebellion show this is when you want to grab the oddball after everybody gets sniped in the face.
That one kind of felt disrespectful, man. You hit him 3 shots with the bandit. You could keep shooting with the bandit, but he then pulls out the sniper and headshots him. A body shot would have sufficed, by the way, but he just gets the headshot anyways. I mean, that was disgusting from Suppress. This man is heating up.
What do they always say about a vampire? You got to make sure they're dead in the dirt, drive a stake through their heart. That's what Suppress just did. It looked like to OpTic. As Rebellion have a 34-6 edge in this grand final. Game 4, but it's dead zone off the reset, earning the oddball rotation back to the Snipe Tower. So good job by OpTic Gaming, despite getting wiped, disrespectfully so from Suppressed. They've got the oddball back at the Snipe.
Suppressed with some fancy movement there. Thought he could maybe turn that fight. Lucid gonna hold strong though there. It does deal enough damage before dying that Soul Snipe has an avenue to push in, but right now the defense and setup from OpTic definitely pretty strong. It looks like maybe Camo is lurking by the dummies. Yes, Mental has it. Trippy was previously aware of the location. I'm sure OpTic is just waiting for him to show up. This is very wise from Mental. Knows that OpTic is waiting, so he's actually going to wait for his teammates to maybe distract. Even though he has Camo, knows how likely it would be for him to be spotted there.
He does. Trippy spots him. Uses that repulsor to swat him away, then take him down. And OpTic Gaming, a very gritty regaining of the lead. They've regained in this match, and the score reflects it. 43 and rolling to 34 now. Rebellion on match point to send us to a game 5, but OpTic, Formal specifically with the snipe, could change things. Lands a shot, gets the assist, and goes down where it looks like where OpTic can regain control of that sniper. Rippy gets flanked, it looks like potentially, but Lucid has the flank on the flank. Another flank comes through on the dummies, and my God, Eli, you're right. Some of this has to be via spawns. There's no way everybody's flanking, right? I don't know. Nonetheless, it's been an incredible game. OpTic double up on the lead.
Spawns are very predictable in this game. If you play it enough, you can definitely predict a vast majority of the spawns. All these pros are so good. They do have kind of a mental timer in their head. When a kill pops up in the kill feed, that timer starts counting down, and they're aware of when it is over. They're always keeping tabs of where everybody is on the map to predict the next spawn. But you're right. I do feel like these guys are playing so fast that the spawns are getting mixed up maybe a bit more than usual because there's just so much movement on the map.
Yeah, you're right. It feels like more often than not when we watch Rebellion and Space Station, we see these types of freaky spawns. And I think that, like, you're right. It's a reflection of how fast those two teams play. OpTic Gaming goes down again. The Mental's headshot. And this could be Rebellion's chance to get back in this match and potentially send us to a game 4. For now, though, they got to fight Trippy through the mid. Take him down. Lucid trying to flank through the garage door, but with low shields, he's going to go down quickly. Mental goes down quickly. It's another version of Peter. Observer Roulette has multiple players go down once we switch to him. Dead zone for now, staying alive. I like this play, not rushing out with low shields. Gets his shields back and gets back in the fight at the right time, right place, taking down what was previously an on fire suppressed. Dead zone now goes down, but by going down, opens up the opportunity for Lucid to gain the camo, but it's not even a power up anymore. It's like he was more visible than not with camo in his suit. 3 go down for Rebellion though, and Formal's got the oddball on the backside of A.
I mean, the camo, it's just like a t-shirt you put on to like try to impress your friends for a second, but they're like, bro, we can see it. Like, I'm over it.
Like an Ed Hardy straight ribbon tee.
Yeah, like I'm already over it, bro. Like, you're trying to do something cool, like just get out of here. And it feels like it's so easy to see now, but regardless of that, regardless of Trippy getting shut down, looks like they do earn the round and they tie it up. And this next round is going to be ever so important.
Double kill.
Match point for Rebellion, but it's series point for OpTic Gaming, who's going to ice up here in a round 3 that hasn't really featured many slays, relatively speaking. You'd expect maybe more with how deep this one's going to go into a round 3, but both teams really playing the OBJ efficiency. Both teams really playing for those timely resets and rotations. Right now you see Formal looking to earn that through the tunnel side as Lucid lands the grenade, has that QT to work with, and I'm excited to see what he does with it here. Does he barrel through for the oddball or QT back when his shields get low? He does just that.
So smart to not hang out more than you're welcome. Soul Snipe has been on fire with the gun who he has his namesake from. See if he can continue to pop off with it. So far has not missed a shot. Granted, I mean, they've been mostly bodies, but the DPS on this man out of control right now. It's another body shot on Trippy. That's going to get cleaned up immediately. And every single one of these snipes is just going to add more oddball time to the counter. Can this man miss?
Is this the most impressive sequence of sniping without actually sniping the head? I mean, this is unbelievable. Soul Snipe with 17 assists, the most in the lobby by far. A big reason why was that recent stretch of gameplay where he looked like he was fighting against a raid boss, just doing optimal DPS to help out his teammates earn the ultimate slay on what feels like a raid boss in OpTic Gaming. 28-0 now, as we'll have a reset. Okay, so I'm glad I said that out loud. 28-0 was the lead. So Eli, I'm going to leave the math up to you, but Rebellion have 28 seconds, OpTic have 0. That's where we'll stand once we get back into this one.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, they need 72 points, but if they, utilize the new tools that have been given to them in the game, they can make it say that it's 1-1 in rounds and 28-0 in round 3, and then everybody will spawn on the right side. We haven't really seen that functionality getting used yet, but shout outs to HCS for adding that. Always helpful when these resets happen. But wow, I mean, both these teams playing unbelievable right now, and I cannot predict which way this one's going to go.
Yeah, previously before that round 3, it was 149 to 153. So, my God, how close these teams are in slays, in oddball, in captures, whether it's the hill, the stronghold, or the flag. This has been unbelievable Halo we are witnessing in your HCS Road to London number 3 at the major qualifiers this weekend, Eli. So this has been great preparation, right? I mean, I gotta imagine for the pros. I saw Lethal kind of trolling a little bit, like, back to the office for my marathon stretch of Halo every single day and the online bonanza or whatever he said. But I mean, to be serious though, this is great stamina preparation for these guys. They're playing a lot of Halo in back-to-back days, and that's what you see on LAN. So I gotta imagine the way these online tournaments have worked out in the off season or in season between Arlington and London, these players are going to be more ready than ever before.
Man, there's so many good snipes this game. Start off with a nice little headshot from Mental. Suppressed though, this was the sequence I think that we remember. Gets the no scope here to start it off and just continues to move forward. Now just holding off this space. Finds Formal, rips his head off. Finds another target. That's Lucid. Grabs the repulse up, and he almost gets this no scope on Trippy, but Trippy definitely shuts him down. Here we see Cycle with that huge perfect for the double kill squad wipe. Shopify to secure that round 1. Suppress once again. Gets a double kill in the next round. I mean, ultimately, how many kills did he finish with in this game?
Suppressed?
Yeah.
He had 30.
30. Wow.
And just 30 when we last left.
Yeah, just over 2 rounds. That's impressive.
Yeah, 30 kills on the board. I looked because I was, like I mentioned in that previous round, it feels like everybody's playing more for the OBJ than slays. Don't see much in total, but Suppressed says, nah, I'm I'm playing for Slays. I'm playing for both, really. He had 32 seconds. Look at the grouping at this point in time, Eli. 36, 32, 32, 32. I mean, is everybody playing their 25% or what for Rebellion so far in this match? They have the lead. Going into a round 3, we have official words from the admins. Rebellion needs 72 seconds. OpTic need 100.
Exactly what we said. We'll have to see if they utilize the handicap function. Maybe they're not comfortable with it yet. Maybe they haven't tried it enough to be super confident in it. We'll have to see, but there it is in chat. We need 72. Lucid agrees.
That's no fun. Not as much trolling and trash talk as when we watch Sentinels and Lethal. Come on, guys. Let's get a little gamer trash
where's
talk
Lethal
going.
at? Can Lethal just join this lobby and just start stirring up some whatever, man? Like, just stir it up, man.
The jester of the HCS comes in to just troll everybody and add some comedic relief to what's been an extremely intense, highly tense series here between OpTic Gaming. We said the deeper of two foundations as it relates to the two green walls we have in this lobby. Rebellion's got that shiny, fresh coat of paint, though, and my God, have they come on strong here in recent weeks. They looked great on LAN, and I think that's key, Eli. The top 4 placement for Rebellion is huge, because I think otherwise they might even doubt themselves if they had, say, placed top 8, maybe even 6th, and then they're dominating online like we see. But to go from top 4 on LAN to dominating online like we see, the only team in the HCS to consistently make it to a grand finals. Let me say that again. The only team in the HCS to consistently make it to the grand finals between Arlington and London has been Rebellion. And because of that strength, because of that performance we saw on LAN, this is legit. This is for real. Rebellion could very well win a tournament on LAN, and they've already done it online. So OpTic Gaming have their hands full, despite a grand finals that features only one of the big 3.
I don't know if we can call them. I mean, we'll have to see after the next LAN, because the big 3 still looked like the big 3 at Arlington. I'll tell you that much. It didn't seem like anybody else was
stuck, right?
Well, yeah, they were definitely still the big 3 on LAN. But maybe something has shifted since Arlington. We're going to be in London, across the ocean. Who knows what happens over there? We've got some very talented European teams in the mix as well. It's going to be exciting no matter what.
I don't know. Maybe it's in the stars. That solar eclipse occurring, changing the fate of many in the HCS. Is mental. Changes the respawn direction for Formal. He's going to head back to it as Rebellion. This was a key win condition for them at the start for the reset. Was mental with the snipe.
See what he can do with it. Tries to predict Dead Zone's route. Thought he might re-peek on that small window, but Dead Zone does not. Cycle has the camo, though, and just trying to be a nuisance on the other side of the map. I like the way that Rebellion are playing this. They have control of that entire camo side lane. They're watching both sides. They get 3 dead.
Wow.
Dead Zone coming off spawn from the big door, and they know that they must be spawning on that side. They do actually rotate over here to the tower to protect the oddball player. Mental with another headshot. Cycle with another kill on Dead Zone, and they're picking up right where they left off before the reset.
And Mental hasn't even allowed Formal to play the video game. Every time off spawn, he's gotten sniped in the face from Mental. Mental is going to lose possession of that snipe, but only from the ammo he's used to take down OpTic Gaming. No shots left in the snipe. Still taking Formal down with the DMR. Wow. Taking down 2, and we could be sprinting to a Game 5 finish. Rebellion only need 30 more seconds. No, 22 more seconds. This is spinning out of control.
This has been the most dominant opening of an oddball that we've seen all day. This is unbelievable to do it against OpTic in this moment. It just seems like, Mental is 7-0, by the way, and he's the guy holding the oddball right now.
What? This is unreal. Caster curse. Yeah, way to go, Eli. All the Rebellion fans can send their spam hate chat to Eli, because that's his fault. Formal now 100%. With the oddball. Yeah, 100%. Formal now with the oddball, and OpTic Gaming stop Rebellion just 6 seconds short. If you guys are just tuning in or need to reset the stage,
that's GG.
Rebellion needs 72 seconds, and before we even get to lay the land, it's over. We're heading to a Game 5, and Eli, that is so impressive to consider when Rebellion did that before the reset. Again, it's not a fluke. They did even better after the reset, so OpTic Gaming might have to go back to the drawing board on those opening strat breaks for Livefire Oddball. Because of it, we're heading to a Game 5, Streets on Slayer. Rebellion coming from the lower bracket, looking to reset things. And they do what SSG had done to them in the 2 previous weeks.
Look at this stat page, man. Suppressed 5, 3, and 5. Cycle 2 kills, 2 deaths, and 8 assists. Soul Snipe and Mental don't have any assists, but only died 2 and 3 times as well. I mean, I know it's a abbreviated round, like we didn't play a full round, but they just never lost control the entire time. For 72 seconds of held oddball time, that's not easy to do.
Unbelievable. And it's not only heading to a Game 5 Slayer, which hard to say benefits Rebellion, because you probably want to give the edge to, again, one of those big 3 teams in OpTic, but hey, they were the best Slayer team on LAN, and Rebellion play faster than OpTic do, and Streets plays into their hands. Can they take fate into their hands? Can they take their own destiny into their hands and force a reset bracket? They're going to need to win this Game 5. Match point for OpTic Gaming in this tournament, a potential to reset for Rebellion.
There's something very interesting to note here. So when Cloud9 upset OpTic, it was in a Game 5 on this map. So OpTic looking a little shaky then, but I think that might actually play to OpTic's favor, because you know for sure Lunchbox yelled at them in the theater room afterwards to say, what the hell are you guys doing on Street Slayer? Let's make sure we know how to play this perfectly next time. So maybe they went back to the drawing board and they're going to play this even better than they had in the past. But I tell you what, this map and mode, it's very steamrolly. If one team or the other can get some an early lead with the items, it's going to be very difficult for either team to catch up on the other side.
That's that live and learn. And if you don't learn, you end up dying. 5-7 off the start. OpTic Gaming down 2. Mental. Looks like he burned that camo. I don't see it on the ground, and I don't see it on the POV of Lucid either. So camo going to be a moot point off the start, but it's Rebellion taking the early edge. 8-7.
They play this so meticulously. I did go back and watch Lucid's POV from that Cloud9 Game 5, and even though they lost, they really were playing their process intelligently, making a lot of good plays. Seems like they play this game type a lot more methodically than the others, and you know a team like Rebellion is mostly just going to hold forward and try to keep OpTic out of their comfort zone, but so far, it's actually a 1-kill lead for OpTic for the moment.
Chess match being played here between OpTic and Rebellion. OpTic now with that 1-kill lead, 11-10, and they've cranked down the pace of play. And with that lead, however narrowly, only one, they have control of the pace of play, especially so with Rebellion spawning at the back of C. You have Mental split out by himself. What? Oh my god! The flank comes through! Suppressed! Finds 2 via the flank. And how many times again have we said that? Suppressed. Finding himself in the right time, right place, more often than not. He's already 7-4. He's got more than half the kills for either of these 2 teams.
Suppressed wants to win this tournament as well. Probably upset about the way they lost the last one in that Game 5 against SSG. Doesn't want it to happen again. He's been absolutely stepping up all day. He's also got the Stalker rifle, and I tell you what, this is probably this man's favorite gun. He is insane with this weapon. He's gonna somehow walk past this player. Cycle's gonna cover him though. And he's got Stalker Shoddy. He's got the kit. He's also invisible. What is he gonna do now?
Watching Suppressed, you'd think Rebellion were up by 10. Only a 2-kill lead though, so for OpTic Gaming, I guess that you can tip your hat on that despite Suppressed popping off. Dead Zone on the other side has been matching that. Impressive plays there from Zane. New look gamer tag, new look slaying prowess, but he goes down Suppressed with the ultimate sandbox combination momentarily. Camo, shotgun, and Stalker. Now he's just got both of those weapons to work with, but Lucid's going to take it back. And this is not someone you want to see with that kit in his hands. He actually walks over the shotgun. That's going to give it to Mental. Lucid knows that the shotgun was fumbled there, if you will, and given to Mental, so he's not going to push into tires because of that. Does not want to engage in close range. He's actually working himself away from Mental in that shotgun, looking to set up long range. And I love that. Play the cards you're dealt. Play to the weapon that you have in your hand. And look at this. Lucid's fully dropped off to play the lanes, to play the length. But he's not able to find any slays. 2 go down instead for OpTic Gaming. A 3-kill lead for Rebellion.
I feel like OpTic just kind of fragmented themselves there. As Formal was Cafe, Dead Zone was in tires. Lucid retreats all the way back to C, and Rebellion are going to shut down Formal and Dead Zone pretty handily, and now they've got a 5-kill lead. It just felt like it feels like the way Rebellion are playing this, no player is ever alone. You're always somehow connected to your teammate, at least within their sightline. Even if you're across the map, you can still be in a position to be in your teammate's sightline in case you need to run away. Rebellion playing this so well right now.
Yeah, I liked the idea I saw Lucid working with to gain some space, maybe work yourself to front C or Nairobi Club and have still that lane you want with the Stalker, but he worked himself all the way back to C. You could almost make the case that he worked himself out of the play a little bit. Now hopping back on board, the Season 1 MVP, nobody to shoot at because 3 are dead for Rebellion. Starting to see those squad spawns come in on the C side. Quickly do Rebellion push out of C. They're not going to allow a standstill to occur here. Immediately pushing off their back foot. That's one way to play it. It's the ideal way to play it, I'd say. And it helps Rebellion maintain a 6, now 7 kill lead. They're starting to run away with it.
This is a very hard lead to come back from, especially when Suppressed making plays like this. They're only 34 kills and Suppressed has 16 of them. Only died 6 times as well. Already
man.
plus 10. This guy is absolutely unlocked right now. And look at the survivability as well. He's just making himself an absolute nuisance. You know OpTic are yelling that he's back here. Finally gets taken down. And OpTic look good to potentially force a spawn and get rolling here. They could potentially put Rebellion in the blender and bring this one back.
Cycle utilizing that same strategy previously with the back C spawns. He doesn't wait a second to push out to Red Room. Trippy knows he's there. Trippy takes him down with the use of the shotgun. And through the driveway, it looks like they're going to be able to push through again, but Formal cleans up the backside. 3 go down for Rebellion. You got to keep Formal alive right here. Formal keeps himself alive with the shot. Headshot for the double kill. Flip spawn's coming on. Watch for the PD. Formal pings it. He knows. And so does OpTic Gaming. They're immediately on these spawns. Previously, Rebellion were able to find a little bit of breathing room off these spawns, but now OpTic Gaming have the clips on them. 36 all.
Did you see that? The way Formal was pinging that, he says, I know they're spawning PD. I know their game plan. They like to rotate through back A. Let's cut them off. Trippy said, I got you, boss. Takes the front line. They shut him down. They continue to roll. Rebellion still do have a 1-kill lead, though, and they want this reset.
Lucid has the Stalker, and with 32%, he's got about 2 perfect kills to potentially work with. Gets enough to take down his opponent to 1 HP. Trippy has the shotgun.
Wow.
Trippy has the double kill. And OpTic Gaming in the end game have regained the lead by 3. Rebellion previously up by 2 possessions. Now it's a 2+ lead for OpTic, and Formal has the camo. Looking to put the finishing touches on this tournament.
Look at this. He walks right through the front door. He says, you know what? They probably expect me to go up Trash or Ivy. I'm going to go right through the middle. This is so big brain. He's making an opening for the rest of OpTic to push through. Lucid almost gets that kill, but they do ultimately stay in the lead. Only by 2, though. That could have been a cleaner push, I think, if they sent more players with Formal there.
From down 7 to up 2, OpTic Gaming show why they're so difficult to beat in these closeout matches, but we're tied 42-all, now 43-all, as multiple members go down. It's a team wipe for Rebellion as they take down all 4 for OpTic Gaming, tied 44-all, but Rebellion have the advantage in the sense that they can control OpTic off of these spawns, like we saw OpTic previously do to Rebellion when they flipped on PD. Suppressed with a cheeky, sneaky angle on PD, gets some good shots down on the Dead Zone. Dead Zone drops down to the bottom of B-Rail at 1 HP. And it looks like Rebellion have an angle. Oh, it's Splinters. No, so I got fooled by the theater mode. Now Suppressed in a 1v1 with Dead Zone. This could be for the win, for the tournament. And Rebellion take it. 46-45.
3 dead for OpTic. It's a 1-kill lead for Rebellion. Make it a 2-kill lead. And they've got the awareness of the next set of spawns, and it looks like they're ready to finish this one out. Lucid is caught alone. He's so weak, he has to retreat. So is Dead Zone. They're just going to hold him in place. This looks like it is over, Hunter.
Massive 1v1 win there from Suppressed onto Dead Zone. OpTic still have life, but not much of it. 46-49. As they push in for the final kill, they get it. This bracket gets reset. And I hope you guys like bonus Halo, because we're getting more of it.
Oh my God. Is this 3 weeks in a row that grand finals get reset? We're getting so much Halo. Are you guys not entertained? This is insane. Suppressed, by the way, 20 kills that game. It got scary toward the middle and end of that one, but they do ice up and clutch up. Despite losing the lead about halfway through, they pull it back, close it out, and force the bracket reset.
Suppressed, he's the one who's going to take your eye with those 20 slays. Unbelievable. Anything above 15 is nuts. Anything above 20, check him PC. But it's Cycle for me with the 9 assists. He's been opening up the lanes. He's been positioning himself, along with even Soul Snipe, I would argue, to help Mental and Suppressed pop off. And look at, I'm actually looking at the score sheet now. 14 slays for Mental, 20 for Suppressed, only 7 and 9 for Cycle and Soul Snipe, but you're not looking at the whole story. You're not looking at what they do to put their teammates in position to win in the end. Cycle and Soul Snipe pairing up for that support combination. Mental and Suppressed popping the F off with 34 of the 50 slays for Rebellion as we have ourselves a series reset. What do you know? Another reset. Ever since FaZe reset the bracket of the Halo World Championship, it was a rare occurrence then. It was a unicorn at that point. Now it's becoming the norm.
You're exactly right. I mean, looking across the board on that stat page as well, Rebellion actually had less assists than OpTic, so they're winning more 1v1s. I mean, maybe that's due to some sandbox advantages. You know, if you have a shotgun, you should be winning that 1v1. If you got the stalker rifle, you should also be winning that. But I mean, these guys are all coming to play. They're playing so well right now, and they've just got one more series to win another tournament.
Wow. Unbelievable. Well, as we stop down for a series reset in the grand finals, I want to thank everybody for tuning in to LVT Halo. This is an entirely community-funded effort. You guys are the ones who keep Halo alive. Two other members of the Halo community that keep Halo alive, Aliak and Tools. Take it away as we catch a breath and take a quick break to reset. This is unbelievable.
That was incredible. Tools has so much to say. Like, he was just, I'll let you have the floor for this one because that game 5 was incredible.
Yeah, I really want to highlight Suppress in those last few minutes, right? Especially when he's over in the in that PD area at the end of that game, winning crucial fights. Essentially a 1-3 split from Shopify Rebellion. And what does Suppress do? He takes on the world, right? He tries to get into that engagement over on the PD side. You see, eventually he basically forces Dead Zone to challenge him. And while that's happening, right, you see all that action from OpTic Gaming starts to swing towards PD. At that same time, we see the 3-man push come up that driveway. They essentially give themselves numbers. 1, because Suppress wins the 1v1 against Dead Zone. 2, because the help comes through that way, essentially turns a 3v2 into a 3v1. They're able to overwhelm with those numbers, and then eventually they just play the numbers game, right? They just have so much advantage with a kill lead of 3 going into a point where you just need one more kill. It's just too much for OpTic Gaming to handle. The trades come through. I think a fantastic game and all around for Shopify Rebellion, but in particular Suppress really showing why he was so valuable in that game. 20 kills, definitely an MVP performance from him in that game 5.
No, it is insane to watch him and incredible to see his growth. What do you think OpTic could have done to even get out of that those last slays? It looks like they were trying to find a way out and they weren't able to do it.
I think they didn't need to engage. I think they felt too much pressure to be the one that makes the first move and to get those numbers. And I can understand it, right? Because to them, they're trapped at B. They're feeling pressure from 3 lanes, right? Up the driveway, up B stairs, and then also at PD. And they don't necessarily understand where those numbers are entirely on that push as well. So they make a risk, right? They push out. If if Dead Zone wins the 1v1 over towards PD, then suddenly gives Hormal an out to go with him. And I think OpTic Gaming has a very different game. Instead, they try to play for that piv. The problem is on the other side, you have a red hot Suppress who has he had like 17, 18 kills at the time, right? He's been guaranteeing it for his team. He's gonna win the 1v1, right? That's just the nature of the game. Sometimes the player's hot and ready to win the 1v1. That was Suppress in game 5.
Shopify resetting the grand finals. We are getting set to start our grand finals number 2, our reset over HCS week number 3. I can't wait to show you guys what's gonna happen. Eli and Mikowski, take it away.
Yeah, this is like if Exhibit wrote the script. We heard you guys liked Halo, so we put more Halo in your Halo so you guys could enjoy more Halo. And on a serious note, Eli, I think the conversation we should take into this game 1 is that in the previous grand finals before the reset, Shopify Rebellion clearly took advantage of an OpTic Gaming that looked very cold. Coming off that win in the winners final, it had been hours since we last saw them in the tournament. Shopify had just previously taken down Sentinels in emphatic fashion and had that edge in game 1, but that's all but over. Both of these two teams are warmed up. Both of these two teams are playing at the highest imaginable level. So I'm very curious as to see which direction game 1 goes. Shopify won it previously. Can OpTic regain here and take a 1-0 lead early? Here we go. Your grand finals reset are live. Hopping on board here with Mental with the snipe.
Mental, so good with this weapon, but more importantly, so good at positioning himself with this weapon to try to guarantee his safety. He knows how to play around his teammates' locations. Gonna look to do that. Formal gonna be the sniper on the other side.
Formal versus Mental, a heavyweight bout. Two of the best with the S7 in their hands, but Mental doesn't have it anymore. Three players go down for Rebellion, and now Formal checking these spawns, looking along the right side. The timing in his head tells him that they're not spawning on the right side. Squad spawns at the back of purple flag, if you will, for Rebellion. Formal lands a no-scope, and despite going down, that's going to open up the door for OpTic Gaming. And this was what I was referencing. OpTic Gaming were not previously able to do this because of the fact that they were so cold coming off that winter final win hours ago. Now they're warmed up. Now they're hot. Now they got a 1-0 lead.
OpTic with the 50-second flag cap, and it really didn't take much. I mean, they literally took the first time. They had 4, even 3 dead, and immediately capitalized on it. That is objective efficiency. You don't want to have to slay several times to get a flag cap. You got to take all of those opportunities. You don't know how many more opportunities you're going to get in the game period. So love that OpTic Gaming immediately run that, and they also still have this sniper. They got plenty to work with the whole defense for now.
Is this not the best feeling in the world when you're playing Halo, Eli? You go down with the snipe, you think you lost it, but Formal, after hitting that no-scope, goes down and gets right back to it. He's got the snipe back in his hand, and a second chance at taking the life of Rebellion as he sets up defensively. I think a reflection of this 1-0 lead here for OpTic Gaming. Formal gonna play patiently, doesn't need to push on out haphazardly. Instead, he's gonna take the full face of Mental with the headshot, make it 2 on suppressed, gets the body. That's going to slow down the push, the flank. Another flank coming through. How often do Rebellion have the backs of OpTic Gaming continuously, time after time, finding the angles to flank, but they go 3 down once again. So OpTic starting to mitigate that positioning edge that Rebellion has been able to create through the flanks. OpTic Gaming in full control of this one after a couple minutes.
Tell you what, man, OpTic got to be one of the best teams in the world at adapting to their opposition. They know at this point what Rebellion wants to go for, and they're doing a great job to respond to it. Problem is, Rebellion still get away with it sometimes just because they're so individually talented. They're just able to make plays in spots that even if OpTic predicts them, it doesn't matter if they can't hit as many shots in certain engagements or just have a better team shot situation. Rebellion doing a great job of that to maintain pressure on OpTic, but they're going to have to do a better job to come back into this one.
Formal with another snipe in his hand. I think he landed a body shot onto Mental, cleaned him up with the DMR. And if Formal's able to hold on to the snipe, as long as he stays alive on Argyle, I don't know if Rebellion have a path to win this one. Formal too damn good with, like you said, Eli, any weapon is in his hand, but especially so with the snipe and that instantaneous TTK. Lucid goes for the grapple grab. That would have been nifty, but he misses. Nonetheless, OpTic retaining that 1-0 lead. And they've got another flag out. Lucid eventually able to utilize the grapple hook to get it a little bit further on the map. Now 75% of the way to a 2-0 lead.
Suppressed. Facing so much pressure there. I mean, you could tell he was kind of ready for that shot, but the pressure just a little bit too strong from Formal there. I think that might actually shut down this flag run for now, though. Not sure where it is on the map. No, Dead Zone has it. This one's going in.
My gosh. And do OpTic Gaming look like a pissed off straight ripping of yesteryear, the likes of when sniped down, and especially Brian Legit Rizzo. He famously, whether he was sick, when he was sick, he played his best, but he was especially sick when he was pissed. This is looking like that for OpTic Gaming. Another headshot there from Formal to the face of Soul Snipe. Soul Snipe, he hasn't really had a chance to snipe at all because Formal has controlled it the entire match.
Yeah, it's to still have 2 bullets in snipe at this point. I mean, he has been living for quite a while. 11-3 this game, by the way. Just trying to keep them pinned in their base. How could they possibly come back if they can't even get out of their base? There's another flag out as well. Does finally get shut down. Trippy, last player in the base of Rebellion. He gets taken down, but look at that. The stick into the quantum translocation to get out of dodge, just to make sure he doesn't get hit by that splash damage.
Can already imagine Formal to his teammates. Come on, guys. These guys are ass. They should have never reset the bracket. Chipotle bowls on me if we win. Let's get it. Quick walk across the street at Victory Plaza as OpTic Gaming looking for the victory. Formal specifically looking for that 13-4. He's the reason why OpTic have a 2-0 lead in this game 1. Reset.
Look at this. Formal said, oh yeah, I know this Mental guy wants his sniper, but I'm just not going to let him have it. Goes in for the trade. That's massive. Not even sure if that sniper stayed on the map. Looked like it could have potentially fallen off. That is a win condition denial for Rebellion. And OpTic Oh, it looks like Cycle does pick up the snipe. So it did stay on the map, but it's only got 3 shots left right now.
Cycle trying to get Rebellion back in this one. It's dead zone now. He pushes up on previous purple X of Cycle. Grabs that snipe. Oh my god, lined up would look like a good no-scope. And look how quickly Zane plays the process to throw that snipe off the map. Doesn't want to give Rebellion a single chance to come back in this one. One of the ways you can do that is by throwing that snipe off the map. Great job by OpTic Gaming. The sniper control has been flawless in game number 1.
It's almost impossible to win this map against a talented team without the utilization of the sniper. I mean, it is such an important tool. I mean, you can, with one shot in an instant, you can take someone off the map without losing any shields in many cases, which is just a massive way to get control of the map. And if your team never has a chance to use the sniper, it is impossible to win on this map.
Trippy gonna put the finishing touches on what could be a 7-minute match on Argyle. Argyle historically always goes the distance, all 12 minutes. So this would be especially impressive from OpTic Gaming, but it's Soul Snipe with the re.
Rebellion keeping it interesting. We're only 5 minutes on the clock. This is going to be hard. They've got to not only get map position, they got to get a flag cap soon, and then also put themselves in position to at least activate that sudden death overtime. One cap is definitely necessary first, though, in the next 5 minutes. They do get a few dead. Cycle's got the sniper, and he looks to spawn kill. If he can land a couple headshots, this is what they could need. And how does he even hit that shot for the triple? What
For the
was
triple.
that?
Cycle's got to post that one to Twitter. Maybe the full string of gameplay here, because if he puts this one in, it makes it a 2-1 game. That's a hell of a clip from Cycle. I'm just waiting to see it. There it is. 2-1. And what felt like a runaway train for OpTic Gaming, a potential 3-0 sweep here in game 1. Cycle, the young gun, brings him back with the quick scope triple kill. 2-1.
In observer mode, I don't think the guy was even on his screen, so I think you're right. I would like to see that from his POV. Keep in mind the observer is not exactly precise to the aim going on the screen, but what a sick play. I mean, I was just talking about how hard it is to get caps, and he's like, oh, is it though? Let me just hit this real quick and run it with the grapple myself. Such huge plays.
My goodness. And
Got another flag too.
Gaming counter? No, it's Rebellion looking for the double cap on a map that's very difficult to do that. Where has the control gone for OpTic? Ooh. Dead zone with that snipe. We saw Formal with it previously. A big reason why OpTic came out to a 2-0 lead. And now Dead zone looking to put on his best Formal impersonation. Lands the no-scope. Double kill with the melee. 3 go down for Rebellion, and that flag gets reset. We're in the end game.
Dead zone with such big clutch plays in that moment. They can't land the last 2, but he's already done his job. Shut down that flag cap entirely. And that flag was almost home. Now 3 dead again for OpTic and Suppressed. Not in position. No, that's their base. For a second, I thought he was in OpTic's base, but no, Soul Snipe is in the OpTic base though, and he's gonna get the pull. But what can they do with this?
Cycle goes down. Big opening break slay for Formal. And now that rolls into 2. Formal needs to maintain his life. Dead zone, bait and switch. Oh, but Suppressed wins the gunfight. How good has Suppressed Gunny been? As Formal, he's got a good gunny on himself. Suppressed now shooting those shots into Formal, I would imagine. Yes, that's Suppressed. Over on the other side, Formal looking across. Trying to find the lane. Trying to find the angle to take down Cycle and Suppressed. You need to clear the 50-yard line here if you're OpTic. As Formal does just that. Finally gets back to Suppressed. Takes him down. Now he knows Cycle was the second of the 2 that were posing the biggest threat to OpTic Gaming, and they both go down. That's going to allow Formal, you can see now, he's going to leave the 50-yard line because of that task being completed. The sub-quest, if you will, is now Formal looking to move on to the main quest, looking to win this one 3-1. The kill on Mental could mean a flagpole. Oh, and with the use of the QT, he stays alive. That was massive, and it keeps the pressure on Rebellion. OpTic aren't going to get a pull out of this, but they keep the pressure on.
I can almost sense that maybe Formal is thinking about portaling back into the base, but thinks better of it. Knows that portal is definitely just being camped by a member of Rebellion, so he's just going to hold mid-map for now. Lucid in their team's vent as well. Looks like Suppressed somehow snuck around, but he's spotted. Trippy's going to take him down, and 2 minutes on the clock. I love the way OpTic are playing this. They're basically guaranteeing that they stay alive as this sniper spawns. But look at the play from Soul Snipe. He hits the...
Oh!
Wait, did he try to grapple again and no-scope him? What a psychopath.
And he would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for Formal. Unbelievable play there for Formal, as he, more often than not, finds a way. Even in those unorthodox moments, he's not, you can tell by his body language, his POV, he's not surprised by it. He knew what Soul Snipe was doing. He knew Soul Snipe had a second or at least maybe one grapple left to get back on the map. Continues to prioritize Soul Snipe and takes him down. Cycle, Soul Snipe, and Mental go down. Suppressed. The last player alive and the last hope, and he is on the base. He is in the base for OpTic. And if he can just stay alive, I don't think anyone for OpTic, based on where Formal's looking, if he looks left, it would tell me that he's aware of that player behind him. No, he's not. You can see the shots going into the back of Formal, taking him down to 1 HP, but Suppressed finally goes down, and that should clear things up for OpTic. 1 minute left.
OpTic do a great job. Even though Soul Snipe made that crazy play to launch their sniper off the map, they say, guess what? We'll just go steal yours instead. They steal the Rebellion sniper, and Trippy still has it, by the way, so one of the ways that Rebellion could have potentially swung this, if you'll recall, it was off that triple kill snipe from Cycle that got the only flag cap for Rebellion. OpTic thinking, if they don't have a snipe, I don't think they can get a cap here.
Absolutely. So expertly analyzed there by Eli the Ninja. As the sticky grenade goes through by Lucid. Rebellion go 3 down, and with 30 seconds left, it's all a technicality at this point. Add a couple kills, assists, and deaths to the stat sheet, but this one is all but over. If not for Cycle. Cycle's a little bit further along than I thought, and he takes down Formal, so hold the line. This could be it, but no, Cycle goes down so quickly after. So too does Suppressed. Mental's going to have to overextend here because of the situation, seeing it clearly.
No,
Soul Snipe. No, there we go. That's going to do it. OpTic, it got close. It was just a one-pull game ultimately, but they're going to take game 1. And Eli, that's the narrative. That was the conversation going into this game 1. Rebellion took advantage of a cold OpTic Gaming after not playing for a couple hours, but OpTic Gaming after that game 5 thriller are warmed up. You could even argue Formal on fire as they take game 1 and lead in the series.
Very impressive stuff. I mean, that really was some masterclass in power weapon control. I talk about it all the time, and people forget to pick up the freaking weapons on the map, man. You can't win on Argyle if your team doesn't get a single sniper in your possession, and these snipes from Formal really exemplify that. All the flag caps that happened this game were on the backs of a few snipe headshots. So important. With a map this large, you've got to just make the map easier to push across.
Oh, God.
That's insane,
Cycle,
man.
please
Play
post that. That was filthy.
I would like to see the 2 kills before this too, but the pixel headshot.
Triple kill.
I mean, I'd be leaning back in my chair if I was Lucid there. I'm gonna be honest. That would check me just a little bit. Like how?
Cycle picks up where he left off by literally picking up that flag with the grapple hook. An incredible play that made it close, Eli, in a game that didn't feel close. And just glancing at the, do the quick math, Formal was 2.0 KD, plus 12, plus 3 for plus 15, plus 9 for plus 26, and plus 3, plus 29. We're OpTic Gaming
okay, yeah,
in
play
this
this
match.
one back real quick. I gotta see this again.
This was insane.
W production, man. We can just say, can you play this back? Okay, so Soul Snipe hits the grapple G slide basically to launch the snipe off the map. Yeah, he flies in. He's the last player alive and grapples to grab the sniper just to throw it off the map. And adds to that, he tries to grapple back. Like, Matt turns around and Soul Snipe's on his way back trying to snipe him before he falls off the map. Like,
I would almost say this play is more impressive from Formal. The presence of mind. He never glanced all the way to the left back towards mid. That told me he was aware of Soul Snipe's plan the entire time. He knew Soul Snipe was coming back with a vengeance with that ridiculous grapple hook play. So I equally as impressive from Soul Snipe, but I got to give some props to Formal for holding the line and not getting fooled by what could be an easy play to get fooled by tools in his gold 3 lobbies. There's no way he would have seen that.
yeah, I mean, I guess Formal just has to process, like, okay, if he has another grapple charge, he might actually try to survive and grapple back on the map. So he just decided, like, you could see him like double take it. Like, actually, you know what? Let me just make sure this crazy man dies. But still, that's a heads up play from Soul Snipe, last player alive, to completely launch that snipe off the map. Does give your team at least a small chance to come back.
I'm only teasing. I love tools, and I only reference Gold because of his Golden Knights, who took the L to the Dallas Stars. Suck it, Tools. Just kidding.
You're not kidding. What do you told me you love that shit.
All right,
he
man.
means every word that he just said. Trust.
Yeah, I can't deny it. Yeah, suck it, tools. Recharge game number 2 coming up. An important context to bring up. Game 2 was won by OpTic Gaming by a wide margin against the Shopify Rebellion team that looks so damn good on land, on Team Slayer. But this game is being played across the ocean, on sea. So does that give Rebellion a chance here? Does that lean into OpTic online? I don't know where this one's going to go, but if OpTic have just as good of a performance in game 2, they're taking a beefy 2-0 lead in this Grand Finals reset. The biggest lead we've seen yet. Everything else has been back and forth.
It's going to be a very interesting one. This map and mode combination, I think maybe the most strategic Slayer right now. I feel like there's a lot of room for comebacks and momentum changes. You can kind of actually hold setups, but with two teams that play very fast, I mean, the spawns get really mixy. You've got to be highly in tune with that spawn system, predict those split spawns if your team is moving fast around the map. Got to make sure you get these camos and especially that shock rifle.
All right, here we go. It's Trippy pushing for the camo, but he's down to 1 HP and slides out. That's going to be an easy finish there for Suppressed, as Rebellion don't take the lead here in the early goings, 2-2, but they do take the camo. Lucid with the snipe.
Interesting. Lucid decides to rotate this way, predicting that Rebellion would be pushing from A, but Suppressed all the way behind enemy lines with this camo. I love this play. This actually makes it easy for the rest of Rebellion to push in. All of OpTic kind of panicking. They have to turn around and respond to the pressure that is Suppressed. Lucid still has the shock though, and he's trying to position himself to make sure he holds on to it. He absolutely does not want to lose this tool.
Yeah, especially so. Nice shot there, but especially so, Eli, in the early goings of a match where you've got 24 electrical charges of that shock rifle. Lucid putting them all to efficient use as he's earned 2 and a 1-kill lead for OpTic.
This man, one of the scariest in the world with this gun. Seen him do unimaginable things to people time and time again. Ormal's gonna clean up that kill, but in case he didn't, Lucid was ready to hit that shot. And now accurately predicting that this player would split into the A side. He's just gonna deny access to the gold pipes.
This is a win condition right here. Lucid doesn't even need to ball out, go on a killing frenzy or even a killing spree. He's about to. He just needs to stay alive. This is getting risky, though. Grapple, very difficult spot to stay alive on if the opposition knows where you are. Lucid, they know where he is. It doesn't matter. Wow. He still earns the killing spree, utilizes every single shot in that shock rifle. So now OpTic Gaming and Coach Lunchbox know when it spawns next, but Lucid's pushing on through to the blue side. I wonder how much OpTic will hold the line and hold gold, knowing that shock is up in 60.
Trippy rotating through here, knows these players are weak, and this is OpTic just pressing their advantage state. They get kills right when this power up is coming up. That means they're going to be able to convert that into even more kills. And look at the heads up awareness from Trippy. You know, he was saying that we're missing one. Where is Suppressed? Where is Suppressed? These guys know the name of the player that's missing and will hunt him down if they haven't seen him in a while. Huge heads up play. Suppressed could have absolutely made the next play more difficult for OpTic if he wasn't spotted out.
That's a dynamic shift right there. Suppressed, more often than not in this grand finals, has snuck underneath the nose of OpTic Gaming to find the flank, the back, and maybe even the Slay. More often than not, the Slay there. Trippy spots him out. Now it's on Formal, dropping Bat Ledge, takes down Mental. Despite 2 going down for OpTic Gaming, Formal holds the line, and look at this lead. It's ballooned out of nowhere. 9-kill lead for OpTic Gaming. This is where they do such a good job to control the pace of play. Ooh, but just as I say that, we talked about that next shot coming up. It's not in the hands of OpTic Gaming. It's in the hands of Suppressed. And this is where Rebellion have their best chance to come back.
Look at this. He sees his teammates going in through that right side, moves forward. Now, this is interesting because now he's opening the spawn points behind him in gold. So he's going to want to continue moving forward so he doesn't get shot in the back by spawners. He does ultimately get killed by the spawner, but huge plays out of Suppressed. Huge stick, though, out of Formal before he gets taken down.
You just can't give OpTic a multi-possession 9-kill lead like we see here, Eli, because they are so good at manufacturing trades. Even better at just outright ripping your face off, does Lucid. And I wouldn't be surprised to see an assist go through. Doesn't look like Dead Zone or Trippy are close enough. The action is on. They're pushing on through to clean up on Cycle. Excuse me, I should have trusted my gut, Eli. There goes Cycle. He goes down. OpTic Gaming clean up on the damage and earn an even bigger lead, up by 3 team wipes, 3 full possessions, and into the 30s. especially 40s, that would spell all but over for Rebellion. Where has their slaying proficiency gone?
I think OpTic are just playing better as a team. Like, I think they learned their lesson. Remember that Street Slayer, that moment where they just kind of were so fragmented on the map? This time, they are moving as a unit. They are there and ready to help each other out. Formal does get caught off guard here. I think he was just looking for an unpredictable play. Could have worked out if it wasn't for Mental spotting him out, but besides that, look at this. OpTic just moving as a unit through the gold pipes. I think Formal just going to hold the line here at the stairs. He knows he's the only player left that could watch that side, so love to see that play from Formal as well.
Mental with the remains of camo, not going to get a chance to utilize it. Dead zone does go down, but again, we talked about those trades. Oh, watch out, though. 3 go down for OpTic, only 2 for Rebellion, so that's going to give them that +1 net outcome that makes it a much more highly contested match. 33-27 into the 30s as Formal looks to secure the Slay. Doesn't want to trade out here. Want to get back that 7, 8, 9 or so kill lead like we saw earlier from OpTic Gaming. That's why Formal doesn't play for the trade. It looked like Rebellion were, however, as OpTic have done a great job. Just when it looked like Rebellion were starting to make you tighten up a little bit, OpTic Gaming regained that 7 kill lead.
And look at this. They're taking a page out of Rebellion's book here, just kind of setting up. They've got the lead. Not really a reason to move, right? Like, they can just kind of get into positions that force Rebellion to come to them. So now Rebellion are forced with the task of intel gathering. They've got to figure out where are OpTic hiding and how can we safely enter their setup. And the only way to get that intel, you're probably going to have to expose yourself. So this is very smart from OpTic. They're going to make it difficult for Rebellion, but if Rebellion can solve the puzzle that has been laid out in front of them, they could take advantage of it.
Just love seeing players will their team to victory, and it's been Formal for me, Eli, in games 1 and now 2. He's been the all-star performer. He's really taken this OpTic Gaming team by the hand and led them to what looks like a potential 2-0 lead, but just as I say that, suppressed. It's 2 shots left in the shock rifle. There's a little bit left to work with, but it's back to that 8 kill lead for OpTic Gaming. A big reason why, Formal +8.
Yeah, Formal having an absolutely massive game here. Suppressed has been the star player for Rebellion today, though. And we know what he's capable of with this shock rifle. Decides that the pressure coming in too strong on that A side. Decide to retreat into the tower. Maybe bait OpTic in. It works for at least 1 kill, but I don't know if it's going to work for any more. Looks like the rest of OpTic actually do go down. So 3 dead for OpTic. Lucid does escape with 1 burst of the shock rifle. Doesn't put it to use, but at least buys enough time for his teammates to spawn, and this could be over in a hurry. They're now up by 8 with just 10 to go.
So impressive here from the green wall to make this Rebellion roster that's known for playing so fast-paced, so proactive, so aggressive. More often than not in the Slayers of these grand finals, they've been on their heels. 41-34 now as OpTic Gaming look to put the finishing touch on this match. Formal still holding on that at 2.0 KD, 16-8. So we hop on board with the man himself, baiting in the opposition. If anybody pushes through long haul, you're going to catch a back smack.
I really like this spot. I mean, you usually expect a player to be either at glass or like maybe on the sneaky, but when you hide behind that box, you're completely unexposed. You see exactly how effective it is. Actually turns 2 and gets closer to that finish line. I feel like at this point, OpTic are just saying, like, we're going to play as cheesy as we have to guarantee we maintain this lead. We don't want to give Rebellion a single chance to come back.
19-9. Formal is popping off, and we previously saw in that game 5 it was suppressed with 20 kills. Formal looking to do 1 better, but he still needs 1 more to match that high kill count record set in this series by suppressed. As we hop on board here with Dead Zone, 46-42. Holy Eli, it's just a 1 possession game. Rebellion have slept walked their way through the house, and they're right back in it.
This is a bit scary for OpTic. They're not only, because they just got wiped, they're also painted in a smaller corner of the map. How does Rebellion play this? They're going to want to deny access to other space on the map, but very intelligently, OpTic do spread out into that ever so powerful A and gold setup. They have many complementary sightlines, but Rebellion look like they're trying to formulate a strategy to push in. First nade goes out just in case someone's hiding around that corner. Cycle's going to check all these corners just to see if anyone's here. After the coast is clear, they're going to hold forward. They get 1 kill. Trippy kills 1 though, but it's still a 4 kill game.
This is huge. Get it back to 2 possessions. Make it feel like it's an insurmountable comeback for Rebellion. That's exactly what OpTic Gaming do.
Wow.
As they take game 2, 50-44, and now carry a 2-0 lead into this grand finals reset.
Love the way OpTic played that. I mean, they pretty much just put themselves in positions to where Rebellion have to make a move. They're watching every potential angle that Rebellion could enter from. And when they've got the lead, you know, if Rebellion just sit still and do nothing, the timer wins the game for OpTic by default. So just putting Shopify in a very uncomfortable position to guarantee that win after that steamroll lead that they built early on is by the book from OpTic once again.
Unbelievable regain performance. And I wasn't kidding. I really think Formal probably said in the comms, these guys are ass. We should have never, like, let's just win this outright. We should have never even let them reset. As we see that again, Formal willing this OpTic Gaming roster back in this series. He's been the MVP in games 1 and 2, and like he so often is in tournaments, looking like the MVP throughout. Love me some Formal POV, love me some suppressed POV, but didn't quite see that slaying prowess that we're used to from suppressed. Instead, it was Formal who popped off, led his team. Lucid in the beginning had a critical role holding on to the shock rifle. You see a little bit of that here, and I think that combined for the two big reasons why OpTic Gaming have a 2-0 lead. Get ready for a game 3 on Livefire.
I hope it's Strongholds. I forget the series layout at the moment, but I feel like we haven't seen Strongholds between these two teams yet. I mean, this is one of the fastest game type. No, it is King of the Hill. Okay. Either way, this is also a good one. I think both these teams very comfortable in this game type. Look at the aggression from OpTic. They want to end this tournament right now.
This is insane to me. OpTic Gaming more methodical than this fast-paced Rebellion roster, but maybe Coach Lunchbox in the comms says, guys, we need to take it to Rebellion. We need to make them feel what they've been making the rest of the HCS feel on their run to the grand finals in every single tournament on the road to London. This is it, though. After this, I was going to say this week, but after today, no more opportunities to advance in the bracket. This is it. Your major qualifiers Saturday and Sunday. OpTic Gaming looking to win their last potential tournament, because I don't think that they'll play in those major qualifiers because they've already qualified for London. So OpTic, with their last chance, they want to make sure that they go into London as the last winners and roll into London as the champs.
I think you're exactly right. Huge 1v1 win from Mental on Trippy here. He's going to maintain possession of the sniper rifle, and despite such a strong early break from OpTic, they got about 70% of the hill already completed. But ever since then, Rebellion just earned the sandbox, and now they're just playing such good defense, and they look to shut this one down. Trippy, last player alive for OpTic. It's 4 dead for OpTic. This should be a early hill for Rebellion. Not only that, but they've also got all the time in the world to rotate for the next hill. Rebellion's just gonna wait for them to try to expose themselves.
Maybe Rebellion would make, step out of the hill, make OpTic Gaming chase through the garage door for it, but no, they are not messing around. Strictly business right now, as Shopify Rebellion go up 1-0 in the match and earn the rotation on next. The previous team wipe rolls into another one as Rebellion are in full control of game 3.
I've been so impressed with Rebellion on Livefire. I mean, OpTic were previously known as the unbeatable team on Livefire. There's a period of time where they were basically undefeated on this map, minus maybe a like 1 or 2 Slayers. They were known as the Livefire Demons, but Rebellion, they won that oddball game seemingly easily in that round 3 reset, and so far taken early lead. Rebellion looking like they have this map figured out as well.
Yeah, and that was on Livefire, so maybe Rebellion getting back on Livefire. The comforts of Livefire, maybe, if you will, is they look comfortable. But just as I say that, they go 3 down. Lucid, a 1 HP, could make it 3 down for OpTic Gaming. Important to stay alive with the last member of Rebellion alive, and I wonder almost with that QT back to green, does he force all the squad spawns there for Rebellion, or does he earn a couple more close up? Yes, everybody gets a green spawn, and everybody pushing through on the nest side towards the snipe tower as they look to tear it down. Lucid, though, holding the line, holding his ground. Dead Zone with the cross, has the help, has the assist, and 3 go down for Rebellion. Lucid and Dead Zone combine for a team wipe, and what looks like full control of hill number 2, but despite that, Rebellion are in the lead for now.
Lucid played that so insanely from top tower. He stuck that guy bottom sniped and rotates to the top, gets his shield, trusts Dead Zone enough to keep the next player off of him for long enough to get the shields. Perfect bait and switch teamwork out of those two. You can already tell their teamwork is jiving.
Trippy, vibing. Big game, Trippy. Needs to emerge here in game 3, though. Sniper rifle could be his access to it, but no, it's Dead Zone. He helps with the assist. And Dead Zone's paying rent here at the nest. He's like a bird, a blue jay, building a beautiful nest and calling it home. He has not left that space. He has been the anchor for OpTic Gaming on hill number 2. And that's why we got a tied game, 1-all.
Enemy team took the hill.
Trippy wants to shut down the next hill as well. Looks like 3 members of OpTic go down, and they might know where Trippy is as some grenades come in. They definitely know now. And Trippy needed to hit that shot or hit that repulse to top center. Instead, he's going to give that tool to Shopify, and Lucid's going to be left over here fighting an uphill battle. Looks like he does break his way in. 2 slays for Rebellion, but they still have to finish this fight.
Rebellion, after previously losing hill number 2, have the rotation and next. Rebellion have earned all of the rotations outside of that opening break where OpTic Gaming swarmed through to B, but they didn't win the B hill. So, tied 1-all, 3:22 left on the clock. Dead Zone dropping, trying to take out a rat in the tunnel, exterminate him, but no, that's bait. He gets backsmack, and OpTic Gaming are crumbling in numbers. This is going to give Rebellion at least 50% before OpTic are able to come off spawn, suppress with a double, and this might just give him camo too, but the fortunate and unfortunate spawns, you could argue, for OpTic are going to give them sights onto the camo side, but with low shields, I don't think they can contest it. Camo gonna go to suppressed.
We think. I think it's still not up yet. Two more seconds. Trippy's actually out there contesting it now, and it looks like he might have been able to grab it. Yeah, Trippy should be able to proc it after winning that fight. Steals it in a situation that it looked like Rebellion could have had it, but Rebellion still have the lead, 2-1 in the scoreline.
Now it's one of those moments where it feels like the sandbox is bait, right? Rebellion will give Trippy camo if it means they get the 2-1 lead. Trippy, though, with that camo, is able to rotate towards the nest side of the map, take down and help take down 2 suppressed. Soul Snipe at the snipe tower have quick access to defend this mud hill, but Trippy has the commando, getting some shots out, but not enough to take down Soul Snipe. Soul Snipe eventually goes down to the assist, and once Soul Snipe goes down, Trippy knows that the spawns will occur on the opposite side of that here on garage door and green. Trippy playing his process so well.
It's also attacking with this commando that looks like it should be in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or something. I don't know what that skin is. That's a crazy looking commando skin, but regardless, putting it to work, putting the damage down on Rebellion. Ooh. It now just need a second to tie up the game. They ultimately die. It looks like no, Lucid's going to stay alive. So is Dead Zone. They actually wait. I think that was an intentional wait to ensure that they could have possession of that tower control before they cap that hill.
Yeah, that was that bait and wait strategy that I thought Rebellion could have used on OpTic earlier. OpTic deploy the strat and pull cycle off spawn and make him overextend, quote unquote, all things considered with context to what just previously occurred, as OpTic Gaming tied things up at 2, and because of that bait and wait, Eli, they've got the rotation on next, already at about 50% on a crucial hill number 5.
Such a smart play. That's what makes them so hard to beat. They just guarantee that they give themselves the upper hand in so many situations. Formal's going to find Mental running away. He's going to pick up the sniper rifle, clean up another kill. OpTic are going to have control of the hill, and Formal's going to allow the opposition to spawn where he wants them before he attacks, but he actually gets shot in the back. Maybe doesn't predict that training side spawn, and that spawn point is going to open the door for Rebellion to potentially get control if they can win this tower side.
Massive opportunity right here for Suppressed. When we previously saw Formal with the snipe on Argyle, he closed the game out. Because of that previous death, though, Formal drops 3 shots into the hands of Suppressed, and he makes Formal pay for it moments later. Talk about a butterfly effect. Suppressed takes down Formal, but goes down shortly after. OpTic Gaming at 80%, Rebellion at 50%.
And once again, Rebellion get the camo, but I don't think he can even use the camo. He has to slide into the hill. No, Cycle is still here with the camo, but he has to stay alive. If OpTic even get into this hill for 3 seconds, I believe they will cap it. But Rebellion are pretty close to taking the lead here.
Oh, great grenades. That's going to force Cycle out of the hill. Dead Zone goes into it. Cycle at low HP, and with a little bit of camo left, utilizes it, takes down Zane, and might just take this hill number 5. The triple could potentially earn hill number 3 for Rebellion. It does. Cycle doesn't get the triple, but 3 go down nonetheless. He'll take it. Rebellion take a 3-2 lead. right, guys, we might have just lost Eli, so I'm going to do my best to solo cast here. Trippy pushing on along the backside of green. QT, not enough distance between starting point and portal point to trip up Trippy as he takes him down. 2 go down for Rebellion, and Trippy looking to get OpTic Gaming back in this fight.
I'm back. Internet took a little hiccup there. There is apparently baseball size hail in my area, my phone said, but I am back. Don't worry about it, guys. As we see, OpTic have nice control here. And this new sniper going to be very important for this next play.
I'm so glad you're back, Eli. I love casting with you. Cycle with the snipe.
No.
OpTic with the hill. 4 players up on each side. And I wonder how aggressive Rebellion want to play this. OpTic have all of the hill, 90% to 0% for Rebellion. So this might be an instance where you want to rotate for the next, but no. It looks like they're going to let OpTic Gaming still get hill control despite having 2-3 down. Whereas Rebellion in this fight, there's 2 on the nest. They have the control, they have enough control, but it's being contested right now. Cycle needs to slay out on the hill. That grenade gonna take him down to 1 HP.
Wow.
No dreams. Night. He goes down. 3-3. OpTic tie it.
Could OpTic close this one? It's Rebellion that have early positioning on the hill, but they don't have the numbers. Soul Snipe's still dead. He's going to spawn on the opposite side of the map due to the pressure from OpTic. And look at the way OpTic are playing this. They force that player on Rebellion to go back tower. They're aware of the spawners coming towards the hill. If Formal can hit this headshot, this could be everything. No! I thought it was coming. I could feel it, but Soul Snipe with a massive shutdown that's going to keep Rebellion alive for now.
Enemy team took the hill.
Mental with the snipe, and it feels like the tide could swing with either snipe in the hands of Formal or Mental. They've been the 2 all-star performers with that precision weapon in their hands for now. Mental getting some body shots to earn enough damage to slow down this push from OpTic Gaming. Rebellion in a 3-3 game. Next hill wins, have the early lead.
This is going to go down to the wire. Both teams are going to be fighting uphill battles to try to contest this tower. Player suppressed. The guy on top of the mountain for now wins that fight. Trippy, though, wins a fight on the low ground. 2v2 situation for the time being. Neither team really that comfortable to get into the hill just yet. I think that now that a couple more have gone down for Shopify, this is where OpTic will look to score.
Oh, Trippy locks down the snipe tower. Does not need to engage in Cycle. Cycle, if he pushes and continues to try to get damage on Trippy, will chase and ultimately die. Cycle, though, with a heads-up play, drops down, allows Trippy to get his shields back, and that's why you disengage there for Trippy. Cycle is not a threat to you. Cycle goes down shortly after in a 1v4 situation. Again, I don't care how good you are. You ain't winning that in this high level of Halo. 3 go down for Rebellion, and OpTic Gaming, when the moment matters most, take the lead. Ice up in the end. Can they follow through and win this series with a grand finals reset? 3-0 sweep.
They need this. They do not want this to go on any longer. They are tired of playing against Shopify. I can tell you that right now. These guys are stressful to play against, and they're going to do it. They're going to secure the 3-0. OpTic Gaming are your HCS Open Series 3 champions.
Unbelievable regain after a crushing loss in Game 5. Suppressed dropped 20 on their heads. OpTic Gaming didn't care. OpTic Gaming so strong, and that's really... I think you say this all the time, right, Eli? You're gonna die playing the video game. You're gonna lose matches. Nobody goes 100-0 on the KD stat sheet. Nobody goes 100-0 at a tournament. You're gonna take L's. How do you respond? OpTic Gaming with one of the best responses we've seen to losing a series in the grand finals. Impressive work from them.
So important too. I mean, like we said, these guys know how to close tournaments. Shopify have recently been having lots of success. This is their 3rd straight grand finals appearance, guys. They did get first in one of them. They've got second in the other 2. These guys are absolutely making a name for themselves, but in the end, OpTic just seemingly playing as the OpTic that we know and love. We know how capable this team is, and when they show up, they are almost unbeatable.
Big ups to Dead Zone. It had previously been OpTic leading the charge in slays. Dead Zone doing his part in OBJs. He's a part of 3 hill captures there, securing especially that mud hill that really got OpTic Gaming back in it. That was huge, but 26, 14, and 16 plus 10. My God, that was unbelievable. Formal, though. Whew. Formal. That was vintage Formal. The legend on my Mount Rushmore of Halo, and showed you why in this grand finals.
there anything you want to say about Formal before we close out here, Hunter?
If you guys like Halo and you guys like podcasts, we might just have a podcast for you. Tide the Leader, I'm leaking it here. It's going to feature Formal next week. We actually, yesterday, Eli, we like Halo a lot. So we recorded 2 episodes, one with Bound, one with Formal. So yeah, if you guys like Halo and you guys like Halo history and these guys sharing their thoughts, some late breaking news in these podcasts too from the 2 pro players. So we got some intel in these podcasts as well. Make sure you guys check out Tide the Leader. Go check out Eli and I on socials if you guys enjoy Halo. And drop us a follow if you enjoy the commentary. That's one of the ways you guys can help support some of the wonderful members of the community. Love to see it and cannot wait for that Formal podcast to drop. You guys do not want to miss it.
Absolutely. Well, man, this was a ton of fun. I'm so happy we got to cast grand finals first time in a while. Hope you guys enjoyed it in chat. And on that note, we'll go ahead and throw it back to the desk.
Incredible performance by OpTic and also by Shopify Rebellion. They had an incredible run today. They made it and reset the grand finals against OpTic, which is something incredibly commendable considering that OpTic is one of the best teams out there. It was been a wild ride today. And congrats to OpTic Gaming. They've come back to stop Rebellion from winning a second open this month before they head on over to London. They've come back to show that they can take that #1 spot if they want to, right, Tools?
Yeah, I think OpTic is primed and ready. I think they looked fantastic in that reset. And in fact, I want to try to get one of these guys on to talk about that reset.
All right. Hello, Lucid. How are you feeling after that win?
It's going. Doing good. Good. Long day of Halo.
Long day.
That was a really long day, right? That a 5-game series in the first one, and then obviously you guys get it done in 3 on the second time around. Can you kind of walk through what happened in the reset? Like, did you guys kind of figure out a game plan from the first 5 games into going into that reset and figuring it out to get it done in 3?
I think it was just more of like a tightening up. I think we lost the game 1, right? I think we came out a little flat game 1. We were still back and forth the entire series. I think a lot of moments we had. I mean, especially with our practice, we've been really honing in on just making sure we're staying secure in our leads. And I think some of those games just got out of our hands when we didn't really need to let it happen. So I think that's what we just made sure to lock in for that last series.
Shopify has been playing incredibly well. What do you think that makes them so good? What do you think of their recent success?
I mean, I think they're just a bunch of players that really just want to try really hard. Like all 4 of them have been on the come up. On different timelines, of course, a little bit longer than others, but they've still all just been like head down grinding. So it sounds like they got the right sort of vibe, the right chemistry. When you got that and everyone just wants to get better, that's pretty much what the recipe to success is. Like the vibe and the chemistry is definitely a large portion of seeing any sort of potential.
I want to talk a little bit about these King of the Hill strategies that I've been seeing from you guys in particular over at OpTic, with you guys kind of leaving the hill when you're about a second away from capturing it. I think we saw it a lot in day 1 where it was like recharge King of the Hill. You guys left the hill and basically burned off like 45 seconds of time just like by like standing outside of the hill. What's that strategy been like? Like what's the comms when you guys started to get yourself into that way, and what's sort of the condition of the game that needs to be met for you guys to start employing that strategy?
Yeah, I'd say those times when that happens, it's mainly like it's like multifaceted. Like it's got a sort of mental factor to it. It'll definitely make people upset or irritated. But it's definitely to create some timings for ourselves. Just give ourselves a little bit more room sometimes. Normally, whenever you're holding a hill, and if you just auto cap it, a team will give up a hill and just be like, all right, we're playing for next. So it's kind of like a disruption. Shout out Rhino. He was the one that was pulling that out like day 1, whenever the hill was a game type getting introduced. I swear he started doing that in scrims instantly. But yeah.
There's been a lot of online discussion about OpTic being on the downtrend. What's been the key to turning that around for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've been always fighting. At least for the couple in the one tournament that we just had our poorest placing, it was just all 4 corners practically. I'm in Florida, Zane's in Washington, Joey's in California, and that just creates a recipe for disaster in some aspects. Not the best excuse though, because we still have plenty of things that even today where our shortcomings is just like we just got to make sure when we're winning we stay winning. So that has just been a thing that we've been grinding away at, and we've been definitely seeing some a lot more success just following through. So we're still holding in, doing even better every day.
It's been a few months with you guys playing with Zane, right? Dead Zone on the squad. You've had one land underneath your guys' belt, a few online tournaments, and you're going into this next one. Can you talk a little bit about what he brings to the team, how you guys have been folding him in, and what this sort of new OpTic, what's the expectations for you guys going into London with him?
Yeah, I mean, the expectation is just like what we did at Arlington, but even better. I think obviously SSG pulled away, but we had some insane series against those guys, and I think it's just a discipline, tightening up aspect that we're really honing in on right now, and I think that's been showing in scrims. I think it showed today. I think it can be even better. I think we can get even better. So it's just keep an eye out, just keep watching.
Grand Finals, London. I have a question for you. London is around the corner, and I'm interested in knowing what you guys are thinking for that event. And honestly, who do you want to see in the Grand Finals against you guys, assuming you will be in that spot?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see SSG back in again, just for to get back. I think that's always a great matchup. FaZe is always a great matchup. Obviously, that's the big three that we always talk about. At least for the cultural aspect, I know everyone always, like, even I think every team, even like FaZe SSG when they're watching us or when we're watching them, like Sen and Shopify, like those guys have been making their run. So it's like always cool to kind of see the competition stiffening up. So it's like it'll always be nice to kind of play a different opponent, but probably SSG just for the run back.
I mean, obviously, Arlington was a bit of a heartbreak for you guys. The Slayers were the big backbreaker over there. Has there been any specific practice you guys have been employing on Slayer to get yourself ready for London?
Yeah, like I said before and a little bit earlier, it was just like it's just tightening up. Like we do a lot right already. Like we wouldn't be where we are if we didn't already have the recipe for success. It's just a matter of making sure that we're not getting ahead of ourselves. And I think we've been doing a really good job of that. And like I said, it can be even better, but we're never going to be perfect. No team's ever going to be perfect. We just got to be the team that makes less mistakes. So I think that's what we're working into, just getting our flow back in that way.
Anything you'd love to add and say to the fans that are watching us today?
Just shout out to everybody still watching throughout a long day on a Thursday of all times for the schedule. But yeah, just shout out to you guys. Shout out to Green Wall as always, and shout out to HCS for still putting these together, making sure we're getting some good practice leading into the major. Shout out to you guys for always putting on a show. It's always great to see the commentary, the observers. Everyone's getting a lot more of a spotlight than I think we've gotten in the past. So it's good to see. I feel like there's a really good like grassroots aspect to that, making sure that there's a lot of the feed being filled up.
Well, congrats to you and the team for winning today, and thank you so much for joining us for this interview.
Yep, thank you guys. Have a good night.
All right, guys, there you have it. Lucid joining us today for that last chat after their win, and congrats to the team.
I mean, honestly, Lucid sounds like he's ready for London. I like the aspect he's talking about where we're good, right? And like they know they're good. I mean, honestly, anyone that watches OpTic knows that they're capable of making that grand finals, or it's almost like an expectation that it should be in that grand finals every time. I like the idea of just tightening it up, right? And I feel like we saw that, right? They were a little bit loose in that game 5, that first reset, and they tightened it up really well in that second best of 5, a 3-0 sweep at that against a red hot Shopify Rebellion squad, this online split. So I think that's a fantastic win for the Green Wall. Get that underneath their belt, and I think that'll bring the expectations back up for their fans. I know a lot of them were like, OpTic hasn't been playing as well. Blah, 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 blah. All of that's out of the window now. It's like the OpTic that we know is back, and Lucid's going to be leading that charge come London.
They'll still definitely be super scary coming London, like you said. Guys, we had an incredible day today. Incredibly long day as well, but a fun day of Halo, and we have more Halo coming up this weekend. The qualifiers, still is the qualifiers. We get to find out who will be qualifying for that pool play.
it's going to be a tough matchup for a lot of these teams. Sentinels will be competing alongside a lot of these hungry amateurs and mid-level pro teams to try to get those final spots to be going to London, and that's only a few days away, right? Like you said, Saturday. So there's a really quick turnaround to getting some action back on your screen, and it'll be here on Twitch, on YouTube. Subscribe and follow if you haven't to both of those channels. They really help us go a long way. You guys' support has been unreal this month, and just thank you for everyone that's been watching this far.
Yeah, shout out to everybody hanging out with us today. With that said, thank you for all of the subscribers that have popped in and the new subscribers that have popped in as well. The Orlando event is happening next weekend, guys. If you're close by, make sure to drive down there. It's going to be a really good time. Here we go. May 17th till the 19th. And is it Hoovie GG Arena? Did I say that right, Tools?
No, I hope that you didn't say it right. I'm certainly not going to say it right.
Well, it'll be in Orlando, or like everybody says, Orlando. It's gonna be a LAN, the nearest LAN to anybody in Florida or the nearby states. Go ahead and drive down there. There's gonna be some pro players hopping in and joining the fun that day. Oh, and here we go. Pool play breakdown. If you guys needed a quick view of who's already qualified and the spots available, look at Pool A with Space Station Gaming, Pool D with OpTic Gaming, Pool C, FaZe and Complexity, and Foe and Shopify Rebellion on Pool D. We get to find out who's going to be popping in after this qualifier this weekend, Saturday and Sunday.
And you see a lot up for grabs for a lot of these teams, especially like teams like Sentinels and Native Gaming that need to come out strong. Obviously, they want to get those qualifier spots, don't want to qualify on those points. It's going to be a tight race, and it's all going to come down this Saturday and Sunday. I also want to give a shout out to a couple of our casters, right? I know they talked about it a little bit, but Mikowski, Eli, the Ninja, having their podcast over there. Tide, the leader. I think they have some great guests coming on. Formal going to be coming on and talking with them. So if you haven't, go check them out on YouTube. Make sure you get yourself subscribed. There's a ton of Halo content being pumped out of that LVT Halo pipeline, and make sure you follow everyone that's a part of the crew, all our casters, all our producers, our observers, everyone that makes this thing happen. And we want to keep bringing on as much competitive Halo content to you guys as possible.
That is the goal. Thank you so much, everybody. Congrats to the winning team today. Congrats to OpTic Gaming for taking that win, coming back and making sure that they're here. They're still here, and they're still just as scary as they've always been. Congrats, and thank you so much, Tools. Any last thoughts before we head out?
Not just honestly, thank you to everyone that's been watching. Right, I think the Halo scene, competitive scene, is as tight as it's ever been. It really is a toss-up of who's going to win week in and week out. We've seen some incredible series, whether it's been OpTic that's been able to bounce back, Shopify Rebellion who's made 3 grand finals in a row, Space Station who looks as dominant as ever, or maybe some of the people on the peripheries, right? You see Sentinels in those icy game 5s, Complexity getting that top 4 finish last week, but a little bit of a roller coaster this week. There's so many storylines going into London, and the best place to watch them and understand what's going on in the competitive scene is here on LVT Halo. So if you want to stay involved, do simple things like following the channel and subscribing to the YouTube go a long way to help supporting us in what we're doing here today.
Well, thank you guys, the LVT crew, for having me here as well. It's been incredible. I love spending time watching and spending my time here in Halo with everybody. So thank you guys from my end, and thank the audience for spending some time with us. Guys, it's time for you guys to head on and look at some highlights that we have ready for you on today, and then we'll see you guys on Saturday for the online qualifiers.
Double kill. Enemy team score. Triple kill.